So, the Disney Channel is something I've been fascinated with for some time now. Not only because it was my favorite cable channel to watch growing up, but also because of what a cultural touchstone it was for the turn of the 21st century. To a certain degree, it even feels weird to use the past tense when referring to the Disney Channel, since I think we all just assumed it would last forever, even if we stopped watching. It really seems like the Disney Channel is dead and dusted now, if not officially by canning the channel itself, which technically is the case for all the international channels, then by the pure fact that they only show things made originally for Disney Plus on there now. While there is still some original programming and even movies coming out, I would argue that the Disney Channel era of cable television is officially over. There have been many videos about the history of Disney Channel and what killed the Disney Channel, which are all videos I recommend you watch. But today I want to talk about what was actually on Disney Channel, at least from a movie perspective. I would say Disney Channel original movies, or DCOMs, which is how we'll be referring to them, are what was most popular and what people would remember the most from the channel. Most made-for-TV movies have a certain reputation about them, which causes most of them not to be well remembered. But there are many DCOMs which have not only stood the test of time, but were also huge deals when they aired and went on to define a generation. Although, to be completely transparent, most of them did not. While many people will remember a large chunk of the movies we're about to discuss today, most of them are pretty unimportant and are only really being discussed for the sake of completionism. So today, we are going to be watching and ranking every Disney Channel original movie, all 115 of them, right here, right now. Something I want to clarify going forward is what actually qualifies as a DCOM. I've been going off the DCOM Wikipedia page for this entire video, which has definitely been a point of contention for the DCOM watching community. This topic has been pretty well published, but in case anyone's unaware, I'll attempt to give a brief recap. Technically, the first ever DCOM is a movie called Northern Lights. That's what Wikipedia used to say, and that's what we all agreed on at first. That is until 2016, when Disney Channel did a promotional for the 100th DCOM by airing all 99 previous movies on the Disney Channel for 4 days straight. They really did air every single DCOM on the Disney Channel in 2016, leading up to the movie Adventures in Babysitting. Every DCOM except Northern Lights. Fans were confused as to why Northern Lights was not included, but a movie that wasn't considered a DCOM, Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure, was on there. So I think what the Disney Channel thought would be a smart move was to boot out Northern Lights, which is a movie that was most likely not to be remembered, and include Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure, a movie a lot more people would remember. And I think they thought no one would notice. Well, people noticed. So this leaves me in a tricky situation, because I could continue to ignorantly keep this straight-to-DVD movie in my ranking and leave out the perfectly fine DCOM just because of this stupid numbers game Disney Channel is playing with its viewers, but in reality that would cause me too much strife and I really don't want to get in fights with people about this in the comments, so for the sake of my own sanity, we are going exclusively off of the Wikipedia list of DCOMs. That's it. Disney Plus also confuses this further, but we'll get there when we get there. So to address the Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure is not a DCOM thing, going forwards, we need to remember that a DCOM is a movie that was officially made for and by the Disney Channel network, which does not include movies with theatrical releases or movies that were made for other networks, along with any other exceptions. I could never mention every single movie that aired on Disney Channel that is not a DCOM because there are just way too many, but if there's one that I feel many might notice is absent, then I'll give it a mention in between reviews. Speaking of reviews, I'm going to try my best to be brief but thorough since we have over 100 movies to get through. The beginning of the list was an absolute uphill battle to get through, since in the year 2000 alone, Disney Channel released a new movie for every single month. That's 12 movies in 1 year. With each year, that number gets lower and lower until we just get to one movie coming out in 2013, which never happens again, but it's still impressive to see the steep decline of movies coming out throughout the 2010s. I won't complain, however, since 100 movies or so is already quite enough for me to be getting through. I'm also going to be splitting up the movies into the different eras of the Disney Channel, which is also determined by the marketing. Disney Channel fans have neatly divided the eras based on the bumpers used in between programming, which went through many evolutions over time. These eras are the Zoog Disney era, the Bounce era, the Ribbon era, the Rounded Square era, the Glass era, the Social Media age, and the Item age. I debated whether it was a good idea to divide these movies up this way, since the films made in each era aren't exactly proportional to how important each era was. For example, the 12 movies in 1 year that I mentioned, those are all from the Zoog Disney era, which has a whopping 41 movies in it. And while it could be argued, I think many would agree that the Ribbon era was the most popular moment in Disney Channel's history. Not the best moment, just the most popular from a numbers perspective. But there are only 11 movies in that era. So maybe this isn't the best way to divide things up, but it's the way I'm gonna do things, so the passage of time can feel more concrete. Okay, I think it's finally time to start watching movies, so let's get into it. We have a long road ahead.
It's the right time for a zoog movie, yeah. The right time for a zoog movie. It's the right time for a zoog movie, yeah. The right time for a zoog movie. It's the right time for a zoog movie, yeah. The right time for a zoog movie. It's the right time for a zoog movie, yeah.
I realize that these eras of the Disney Channel may not be well defined in people's minds, so allow me to do a brief explanation of these once we get to each one. The next one isn't going to be for a very long time, and they're going to be all back to each other once we get to that point, so just prepare yourself for that. The Zoog Disney era gets its name from the titular characters called Zoogs. They were described as these little bits and bytes that live in between the internet and your cable television, basically like little electrical beings, and they all had their own names, and they even had a little rap song that they would sing.
My name's Joe, I'm a zoog, got a place just for you.
They had these cute little, very 90s looking sprite animations in the beginning, and then in the final year of the Zoog Disney era, they got CGI rebrands, and they look a lot more tween oriented and less for children. It's very funny to think that a little bit under half of this list is even before the Disney Wand IDs come to exist, because that doesn't happen until 2002, in the next era. Same thing with the classic Disney Channel logo that most people know about. This moment was definitely a moment of transition in Disney Channel's history. They had just done the rebrand where they dropped the and were just Disney Channel, and they had gone from being a premium channel only like HBO to being available for free on most larger cable packages. This happened on April 6th, 1997, by the way, so we'll only be talking about movies that happened after that, because that's when the rebrand happened, and that's when the movies officially started being called DCOMs. There are plenty of movies that were made before the Disney Channel rebrand in 97, and those movies were called Disney Channel premiere films, and that's the only reason why we're not talking about them today. Again, 100% of the basis on what a DCOM is based on what Disney Channel says is a DCOM. Because Disney Channel to its core is a masterclass in marketing. And that'll become the most evident after this section of the video. I think the main reason why the Zoog Disney era has the largest amount of movies in it is because the channel was desperate for its own original content. This is also the first time that they were incorporating ad breaks into their programming. Of course, not real ads, only ads for other Disney products. And we're no longer showing stuff from the Disney Vault, like cartoons and lower level Disney movies. While they still do that to this day, they were mainly focused on making their own content, and especially at this time, it was a lot more family-oriented. While technology was moving fast, prefaced by the fact that the Zoog Disney era had its own website called like zoog.com, where you could do a bunch of internet stuff, only as good as 90s internet stuff on the website could be, I'm pretty sure the average household only really had about 1 to 2 televisions still, and differentiated itself from HBO by only providing stuff that the whole family could watch. So a lot of these early movies aren't going to have that teen flair that we all know and love from the Disney Channel. So a lot of these movies are testing the waters and seeing what kind of movies audiences would like, and then the next eras are them just like absolutely beating that horse to the ground. And I think it'll be interesting to note when exactly that dead horse stops spitting out money. But before we get there, we have to cover Disney Channel's early beginnings. So without further hesitation, let's just get into our first movie.
I'll take my beans, my magic beans. Who's got the beans? We need some beans. I love the beans.
You can't rattle me.
Into the woods at Grandma's house.
Look, I'm proud of my part, okay? The New York Times called me winningly naive.
Into the woods, into the woods.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch this movie when I first did my rewatch. Since the movie wasn't on Disney Plus, and I knew there were debates on which early DCOMs were actually considered DCOMs, I just assumed this one didn't count. But this was before they made the remake, and before I fell into the trenches of my Disney bumper obsession, so I've corrected the mistake now. I went back and I watched this movie, so I'm fully up to date on the timeline. Honestly, it was just out of pure laziness. 114 movies sounds a lot better than 115, but here we are. Under Wraps is about a group of middle schoolers who find a resurrected mummy in the basement of a recently deceased town weirdo, and now must take care of him and return him to his tomb before he turns to dust. This movie is a very cute and fun watch for Halloween time, and again, sadly it's not on Disney Plus, so I don't know how easily I'd recommend it to people, although I will be linking, some very important sources in the description below. You can tell this is more of a family-friendly film and less of a movie for babies because there's a gun in it and there's like sex references, which I was not used to when watching DCOMs, trust me. So I do think it's a very fun Halloween watch. The voice actor who plays Patrick in SpongeBob is in this movie very briefly, and he's actually the voice of the mummy. So that's a pretty cool detail, especially since this movie came out before SpongeBob existed. Isn't that fun to think about? Previously, I did have beef with this movie being on the list, but it's actually a much better start than the next film we're going to talk about, so I've made my peace with it. Also, the mom in this movie, you better get used to seeing her because she's in like a bajillion other DCOMs after this, I swear. She was like DCOM mom queen. So yeah, I recommend you watch this movie if you're really into kind of lighthearted children's spooky Halloween movies. This is a good one to add to the list if you can find it. Again, check the description of this video. It'll be fun to compare this movie to the 2021 sequel, but that's a very long time from now, so we'll come back around to this movie at the end of the video. This is at the top of the ranking, obviously, right now, but I feel like this will end up more in the middle and at the bottom. It's not really offensive. I don't mind it, but it's not the best movie I've ever seen or anything. Which, there definitely are some of those on this list. You guys get ready for that. So yeah, this was a great start to the list. Can't wait to watch the next movie.
We got a Mr. Do here. I got a call for a Mr. Do.
Melvin Do?
Nah, Scooby.
You Lucky Dog is definitely an odd movie on the list. While it's clearly a family-friendly movie, the story's lack of a child protagonist and the lengthy courtroom drama at the end is obviously not in DCOM nature, and it's clear to see when watching. Again, this feels like the older style of the Disney Channel premiere films, since this movie feels like it hasn't quite embraced being entirely for kids, but it still feels like it's trying to appeal to families as a whole. I talk about this in my Sweet Life on Deck video, but Disney Channel slowly over time realized who their main audience was and where the money was at, so this kind of programming became very quickly outdated, and the movies very quickly start to reflect that. The DCOMs definitely moved faster than the TV shows did, most likely because of the sheer amount of movies they were making during their peak moments of transition, which is the Zoog Disney era. So, movies like this were made under the assumption that adults were still watching the movie alongside their kids. But I have no idea how any adult could ever find this movie enjoyable because it absolutely sucks eggs. At the time of me recording this, it's been quite a while since I've watched this movie, since it was the first one I watched, so all I can tell you is that it has a very formulaic plot and some very absurd details. You Lucky Dog is about a man who, at a young age, finds out he can talk to dogs. Over time, he loses this ability, yet still continues to profit off of it, until an eccentric millionaire dies and leaves all of his fortune to his dog. This dog whisperer, I cannot remember his name. I just realized I didn't write his name at all during this list. Oh my god. The dog whisperer is now magically able to speak to this man's dog after over a decade of not being able to, and is tasked with interpreting what the dog wants to spend his fortune on, all while the deceased man's relatives attempt to get their cheated inheritance back. Also, there's a romance, I'm pretty sure. I went back to get clips for this segment of the video, and I realized I completely forgot that there was a love interest, so that happens as well. I guess I can see children finding this grown-ass man pretending to be a dog, and the extravagant dog-themed set pieces and props to be fun and engaging, but the absolutely boring and nauseating courtroom scene drama at the end is just absolutely infuriating. Also, I completely forgot to mention this up until this point right now, but I'm actually re-recording this entire video. I got a brand new microphone after I recorded like at least 5 movies in this list, and I realized, I should probably just redo the whole thing so it doesn't sound like crap. And a huge disadvantage of that is I recorded a whole bunch of this on camera with like a cool TV set design in the back, but it looked like crap, and I was really tired when I did it, so I sound pretty incoherent. So I guess it was better that I ended up just scrapping all of it, but I did want to include at least a few clips from that moment because I think I said some funny stuff and I don't want it to go completely to waste. He's supposed to talk to the dog and tell people how the dog wants to spend his money. Now, obviously a plot like this could be very contentious. If this movie was anything higher than a G rating, they would do some pretty malicious stuff with this plotline. Like, I can imagine this dude being like, "The dog said he wanted a sports car, I don't know what to tell you." I actually recommend you watch this movie for the pure fact that I was laughing the entire time of how bad it was. If you have a group of friends who like to get intoxicated and watch bad movies and laugh at them, maybe add this one to the list. Most of these films are only interesting when it comes to their history within the Disney Channel as a whole, and not for what they actually are, so if I spend more time ranting about its context rather than the film itself, then it's definitely because the movie itself is just very uninteresting. I kind of want to put You Lucky Dog above Under Wraps just because I had quite a fun time laughing at it, but I don't think I can in good conscience, so it's going under Wraps. This movie is like Knives Out, but worse, which somehow makes it better.
I don't know what's worse, being blown up in nuclear war or having a 7-Eleven on every corner.
I'm kind of upset the list doesn't start with this one, because this movie is just absolutely fantastic. Brink follows the fun and exciting world of aggressive inline skating through the eyes of Andy Brinker, mainly referred to as Brink. The movie does a great job of setting up his group of friends who only hate 2 things: skateboarders and people who skate for profit. They preach the way of soul skating, and through their pure passion are actually able to be better at skating than their sellout buddies who only do it for profit. Brink's life becomes a lot more complicated once he starts skating for profit to help his family pay the bills since his father has suffered a back injury. Along with holding another part-time job and still having to do schoolwork, his life slowly begins to fall apart. Like I said earlier, I really like the friend group in this film. Unlike a lot of the films we're going to talk about later on, this movie does an amazing job of setting up who the characters are and their personalities, even if they get a brief amount of screen time. This is also the first of the sports movies we have on this list, which there are plenty of sports movies, trust me. And I might be a little bit biased in liking this one more than like the basketball ones. There's a lot of basketball ones. Mainly because I've always found skating and skateboarding to be really cool, and I never was really interested in other sports, but I do genuinely think it has a lot more going for it than the other sports movies on this list. Some sport movies have too much going for them, but we'll talk about that when we get there. There's plenty of good themes to chew on here, like the constant struggle of turning your passion into a job, or the horrible crushing weight of capitalism and how it affects young people and families who are just trying to stay afloat. Standard themes you might see on the Disney Channel. And Brink as a main character is charismatic and deeply empathetic, which gives him the power to triumph over adversity and lead his team into victory. This is the first movie where I can truly see the DCOM formula in full effect, and the movie just happens to be absolutely amazing in the process. I beg of you, please check this movie out if you haven't seen it yet. It just oozes youthful joy and has such a great message for youth and grown-ups alike.
Gain for your holy apostles the power to tramp underfoot serpents and scorpions. Grant me, your unworthy servant, pardon for all my sins, and the power.
Is there anything I can say about Halloween Town that hasn't been said already? This movie has definitely outlived DCOM's status as being one of the most recognizable Halloween movie franchises ever. Halloween Town is the story of Marnie Cromwell, a 13-year-old girl who loves all things spooky, yet is unable to celebrate Halloween because of her strict mother. This is all until her grandmother comes to visit and she finds out she's a wizard from the fantastical realm of Halloween Town. which needs to be saved from the twist villain, Mayor Calabar. I'm sorry if I spoiled the fact that the mayor is the villain for you. You should really check out the movie. The atmosphere of this film is absolutely phenomenal, somehow being able to capture the essence of Halloween from the eyes of a child, from both the prosthetics and the set design. I absolutely love the special effects makeup in this movie. I swear I prefer clunky Spirit Halloween costumes over CGI all the time. They have such a charm to them that I feel like a lot of CGI just doesn't. But, you know, I think I'm biased in that sense. Speaking of, something I need to clarify going forward is that most of the footage that I'm getting for these movies is going to be from Disney+. And because of that, there are a whole lot of these old movies that for some reason have been re-rendered in 16:9. Just know that any movie that came out before the Princess Protection Program in 2008 were all originally made in 4:3 full screen and not 16:9 widescreen. So any of these movies, if you see it in widescreen, just know that I could not find the original aspect ratio version of the movie, and that's why you're seeing it that way. Again, I apologize, I really didn't want that to be the case, but that's just what ended up happening, so I'm sorry. Let's continue. I feel like a lot of these early DCOMs have really intentional scripts, and I feel like they almost were written for theatrical release, but for whatever reason couldn't get made, so they ended up being scooped up by Disney Channel. Because this film really does seem like it should have had a theatrical release. It reminds me a lot of Hocus Pocus. Maybe they learned from their mistakes of Hocus Pocus and then made it a DCOM because of that. Because Hocus Pocus was not well remembered at all. It was a financial box office bomb. But then once all the millennials became grown-ups and they saw reruns of it on TV, they became obsessed with it. And now it's like this huge cultural thing. And I feel like Halloween Town is like on the same level, but because it was a DCOM, it didn't get to have that attachment of failure to it. It was like a huge success because it was a TV movie. I guess that's another example of Disney marketing at its finest. Either way, I recommend this movie to anybody young or old. Even though it came out in the 90s, it's not extremely dated or anything. This could have came out in any decade and it still would have hit so hard. I don't know if I'm going to put it above Brink though, because I was so dazzled when I saw that movie for the first time, but it's a very close second. So this movie's gonna go right below it. This was great. 2 amazing movies back to back. I can't wait to see what we have next. In between these 2 movies coming out, the movie Punks was released on January 12th. It is listed as a DCOM on the D23 website, but as far as I'm aware, it was not made for the Disney Channel, so I won't be reviewing it in this video. Just thought I would mention it because it seems that some people do remember this movie. It has Jessica Alba in it, along with some other famous actors. So while it has aired on Disney Channel, it was not created by Disney Channel, so I won't be counting it as a DCOM.
I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate.
What's that make us?
Absolutely nothing, which is what you are about to become.
I hate this movie. Sorry, I don't think I can beat around the bush with this one. We're going from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, in my opinion. Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century, is about Xenon, a girl who lives on a space station in the year 2052. Do you think this will be us in 30 years, guys? Do you think we'll get there? No offense to Xenon, but I actually ended up really disliking her in this movie. She's the main reason why I can't stand this thing. She gets herself into so much trouble that her parents end up sending her to live on Earth with her aunt, which is kind of like, we're sending you to boarding school to live with your grandma kind of storyline, but with the quirk of it being futuristic and space-themed. This movie has the same production quality as most made-for-TV sci-fi projects do, so I will say that the costume design, sets, and brief moments of CGI are at least comfortably dated instead of just outright looking like crap. Like, I think they have a nice charm to them. I do enjoy a lot of that aspect of the movie. And honestly, the costumes for the Earth people are so dated that it's come back around to being trendy and modern looking again, so that's very funny. I mean, look at the main love interest. He literally looks like Chase Hudson. That's so hilarious to me. Another common thing for DCOMs going forward is going to be movies being adaptations of books, which this movie is. Again, I just have to assume someone wanted to make a movie adaptation of this book, and the only people who would pick it up were Disney Channel, because again, they were desperate for original content at this time. Again, Xenon is the main thing that ruins this movie for me. She's just very selfish and rude to everyone around her, yet for some reason she barely gets reprimanded for her actions. It kind of feels like she just makes a 180 and all of a sudden she's nice to people at the end so the movie can have a satisfying conclusion. Again, they do soften the edges of her character over time, so her smarts are able to help in aiding solve the main problem of the movie, which is that there are some evil government people who are trying to shut down the space station, I think, which is also the plot of the second movie, but, you know, we'll talk about that when we get there. But yeah, I just did not like Xenon so much, and maybe I was just in a bad mood when I watched this movie because I was absolutely screaming at my TV at 2 in the morning. So, again, that's my personal bias. Also, Raven-Symoné is in this movie as a side character, so that's really cool, but she got recasted in the next movie, so that's not cool. I'm sorry, but this movie's gonna go at the bottom of the list, and I think it's gonna stay there for the rest of the ranking. I'm really sorry. I just can't help it. I just don't like this movie. I don't know why. This movie makes me want to tear a tree down from its roots. I hate it so much. Please don't make me watch it again.
You consumed adequate supplements. Any viruses should be neutralized. All toxins eliminated. The candidate is suitable for digestion.
Can I be honest here? Is this a safe space? I'll admit that I did not watch Can of Worms in the most ideal of settings. Around the summertime, when I decided to start this project, I sat down at 9 p.m. and watched a total of 8 DCOMs in a row, meaning that I started with You Lucky Dog and ended with Johnny Tsunami. Around Xenon and Can of Worms is when I started losing it just a little bit. I did somehow end up throwing up during this movie, and a little bit of Xenon as well, which might have contributed to my sour impression of those movies. And I want to make it clear that I did not throw up because this movie is gross. I mean, yeah, it is gross. It's probably one of the grossest movies I've ever seen, but that's not why I threw up. I was so exhausted at the time that I got to this movie, and, you know, it's the summertime, so I'd just been eating cold ravioli out of the can for 3 days straight at this point. So that's truly my own fault. And I'm going to try my best to be as partial to this movie as possible. I have not attempted to repeat what I did on that fateful night. I now only watch up to 3 DCOMs in one sitting, and I make sure to drink plenty of water, eat my fruits and vegetables. So, beyond all of that, what did I think of Can of Worms? Well, it's gross. I actually remembered close to nothing about this movie, other than the extremely disgusting and very cool looking alien creatures they used for this film. It had the exact same effect on me as Halloween Town, where I automatically wanted to be endeared to the movie because of the time and care put into the puppetry, but the story itself has little to be desired, so I can't give it the same praise as that movie. This is another movie based on a book, and it follows Mike Pillsbury, a guy who gets so down on his luck one day that he decides to contact aliens and say that he's being held captive on Earth and that he is an alien himself. This causes a bunch of aliens to come down to Earth with various silly offers for Mike. This is until an alien that enjoys capturing rare specimen comes in and captures Mike's little brother. Now he and his schoolmates must team up to save his little brother and take down the Thode, which is the name of the bounty hunter, by the way, or I think that's the name of his species. He's a Thode. He's like a toad creature. It's quite cool looking, actually. I thought this movie was absolutely dreadful when I first watched it, considering it caused me to spew red, white, and blue when I watched it, but I think the campy nature of it causes me to ease up on the harshness a little bit. This movie wastes a lot of your time before the actual plot starts, and it thinks that slimy puppets and floppy disk antics will be enough to sustain your attention, but it really isn't. It just doesn't quite hit the mark for me personally. This movie is gonna go low on the list, probably right next to Xenon, but not all the way at the bottom like I had it before. Check it out if you enjoy nasty little creatures oozing on food to consume it and skittering around your screen.
Okay, fine. Not a mermaid, my bad! Whoa.
The 13th Year was one of my favorite movies growing up. I would literally get so excited whenever they would air this movie. I remembered loving it so much. And I will say it did not disappoint on rewatch. The 13th Year follows adopted teen Cody Griffin, whose birth mother is a mermaid who gave him up as a baby to avoid from him being captured. Once he turns 13, he starts to turn into a mermaid, which affects his personal life and competitive swimming career. I like that this is a male mermaid movie. I feel like we don't see those often. It was a really nice touch in my opinion, and also I think the allegories they were going for with this movie kind of fit more from a male perspective. I like that the movie ends with him reuniting with his biological mother and transforming into a full mermaid and going off into the sea. promising to be back once school starts. I feel like that was a nice touch in my opinion. They very easily could have had him only wave to her in the distance as she swims off, making the decision that being human is more important than learning how his life as a mermaid could be. I get why most movies do that kind of ending, because the audience themselves can't turn into a mermaid, and the ending kind of implies that being a mermaid is way cooler than being a human, which it is. But it shows that the main point of the movie is that Cody is entering a new phase of his life, and he needs to do some self-discovery. So I think that was a very poignant way to end the movie. Most of the turning into fish moments were quite delightful. This is very clearly supposed to be an allegory for puberty and how your body changes a lot when you become an awkward tween and such. I didn't care for the competitive swimming parts as much. I'm just more here for fish antics. But overall, I think this is a good movie to watch if you love mermaids or you're one of those people that wanted to live in a town near an ocean dock or something as a kid. I mean, that sounds quite lovely, but I'm assuming it just smells a lot like fish. The 13th Year is going right under Halloween Town in the ranking.
I think it's time to thank your father for bringing home minimum wage. Thanks, Dad.
Smart House is one of those movies that so many people talk about, yet I still don't see it as being overrated in any way. Smart House follows 13-year-old Ben Cooper, a kid who enters a contest to win a smart house. And then he does. The movie puts an emphasis on Ben and his family being fractured after the death of his mother, and they show how he has started to grow up too fast to take care of his little sister and father. In that sense, you can kind of see why he would want to live in the smart house, other than the fact that entering contests on the internet is cool. I wouldn't be surprised if Smart House was actually propaganda on Disney Channel's part to make us all thought that those sweepstakes that they were doing 10 million times throughout the year were super cool. But besides that, Ben might be feeling overworked after literally becoming a parent to his own father and sister, and he's clearly afraid of his father dating other people since he reprograms the house to be more of a motherly figure in their life. I feel like this is a classic case of the child doesn't understand that their parent has their own inner world and feelings yet, since Ben thinks his father is looking to replace the hole left in their family brought about by the death of their mother, when in reality, him dating Sarah, the lady who created the smart house in the first place, is not there to be the new mom or anything. Like, she's literally just dating a man. It's clear that Ben thinks this way because he never properly moved on past the death, and Ben went on to fully replace the mother in the family dynamic instead of finding a new way to live past this tragedy. Oh, and there's some cool 90s tech from this house as well. This is an example of one of those movies where I do think the main appeal is look at all this awesome, cool sci-fi tech from the 90s, but I do think that there is a genuine heart to the movie at the end of the day that I think works really well as a nice message for children. Yes, it's very hand-fisted and very obvious and a little bit too after-school special feeling, but since this is a kids movie, I'm not going to judge it on that part. If it teaches kids a little bit about grief, then that's all fine in my books. I love Katie Sagal in this role quite a lot. She does a good job of voice acting early on and then actually becoming the smart house mother at the end. She's one of my favorite actors of all time. I swear she's the best. Overall, I actually really enjoyed this movie, and I wasn't expecting to because it was kind of one that I avoided on rewatch as a kid. I don't know why, I just was never really that interested in the idea of it, but I really recommend Smart House to anybody, really. If you're feeling nostalgic for the movie, give it a watch. I think you'll be surprised. I feel like this is a great movie for kids to watch. You know, maybe put this on the TV instead of 10 hours of Cocomelon, you know? It might be entertaining for them. Who knows? Whenever I watch this movie, I crave tuna noodle casserole, and I see that as a good thing. So it's going right under the 13th year in the ranking.
We got new clothes from the donation bin. I'm a surfer.
Look, Daddy, Todd is stupid, and I'm with him.
We got another classic here, guys. I remember also loving this movie growing up. The 13th Year and Johnny Tsunami together almost felt like a double feature, so now seeing that they aired within the same year and very close to each other is very vindicating for me. Although, unlike the 13th Year, I remembered little to nothing about the plot of this film when going back for a rewatch. Johnny Tsunami follows 13-year-old Johnny Kampala, a talented surfer whose family moves from Hawaii to Vermont, taking him away from his beloved surfing champion grandfather and his one true passion. Yeah, I should clarify, Johnny Tsunami is actually the name of his grandfather. The Johnny who's the main character in the movie is not called that. He got that name because he saved a bunch of people from a tsunami. So just a little bit of an interesting quirk for you to understand there. Now in Vermont, Johnny must now learn how to adapt to his new life and find a new passion, which in this case happens to be snowboarding. I completely forgot that Jack Jackson is in this movie as Johnny's friend Sam, along with Xenon 2 as the love interest. I'll be honest, it was surprising seeing her in a contemporary role not saying Zetus Lupidus for once. Johnny has his general complications with trying to adjust to living in Vermont where it's cold, snowy, and the bullies are a skiing gang called the Skies. Even after watching this movie again, a lot of the general plot just slips from my mind, and I don't want to rely entirely on the Wikipedia summary of this movie for my review, so just let me clarify that even though the general conceit of the movie is fun, the actual plot is not really what sells this movie for me. I vaguely remember things like Johnny clashing with his father and missing his grandpa, who his dad thinks is a washed-up surfing loser who is a bad influence on his son, which causes Johnny to run away back to Hawaii with his new friend, whose dad is making him move to Iceland. Eventually, the dad learns to stop being a snooty dickhead after pushing his son so much that he literally flies back to Hawaii. I think he, hijacks a military plane. It's wild. And I think Johnny is supposed to learn to love his new home, but the conflict with the bullies must be resolved once he gets back to Vermont, and then the movie just kind of ends. So I guess that's supposed to mean he's adjusting well? I do think this is a good movie. I also think it just loses the plot a little bit when it comes to what it's actually doing within the film, if that makes sense. The script tries to split the difference between a more personal drama and a sports movie, and I think the movie would be better if it just picked one or did a better job at juggling both. Either way, I recommend this movie if you're in the mood for some decom cheese, but it doesn't necessarily surpass its limitations in a way that would make me happy. It's still high in the ranking though, don't you worry.
Douglas Doogie Howser is a whiz kid who breezed through high school in just 9 weeks. At age 10, he graduated from Princeton and then passed his medical board at 14.
I actually didn't mind Genius all that much. I just think there are some fundamental issues with it. Emmy Rossum from Shameless and Phantom of the Opera is in this movie as the love interest as well, which is pretty cool. Anyways, Genius is about a 13-year-old kid named Charlie, who is so smart that he is now a college professor, but finds himself feeling lonely with no friends and a lack of social skills. So he enrolls himself in middle school again, this time putting up the persona of an edgy class clown type, and quickly gets wrapped up in the lies of having to live 2 different lives. It's almost like he's trying to have the best of both worlds. For some reason, a lot of these movies feel the need to have silly scientists experimenting on stuff in the B-plot, when in reality this movie would be a whole lot better if it just focused on the character dynamics it sets up. I would have liked to see the college elements be expanded on more, and I think the hockey player body controlling part could have easily be cut without ruining the movie or anything. If you haven't seen this movie, that sentence is probably, really wild. This is one of those liar reveal plot lines as well, so again, I feel like the character elements are what should be focused on the most. But I can see where the creators were coming from. They probably thought kids wouldn't be interested in college stuff because they were too young to understand, and most likely thought children would get bored if there wasn't some cool action moment like the ice rink exploding when everything goes to shit. Having Charlie spend all his time at the college working with wacko scientists is just beyond me. It would have been really funny if Charlie learned to be a better college professor by attending middle school again, and learned how to bond with his students by observing what his peers do for the first time in his life, since he just Sheldon Coopered his way through life and never stopped to make friends. I think that's what the movie was supposed to be about, but then the writers just got confused and started rewriting HE double hockey sticks on accident. More scenes of him attempting to be an edgy bad kid in middle school would have been funny to see as well. Maybe show him leaning a bit too much into it and letting the two quote-unquote personalities of his collide accidentally, and having that be a good thing. People start to appreciate him more because he's a well-rounded individual instead of just 2 polar opposite stereotypes. Charlie's middle school friends can be impressed that he's actually really smart, and his college students will think he's cool for not having a stick up his ass literally the entire time. Like I said, this movie is okay, and it has some good ideas, but I'm not sure how well it all works together. A lot of these movies seem to start with good premises, but just get really confusing and unnecessarily convoluted as the story goes on. Keeping things simple might be the best for these movies where the premise is really distinct and strong. It's going in the middle of the ranking.
Hello, Oogie.
Jack, but they said you were dead.
Welcome to one of the most controversial decoms ever made. Don't Look Under the Bed is considered one of the scariest Halloween movies Disney has ever made for kids, and for good reason, because this thing pushed a lot of boundaries for the time, believe it or not. I feel like we need more children's horror like this, where it's absolutely pants-shittingly terrifying for kids, but not too much traumatizing or anything. I feel like kids need to experience some spooky stuff in a safe environment. There's a lot of charm to this movie, and I actually think the 4:3 aspect ratio adds to the experience rather than feeling like the movie is being constrained to it. The entire film feels very claustrophobic and uncomfortable, which is exactly what they were going for in certain moments, so it's great. I try my best not to mention my 4:3 hyper-fixation when talking about these earlier movies, but I think this one, it actually matters, so that's why I decided to bring it up. Don't Look Under the Bed is about an odd set of circumstances happening around the sleepy town of Middlesbrough, all of which are being framed as the fault of Frances, a young girl who is starting high school early. I'm going to assume she's 13 years old then, because she's skipped a year apparently. An imaginary friend named Larry tells her that the boogeyman is what's framing her, so now they must figure out what's going on and how to stop it. This movie has a pretty good message of not growing up too fast, and it does it in a unique way that I wished other DCOMs would. We learn that Larry is Frances's younger brother Darwin's imaginary friend, and that the current boogeyman after them was created when Frances stopped believing in her imaginary friend at too young of an age. Does that all make sense? Darwin had cancer a few years back, and the trauma that both of them faced from this experience caused Frances to grow up too fast, and is trying to get Darwin to do the same. Through the magic of childhood whimsy, they are able to restore the boogeyman into a good imaginary friend again, and the kids learn to grow up at a normal pace and keep that childhood wonder alive within them. This movie is controversial because of the honestly scary-looking SFX makeup for the boogeyman, and for featuring an interracial kiss between Frances and Larry. Both things look tame in the modern day, so I guess that just proves how much society has changed over the past 25 years. But still, it was a very important thing to note when this movie came out. I also specifically remember Disney Channel only airing this movie late at night, and hyping it up as like one of the scariest movies that ever air on the network. So, it has a lot of mystique around it, I guess. Overall, Don't Look Under the Bed is a great children's horror movie, with some very cool visuals to boot. I'd recommend this for anyone who doesn't really like real horror, but wants something fun and spooky to enjoy over the Halloween season. It's pretty up my alley, honestly.
Mannequins these days. So weird.
And the most boring movie award goes to... In all honesty, Horse Sense is the type of movie I could see my grandma enjoying. This seems like something she'd stumble upon while she's channel surfing on her cable television and maybe watch 30 minutes of before she goes to make dinner and do her laundry. This is definitely a stop watching to do the laundry movie if I've ever seen one. Horse Sense follows the characters of Michael and his cousin Tommy, who live very different lives. 20-year-old Michael lives in LA and mooches off of his rich parents while being engrossed in socialite life, while 11-year-old Tommy works as a ranch hand for his mom in Montana. Tommy goes to visit Michael in LA and is treated like absolute shit for the entire trip by his cousin, and it's Michael's now proven incompetence that causes him to be sent to Montana to help out on his aunt's farm as punishment. Tommy willfully messes with Michael's tasks and make his time on the farm as hard and difficult as possible. This is supposed to be one of those the rich and spoiled get humbled movies, and I mean, for that part I can enjoy it. Again, I'd put this on during Christmas time with my grandma in between watches of A Christmas Chalet and Yuletide the Knot, both very real and very good movies, by the way, because it's innocent enough to not provide any real social commentary and just be an upper movie about horses. Horse Sense stars two of the three Lawrence brothers, who, for those who don't know, were a famous trio of brothers who were in a lot of projects in the 1990s and 2000s, with DCOMs being a big part of their career as well. I didn't know about the Lawrence brothers until starting this watch, and they're in so many DCOMs throughout the 3 block era, so be ready for more of them. Horse Sense ends with Michael finding out the ranch is going into foreclosure, because of course it is, and they're able to negotiate their way into getting a land trust and staying on the farm forever. If you like horses, then the horse stuff is cool, but if you're lukewarm on horses or even scared of them, then I wouldn't recommend this movie, sorry. I originally had this very, very low on the ranking, but I think it's going to end up more on the bottom upper section, if that makes sense, because, I mean, it's not harmful in any way, it just bores me to tears.
Shit! Language!
We have finally reached the dreaded year 2000. The world was supposed to end, and although it didn't, in retrospect I kinda wish it did so I wouldn't have to watch the next 12 movies we have coming up. Up and Away is about a family of superheroes. Our main character, Scott Marshall, is turning 14 and is hoping he'll get his superpowers soon. His older brother and younger sister already have theirs, so he's afraid of being left out. Also, their main weakness is aluminum foil, by the way. There's a duo of environmentalist villains called the Earth Protectors named Nina and Marshall. Nina actually wants to spread education regarding environmentalism, but Marshall is using the CDs they passed out at Scott's school to try and brainwash people into doing crimes for him. Scott pretends he's gotten his powers at his birthday party to please his parents, but it goes too far once they ask him to go on his first superhero mission to save Nina, who Marshall is using as bait to catch the Marshall family of superheroes. This plan does work, and the Marshall family is trapped in a giant aluminum foil cage, like a baked potato or something, and Scott is able to save the day specifically because he has no powers. Since he has no powers, that also means he has no weaknesses, and his humanity is what allows him to organize the family into stopping the bad guy before he brainwashes them all to do evil. Let me just say it right now, I know, I realize it, this movie is just Encanto, but live action. Throughout the entire thing, I was expecting Scott to eventually get his powers in sky-high fashion, which is not a decom by the way, just a regular old Disney movie that was not made for the channel, but was probably more successful on there anyways. But he doesn't, proving that his real power is being able to mediate his family's powers through communication. So again, Encanto. I watched this movie before Encanto even came out, so that shows you how long I've been working on this project. Overall, this is a cute superhero movie with some really fun costuming, and the budget being low does kind of shine through when it comes to the special effects. But I'd recommend this movie for kids if you can't think of anything to show them, because it's honestly very silly and a very fun movie. Also, if kids will watch 12 Hours of Cocomelon, I think they can endure some bad CGI every once in a while in a movie. It's not one I'm personally going to go back to that often, but it really isn't the worst thing ever. It's going right next to Under Wraps in the ranking, so somewhere in the middle.
Who do you think shot JFK?
I don't know, because they don't want me to know.
Check it out, man. I'm a chip off the old block.
The Color of Friendship is a very good movie with an important message, which, not to sound like a dig, is pretty unusual for the Disney Channel. This movie takes place in 1977 and follows two girls who participate in the foreign exchange program. Piper, the American, has a father who is an outwardly vocal congressman about the apartheid going on in South Africa, and she asks to host an African exchange student. They get Marie, whose father is a South African policeman. The two are shocked when they see each other and are forced to question their own biases when it comes to not looking how each other expected them to look. The movie actually does tackle a lot of interesting topics regarding the preconceptions people have about different countries, like that all Americans are white and that all Africans are black. The setup of having a black American host a white African is just the kind of plot a decom would do, but setting the story during apartheid and giving the story a pointed political message is what makes this film different from all the others. The emotions of the characters is how the story goes about telling its tale, and for a decom, with its limited scope and goals, is able to achieve what I think they were attempting to achieve okay enough. I honestly don't have much to say about this film, other than I think it would work perfectly fine in an elementary school history lesson or something like that. I think it's a good movie to show kids for that exact reason, because I have a feeling a lot of American children, who I'm assuming was the target audience for this movie, learned close to nothing about apartheid, so this can introduce the topic to them in a perfectly fine and surface-level way. Disney Channel rarely handles such quote-unquote mature subject matter as this, but when they do it in the most textbook clinical way possible, refusing to add any commentary that might stray away from the very rigid and monetizable norm. So because of that, I think for adults, a film with more challenging material on the subject might be more interesting to watch. I don't know how to rank The Color of Friendship. It's a perfectly fine film, but not one I personally go to watch that often because of the reasons I mentioned already. It's a good movie, and that's about it.
Hey guys!
That doesn't count! Do-over! Do-over!
There are no do-overs in Wii Bowling.
I was absolutely enjoying Alley Cat Strike, up to a certain point. This movie had me mostly sold in the beginning, but by the second act it really started to falter in my opinion. I love ensemble casts where every character has their own little quirk, and when the main group of geeky bowling kids with a love for 1950s music and a superiority complex showed up on my screen, I almost couldn't help myself. I told myself that this was going to be one of the best movies of the entire watch, and I was going to devote this entire section to giving this movie praise and calling it a cinematic masterpiece. And then I kept watching. Alley Cat Strike follows the main character, Alex, and his friends Delia, Eliza, and Ken. They all love the superficial, outer aesthetics of the 1950s, and I would hope not the political landscape and reality of the 1950s, and they are all on the West Appleton bowling team at their school. Alex's father runs the local bowling alley in town that is in financial ruin because none of the teens are going out to bowl anymore. I love that this movie associates the 1950s with bowling, like the two are one and the same or something, which is why the bowling alley isn't doing well, because it's not the 1950s anymore. The cities of East and West Appleton pick a sport and have their teams battle it out for an ugly-looking trophy because the mayors hate each other or something. So everyone picks a side based on what school they went to. Our main characters think the battle is stupid. That is until bowling is picked as the next sport the two schools must battle against. Popular basketball player Todd decides to join the bowling team to bring the school another victory, and his cool guy persona and willingness to be nice to these assholes does not go as smoothly as he'd hoped. This quickly becomes a main character starts hanging out with the popular crowd and his friends get mad that they've changed in the first act plot, which is just so damn annoying to see. I was actually really excited to see where this movie was going to go, and it all got derailed real fast. After that, the movie is just hard to root for, and it lowers from one of the best DCOMs ever to just like the rest of them. Sure, Todd is a bit arrogant and overconfident at times, but he gets people to actually go to Alex's father's shitty bowling alley and teaches Alex how to talk to the girl he likes, and also about like friendship and stuff. Only at the end are the rest of the gang even slightly nice to him, which is such a shame. The big game happens because this is a sports movie after all, and Delia wins the big game for them all. The reason why the competition was so important is because the winner got to name the new school that was being built, and the elite bowling people go for a central name that doesn't favor either side, because I guess that's what this movie was about all along. I wish this movie would focus more on the friend dynamic they set up. Since this movie is so plot heavy, and they focused on the dynamic between Alex and Todd so much, the rest of the bowling team really don't feel like they have any purpose at all. It could just be one person that Alex betrays and who clashes with Todd. That would make the whole pacing a lot better, and there wouldn't be all this wasted time on establishing characters that do nothing. Either way, I did feel joy when watching the first 10 minutes of this movie, so that has to count for something, right? This movie is going to end up somewhere near the middle of the ranking, but it's in the top 10 in my heart.
Oh, look, 1 foot. Oh, look, no feet.
Girls bored me beyond belief. Why did Disney Channel make so many sports movies back then? I don't want to offend anyone who remembers liking this movie, but go back and try and watch this movie without feeling like you just taken a fucking Finnegan. Rip Girls follows 13-year-old Sydney Miller, a girl who was born in Hawaii and moved to Chicago when she was really young after her mother's death. One day she inherits a large plot of farming land from a family member, and she must travel back to her home state with her dad and stepmom to arrange a settlement for the land. While she's there, she meets with the local tweens who love to surf, and she learns to connect back with her roots. Of course, her dad doesn't allow her to surf because that's how her mom died, so a lot of the runtime is devoted to her hiding her new hobby from him as he arranges the land to be turned into a big resort that'll ruin the local economy. Through the power of friendship and dead parent vibes, she's able to avoid signing the land away to a bunch of gentrifiers and save the town, kind of. At least there's a real internal conflict with this character having to make such a big decision like that that'll affect many people at such a young age. I can understand how a movie like this would be interesting to some people when it comes to the surfing stuff as well. This movie has such a sleepy vibe to it, and I'm not just saying that because I made the Finnegan joke earlier. The pacing in the beginning is so slow, and a lot of the shots have this very dreamy and atmospheric air to them, which isn't really the vibe I think about when I think about a 2000s surfer movie, but whatever. Having a girl-led surfer movie to contrast with Johnny Tsunami was interesting as well. However, since this movie came out not even a year after Johnny Tsunami did, it feels too soon to be having another surfing movie that takes place in Hawaii. Well, most of Johnny Tsunami does take place in Vermont, but Hawaii and surfing haunts that movie like a totally radical ghost. It's just that the family dynamics are much more set up and devoted in that movie than they are in this one. Has Riff Girls ever made anyone cry? Crying from boredom doesn't count, by the way. I'm sorry, but I was just really bored by Rip Girls, but I can see young people who are really into the ocean finding this thing a fun watch. I'm neither of those things, by the way, a young person or a really into the ocean person, so this movie just isn't for me, really. Maybe I'm not giving this movie enough credit, or maybe it just really does suck eggs. It's going near the bottom of the list in the ranking, mainly because I really did not have a fun time watching it, although any movie I watched after Alley Cat's strike was going to fail in comparison, so don't take my review all that seriously.
Oh my god, Stevie, no!
So many sports movies. When will they leave me alone? This one is at least a little bit more different. It follows a much more unique sport, and it stars Frankie Muniz. Miracle in Lane 2 follows Frankie Muniz as the character of Justin Yoder, a 12-year-old diagnosed with spina bifida and is wheelchair-bound. He becomes interested in the sport of soapbox racing after trying out many other hobbies and not being accommodated for his disability. My man can't even join the chess team. These guys are such major dickheads. This is actually based on the real-life person of Justin Yoder, who changed soapbox racing history by inventing a handbrake instead of a traditional foot brake, which was later added to be allowed for kids with disabilities to use in following competitions. There's a side story of Justin's brother who feels left out by his family, who are constantly spending time with Justin to help him with his soapbox career. The two do talk it out and make up by the end of the film, but I really don't know how people with disabilities feel about storylines like these in movies, so I won't share my piece since I really don't know how to feel about it. Those with information on this topic, please leave comments below letting me know your opinions on the storyline, along with the whole movie if you've seen it. There's also a lot of religious elements in this movie, which is very interesting as well. Justin talking to God at different points in the movie felt kind of weird to me, since I guess casual Christian elements in movies were less controversial back then, since I remember Disney Channel doing it quite often in some of their projects. There's really no need to add a religious element to this movie, although if they were working with Justin Yoder and he encouraged them to add this sort of element to develop his character within the movie more, then I understand where it was coming from. I will say though, it would have been nice to see a kid who actually uses a wheelchair playing the character of Justin. I'm not sure if they thought no one would care or noticed, or if Frankie Muniz already had brand name recognition by this point, so hiring him in the lead role was a chance of attracting a larger audience. Either way, celebrity casting doesn't really seem to be needed for this kind of movie, and there were probably many child actors who use wheelchairs who could have been perfectly fine for this movie. With stories like this, the Disney Channel tries their best to stay respectful in its portrayal and be an overall upper and informative movie about children with disabilities. So I do think this is a fine movie, just not one I see myself going back to anytime soon. I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Again, throw it on the projector for an elementary school class if you're a teacher who's too hungover to teach that day. Again, going in the middle of the ranking.
Who are you? I'm the stepsister you've always wanted.
Really? Because you look like the ugly stepsister from Snow White.
That's Cinderella, you freak. Now could you turn down the music?
What a wacky film we have in our hands today. I watched Stepsister from Planet Weird at 5 in the morning while doing my laundry because I fell asleep the night before at 8 p.m. watching Miracle in Lane 2. So many of these Zoog movies just put me to sleep, even if they have intriguing premises like this one. I honestly forgot everything about this movie and had to go back to refresh my memory just so I could recap it. Stepsister from Planet Weird follows Megan, a girl whose mother is getting married to an interesting new guy, and she just can't stand her new stepsister. What Megan and her mother don't know is that her fiancé-to-be Cosmo and his daughter Ariel are actually aliens from the planet Zircalon. It's always some stupid name like Zircalon, isn't it? And that their true forms are that of a gaseous bubble that floats around freely in the atmosphere. Ariel fits in well at school because the students like her otherworldly, not trying too hard energy, much to the chagrin of Megan, who tries very hard to be popular all the time. Of course, Cosmo and his ruse is revealed right in time for their wedding, and we learn that the two are actually escaping war from their original planet. Oh, and the two main girls swap boyfriends or something, because of course they do. The atmosphere of this thing is definitely strange, I will say that. I think one of the reasons why my memory was wiped of this movie is because the plot is very generic, but it's the CGI and performances that are really notable. I did remember a lot of elements from this movie, but not a lot of what actually happened. Like Cosmo and Ariel constantly drinking soda and being terrified of wind is something that I immediately thought of, but I could not tell you what they did in the movie. So I think that's a testament to them needing a better script, but having a good central idea at least. I luckily have the benefit of hindsight on my hands with this one, so I can tell you all that Disney Channel will repeat this subplot of outsider becomes popular because they were just being themselves. Which feels self-serving to the point of farce. I know it's supposed to be a subversion of the idea of popularity and how it works in tween movies past, but it just makes me roll my eyes as a grown-up now. This is supposed to be the age of family-friendly movies that kids and their parents can enjoy, but I really don't see what the target demographic is. It's the same with You Lucky Dog. I'm like, it seems too slow for young kids, but it seems too generic and mindless for grown-ups, so I don't really see its point in the modern day, if I'm being honest. I know it's slightly well remembered in this kind of Zoog era of DCOMs, probably because there's a lot of memorable elements, but it's not a memorable movie. And to that, I'm sorry if you like this movie.
Hey, is there a doctor in the house? Right up here, above your head. Hey, Doc, look, they're gonna kick me off the force. I'm as blind as a bat. What do you say? Can you help me?
Yeah, okay, just give me a minute, all right?
All right.
Quiet.
Sorry.
Genuinely yawning my way through this review of Ready to Run. I hope no one minds. I watched the sunrise on a hot summer morning while watching this movie, and I was genuinely envious that I had decided to watch this movie instead of sitting outside in the tranquil 6 a.m. silence for an hour or so. Ready to Run follows 14-year-old Corey Ortiz, who dreams of becoming a jockey one day. Her mom forbids her from becoming a jockey, however, because her father died in a horse-related accident. No, I'm not kidding. The amount of cliches in this movie is honestly astronomical, and if that wasn't bad enough, she can also talk to the horses. So the thing is, I really don't get how a movie that has a horse girl who can talk to horses can be so fucking boring. This is something Disney Channel is going to recreate in the future, just letting you know, and it's going to be just as annoying as it was the first time around. To give this movie some credit, I do like the cultural aspect of this film, making it just slightly above milquetoast. I don't talk about it on my channel that often, but I am Hispanic, so I really felt a sense of comfort when watching the party scene or even just looking at the house that Corey lives in. I really think that silent representation like this was important to me as a kid at the time, because I would sometimes feel alienated by the TV when I watched mostly people who were cliche stereotypes that looked like me on screen. However, having my queen in this movie does not give it a pass for being boring as hell, because that's primarily what it is. The horse has an annoying personality, and I didn't care about any of the stakes. Again, this is just because I'm not that into horses, and I never have been. I've been on a horse exactly one time in my life, and it was when I was around 5 years old. And it was kind of fun, but those big old lugs have never left a lasting impact on me. If you like horses, then I bet this will be a fun watch for you, but it's going low in my ranking. Sorry.
But I don't like pistachio!
Then why did you ask for it?
I think I need some ibuprofen after watching Quince. Quince follows Kimberly J. Brown in a non-Halloween Town-themed DCOM where she plays Jamie, an 8th grader whose mom gets pregnant with quintuplets. Their family was already struggling financially and must now attempt to raise 6 kids instead of just 1, and Jamie must grapple with the issues that come with having much younger siblings while you're attempting to figure out who you are as a person. We find out that she's really into art and painting, yet her parents want her to attend prestigious science-based school later on, giving her this pressure to be somebody she really isn't. How the parents are able to afford paying for their new expenses is by getting into the world of show business and advertising, putting their 5 newborns in ads for diapers and other baby products of the such. The initial conceit of the story is that Jamie feels her parents put too much pressure on her and focus on every little thing she does. So when the new babies come along, she's relieved to finally have a focus off of her and be able to quote-unquote do whatever she wants. In reality, it wasn't that her parents focused on her way too much, it was that they were focusing primarily on the negative things in her life, like her low science grades or her focus on art-related elements rather than math. It's only until later on they're able to realize that they were pressuring her into being someone she was not, and that she needs to embrace her true self, blah blah blah, other boring life lessons and stuff. I do think a movie like this can be acceptable for families to watch together, and it can be helpful for starting conversations about how parents and children interact with each other. Like if a kid feels their parents are doing this to them, maybe it could be a great way to communicate that, instead of just actually directly saying it, because that's hard for children a lot of the time. This is one where I could actually see the target audience appreciate what they were trying to do. But that doesn't mean I actually like the movie. Even though I could at least recall certain moments of this thing, I really left the movie with this pain in my left temple that came from all the scenes where there were just 5 screaming babies that needed to be taken care of. I think so many of these movies feel the need to pad out the runtime with antics because the actual plot wouldn't fill up an entire 90-minute film. So we just have to take a break and pause the movie for it feels like an hour just to get screaming babies. Overall, I like Kimberly J. Brown as this plucky kid who just wants to follow her dreams. I think she plays this role as Disney ingenue pretty well. But I don't see myself ever wanting to go back to this film, and I'm going to forget about it as soon as I stop talking about it right now. Hi everybody, I got a haircut, and I kinda don't like it. But we're not going to talk about that. We're actually going to talk about decom foods. Here's the thing, I had the idea for this like in a cold sweat, randomly waking up in the middle of the night, and I got like weirdly really into it. So today I thought it would be fun to recreate different foods that are seen throughout different decoms. I've picked 2 from the 3 different parts of the video that I'm going to be doing. So 2 from the zoog era, 2 from the bounce/ribbon era, and then 2 from the rest of it, because there's too many eras, you know, all mushed together throughout multiple years. So yes, that's what we're doing today, and I thought I would walk you through my sort of process before we cut to me actually making the recipes. So I actually found it a lot harder to pick like distinct decom foods that I realistically would want to eat and create, because I don't want to just create a bunch of food waste and make a bunch of food that like I'm not gonna want to eat. So first up on the list, we have the breakfast scene from Horse Sense. One thing that really stood out to me about this movie is specifically the breakfast, and that's probably because they eat their breakfast at 4 in the morning, because they live on the farm and that's when you have to start doing farm work normally. It looks so good, and it is directly put in contrast with Michael's original sort of diet, which is like turkey bacon and green juices and stuff like that. Realistically, parts of this breakfast is like a very similar thing that my dad and I will eat for breakfast when we wake up early enough to make breakfast. So what it seems like is in this breakfast is pancakes, bacon, sausage links, and maybe hash browns. Some of the eggs seem to be flipped and are maybe over easy eggs, but I'm gonna make sunny side up eggs because they look the prettiest. I just realized there's like a big hole right there. Should really put something there. It's kind of a very big breakfast, but I understand that they like are hard laborers, so it makes sense that they would want to eat a lot of food in the morning to really fuel themselves up. But I'm gonna try and stay as true to the scene as possible, which is gonna be a lot of effort for me. Good morning, everybody. Here, let me show the camera the time, because that's the whole reason why we're doing this stupid thing. There you go. Is it focusing?
Good job. Oops, it went out.
You see that?
I do.
It's it's 4 in the morning.
It's 4:26.
It's 4:26 in the morning, and we're making breakfast. Because in the movie Horse Sense, I changed my lock screen. You know, this is the Lawrence brothers. These are the people who star in the movie. I downloaded an image and everything just for the bit. The actual first place we're starting is coffee, because he does drink coffee in the scene, so we're gonna go do that. Have you seen the movie Horse Sense? I'm asking you and the audience. Let me know in the comments below.
I don't remember if it was a long time ago if I did.
I definitely started watching them like an embarrassingly long time ago. Do you want coffee? I know you don't drink coffee, but...
Yes, I will have a cup of coffee with you.
Put a little bit of salt. Okay? This is my secret. Put a little bit of salt, okay? Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't let them know.
That's because of the modern kitchen. Right, so that's why we go. I just understand that.
Yes. You have to be real careful when you pour here, because the electrical cord is just right there. Okay? That can brew. Oh, I gotta pick our mugs out.
Pick your mug.
I want to show off my
Pick your mug. Any mug.
Collection. Which one do you... We have to pick Disney ones, right? Ones I got at Disneyland. So, You got this one? Here, close
That'll
to this. Nice rack focus on that.
That'll work.
I'm not a morning person.
Mhm.
Get it? Yeah, good one. Radiator Springs.
Very good.
Isn't that pretty cool?
I like it.
Yeah, okay. Did you get him? This boy over here.
Say good morning.
Hey, good morning, B-Man. We're starting with pancakes because the batter can sit there while we start everything else. Okay, so we need 2 cups of flour. I'm not a real chef, by the way. Can I just clarify that? Like, I don't, you know, I'm probably gonna mess up a lot.
No, you'll be fine.
Now I need baking powder and baking soda. Should we show them the salt shaker?
Got the vintage Tupperware.
The vintage Tupperware pepper. It's the pepper shaker, but we have salt in it.
Yes.
So there we go.
Good job.
Y'all are probably super jealous of our. I'm actually like slowly growing a Tupperware collection, purely just because my grandparents keep just having
it
and giving it to me. Like my grandma, she gave me a steamer, a vegetable steamer, microwave vegetable steamer that's Tupperware, and I'm like, they must have been high quality if they've stuck around. They're still
for
around.
20 or more than 20 years.
Yeah, well, what, from like the 70s or something? They stopped, when did Tupperware stop existing?
No, they started in the 70s, I think.
Okay. They definitely look 70s. Like, it doesn't look... Then it could be 80s because all the brown. That was something I learned, is that the 80s was very brown. How are we already out of eggs? We should have bought an 18-pack. Because I'm using 2 eggs. And then I got to fry an egg too. That's what I forgot to say in the beginning. We're having sunny side up eggs as well. So I guess we're only getting 1 egg each. Because I got to put 2 in here.
That's the way it goes with it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh well. Should have bought an 18-pack now that I think about it. I didn't think I was going to be devouring the eggs in the few days between us grocery shopping and doing this now.
That's true.
Plus, we had to put another mortgage on the house just to get those eggs. So I'm trying to be topical.
Nowadays.
My horrible topical humor. Some say that it's gonna kill you eventually. Canola oil.
Why would that be?
I don't know. There's something.
Thought it was good.
Me too. Should today be the day I try my 1 hand egg crack?
Okay.
Was that good?
You did it.
Was that good? Can you get a close-up on there? Any shell?
No shells.
No shell? That's amazing. I'm working on that. Something I'm working on. Okay, let's see another one. Wow, look at that.
There you go. Good job.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm not going to pour it all in at once. I'm going to slowly pour it in. Yeah, my favorite thing about hyperanalyzing all of these scenes is that if they do have liquid in a cup, they don't touch the cup. It just sits there on the table. And if they are holding a cup, there's no liquid in it. And in the food, they don't actually eat it. They don't actually eat the food. They just like poke around at it.
That's right.
And then they all get up and leave. We don't have creamer. I usually don't drink coffee with milk in it. Remember you had said at the store, you need heavy cream? And I said no?
We did.
Could have gotten some heavy cream. That's okay. We have whole milk. Whole milk is still pretty good. We're gonna see how this works. Things are gonna get a bit crammed here. Okay, you ready? Ready to capture this flip? Was not ready for flip. It's too light in color.
Close. Just...
He always has to do this. He has to sit right where I'm supposed to be. My sweet dude. You getting this?
He's right there.
You getting this, cameraman?
Yes.
Yeah, oh yeah, sit down, lay down. Yeah, you're all comfortable.
What's my name? Not Benny, it's the other guy. On iCarly.
Freddie. You're Freddie Benson?
Freddie B.
Freddie B. Benson, yes, that's his name.
Forget Carly B, I'm Freddie B.
This is an absolute monument to DComs, this stack of pancakes.
Story house,
Uh-huh.
colonial, right?
2-story house, colonial,
We
cow
were
farm.
upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cracked it down. There's the dad, and the dad was rough like him.
Mm-hmm.
Boys, time to get up. Yes, sir. Scared, you know.
Yeah.
Get up, throw on your clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the bathroom real quick, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Then you go downstairs and
Yep, the whole spread.
it had everything. It had bacon, eggs,
Yeah.
pancakes, orange juice, milk.
So what you're
And it was
saying?
like,
So what you're saying is the scene in Horse Sense is very accurate to an
very
actual
accurate.
farm
Very
life.
accurate. Absolutely, 100%. I lived it myself. That's one memory I cherish.
Yes.
That was something else. And
Uh-huh.
it was early.
It was like
Early,
this.
6 a.m.
Sun's rising now. Here, let me show
6
you.
a.m. And we were eating.
Look at that. So I want you to give me your score, your rating.
1 to 5.
Yes, 1 to 5.
Guess it would have to be a 4 or stuff.
Okay. Did I do
Almost
okay?
Give you a 3,
What? What would a 3 have been for?
but 3 plus.
3 plus.
I can't be the clone. I'm me. He's got to be the clone. No, see, I'm me. I'm me. Help me out here. I am me, right?
The Other Me is one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen. And I mean that in a different way than you might think. This is another Lawrence Brothers movie as well. I never knew there were so many DComs with them back in the day. The Other Me follows Andrew Lawrence as Will, a slacker kid who's not doing too well in science class, so he accidentally clones himself in an attempt to get a winning science project. We get to watch as Tui, as they call him, I'm not fucking kidding, as he learns about life and all of its different assets. Will then sends his clone to school and other events he doesn't want to go to, leading to people commenting on his apparent shift in personality, which they seem to like a whole lot better than how he was before. There is a commentary on how society bogs down children to behave a certain way, which can cause them to act in a way that may be seen as inauthentic to their true selves. Tui, Bad Name and All, is an example of how Will could be if he wasn't constantly afraid of being judged or seen as quote-unquote not cool by his fellow peers. That is, assuming that his clone is an exact copy of him in every way and is only able to become his own person once he is created. I mean, the motherfucker learns how to speak English by watching TV while locked in a closet. I don't really know how he's functioning so well in society. Will gets jealous of how his clone is able to be much more popular at school without him even trying, when all he did was try to be cool and still ends up coming up short. So the message of this movie, along with many other DComs, is be yourself. They just copied this from Stepsister from Planet Weird. These literally came out so close to each other. I cannot believe they were able to do that. Also, like many other DComs, there's a random scientist B-plot in here as well. I mean, I get that there has to be an explanation as to why Will was able to make a clone of himself from an everyday box of sea monkeys, with the reason being that his box happened to get the clone ability goop all over it before it got shipped out. The sea monkey people are selling the sea monkeys as a front for their clone research, and once they find out their experiment has accidentally come true, they hunt down Will and his clone for further research. The movie ends with Tui possibly blipping out of existence if he doesn't drink some permanent corporeal form goop soon, so the two, with the help of their school friends, steal the permanent corporeal form goop from the scientists and get them arrested for stalking, I guess. I mean, that's a pretty decent reason they were stalking these two kids. And then, despite all the odds, they decide to keep the clone. That's really the weirdest part of the movie to me. I mean, I understand they wouldn't kill him or like send him off to New York or anything, but still, what a wild movie and what a wild ending. Either way, The Other Me is a bizarre movie beyond what I thought it was going to be. I honestly have no idea where it would be in the ranking. I've kind of convinced myself that it's actually kind of good over time. It's a good drinking movie if you can find a copy of it, because it's not on Disney Plus anymore. Maybe it'll be close to that Alien Stepsister movie in the rankings, since those two are both equally wacky and low-key have the same plot. Since both are equally wacky, yet still kind of boring at the same time. There's just no originality there. I've never seen Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire before this watch through, and 100% of the reason for that is because it was constantly getting mixed up with My Babysitter's a Vampire, which is my favorite movie and the best thing to ever exist. This movie is about 10 years older than Mabav, so there's really no reason for me to be upset, but that happened within me anyways. Either way, I'm really glad I got the chance to watch this film because it's actually pretty good. Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire follows 13-year-old Adam Hansen, a horror movie-obsessed kid who really wants to go to a horror movie screening with a Degrassi and Mabav star, but can't because of his strict mom, who has put her whole life into her kids and work after her divorce. Adam and his sister decide to set her up with a vampire hunter on a date so they can have one night without her constant watching eye, but they accidentally end up setting her up with the vampire instead. Wacky antics ensued. I have a soft spot for main characters where their personality is that they love horror movies and all things spooky, especially in a DCOM, because it adds a layer of charm and uniqueness that a lot of DCOM characters can lack sometimes. This was also the case for Under Wraps, and I like how his mom didn't even notice that a real mummy was in his room because it was just that elaborately decorated all the time. Also, it's nice to see the mom have her own character arc throughout the film. Usually I'm upset when parents have storylines in these movies because, like, it's not really about them, but in this case, it was actually well done, so I appreciated it. The actress was really fun to watch, and she did a really good job of showing how the character needed to rediscover herself after trying to raise all of her 3 kids and putting her passions aside to be able to do that. Oh yeah, I forgot. She has a younger child who is constantly being ignored by the siblings and is later recruited by the vampire hunter to take down the vampire, who is planning on making their mom his vampire queen. But she's a strong, independent woman who turns him down even after he lies to her, pretending that he likes all of her interests. They gave her interests in the movie and a personality. How wonderful is that? I expect so little from the adult characters in these movies, so getting some plot development with her was nice to see. There's not as many vampire shenanigans as you'd think there'd be, but that's okay. It didn't seem to mind me all that much. Overall, Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire is a fine movie. It's a great watch for the holiday. I put this on in October and I watched it with my dad and he enjoyed it just fine. It's not as good as Mabav, but not much else is, so there you go. Two Halloween movies in 1 year, I see. Let's go. I'll be honest with you guys, I went into Phantom of the Megaplex with steep expectations. I was secretly hoping that this film was going to become one of my favorite DCOMs ever. I was so excited to sit down and write about how this film was just so campy and amazing, and I would hoped it would end up sneaking into my top 5 without anyone realizing. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. I do like this movie more than the other ones from this year. It's definitely one of the better movies from this era, but the storytelling is just a bit too sloppy for me to fully enjoy. Phantom of the Megaplex follows a hardworking 17-year-old named Pete, who has already become assistant manager at his town's movie theater Megaplex. On the night that the theater is hosting a huge movie premiere, strange occurrences start happening all around the Megaplex, so it's up for the crew to figure out what's going on before the premiere is ruined. There's narration at the beginning of this film and it never comes back again, which is a huge movie pet peeve of mine, and the narration introduces all of these teenage characters who work at the Megaplex like they're actually going to mean anything in the end. It's Alley Cat Strike syndrome all over again, because I assumed the ensemble cast would be the central focus of the film at the start. But then they threw Pete's family into the mix, and the entire heart of the movie gets muddled very quickly. I think they should have picked one main character's life to focus on, his family or his coworkers, and stuck with that. I will say I was not expecting the twist villain reveal at the ending, although maybe I just wasn't paying that much attention. So I like the reveal of the manager being the Phantom all along, who was a victim of nepotism and didn't get the promotion he was expecting after making being manager of the theater his literal personality. Also, Mickey Rooney is in this film. That guy from the golden age of Hollywood that did all those movies with Judy Garland is just randomly in this movie as an old man. So that was interesting to see, I guess. I feel like the movie would have been much more enjoyable if it had leaned into the Scooby-Doo aspects more often. It would have been much more fun if it just focused on a bunch of unique teenagers trying their best to work at their shitty jobs at this very busy movie theater and figure out who the Phantom is. Again, I don't mind this movie taking the family angle if that's what they were going for, but then why do the narration where they introduce all of the theater workers if they're only going to have 30 seconds of screen time each? I must stop, or else I'll end up making an hour-long video just on this movie alone. Overall, Phantom of the Megaplex is a fine movie. There are a lot of elements that I find really fun, but there are narrative problems that make it just not as much of an enjoyable experience. Let's move on to the final movie of the year 2000. This moment cannot come sooner.
It snowed? In Los Angeles?
I told you global warming was bogus.
Stop watching Fox News.
No, it's fair and balanced.
There's nothing I like more than watching a movie titled The Ultimate Christmas Present in the middle of spring. I realize now that this video is going to be coming out around December and Christmas time, so talking about these holiday movies isn't going to feel as weird as it does now, a whole 6 months away from the Christmas season, but that's alright. The Ultimate Christmas Present follows Allie and Sam, two girls who feel like their Christmas has been ruined because of their respective families all working instead of being with them for the holidays. While soaking, they come across a weather machine that was a failed invention from Santa Claus, who inevitably lives in a shack in the woods in Los Angeles, California. Do woods exist in LA? Anyways. The girls use the weather machine to have their families snowed in for Christmas so they can spend time together. There's also this evil weatherman who tries to track down all of the weather phenomenon, all while the snowstorm spreads and traps Allie's dad in San Francisco, meaning he won't be home for Christmas. Oh no! Evil weatherman is able to track the weather machine down and attempts to steal it for personal gain, but his plans get foiled by Santa Claus himself when he and the elves track down the girls as well. Santa, Allie, and Sam work together to fix the weather machine, and Santa's elves are able to bring Allie's father home for the holidays. Allie is kind of a sucky kid who only cares about being popular and the most modern accessories, and slacks off of school to focus on attending the hottest Christmas party of the year, hosted by the most popular kid in school, which of course gets cancelled because of the snowstorm. She's literally on the naughty list, which is how Santa tracks her down, using her shoe print as a hint. So after seeing all of the pain and suffering she caused with an extreme blizzard in the fucking desert, she gets humbled real quick and learns to be less of a shit kicker. Overall, there are too many odd elements of the story and characters that make this movie not want to add to my Christmas watch list. The evil weatherman, whose name is Edwin by the way, seems to get in the way of the actual main conflict, which is the fact that Allie is a bad person and she needs to overcome committing ecological terrorism. Also, maybe Santa shouldn't throw away his failed experiments in a trash can out where anyone can just grab them. I would only recommend this movie if you're out of Christmas movies to watch, which I doubt since they make like 2,000 of them every year. Or if you're really interested in the film catalog of Brenda Song, then maybe give it a watch. I don't really see the point of rehashing this movie and bringing it out of decom purgatory just for a quick laugh. Edit, I actually did end up putting this movie on when I was cooking Thanksgiving dinner. I'm not sure what happened to me, but I really softened on this film and enjoyed watching it while I roasted my turkey. Not changing the review though, I'd still rank it kinda low because of my initial reaction.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Ah yes, just what I wanted, another Xenon movie. Honestly, I tried to go in with high spirits and be open to Xenon the sequel, and overall I thought it was just okay. This is another film I watched really late at night, so I was really sleep deprived, which may have helped sell the magic for me, who knows. Xenon the Sequel follows Xenon again and a newly recasted Nebula, along with the return of Margie, who is staying on the space station with her father, General Hammond. The space station she was born and raised on is apparently being shut down because of damages it faced in the last movie, so Xenon must sneak back to Earth to save her space station and also contact aliens? Apparently aliens are attempting to contact Xenon, which makes her think that they want to meet Protozoa, the pop star from the last movie who's been stuck with writer's block Major, and they all head out to the moon to meet up with the aliens. Margie sneaks along back to Earth, which could get Xenon in big trouble since she was supposed to watch over her on the space station, but throughout this road trip setup, they bicker and eventually grow to become friends. Maybe somewhat frenemies, but definitely a nicer rapport than they had before. Also, Xenon's got a new love interest in this one. The guy from the first movie, with no dialogue, just breaks up with her within the first 5 minutes. I like this new guy a lot better anyways. He's a nerdy type who is obsessed with proving that aliens are real, while everyone just thinks he's crazy. Speaking of aliens, they were apparently just lost and too polite to just steal the map from the humans, so they ask for directions and thank Xenon for her help by repairing the space station so it won't be demolished. The stakes feel really low in this one. More of the drama is placed on whether Margie and Xenon can get along, so the aliens and the space station being evacuated just don't feel as important when watching it in my opinion. But I actually don't mind that. I would much rather they focus on the characters than the crazy space plot, even though that sounds counterintuitive because it's like, why not just have it be set in the modern day? But anyways. I don't hate this DCOM as much as the previous one, honestly. This is much more of your average DCOM fare, and I just ended up being more bored than anything else. Then again, I was really tired when I watched this since it was like 2 in the morning and I couldn't fall asleep, so I decided to take a crack at my DCOM watch list for a few hours, hoping that would help me pass out. And it did. A lot of these movies just really are that boring. I have no idea where it's going to end up in the ranking, probably near the bottom middle for just being okay. I really don't mean to offend any Xenon lovers out there. If you love this movie, then I'm happy for you.
I thank you for your pains.
Finally, a queer DCOM. I mean, we've definitely had some in the past, but this one really takes it to the next level. Motocrossed is about Andrea Andy Carson and her twin brother Andrew, and is a loose adaptation of the Shakespeare play Twelfth Night. Fun fact, Twelfth Night is my favorite Shakespeare play, so this movie was a very exciting watch for me. It's like 2 of my special interests kissing and hugging on stage. Both of them are motocross experts, but Andy hasn't been allowed to race because her father thinks it's too dangerous of a sport for a girl to be playing. Andrew was working towards getting a sponsorship to continue his motocrossing career, but he ends up hurting his knee when the 2 of them are racing together and is unable to compete in the next competition where there were sponsors lined up to see him. Andy decides to take his place, mainly out of guilt, cutting off all of her hair and donning his uniform. The mother finds out and secretly agrees to let her race, all while the dad is in France looking for a replacement racer for his son in the meantime. Andy is doing well in the race and ends up falling for a guy named Dean competing in a different division, but she has to keep her feelings secret because she's a guy. There's a girl that Dean likes, so he convinces Andy to hype him up to her so she'll go on a date with him. The dad brings home some French asshole who's sexist and rude to both of the twins, but the dad refuses to fire him because he's too scared of seeing his kids get hurt, with Andy being a girl and Andrew still being injured. Eventually, though, the father does fire the annoying French guy, but he's still set to compete in the race, now with a rival family as his backers. Andy beats him and she gets first place, but he reveals the secret that she's pretending to be her brother and that it's against the rules for a girl to race. It isn't actually, and she didn't lie on her applications since she put down Andy as her name, which can count as a nickname for both of their names. So she gets to keep her title and the family gets sponsored by a woman after seeing her determination and quote-unquote girl power. Twelfth Night is always going to be a queer play because of the cross-dressing, and any adaptation of it is going to be much of the same. I'm a big fan of this movie, not only because of its adaptational status, but also because I just find motocrossing to be much more of an interesting sport than all of the other ones we've talked about so far. How much I enjoy sports movie is going to depend on how much I'd like or dislike the sport the movie's about. Motorcycles are cool when they go up and over dirt hills, so I had a fun time watching this movie when it was on my screen. My lizard brain just works like that. And I hope this movie made a lot of people realize they were trans, so it's going pretty high up in the ranking because of that.
This amateur sketch resembles what many of you say the leprechaun looks like. Others find it hard to believe and have come up with their own theories and explanations for the image.
Probably one of the weirdest decons of all time, honestly. This takes the cake over The Other Me. The Luck of the Irish is like if someone grabbed a list of bad movie ideas out of a hat and decided to actually make one of them. I know Disney Channel is always trying to make seasonal films when they can, but I think St. Patrick's Day was one of the holidays they could have just skipped. The Luck of the Irish follows 15-year-old Kyle Johnson, who is incredibly lucky at everything he does in life with his lucky gold coin by his side. With Heritage Day approaching at school, Kyle wants to do a presentation on his heritage. The only problem is that he has no idea what his heritage is, and his parents are extremely cagey about it when he asks. His father changed his last name and everything. This shit is serious. At the local Irish fair in town, he notices that his lucky coin is the same as some other guy who's selling him at a festival, and when he's knocked to the ground, his coin is hawked without him knowing. The next morning, he notices that he's getting shorter, his hair is turning red, and all of a sudden his mother is extremely open about the fact that he's Irish, and by the time he's back from school, she's shrunk down to about 1 foot tall. She reveals that they're both leprechauns, and that she disowned her father after he disapproved of her mixed marriage to Kyle's father, who is a human. Was she 1 foot tall when they met? I'm not gonna question it. Kyle then goes to his grandfather, who runs a potato chip factory in town, and explains that the family coin must be worn by the youngest member of the family so they can all pass as human. And that an evil leprechaun named Seamus stole the coin at the fair, and they have to chase him down to get the coin back. Kyle gets the coin back from Seamus, but he refuses to give Riley back, so they do a tiebreaker game of basketball. Yep, this movie has been a basketball movie the whole time. I'm genuinely shocked that this movie even got made, honestly. I'm not sure how the Irish feel about their representation in this movie, but it's not like leprechauns are as renowned as mythical creatures the same way like Santa Claus is or anything like that. So making a St. Patrick's Day movie about leprechauns is just so bizarre to me, and the plot is just wacky enough to be way too absurd. It's not like this kid just found out he was Superman or something. Why do they think that a Spider-Man type plot would be good for a leprechaun plot? They should have just gone the Wizards of Waverly Place route for this, and made Kyle always know that he's a leprechaun and feeling awkward about his heritage because of that, and throughout the journey he learns to love his culture by the end. Although, it probably isn't good optics to make the main character hate the fact that he's Irish-American and then resolve it at the end, so maybe this idea is just cursed and shouldn't have been done. At the end, Kyle does his Heritage Day presentation and learns to love being Irish, and probably wakes up in a cold sweat randomly at night when he remembers he's actually a leprechaun and has trouble falling back to sleep afterwards. This movie is cursed, and I wish I never had to watch it. Hounded is a unique exercise in torture. I think the Disney Channel is trying to kill me in this year of 2001. Hounded follows a down-on-his-luck kid and watches him get tortured for 80+ minutes. 13-year-old Jay Martin's mother is going out of town, and his older brother, who he has a strained relationship with, is coming home from military academy where he's a sergeant to take care of him while their mom is gone. Jay isn't the most wealthy, and he goes to a prestigious academy that he wants to continue into in high school. But he's going to need a scholarship to attend. If he doesn't get the scholarship, then he'll have to attend the military academy that his brother works at, which is his worst nightmare since he wants to study art and be an artist. The headmaster of his school wants his son, played by Shia LaBeouf, to win the scholarship, even though they are extremely rich and they don't need the money, it's just purely for clout. Headmaster Ward Van Busen lets his son Ronnie plagiarize Jay's speech, and when Ronnie wins the scholarship and just throws it away because he doesn't even care about it, Jay, even though he's very weary towards doing it, decides to try and steal the scholarship and get his presentation back to prove that it was stolen in the first place, only for the Van Dusen's dog to follow him home and rip up everything in his house to shreds, and terrorize him to the point where it's just not fun to watch. As the house is trashed, Jay's brother Mike arrives and sees the absolute hell that has become of their childhood home, and he thinks that Jay did all of it. Their relationship is generally strained because of their father's death, which he was also a military man, and Mike thinks that Jay should fall in line with the military instead of being an artist. Eventually, they work things out and stop fighting, and they devise a plan to get back at the Van Deucens for literally ruining Jay's life all in the span of a few hours. They frame Ronnie for the family dog being missing and get him sent to the military school where Mike works at to essentially be tortured. They get Ward demoted to secretary, and they get the scholarship competition to be opened back up so Jay can get his proper credit and the money he needs to attend the academy. Also, the dog is expecting puppies, and Jay gets to keep one. How great. Overall, I don't get the satisfaction I'm supposed to from the Martins getting revenge on the Van Deucens, because the crime far outweighs the punishment in my opinion. Like, this family should have been flattened by an anvil or something, because the sheer amount of time devoted to watching Jay's life crumble before his eyes is enough to make me want to turn off this movie and scream into a pillow. Jay is never depicted as anything other than the most nicest, sweetest, most intelligent, kind kid there ever was. And what they do to him is just brutal. I couldn't stand it. I honestly kind of hate this movie. It's horrible, and I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyways, Hounded is a weird and bad movie that makes me want to die. Bottom of the list. I had a lot of fun with Jet Jackson the movie. That is, when I could find it. Yeah, the next two films on this list are not currently, at the time of me watching them, on Disney+, so I had to find them elsewhere. I've never seen the Jet Jackson TV show before, so I don't know what the normal status quo is for the show, but I was still able to enjoy this plot anyways. Jet Jackson the movie follows the titular Jet Jackson as he balances work and life on acting on a famous TV show and being a normal kid who attends high school. I'm assuming that's what his normal MO is throughout the show as well. It really shows the intense behind-the-scenes decisions and emotions that are put on a child star, with Jet deciding that he doesn't want to work on the show anymore after learning that they plan on renewing the show for another 3 seasons. He has to deal with both the fan upset along with the adult workers being mad that they're going to lose their jobs, since the majority of their town in North Carolina is employed by the TV show. That's a lot of shit to put on a kid, and a lot of children actually go through this. Children that the Disney Channel put them through. The film takes a proper sci-fi twist when he switches realities with his character that he plays on the show, Silverstone, and the two must figure out how to switch back and survive their new worlds. Both characters learn to appreciate what each other has and their struggles, which is cool to see. But upon learning that Silverstone is real and switching back to their real lives, Jet sees that since he's gonna quit the show, they wrote the episode they were filming to be the finale where Silverstone dies, which means that the real life person will actually be killed. He travels back to the fictional universe to help defeat the evil villain that he was fighting earlier on, and Jet decides to keep playing the character and not quit the show. They sold the story beat pretty well in the movie, but after stewing on it, it kind of upsets me that his character has to continue being an actor even though his desire was to be a normal kid, and that overtook his desire to be on the show. And all the backlash he faced because of that in the narrative, it just feels like they had to compromise. Overall, I did enjoy Jet Jackson the movie, and I recommend people check it out if they want to understand a key part of Disney Channel's history. It's a shame that Lee Thompson Young passed away recently because he was a real talent and he gave a lot of charisma and range in this one thing I've seen from him.
Guys, there's somebody I'd like you to meet.
The fuck am I supposed to do with The Genie Project? The Jet Jackson movie and this one are both not on Disney+, so after the struggle it was to dig for both of these films, I took a decent break in between my watch list and took a breather. The Genie Project follows the Archibald family as the father, Hugo, brings home exotic animals on the regular because of his job as a wildlife doctor. That is, when he is home. He's gone more often than not, and his 2 kids, especially his son Andrew, seem to resent him for not being home often. Dr. Archibald's most recent excursion leads him to find Jeannie, a chimpanzee who they decide to start teaching sign language so she can communicate with humans. Andrew and his sister become very attached to Jeannie, and they all hang out and partake in some comic books and baseball from time to time. There's also harsh parts of Jeannie's relationship with the family throughout the entire story, including the outside world's disapproval of Jeannie being treated like she's part of the family, plus her difficulty with following the rules of human society, because she's a monkey. Dr. Prentice is the person teaching Jeannie sign language, and she's seen as one of the biggest antagonizing forces in getting Jeannie taken away from the family and put in a lab with other chimpanzees. She does eventually go too far in her conflict with the human world, and eventually the family has to re-socialize Jeannie back into chimpanzee society where she came from. Andrew gives a tearful goodbye, and hopefully his father learns to be a more active presence in his kids' lives. This movie is another example of just a generic TV movie that is way too melodramatic and serious for its own good, and it really doesn't fit in the DCOM mold of things. I was not into this thing the entire time I was watching it. I do not recommend this movie, and I could even go as far to say as it's one of my least movies in the list so far, just because I do not appreciate of this DCOM status quo. Let's swiftly move on to the next one, please. I was dreading watching Jumping Ship for a while now, but it actually ended up being a welcomed surprise. Just for some context, before this movie is when I took a really long break in my watch list, and this was the last one before I absolutely sprinted through the rest of these movies in the span of a few months. Like I said earlier, the last two movies were hard to find and in annoyingly low quality, so afterwards I just settled on writing the script like crazy and slowly slipping into a caffeine addiction. Funnily enough, I actually ended up watching this movie at my grandma's house, alone, while she was out in town. That's funny because this is actually a sequel to the movie Horse Sense, which is a movie I described as being perfect to watch with your grandma, only to pause you can go do the laundry or something. This being a sequel to Horse Sense is what made me dread it, honestly, but I actually really enjoyed this movie quite a lot. Most notably, there's another Lawrence brother in it. Michael is still a preppy douchebag, just slightly nicer, yet unwilling to get a job and work for his own money. Tommy is dealing with the problem of his mother meeting another man, who he's afraid is trying to replace the memory of his father in real life. He isn't, by the way, he's just a chill guy who likes to carve wood. Michael and Tommy are going on vacation to Australia, but accidentally happen to hire a junker boat run by the only American on the entire island, probably, and his name is Jake. They attempt to have fun on the boat even though tensions are high. Because Michael is a beacon of annoying California stereotypes, he is quickly spotted by a trio of modern-day pirates, and they chase them through the sea until they have to crash on a small island to avoid being killed by them. The movie then becomes an island survival piece, with Jake now being the one to take place in leadership since he knows all about the sea and island survival. This movie is much more thrilling than the previous installment, and I honestly really liked the camera work they done with the underwater shots and ocean shots. It all looked pretty decent for a TV movie in my opinion. This is one of the better examples of what a TV movie could be, something with a low budget and decent production design that follows interesting characters with well-developed backstories and an interesting plot. So I'm not going to complain about this being on the list. Oh, and they escape from the pirates and the island if that wasn't obvious. The movie concludes the story for all of them pretty well. Michael realizes the meaning of life and decides to start working for his father's law firm on his way to becoming a lawyer. And all three of them buy the pirate's boat that they used to escape off the island from together, which Jake can now use to charter like he had done before, since his original junker boat that he ran with his dead father and secretly resented had sunk when they crash landed. His character really does have as much development as the other two, only with one movie to boot. Also, Tommy learns to stop being a dick to his mom's new boyfriend now that he almost died. Nothing like the quick fear of one's life to sort out all your problems at home, huh? Jumping Ship is pretty good. I'm probably never gonna watch it again, but it gave me a good cheer when getting through this absolute slog of an era. When I was gathering clips of random DCOMs for the introduction of this video, I watched the first 3 minutes of The Poof Point, and have been dreading to watch it this whole time. Now that I've seen the movie, I still have many questions, but I'm not as nearly horrified as I thought I was going to be in the beginning. The Poof Point follows the Ballard family, with two super genius science parents and their average kids who just want an average life, as they graduate middle school ? And their parents create a time machine. An important piece of their machine is removed by their dog, just because he wants to play fetch and everyone is ignoring him. So the machine backfires and the goldfish they were experimenting on actually start to de-age. They age backwards until before they were born, which is called the poof point, because they just poof out of existence afterwards. When attempting the experiment again, the parents get transformed instead, so they end up regressing to half their age, when they were just 21. Slowly over the course of the movie, they continue to de-age by half, going from 14 to 7 to 2 and onward. and their not brainy kids have to figure out how to fix them before the poof point. I'm not sure what it is about the Disney Channel constantly subjecting Taj Mahari's character to torment in these movies, but they do it a lot. It's not as bad as it was in Hounded, but a lot of the antics that the parents get up to as they're de-aging get tiring over time. In the end, the kids are able to understand and relate to their parents on a deeper level. They learn that before they became heady scientist parents, they were just normal kids in their lives. And the parents learn that even though they care a lot about their experiments, they need to focus on connecting and relating to their kids. It's a fine enough movie, but the antics they used to pad the runtime really stressed me out and put me off wanting to go back and watch it again. Kind of soured on this as time went on, but it's honestly not all that worth remembering or getting worked up over.
You motherfucking worthless cocksucker.
Be silent!
Oh!
Since we've established this as a safe space, I feel comfortable in saying that Halloween Town 2: Calabar's Revenge was one of my favorite Halloween movies growing up, despite constantly hearing about how supposedly bad it is. So what did I think about it all these years later? It still rocks, y'all, I'm not gonna lie. With a stellar main cast of characters that you actually care about, and a fun plot that doesn't weigh down the story too much, you get an exciting and fun Halloween movie for people to watch. Halloween Town 2: Calabar's Revenge follows Marnie and her family again as it's Halloween. But this time they've embraced the holiday and are throwing a party for the neighborhood to enjoy. However, things aren't picture perfect quite yet, since Marnie and her mother still fight on how Marnie should be living her life, and Agatha is a bit homesick after being gone from Halloween Town for a full year, which has been many, many years in the town itself. Marnie meets a cute guy named Cal, and his father woos her mother, and she takes him back to her grandmother's room even though she's not supposed to, and yeah, this guy's evil as hell. He steals her grandmother's book using magic. Marnie and G-Ma decide to go visit Halloween Town for a little bit, and the entire place is cold and gray. Cal is Calabar's secret son, and he wants to turn the monsters into humans and the humans into monsters, as revenge for his father's death in the previous movie and how humans have treated monsters for many years now. Marnie is able to stop him, and with the help of her family, casts a spell to keep the portal open year-round instead of just on Halloween Day. I know a lot of people say this movie is bad, but I would heavily disagree. I would make sure to watch it every year for Halloween along with the first one, and I think Marnie really sticks out as a confident and smart main character, which I really appreciate. I think some people dislike the villain, which is completely fair, but the connection to Calabar is perfectly fine with me, plus the actors have a really good chemistry together, so it makes their scenes very enjoyable to watch. Pretty sure these two are together in real life, so I guess that makes sense then. I like that things have evolved and escalated from film to film, which really makes worth watching all of the installments, and I'll definitely have more to say about this with the third movie. Overall, I really enjoyed Halloween Town 2: Calabar's Revenge, and I would recommend it along with the entire trilogy, which I will clarify and continue to talk about once we get to those movies. But either way, good movie, so glad I got to rewatch it for this video again. It's going pretty high in the ranking.
Look, whatever St. Mark's is giving you, we'll double it.
You can double eternal salvation?
Yes, I can.
This movie has Bryan Cranston in it? Why did no one tell me there was a decom with Bryan Cranston in it? 'Twas the Night is an immediate Christmas movie classic in my books now. I can't believe it's taken me this long to actually watch it. I wasn't even peeved that I had to watch this movie in the middle of summer, it was just that much fun. 'Twas the Night follows 14-year-old huckster Danny, who follows in his uncle Nick's influence in scamming people to get his way. His younger sister is a super genius, and his little brother is gullible and impressionable, so he's constantly pulling the wool over his eyes to get his way. We learn that Nick has scammed a group of guys out of $30,000 and they've hacked his computer and later broken into his home to get the money back. Nick already lost it all in bad investments, so he runs away to his brother's house to evade their large bodyguard from smashing him to bits, all under the ruse that he just wants to visit his family for the holidays. He shuts down the internet connection with a virus and the entire surrounding area to keep him safe, but this ends up crashing Santa's sleigh. He had just made the conversion to digital, by the way. They knock Santa out when they think he's a burglar, and Nick steals the tech that can freeze time and shrink presents down to fit in someone's pocket. Danny suggests that they try and save Christmas by delivering everyone's presents with Santa's sleigh, and Nick agrees, but is actually using it as a ploy to steal from people's houses to make up for his debts. Danny figures him out and ditches him to continue with the good work, all while his little sister and brother work with Santa to get a supercomputer to get control of the sleigh again. The guys looking for Nick go to his brother's house, and Nick has to go rescue them from his debt collectors and apologizes to Santa for being a bad guy. His heroism at the end causes Santa to give him a present that he's always wanted, a guitar so he can live out his rock star fantasies. Danny and Nick have such a fun rapport with each other, and Danny is an actual realistic 14-year-old, feeling like he's a grown-up who understands the world, even though he actually knows little, and is surprised when his uncle is using the whole Santa getting knocked out thing to his advantage. Both his performance and Bryan Cranston's are real standouts of the film. Seriously, shout out to Cranston. He's pretty much the only reason to watch this movie anyways. He gives such an interesting and fun performance that gives depth to an otherwise surface-level anti-hero. 'Twas the Night was a really fun surprise, and I'm really glad I got to discover it with this watch-through. I highly recommend this movie in general, but especially if you need a Christmas movie to watch this year. I can see this movie being overshadowed by the other ones in the future, but for now, it's definitely in my top 10. Really liked this thing.
Louise, what did you get?
Highlights, just around my face.
You will take them again and do better.
I will take them again and get my nose done.
Dear God, another basketball movie. We still have so many more to talk about later on too. I can't believe I'm going to have to subject myself to all of this. Double Teamed follows the real-life story of two tall twin basketball players as they move to a new school and attempt to adapt to the shift. The twins are supposed to be in high school, I think, but they are very much played by adult actors because I guess it was hard to find actual teenage girls who are over 6 feet tall. The family is somewhat middle class, but their dad moves them from a small Catholic school to a mega public school where all the rich families take their kids, which means that they have to move from their comfortable sleepy suburb to a tiny apartment in the thick of the city. Their father is only doing this because he wants access to sports scouts for the girls that they weren't getting at their old school, and he wants them to get scholarships for college. He puts a lot of pressure on them to be talented athletes, and he realizes over time that he needs to let them have fun and relax every once in a while. We've seen this side plot in like 10 other DCOMs. The girls first start out as volleyball players, but in the off-season they're recommended to try out women's basketball because of their heights. And the team captain in specific is rude to them because she doesn't want to be usurped in the team and feels threatened. She bullies them because her home life is bad. Oh wow, that's cliche number 2. The next cliche is the opposite twins trope, where one is extremely bubbly and one is extremely serious. The bubbly one wants to try out for the school play, but her father is against it because, say it with me now, it can conflict with sports. The serious one ends up training too hard and sprains her ankle, and is out for the final game for the most of it until the last minute when she takes off her brace and helps score the winning goal. Do not do this, by the way. If you have a sports-related injury, do not play anyways. You could cause permanent damage to yourself, and I wish Disney Channel did not have this element be framed as a winning, shining aspect of the movie. I can see this movie being inspiring for girls out there who are really tall, because as someone who is taller than most of their friends, I can kind of relate. It's a whole lot better than the movie Tall Girl, I can at least say that. Double Teamed is a very fine and generic, not at all revolutionary or important movie in my opinion, and you can totally skip it. Shout out to the Jellyfish Dance song being played at the end though, that was fun to witness, completely unironically at that.
I think they sent me to the wrong place.
Uh-huh.
I bet a lot of you guys remember Cadet Kelly because it stars Hilary Duff and Christy Carson Romano. What you guys probably don't know about this movie is that it's military propaganda. Cadet Kelly follows Kelly, an art school hippie high schooler whose mother gets engaged to a military man. They then move out of New York into a military school base where she must now attend. Her father is a similarly hippie photographer who she loves to spend time with when she's not with her lawyer mom who can't cook. As a free-spirited girl, she struggles with the harsh and rigid structure of military school, but over time she grows the strength to go through their obstacle courses and fight back against the cadet Captain Jennifer. Eventually she learns about the drill team and baton throwing, and then all of a sudden the movie converts to a drill team sports movie, which is what it is now going to be about. She joins the drill team, she competes in a competition, she saves her dad from falling off a cliff, all true rites of passage for a young girl to experience. I can see why this movie has been heralded as so iconic because of its central conceit of putting Hilary Duff in camo pants and watching her roll around in mud. But once that's done, we're only 30 minutes into the movie. It feels like they had to Frankenstein some random plots onto there, just to make it a full-length movie. I really like Hilary Duff, very similar to Kimberly J. Brown. She does the Disney ingenue girl thing very, very well. I like the stylings that they went for with her character, and I really appreciate that she wanted to be an individual and didn't want to just blend in with the background of everybody else. But the fact that that isn't acknowledged or established later on in the movie proves to me that this is military propaganda. Don't listen to them, kids. Considering this movie came out in March of 2002, it wouldn't surprise me if this movie was inspired by the 9/11 terrorist attack to get people to want to enlist and join up in the military because a war was starting. That just makes me feel gross and disgusting, so I don't really want to recommend Cadet Kelly to you, but it is somewhat inoffensive if you don't look at the greater context of its creation. It's probably going to go near the middle to the bottom of the ranking. No offense, Hilary Duff, I like you, but I don't like military movies. They're just not for me.
You want to see the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed?
I don't know how to feel about True Confessions. On one hand, I want to say it's good and just not for me, but on the other, I want to call it problematic. I genuinely don't know if this movie and its depiction of children with learning disabilities is accurate or inoffensive, so I'll leave it up for y'all to decide. True Confessions follows True, a teenage girl who loves TV and the world of filmmaking, who aspires to direct her own TV show. When there's a short film contest being held by their local TV station, she decides to make a documentary about her twin brother Eddie, played by Shia LaBeouf. Eddie has an undisclosed learning disability that True has many feelings about, and it's her perspective that we get into Eddie's life and what it's like to be him. She is angry that her parents focus more on him because of his special needs that need to be met, and is upset that people call him slurs and treat him badly at school. True wins the short film contest, and her film is aired on TV, which gives people a new appreciation for the two of them and their lives. Also, their dad is a surgeon who is never home, and when he is, he's usually getting mad at Eddie for breaking something or having a meltdown, which happens quite often because apparently none of them know how to treat him and make him feel comfortable. The dad learns to be more active in his kids' lives and not lash out in anger at them, and at the very end, we get a somewhat somber moment where True talks about how she'll grow up and be an adult and her brother will stay the exact same. But in the final scene, we see Eddie reflect on their relationship, saying how he doesn't need their relationship to change, and that they can just continue to be themselves. I know I said earlier I wasn't going to comment on this type of plotline, but I now have some newfound opinions that I want to chew on while we talk about this movie further. It's a little weird that so many of these movies with characters that have disabilities always have plotlines that primarily focus on characters who don't have those disabilities, who are apparently the ones being more greatly impacted by the disability than the people who actually have them. It wasn't as prominent in the movie Miracle on Lane 2, but this similar quirk was a plotline in that film before the soapbox racing thing relatively started late into the film's runtime. It's almost like the writers of these movies think that kids with disabilities don't watch the Disney Channel, or that they have no idea how to portray a main character with disabilities, so they limit their own character development and make it about the one thing they know, which is how another person is affected by it. It's an issue of not having insight into these disabilities in the writer's room and not putting the effort into give a more fleshed out experience for these characters and focusing on everyone else as a way of lampshading. I'm really glad we're somewhat past this type of portrayal in media because it's both awkward for me to talk about and just bad storytelling at the end of the day. I didn't like True Confessions all that much because it made me think about this problem that pervades in Hollywood, and it made me sad and uncomfortable, and not in a good way. It's going near the bottom of the ranking, sorry. Although if you've seen this movie, I would love to hear what you think about it.
But, who are these two?
Don't you recognize them, Sheriff?
Why, it's Zeb and Zeke.
Thank goodness this movie is really good. I was getting really sad there for a second. Get a Clue might be one of my favorites so far. It was just so fun, campy, and delightful. Get a Clue follows Lindsay Lohan as Lexi, one of the wealthy elite of Manhattan, New York. She goes to a prestigious academy and is head of the school newspaper along with her best friend, played by Brenda Song. Lexi is able to get one of her articles in the actual local paper, which everyone applauds and praises her for. With some spy equipment, she was able to get an exclusive photo of apparently two of her teachers having an affair, but this article leads to one of them going missing, so now the kids all band together to try and figure out what happened to their missing teacher. It's a very fun and exciting mystery that I'm not going to spoil the whole thing for because it's quite convoluted and hard to explain, at least in a timely fashion, but at the end of the day, we learn who the real culprit is of this missing identity, and we get to see all of these groups of characters bond. There's this kid Jack, who is the editor of the school newspaper and is kind of mean to Lexi, which she doesn't understand because everyone loves her. We learn that Jack is somewhat middle class, maybe even poor, and has a scholarship to the academy, so he's not a rich kid like the rest of them. And him and Lexi grow a really nice bond with each other, and they might even be love interests, maybe? Lexi gains a new appreciation and understanding of the world because she just very much lived in like a high-class Prada bubble, and she evolves and changes as a character, which is what I like to see in these movies. I like how the class disparities are dealt with in this film. Both characters realize that they come from different backgrounds, and while it is anecdotally something that they comment on, it isn't like this big serious thing that's like very cliche and awkwardly written. It feels very realistic to how a bunch of kids would interact with this kind of element, and it's not the central focus of the story, the mystery is. So overall, I really liked Get a Clue, and I would highly recommend you check it out if you haven't yet. It is just so fun, and also the fashion is absolutely amazing. I cannot believe they got these kids into the most stylish Y2K outfits of all time. It's gonna go pretty high in the ranking, I think even in my top 10 so far. We got another banger here, guys. Gotta Kick It Up is so good. This is, of course, because of my personal bias, but, outside of that, I can still see it as a very fun children's movie. Gotta Kick It Up follows a group of Latina middle schoolers who embark on joining and starting a dance team. Literally, only one of them can dance, but they want to find some sort of outside curricular activity that they can do together. They recruit their new science teacher, who apparently was a professionally trained dancer at Juilliard, who quit and then started in finance, which she also quit and is now a high school teacher at a very low-income school. It's a minority-majority school, and because of that, a lot of the extracurriculars and clubs are underfunded. So they struggle to get dance outfits and get bus money to get to competitions. But the power of friendship and dance pushes them through and they get to a final competition. Even though this is an ensemble film, one of the more main characters is Daisy, and she has to struggle with her boyfriend, who has dropped out of high school and is expecting her to do the same. She realizes that she has a real talent for dancing and a real passion, and she's even has the opportunity to attend a dance school. So she has to balance following her dreams and being realistic about what she can actually do with her life. For a bit there, because of her ambitions, her boyfriend breaks up with her, but then he realizes that she is trying to find herself still because they're still all very young, and they're able to work it out. America Ferrera is also in this movie, and she plays Yolanda, who is a plus-sized girl and is somewhat made fun of because of that. There's also a smart girl, and there's a girl who doesn't really speak much English. Overall, it's a very strong ensemble cast, and we really get to understand and know more about all of these characters. You've heard me complain about ensemble DCOMs before, where they have a main character and then their friends just get no development at all, and it's like, why are they even here? The main group of kids in the dance team are very well fleshed out and developed, and we understand their struggles and motivations, and that's literally the bare minimum for a movie, so I really appreciate that. I'll say right now, all of my friends when I was this age looked exactly like these kids do, and my school looked exactly like that, so the setting was very, very relatable to me, and I think that added to my enjoyment. I'm surprised I'd never seen Gotta Kick It Up before. I definitely heard about it, but I'm glad I got to watch it for this watch through. I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't yet. Good movie.
Captain, my captain.
Sit down, Mr. Anderson.
And just when I thought A Ring of Endless Light was going to be too classy for me, we got the classic, age-old trick of both animal communication and love triangles to bring us right back into DCOM territory. Misha Barton plays 16-year-old Vicky Austin. Her, along with her little sister Susie and little brother Rob, all go visit their grandfather who lives on an island. Her grandfather was a reverend who is now retired and is also fighting some mysterious illness, but he tries to pretend that he's doing just fine. She immediately meets two hot Disney ingenue young boys who can both be perfect love interests for her. a rich kid with a bad parent named Zach, and an aquatic research aide named Adam. She meets Adam when she goes to an aquatic research center, and they are working on a dolphin named Basil. I think they pronounce it Basil, I don't know. But she discovers that she can communicate with the dolphins. Welcome back, Ready to Run. So she's there mentally talking to dolphins and also dealing with the fact that her grandfather's going to die. He eventually admits that he has leukemia. He tries to imbue her with his wisdom before he passes away. Zach and Adam have a rivalry because they both are after her affections. And at first she goes for Zach, but then after a beautiful bonfire on the beach, she kisses Adam. And it seems like at the end, Adam wins out. This is around the time that the grandpa dies, and at that point they end up leaving for the summer, more wise and more aware of things. This movie is weird because it feels like the point was to make a movie about helping kids cope with the fact that their grandparents and people that they care about in their lives will die. I think it's a good topic for children's movies, especially if you're going to go in a little more classy direction like this one does. But then it mixes in the love triangle stuff and the dolphin stuff, and honestly, I really think that they could have picked one and made a whole movie on just that, instead of trying to fit all three of these plot lines together. I watched this movie with my friends while we were dyeing our hair together, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs when the whole love triangle thing was happening, because I thought this movie was so boring, and I felt so bad for subjecting my friends to it. And I was glad that at least something unique and interesting was happening, like how often do we have decom thruples? But overall, this movie was pretty boring. I'm not super into it. I'd only recommend if you're interested in Jared Padalecki's back catalog. It's probably going to go near the middle or the lower part of the ranking just because I don't have much opinions on it. Next up, we have the hot dog dinner from Stepsister from Planet Weird. I felt like I was kind of scraping at the bottom of the barrel to try and find good Zoog era foods to come up with. Because when I think of early decom foods, I don't really think about a lot of Zoog movies. But it's very possible that that whole era of the Disney Channel original movies are just complete blanks in my mind because it's been so long since I watched them. I immediately wanted to make some sort of food from Xenon, but I couldn't think or find any good foods that they eat throughout the movies. At least anything special to the era. At least anything specifically futuristic sounding from as far as I remember. So to kind of speak to the alien weirdness that was going on in a lot of the Zoog era movies, I've picked Stepsister from Planet Weird. I specifically also picked this one because I thought it was going to be a really gross food. I was confusing two different scenes from the movie because famously that movie really jumps around in timeline and it really tells you the story in a more convoluted, I don't want to say avant-garde, but just weird way. So there's the famous opening dinner scene where Megan and her family meets Cosmo and Ariel for the first time. And it's the dinner scene where they announce the fact that they're engaged to their children. And the beginning of the movie, we follow a day in Megan's life essentially. But during that dinner scene, as soon as we're physically introduced to Ariel, we cut back and in a slightly shorter montage, we get the whole first part of the movie, but from her perspective. And in that moment, we see that Cosmo is eating a bowl of cereal where he's using some sort of cola or maybe root beer as the liquid instead of milk. It's clearly Captain Crunch or something, and he's just eating it. And for some reason, I crossed that meal that he eats with the meal that they actually all share together. For some reason, I thought that he was pouring Coca-Cola and putting cereal on this hot dog. But that doesn't happen. But just the scenes have nothing to do with each other and are weeks apart in the actual narrative of the story. But they're smushed right next to each other in the film for some odd reason. So that was causing my misremembering to happen. The actual hot dog dinner scene is a little bit more normal. For dinner, we see them eating hot dogs on hot dog buns, and there's ketchup and mustard on the table to be used, but none of them are using it. It's possible that Megan and her mom are using it, but anyways. For sides, they have baked beans and I think is supposed to be coleslaw, but it just seems to be the raw slaw with no dressing on it, which is kind of weird. Along with potato chips, and Cosmo just kind of loads all of these things onto the hot dog and then just starts going to town with it. And that actually doesn't sound that bad. A hot dog with baked beans, coleslaw, and potato chips on it, I can deal with that. I also controversially don't really like baked beans that much. I'm sorry. I have a slightly more mature palate nowadays, and I'm fine with baked beans. I just don't go out of my way to eat them. Welcome to later today. I took a very long nap. One might not even call it a nap. And just going back to sleep. I took a shower, you can tell because I'm wearing a new shirt. In the meal where the mother's kids meet her boyfriend and now fiance for the first time, this is the meal they eat, and it doesn't go over pretty well. One thing I realized is that the potato chips, I should have saved some potato chips. I forgot there were potato chips in this, but we can just use corn chips. It's like, whatever, you know. I lit this candle because I opened up the bag of cabbage and it was interesting smelling. It was still good and, you know, like not spoiled or anything, but yeah, still. So that's gonna be some nice ambient lighting on the side here. Boiling hot dogs and hot dog water. These are all heated up and I put the heat on low. Delicious. One thing I also just noticed now when I went to go rewatch the scene is that they have corn. Corn is also something they have. And I completely forgot about it, so we're gonna quickly heat up some corn. Oh wait, this is creamed corn. Do I not read the labels? This says cream corn. It's not right. It's not right. Okay, emergency backup. I have some corn on the cob that I can just slice off and microwave. That's usually what I do when I'm cooking anyways. I'm just microwaving the corn, but yeah, we're just gonna do this as a backup. Let me blow this out. Okay. So, do you want the Cosmo Special? That's the name of the guy. Or do you want it how it was probably made to be, you know, assembled?
The way it's supposed to be?
Yeah, okay, that's probably for the best. Oh, I hate these buns. Can I just complain on camera, please?
I guess.
I hate these buns.
They cut it wrong.
They cut it wrong. Look at that.
It's all thick on one side. I hate that.
And then it tears. Ugh. So I have some just plain raw cabbage mix because that's what they use their hands and it's not messy, so it's clearly just like loose cabbage, like coleslaw mix. And I'm like, is that a thing that people eat? Just like, no? Okay.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, well, I made with the rest of it.
Probably is.
I made some actual coleslaw, so so that's what you're gonna have.
Okay.
It's actual coleslaw. Boop. Here we go. What a beauty. Now it's time to make my monstrosity, okay? We have baked beans. And they go on the hot dog. Then we have the corn. Okay? And then we have the raw coleslaw mix. Just dry cabbage and shredded carrots. Shredded cabbage and carrots. And then, to top it all off, some potato chips, which we don't have, so we're using corn chips, but it'll still give off the proper energy. So there we go. There's the Cosmo Special. Okay. Oh God. I'm actually picking it up. I didn't think I'd get this far. Okay. I love human food. I think I mostly got bread. It just tastes like bread. I'm gonna go in for seconds. I will say, there's a lot of texture. There's crunchy bits, there's soft bits, you know. It's very sweet. The baked beans is the most dominant flavor. It's like sugary. I don't really taste hot dog. I mainly just taste hot dog bun, baked beans, and then crunchy tortilla chips. So what I recommend you make this, maybe the first way, yeah. This way,
Not so much.
Give or take. If I'm out of focus and I have to scrap this whole thing, I'm gonna be so upset. Happy Halloween, everybody! Or at least that's when I'm recording this. I thought I might get one final use out of the Halloween set, so here we are. Also, there's a man shouting outside, and I'm very concerned. So if you hear like a woo every once in a while, that's because somebody's behaving weirdly in the parking lot. I'm recording, however, because there is a bit of a complication at this point in the series. So we are about to enter the bounce era, and I think there's a bit of a debate on where the actual demarcation line is. At least internally. I'm not sure if Disney Channel fans have debated about this in the past, but I'm a bit concerned that I might be doing the wrong call here, so I just want to clarify things just a little bit. The next film we're going to talk about is The Scream Team, which came out on October 4th, 2002. And whether or not the bounce era started on September 30th or October 7th is where the debate is at. I've seen some sources say October 7th, which is the first Monday of October, and I've seen some places that say September 30th, which is the first Monday of the month of October, but of course is the final day of September. That depends on how you define the bounce era starting, because yes, the Disney Channel new logo had aired on September 30th, along with the theme song, the 4-note mnemonic, written by Alex Lazarenko. If you've seen the Defunctland video, then you'd know. That video was a great resource for this video, of course. Even though my video really has nothing to do too much with the bumpers, it does provide a lot of info, and summarizes a lot of stuff that I read on articles before that video came out. Yes, that's how long I've been working on this video for. I'm not sure of the exact date that the Wand IDs first appeared on Disney Channel. It could be October 7th, which is why it's usually listed as the day that the bounce era began. But I'm not sure, and it's very awkward that this movie happened to come out in between this sort of gray area of Zoog era and bounce era. So I've made the official call to decide that this movie is the first movie of the bounce era, for multiple reasons. The first reason is that, well, a bit selfishly, it's kind of nice to round out the Zoog era as a nice full 40 instead of an awkward 41. The other reason being that I do believe that the bounce era does officially start on September 30th. If you haven't seen the Defunctland video, they specifically find footage of Disney Channel from September 30th, 2002, and on Playhouse Disney, they have the brand new logo. So to me, that's pretty concrete proof that that was the start of the bounce era. Even if maybe it was more of a soft launch and the full relaunch didn't happen until the Monday afterwards on October 7th. I'm going to consider it the start, which means that I'm going to consider The Scream Team the first movie in the bounce era. So, welcome to the bounce era, everybody. I hope you're excited. So anyways, what is the bounce era? Why am I making such a big deal about this change? I mean, they couldn't change that much with their identity, right? You're wrong. They've changed a lot about Disney Channel's identity between these two eras, and I feel like this is the biggest shift we're going to see throughout the video, because later on, while things are going to change, it's going to be more in a superficial way, and as the Disney Channel decays slowly and no longer becomes a powerhouse of pop culture, things are going to feel a little bit different when we get to the era switches. So be excited and be happy while we can right now that there's still exciting, fresh, new things happening on the channel. So on to the bounce era.
Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. We're gonna watch a Disney Channel movie. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie. Let's watch a Disney Channel movie.
It's still absolutely wild to me that a little under half of this list is from before the Wand IDs, because that's the most iconic element of Disney Channel's branding to me personally. And all of the movies we've talked about before came out before that even existed. I used the Disney Channel page on Logopedia to understand what the key differences between these eras are, because as a younger person looking outside of history, it can be hard to consolidate these things. However, the shift between these two eras is extremely clear and obvious to see when it happens. For many kids, this is when the 1990s became the 2000s, and you can see why from just observing the way the wand IDs and other bumper interstitials looked compared to the zoog stuff. I feel like I don't even really need to introduce the wand IDs because they're so ubiquitous, and a much larger channel than mine has already made an entire documentary about this era and how the Disney Channel theme was constructed by Alex Lazarenko. So you've probably already watched that if you're here. Also, because this is when the Disney Channel really started to grow in viewership, and we're getting millions of eyeballs on their channel at every given point during the day. But I realize that not everyone watched Disney Channel growing up since it was a cable channel, and according to my analytics, none of you were even born yet when the Bounce era started, including myself. So indulge in me as I explain what was going on with the Bounce era during this time. So the reason why it was called the Bounce era is because the new logo would bounce around the screen during the interstitials. The new logo was a fresher and hipper take on the mouse ears of Disney past, and always hugged the left side of the screen, with the words Disney Channel in the center. This logo cannot be flipped. I've learned that the hard way when attempting to make dozens of thumbnails with this little booger in the corner. This will create problems for the brand later, but we'll get there when we get there. The wand IDs are bumper interstitials that would play to remind the audience of what channel they were watching, both literally and metaphorically. By pairing the actor with what series they starred in and what channel they were representing, it sent a message to the viewer of exactly what kind of programming they were going to be viewing. On top of that, it was all extremely subliminal. I don't think many kids actively thought, wow, this channel is so cool and hip when watching the bumpers and interstitials, but it gave children the deep emotional feeling of validation in regard to their perception of quote-unquote cool. All at an age where their brains were gooey and malleable, ensuring that it would be everlasting and that dickheads like me would be talking about it 20 plus years in the future. So what have we learned about Disney Channel original movies now that I've watched 40 of them? Well, I've learned that the Disney Channel at this point has 4 main types of movies that they make. Sports movie, weird sci-fi high school movie, animal movies, and torture. Some movies cross over into other categories and others stay comfortably in their niche. All of these, however, no matter their niche, are all coming-of-age movies. And I have a feeling that aspect is not going to change for the next, let me see here, 75 movies. Lord save me.
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Can you sit down?
This movie was a very fun watch. I found myself being more kind to the Halloween TV movies throughout time, and the Scream team is another example of this. Maybe it's just because I like Halloween. The Scream team follows 2 kids after the death of their grandfather, wow, I'm getting deja vu, who had a strained relationship with their father. He grew up in a small town and later became a doctor, moving to the big city to raise his kids and only visiting rarely. They're cleaning out his house and picking up his things when they learn about the mysterious tale of the ghost of Zachariah, who was an old, ancient guy who got killed for some reason. It's been a while since I've seen this movie, I'm sorry guys. This ghost supposedly now haunts the small town. They all don't believe that ghosts are real until the ghost of their grandfather appears in the house and is trying to send them a message. While following the specter after it leaves the house, they find the Soul Patrol, which is a whole underground group of ghosts who work on helping souls cross over into the afterlife. We meet a whole cast of creepy ghost characters, and they all have stories based on what outfits they're wearing. That's what I like the most. They're mainly just comic relief, but their costuming is what gives you more insight into their characters. Like we have Jumper, who is a dead skydiver, and Coffin Ed, who is a Revolutionary War soldier. And the head honcho, Mariah, who just really wants to work off her debts and go into the afterlife, is in a bridal gown, so we have to assume she's a dead bride. For some reason, their grandfather's soul isn't passing over, so they have to figure out why, all while having to deal with Zachariah trying to steal souls to gain power to take over the town. Zachariah actually does take over the town because he's able to get a bunch of souls, but they defeat him, and then we finally learn why the grandfather's spirit was still lingering. It's because he wanted to mend his relationship with his son, and as the ghost, they just talk for a few hours, off screen of course, but they just reach closure with each other and have a really nice bonding moment. I may or may not have cried, I don't want to talk about it, guys. And over time, as the father is in the small town, he re-remembers his roots and learns to connect more with his kids. They decide to move into their grandfather's old house and live in the small town again, and he opens up a medical practitioner in the town. Overall, I think The Scream Team is a great Halloween movie. If you're looking for a spooky Halloween movie to watch around the season, I would highly recommend this thing. I think the fact that it deals with ghosts and doesn't try to avoid the whole grief thing really works for me. And I think the whole concept of mending old past wounds and being able to do so with a ghost can probably be comforting for a lot of people. I actually understand this movie and I get it. I could see what they were trying to do and they executed it properly. And that's all I can ask for at the end of the day.
Oh my gosh, it's so strong! You guys,
You Wish was weird, man. You Wish is about 16-year-old Alex who is constantly being annoyed by his younger brother Stevie, who plays pranks on him. All Alex wants to do is be a cool and awesome football player, but his brother causing him embarrassment in front of the football guys means that he's more likely not to get picked. Alex and his friends are really into coin collecting, and when Stevie accepts a magical coin, he decides to give it to his brother. What they don't realize is that if you wish on this coin, your wish will come true, and he offhandedly wishes that he never had a little brother, and it comes true. He wakes up the next morning to see that his life is completely different, and that his quote-unquote brother is now a famous child actor who was on a TV show called Where's Stevie? I gotta say, that's a pretty funny joke. He's now the most popular kid in school, and he's now dating the most popular girl in school, but over time he starts to realize that he liked his life before, and that he doesn't understand why he didn't appreciate things. So now he must go through the effort of trying to revert his wish back to normal, and a bunch of hijinks ensue. Honestly, the most notable thing about this movie is that during the third act break, they play 1,000 Miles, which was a needle drop that I was not expecting. You very rarely hear pop songs in these DCOMs. They are the most copyright-free, royalty-free music you could ever find, so I don't know how this thing slipped in. He's of course able to revert back to the normal timeline, and he learns to appreciate what he has, blah blah blah. You Wish was a perfectly fine watch. I really have nothing wrong with it, but I also don't have many opinions on it. It's not the worst DCOM I've ever seen, but it's also not the best. It is the definition of middle of the ranking. Let's move on swiftly.
Dude is not a dude.
Speaking of right in the middle, we have the movie Right on Track. Right on Track is apparently based on a true story about two sisters who became really popular in junior drag racing. Both Courtney and Erica Enders were raised in the drag racing world, with their father being a former drag racer who quit the game to start a family. They both have to balance their racing life with their everyday life, which can become very complicated because it's a very demanding sport. We mainly follow Erica, played by Beverly Mitchell, and how she has a guy who really likes her, but she's constantly at racing meets, and how she's struggling to pass all of her classes because she's constantly practicing for her racing meets. And her younger sister, Courtney, played by Brie Larson, starts to actually rise in the ranks and become just as good as her, when a big part of Erica's whole identity is that she is the best. One thing that I found interesting was a plotline where Erica gets asked on a date by one of her friends and also somebody who's on her drag racing crew, and they go on a date and they have a fun time together, but at the end they just decide that they aren't really romantically fit for each other, and it's honestly quite sweet. They can just stay friends for the rest of the movie. That plotline felt like such an afterthought. It's almost like maybe this was a real life story that Erica, the real life person, insisted on putting in the movie if they had any involvement with its creation, because it's not something that's like a central theme of the film, so it's just kind of there. This whole movie just stinks of girl boss feminism, which I realize in the grand scheme of things isn't all that bad because, you know, we're in the backlash to the backlash kind of moment, even though a lot of people can still find girl boss feminism empowering. So the whole setup of this movie is watch girls drag race, see you two girls can drag race, and I mean, it's fine. Again, another example of a completely middle-of-the-road movie. If you know somebody who's really into drag racing, maybe show it to them, but I only have somewhat of an interest in the sport, and like I said earlier, that really sells me on how much I'm going to enjoy the movie. So, it's just okay. Going in the middle of the ranking, probably. So, on May 2nd, 2003, the Lizzie McGuire movie premiered in theaters. Because it is a theatrically released film, that means it is not considered a DCOM, which means I will not be reviewing it in this video.
Have you ever seen a grown man get so mad over a chocolate chip cookie?
So, I've never seen Even Stevens, the TV show, so I'm assuming there's some elements of the Even Stevens movie that I'm missing because I don't have the greater context. Although in general, I do think that this movie does help educate me and sell me on the dynamic of the show. I wasn't confused about any character relationships or how the story ended up going at the end of the day. The Even Stevens movie follows the Stevens family as they go out on summer vacation right before their oldest son leaves for college. Goody Two-Shoes Wren is heartbroken after her boyfriend breaks up with her, and Louie wants to do nothing. And Wren accepted to babysit Beans, who is the only character I knew without watching the show, for the entire summer while his parents are away. The family is then offered an all-inclusive trip to a remote island under the guise that they're testing out, possibly including packages in the future. What they don't know is that they're actually on a reality TV show called Family Fakeout. So all of the mishaps and problems they face on the island are actually intentionally set up by the reality TV producers to create interesting television. This is a real twist that happens only in the middle of the movie, and I will say I was surprised and not expecting it. Because with wacky sitcoms like this, where it just follows a family of weird people, I really just assumed that all of the crazy bad things that were happening to the family were actually just happening in real life. But no, it was a setup and was overdramatic for a reason. Eventually, the Stevens find out that they're being tricked, and they decide to trick the TV show producers back. They're only able to find out because of Louie's friends feeling guilty about ratting them out and then going onto the island to tell them the truth. Louie and Wren play the ultimate prank by pretending that Wren kills her brother, but it was all a setup for a separate reality TV show. It's TV show Inception. The Stevens family worked with another reality TV show named Gotcha to then prank the producers of Family Fakeout. Even though tensions were high because the producers were making that so, they were able to reconcile and work together as a family. I can see that this movie is raising the stakes of the original show, and so because of that, I can appreciate its destination setting. I quickly found out that Beans would be my favorite character if I ever were to go back and rewatch Even Stevens, and overall, I thought this was a perfectly fine movie. If you're a weirdo like me and you've decided to also do this and watch every Disney Channel original movie, then you'll be very pleasantly surprised to watch it. But if you're not a freak, like I am, then I would only recommend you watch the Even Stevens movie if you've watched the TV show. I don't really see a point in watching the movie outside of those two settings.
Hey, Dad? You want to have a catch?
Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, let's go! I've really been hyping up myself to watch this movie so far just because for some reason I've told myself that it's gonna be really good, and you know what? I wasn't disappointed. Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off follows Eddie, a kid who is the best baseball player on his Little League team. Although over time, he starts to grow an interest and fascination with cooking. Of course, literally every person he's surrounded by, all of his friends and his brothers, immediately make fun of him for showing some interest in cooking. So when it's time for elective sign-ups, he tricks all of his friends into signing up for home ec with him. There's also Bridget, who is a New Zealander, I guess, who is really obsessed with cooking and baking, who everyone makes fun of because of her hyper-obsession. Edit, I just realized that this movie was filmed in New Zealand, so there are actually a lot of New Zealand actors in this movie, and she was just the one who couldn't hide her accent the best. Anyways, just thought I would mention. The home ec teacher introduces the $1 Million Cook-Off competition, which Eddie wants to join, but he must do secretly so his friends don't figure out. There's a food fight, he makes a purple sauce, it wins, he gets in the competition, and now he must decide whether he wants to attend the final baseball game or the $1 Million Cook-Off competition. This is High School Musical before High School Musical existed. Clearly Disney Channel finds that there is like a nerve that they need to scratch at when it comes to kids having multiple interests. High School Musical is of course the most popular, and I think the one to tackle it the best. Maybe that's just because I like musicals, so that's why I feel that way. But Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off doesn't really succeed as much as next movies in the list are going to. But I shouldn't judge it for that. Overall, it's a very fun movie, and in the end, I do like that he ends up attending both events, the baseball game and the cook-off, but he ends up losing the cook-off because he only really started cooking a few months ago, versus Bridget, who is a ride or die, does end up winning. and the baseball team ends up winning without him. So even though he's sad for a little bit, he gets a pep talk from his dad, and he realizes that he can do anything he dreams of now that he knows what his passions are, and he feels like he's not being held back by the people around him who judge him. I wish that Bridget and Eddie would have had more scenes together, and they would have become better friends instead of just being like light acquaintances. And his baseball buddies do eventually come around to him cooking, but it would have been nice if that happened a little sooner in my opinion. I felt like that part was dragged out a little bit. But overall, I loved Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off. I would highly recommend you watch this movie, especially if you want to do a drunk watch with your friends. That's what I ended up doing. We made some pina coladas and had a good time watching Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, and I'd recommend you do the same. It's gonna go probably middle to high end of the ranking so far.
Haven't you heard? I'm the crazy bitch around here. Have fun in reform school.
Okay guys, we're at one of the first big ones of the Bounce era, and that is the Cheetah Girls. Believe it or not, I've never actually seen any of the Cheetah Girls movies. I somehow just perfectly avoided all of them, which is really weird because they seem like they'd be up my alley. I know the Cheetah Girls is based off of a book, but when it comes to the movie, the DCOM itself, I really feel like the Disney Channel just looked at Bratz and went, hey, let's just make that but a movie. The Cheetah Girls are Galleria, Chanel, Aqua, and Dorinda. They all come from different backgrounds and all have a passion for singing and want to make it as the next big girl group. They have to balance their passion and intensity for being in this girl group with their everyday lives as teenage girls. Galleria begged her parents to get a new dog and now she barely pays attention to it. Chanel has to deal with the fact that her mother is constantly gone now that she's dating a new guy who lives in Paris. Aqua is smart and is from Texas, and is afraid of public transit. She doesn't really have much conflict in this movie besides getting over using the subway. And Dorinda is poor, unlike the rest of her friends, and has to work as a janitor at a community center. She also struggles with her identity because she is adopted. I remember people bringing up this plotline of the movie recently and being like, what the fuck was this? Because when Chanel finds out that Dorinda, the only white member of the Cheetah Girls, was actually adopted by a black woman, she assumes that she's mixed and is like, I knew you were one of us, girl! And that's a weird way to respond to that. But then Dorinda has to break the news to her that she doesn't know what her ethnicity is, and they have to reassure to her that it doesn't matter what she is because they love her for her. Their big goal in this movie is to win their talent show. And after they audition, one of the famous alumni record producers ends up seeing it and wants to sign them to his record label. Although he wants to change everything about their identity and make them some kiddie group. They have a falling out because they don't know what to decide. They have a third act breakup, but all come together when Galleria's dog gets stuck in like a manhole and has to be saved. They shut down traffic in all of Manhattan to save this poor dog. It's at that moment that they realize that they truly care about each other and that they shouldn't break up. So they reunite and are eventually able to perform at their school's talent show, I think in the middle of the street, but they still end up winning. This is a very fun and cheerful kids movie, and plus the songs aren't as bad as I was initially thinking they were going to be. No offense to the Cheetah Girls, I'd never listened to any of their music, but I was kind of expecting the worst. But nothing was too offensive or noticeably bad, so good job there. Again, you know me, I love a good ensemble cast, and I think each character has a fun little moment and their dynamic is interesting. I didn't like how much they fought. Part of me really felt like they weren't actually friends, and I actually did believe that like maybe the Cheetah Girls wouldn't work. But the fact that they never seemed to be on the same page for the entirety of the movie was a bit concerning to me. I would recommend you watch this movie, but you've probably already seen it. This was the first ever musical DCOM, and we could see with the success of this movie what they were going to do in the future. Say it with me now, why do we need another basketball movie? And a religious basketball movie to boot. Very, very interesting. Full Court Miracle is, as Wikipedia describes, an American Hanukkah sports drama film. It follows Alex Schlotsky, who attends a Hebrew academy in Philadelphia. He's like really into basketball, but no one really takes his interest seriously because he's Jewish. The school's basketball team is famously known for being really bad at basketball, and all Alex wants to do is improve the team. They're inspired by the tale of Judah Maccabee that they learned in class to find someone to coach them into becoming a good basketball team. They then see a guy just at the park being really good at basketball, and his name is Lamont Carr. He was a college basketball star who got a knee injury right when he was about to go to the NBA, and now he's essentially homeless, living in his van. It's because he's hoping to get signed to another team, and so his wife and kids are back at home in another state, waiting for him to get the job. Schlotz is able to convince Lamont to start training them because they all gather up a bunch of their lunch money to pay him. And over time, he's eventually hired as the official basketball coach for the school. Although there's a teacher there who is determined to prove that he is not supposed to be there. For whatever reason, I wonder what it is. So a lot of the movie is back and forth between them learning about basketball and then having to hide the fact that Lamont is homeless. The team actually does improve and they actually make it to the finals. But Lamont ends up leaving because he has an opportunity to audition for an NBA team. And during the final game, there's a massive storm that cuts off the electricity for the school's gymnasium. Since this whole movie is taking place during Hanukkah, by the way, I forgot to mention that, the generator that they're using to continue the game that runs on gas mysteriously keeps running even after all of the gas has boiled out, mirroring the story of Hanukkah about the oil lasting for 7 days. Of course, Schlotz and his basketball team end up winning, and Lamont decides that he actually wants to be a basketball coach instead of trying for the NBA again, realizing that he really just needed to be with his family at the end of the day, and Schlotz's mother is actually able to get his wife and kids down for the final game so they can, talk about that. I'm not a big fan of religious DCOMs, I've already mentioned it before, and most of the time the religion that the DCOMs handle is Christianity, so it was at least new and interesting to see a Jewish DCOM. Alex at least has interesting motivations. He wants to become a full-time basketball player, but his mom really wants him to become a doctor, so she essentially ignores all of his dreams and wishes about basketball, and it really pushes him further away from her. Overall, it was a very fun movie, so maybe if you have the time to watch another basketball movie, then check this one out.
Take care there, Frankenstein, take care! Shut out the light!
Pixel Perfect is weird, man. Even though I have not started a script at all for it, I think I might make a full video on Pixel Perfect. Who knows? We'll see. Pixel Perfect follows Roscoe, who wants to help out his friend Sam and their band, the Zetabytes. They're told that they need a new lead singer and that Sam just isn't cutting the mustard. And Roscoe just happens to be really talented at computerized holographic equipment because that's the industry that his father is in. So he creates a fully sentient hologram named Loretta to be their lead singer. She's a full-on autonomous humanoid, and I don't even want to think about the implications of this technology being available in 2004. With Loretta as their lead singer, they wow all of their audiences, and people are very impressed by their lead singer's literal perfectionism. Sam immediately becomes jealous of Loretta and bitter at the fact that Roscoe seems to like Loretta more than her, which she has had a crush on Roscoe since the very beginning of their friendship. When Roscoe's father finds out, he immediately wants to delete it because, he's literally the modern Prometheus. And eventually, obviously, Loretta is outed as a hologram, but instead of being booed and shunned, she is embraced and people are very, very interested in the novelty of a holographic lead singer. So the Zetabytes are immediately signed to a record deal and they start recording an album, although they all feel very weirded out by the fact that they're essentially pushed aside and Loretta is given front and center attention. Loretta starts to feel weird and alienated by her society because she is not truly human, and because she's a hologram, that means she can't go outside and experience sunlight because she would just dissipate. It's very Frankenstein's monster indeed. And then after the record label signs the Zetabytes, they now admit that they have all the rights to Loretta and all of her being, and they decide that they want to make a bunch of holographic pop stars. Both Roscoe and his father disagree with this, but they can't do anything because they already signed a contract. After this, Roscoe gets in a huge fight with Loretta, and she escapes into the internet. So we get a lot of really fun green screen CGI animations of what the internet looks like on the inside. While Loretta is gone, Sam decides that she's going to try and pretend to be Loretta, but then she ends up getting horribly injured and is in the hospital in a coma? The movie takes a very melodramatic twist at the end, which is really weird, and Loretta, in true Tangled fashion, revives Sam and enters her mind. So for a little bit there, Sam is possessed by Loretta, and she gets to experience rain and outside for the first time while in Sam's body, but then, evacuates it so Sam can start being herself again. I think this movie is a psychological horror and we just don't realize it yet. And Loretta is seen as a sort of guardian angel figure who is transcended into godhood and watches over us all. I really liked Pixel Perfect. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it so much. Probably gonna go more higher up in the ranking than I ended up thinking it was going to.
Can you walk any softer? Please, Jenna can't hear us. She's blind. You know what I mean.
Here we are with another movie about a kid with disabilities, but this time, he's the main character. Yay! The movie is called Going to the Mat, by the way. I forgot to say it in the audio, and I try to remember to say it in the audio just in case you're doing the dishes or playing Subway Surfers or whatever while listening to this video. So there you go. It's called Going to the Mat. Jason Jace Newfield is a blind drummer whose family moved from New York to Utah. On Jace's first day, he's incredibly rude and very touchy to everyone around him and is bullied by some kids on the wrestling team, so Jace immediately decides that he must also join the wrestling team to prove himself. One of the big main plot lines of this movie is the fact that Jace is a little bit of an asshole. He's kind of mean to everybody he talks to, which is clearly a coping mechanism. He's bitter about the fact that he's left a culture hub of the country and gone to Salt Lake City, which is seen as a boring Mormon town. And he feels the need to protect himself and put a guard up through this intense, thick layer of irony. So Jace has to learn to wrestle while all of his teammates secretly hate him because they think that he's going to bring their numbers down by being a person with a disability. But eventually he proves himself as a really good wrestler, and eventually everyone on his team comes around to him. Also, he ends up falling for the girl who was assigned to be his reader, and they go on a little date, and they're a really cute relationship. At the end of the season, the wrestling team makes it to the state championship, and he ends up winning even after being badly injured. At the very end, there's a funny joke where there's a journalist who wants to do a story on Jace and how he battles being a blind wrestler, and literally everyone around him's like, "Did you know Jace was blind?" It's really funny. It's a good little scene. Basically saying that they see him as much more than just what his disability is, and see him as a fully fleshed out person and don't want to typecast him as the blind wrestler like the journalist does. This is another Andrew Lawrence film. He really was in so many DComs, it's pretty impressive. I'll be completely honest with you, I had no idea that the character was blind for like the first 15 minutes of the movie. It's kind of embarrassing to say that at the end of the day, but because I know who Andrew Lawrence is, I was like, well, he's not blind. So I just genuinely couldn't tell that he was playing a blind character. Going to the Mat is a perfectly fine movie. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's another boring sports movie. What are you gonna do? Let's move on.
Try here. Stop.
Oh my goodness, I can finally put the Xenon trilogy behind me. I still feel really bad that I don't like the Xenon movies because I know a lot of people really love them. And I would love to know what people think about Xenon Z3 because so far it's my favorite. Z3 follows Xenon as she is now 18 years old and competing to win the Galactic Teen Supreme Contest, all of which is being held on the moon. Margie is back, and we also get a cameo from Nebula, the original Nebula, played by Raven-Symoné. She's only in like 5 seconds of the movie, and she's green screened in, but it was still nice to see her. While Xenon competes, she is strangely winning, even though she has all of these harder obstacles faced against her that the runner of the contest is intentionally putting in. The guy who's running the contest wants to colonize the moon, and there are plenty of protesters against that. One of them is named Sage, and yes, he is the new love interest for this movie. Let's just forget about the cute alien boy. As in boy who is into aliens, not as in he is an alien boy. Xenon eventually comes around to agreeing with Sage when originally she just doesn't think it's a big deal, and so because of that, that's why the contest runner is sabotaging her performance so she doesn't win. But she still wins anyways. That's because the moon goddess is intentionally helping her out so she can get her attention to let people know that she does not want the moon colonized. Because they already have a giant space mall on the moon goddess says that she's gonna literally kill everybody on the moon if they don't jet out of there within the next day. So now Margie and Xenon, along with all the other contestants, have to help evacuate everybody off of the moon so, they don't die. Also, Protozoa is back, but he has been recasted in one of the worst recastings I've ever seen. No offense to this actor, he just literally looks nothing like the other guy. Like, this is a crazy kind of recasting. Protozoa is upset because he is now seen as yesterday's news, as a new girl group has officially taken over as the biggest artist in the galaxy. But he's able to save the day when he brings his massive space touring bus, and it can fit everybody who's on the moon on it, and they all escape to Earth for safety. He then does a collab with the new girl group in a really good song that I highly recommend you listen to. It was catchy as hell, and all is well. One thing I will commend the Xenon series for doing is that each movie feels like its own contained story, so while from the director's standpoint it's like, well, we can just make these into infinity. But it also shows that, like, these are just chapters of Xenon's life. This isn't like an overarching 3-movie story. It's just like 3 little mini stories, and we can assume that many more hijinks and shenanigans will happen in her life in other movies that just never got made. Overall, I really enjoyed Xenon Z3. It's my favorite one so far because it was the most competent, and Xenon as a character doesn't piss me off anymore. I still never want to revisit the Xenon trilogy again, and I probably never will, so there you go.
Swag.
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 Oh, wow!
Stuck in the Suburbs was very interesting and very cute. Stuck in the Suburbs follows Brittany and her newfound friendship with Natasha. Brittany is boring, basic, average, and Natasha is extremely interesting and exotic and fascinating. Natasha claims that she's from New York and that she lived with her father in Europe. And Brittany is amazed by this because she's kind of sick of her boring suburb lifestyle. Even though she's obsessed with teen sensation Jordan Cahill, she pretends that she's above it all when she becomes friends with Natasha. Jordan's filming a music video in their town, and during a mix-up, she ends up swapping phones with him. She uses his phone to make his life better because he's constantly being controlled by his restrictive record label. All while this adds a newfound source of interest and intrigue for Brittany and Natasha's boring lives. Brittany and Natasha get in a fight because they realize that they've both lied about each other. Brittany pretended to be cooler than she actually was, and actually so did Natasha. Her father never took her to Europe or to New York. And she's not new at school, she had always been there, but she just never had any friends and never interacted with anybody. Eventually, Brittany feels bad about, using Jordan's phone to her advantage, and she decides to finally come clean and swap phones again. But during all of this, there's an intense chase scene, and eventually she's able to become friends with him. Throughout the movie, Brittany's mother has been really wanting to save this old house from being demolished and turned into like a gas station or whatever, and she can't get anyone to care. But once she gets Jordan to show up, everyone else shows up, and they really decide to save the house. It's kind of like a B plot that becomes a really important plot at the end, and I think it's really well executed because Brittany is really just seen as someone who doesn't really care about her parents' boring activities, but learns to find a new appreciation for them as people. Jordan is able to leave his restricted record label and make the music he really wants to make, boring acoustic ballads instead of interesting boyfriend pop music. It's the same plot. All of these movies do the exact same plot, where it's like, they pretend they're Justin Bieber or Lady Gaga, but they're actually an acoustic singer-songwriter. Like, get over yourself. Overall, I really liked Stuck in the Suburbs. Brenda Song is just such a great actress, and I loved her in this movie. I would recommend you watch this movie, and I want to watch it again someday soon, because it was just really silly. So, yeah, I really enjoyed this movie.
Are you eyeballing me with those baby blues? Are you?
Sir, no, sir!
Are you in love with me, Swafford?
Sir, no, sir!
Oh.
Tiger Cruise rightfully pissed me off, and in a way I didn't even think was possible for a DCOM. This movie follows Maddie Dolan, a girl who decides to go on the Tiger Cruise, which is a vacation where family members from Navy officers get to visit them on their ship for a few days. Maddie has decided to go on the cruise for a specific reason, to ask her father to unenlist from the Navy so he can actually be there for her in her life, since they're constantly moving around and he doesn't actually know much about their children and what they're going through. There's also a few other central characters we follow, including Anthony, a troublemaker from New York whose sailor older brother hoped the trip would straighten him out, Tina, a military-obsessed kid who looks up to her aviator sister and is military propaganda pilled, Joey, a younger kid whose mother is a sailor and is just there to eat ice cream, and Chuck, a retired Marine who looks down on his son for being a military chef where he's mainly there to make fat jokes and to be racist. Hijinks on the boat ensue, and the 4 kids try to have fun while their family members attempt to connect with them, with things being strained all around. Oh, by the way, did I mention that this story takes place on the second weekend of September 2001? Yeah, goddamn motherfucking 9/11 happens. The movie goes from being slightly serious but still lighthearted into being a full-blown melodrama, and it's honestly kind of a lot. So, I was born a year after 9/11, so of course I'll never know what it was like to witness the attacks, and I know that the event is still fresh in a lot of people's minds, so I don't want to offend anybody with my somewhat cavalier nature towards the event. Plus, I really don't want to get into the politics of it all, although I hope we're all aware of how this event sparked plenty of racism and death for many that was, at the end of the day, senseless and unnecessary. I think this movie uses the event of 9/11 to drum up military propaganda and nationalism in the American youth, and personally I think that's a very manipulative goal and a reason to tell a story about 9/11 only 3 years after it had happened. This film had to have permission from the US military to use their equipment and let all the actors wear their uniforms, so of course they wouldn't approve of a script that had a negative view of the military because they've denied access to film productions in the past. But what's worse than all of that, in my opinion, is the ending. After seeing everything her father has to do on the ship and how important he is to the military, Maddie decides to convince him to keep his job. I'm not sure how realistic this is to a young teenager who barely sees her dad at all, when all she wanted was for him to be present in her life, but whatever. This movie is bad, and it's military propaganda, but what's worse, especially for the people who created it, it's also just bad military propaganda. This is going on the bottom, past Xenon, past everything else, because I really don't have tolerance for this type of film, or any of Disney Channel's stance on nationalism from this era altogether. Sorry y'all, this movie is fucking shit. Woo, let's talk about Halloween Town High! In my opinion, the third and final movie you should watch in the Halloween Town series, Halloween Town High follows Marnie again, as she is in high school now. Because the portal has been opened year-round between Halloween Town and the mortal world, she decides to host a monster exchange program, bringing a bunch of people from Halloween Town into the mortal world to exist and learn about mortal culture. This was an angle and element of the story that I really liked and was really interested in seeing how they would expand upon it, and I think they pretty much shot and stuck the landing with this one. We learn about the Knights of the Iron Dagger, who are known as humans who would attack monsters and pillage them. Marnie has to remind the Halloween Town folk that it's been many, many years since knights existed and that it's just a folktale story to keep people afraid of mortals. However, strange knight and iron dagger imagery ends up showing up around campus, and we learn that somebody behind the scenes is pulling the strings to make sure that the Halloween Town monster kids don't stay in the mortal world. We learn that it's somebody from the Halloween Town Council, who Marnie had to get permission from originally to allow for the exchange program to happen. This guy has a grudge against humans, and actually works with the human to try and reinvigorate the Knights of the Iron Dagger to get the monsters to go away. And it happens to be Aggie's love interest. No! She had just started working as a teacher at the school, and they're constantly having to move her around to different curriculums because she is not qualified to be a teacher at all. One thing I also really enjoyed was seeing Marnie's mom actually be a witch and a magic user and have fun with it. She literally has lines like, "Why did I ever give up magic?" And I like that and I appreciate it. As she starts to grow a bond with her mother again and realize that her daughter is really into the whole witch thing, she starts to rediscover that part of herself that she had shunned away all those years ago, and it's really interesting to watch. Marnie also gets a proper love interest, and he's not evil this time. Good for you, girl. She ends up revealing to him that she's a witch, and eventually they end up outing the fact that monsters exist to the real world. At first, everyone's scared and terrified of them because the evil villain guy has made sure that they would all attack the Halloween party that was happening that night. But they're able to convince everybody that they're actually all good and that they're more similar than they are different, and the movie ends happily. Now, I think the trilogy should have ended here for multiple reasons. The main one being that to grapple with the reality of Halloween Town and the mortal world combining and connecting, it's just too messy. There's too many politics and issues you'd have to deal with that, which I think is wrong. I like the fact that the movie ends right as soon as things are gonna get a little bit too complicated, and we just end on the note of we can all be friends despite our differences. It's a great end to the trilogy, and I think it really works as a final film. Overall, I think this is a great movie. I actually never saw this one as a kid, can you believe that? I watched 1, 2, and 4. That's absolutely wild. Again, I recommend you watch the whole trilogy, and this is gonna go pretty high in the ranking so far. I quite liked it. Just as a warning, I put off doing voiceover work for a very long time, up until the point where it is now 2 in the morning and I just got back from doing a Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Nosferatu movie double feature. So I'm going to try my best to not sound completely out of it. I'm also in my kitchen right now because I'm trying not to disturb my father who is asleep, so the audio might sound a little bit different. I really hope no one minds.
I'm gonna nail you.
So I have very vague memories of the movie Now You See It. As a little one, I distinctly remember watching the opening scene and then turning off the TV to go do something else. Not because the opening scene was so, not up my alley or anything, but probably because I had other endeavors. Now You See It follows Alison Milchaka of Ally and AJ fame. As she plays a character, I'm pretty sure her name is also Allison in the movie, as she signs up to be a teenage producer on a teenage television reality show about magic. It's kind of multiple gimmicks all built up in one. It is a talent scout for magicians, teenage magicians, and the entire thing is being filmed, produced, and run by teenagers, with adult supervision, of course. So we follow Allison as this teenage producer as she tries and finds some talent scout to be entered into the magician competition. And then we get to slowly see all of these teen magicians work on, creating the most magical illusions for television and then winning at the very end. She happens to find Danny Sinclair, who for some reason can do very, very magical tricks, yet he can't explain how he did it. He's able to get by through the whole "a magician never tells his secrets" thing, but eventually people really start questioning, how did he do the tricks that he's doing? We then learn that Danny is actually magic. Like actually magic. Magic exists in this world, and the TV show host is also a magician and used the show as a ploy to find his new apprentice. But he's actually evil. He's trying to absorb the young kid's power to then become more powerful or whatever. So most of the movie is watching this sort of teen producer reality TV show, magic show, and watching Danny outshow all of his peers, yet not be able to explain why and be very elusive and, emo and edgy and stuff. A part of me thinks that maybe a beginning element of this script was having adult characters, but at the certain point when it became a DCOM, or when they decided that they couldn't have adult main characters in a DCOM anymore, they changed it to be these are teen producers and reality TV show hosts. It kind of muddles things a bit and makes it more unique. I don't know, it just kind of seems like they're juggling a lot of things. I'm not going to say it's an outright bad thing, however, because I did quite enjoy this movie. It's definitely not going up there as one of my favorites, but I had a pretty good time watching it throughout. The frame device of this film is Allison talking to a camera, describing what happened to Danny, saying that he's dead, but she knows that he's not dead. It's just a bait and switch for the ending, and it's a cute little narrative device throughout the film, so I didn't mind it. But overall, I think Now You See It is a very interesting film in DCOM history. Some, including me a few months ago, might have said it was a bit boring, but, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say it was a fun watch. As a grown-up, I don't know if I'd recommend you watch it or anything, but I'm not going to poo on it like I've been doing with a lot of these earlier DCOMs. I'm going to give it the good old college thumbs up.
1, 2.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Bitch!
Buffalo Dreams is another movie that kind of makes me confused as to why it exists. We're definitely in one of the biggest transition periods that Disney Channel is ever going to make in the case of DCOMs. This is really the first time that their old style of zoog Disney movies are gonna become obsolete. This is one of the last of a dying breed in this whole DCOM era. So because of that, I'm gonna be a lot more sprightly and spiritly about this movie, also for a few other reasons. Buffalo Dreams follows Josh Townsend as his family moves to New Mexico. He apparently moves into a very remote part of New Mexico. Not all of New Mexico looks like this, by the way, guys. Just want you to know. A lot of it just looks like most of America. His family moves, I'm pretty sure, into the Navajo reservation in New Mexico, and he gets involved with a group of teens who are attempting to preserve the buffalo as well as traditions of the Navajo. The main kid who's a part of this club really wants to leave the nation, and he wants to, try and do something on his own outside of his culture. And it's mainly just about this kid learning about traditions and learning to enjoy his new environment. His father's a scientist who works at one of the big astrology labs that's in the area. There are a bunch of bicycle riding kids who love to ride their bikes in areas they're not supposed to be, like where the buffalo live. And Josh has to teeter between being friends with these kids who don't respect the land at all, and the other group of kids who care a lot about the traditional Navajo way of life and preserving the land that they live on. At one point, Josh is taken to this beautiful water reserve, and he eventually decides to take the biker kids there because he wants to prove that he's a cool kid, and they end up graffitiing the whole entire place. They treat it like shit. And so to get all the biker kids to back off, he decides to do a race. Yes, this is a sports movie after all. Josh almost dies, but then he wins the race, and everyone's happy at the end, except for the kids who lost. I don't know, this is one of those movies where there's not really a plot, you just kind of watch a vignette of moments happening in this kid's life. And I guess for that, I'm not too mad at it. I think it's a perfectly fine movie if you're kind of into modern westerns. Funny enough, apparently this movie was shot in Utah because this was before New Mexico became a big filming hub. Now, majority of the time, a lot of Disney Channel and Nickelodeon TV shows and movies are filmed in New Mexico. But back when they were actually making movies that took place in New Mexico, they were filmed in other states. But overall, I don't think this movie was all that bad. It's very languid, it's very tranquil. I know I criticized movies for being tranquil in the past, and I kind of want to do the same with this movie, but you know what? I'm going to embrace the simplicity of this film, and I'm going to retroactively do the case for Rip Curls as well, because y'all ripped into me about Rip Curls, and fair enough. So I tip my hat to Buffalo Dreams, but I'm not going to think about it anymore in the future.
Do I look British? Do I look like a British person? Out of the way, bitches. Wade Freeman, all-star quarterback. Represent!
So I haven't actually seen much of the Kim Possible TV series, so being able to watch Kim Possible movie So the Drama was a very interesting experience for me. I'm pretty sure this is the first animated DCOM we have on the list today. I didn't bother to check in the past, and my brain is goo right now, so I can't confirm that for you. This movie follows Kim Possible as she tries to stop Dr. Draken once again from trying to take over the world. But this time she specifically has to deal with finding a date to the dance and dealing with mean girls at her school, as well as the fact that she may or may not like Ron Stoppable, her sidekick. Dr. Draken learns that Kim Possible's one true weakness is being a teenage girl, so he invents a whole guy to go and pretend to date her, so she would be conflicted on whether she should go to the prom with this guy or stop the world from being taken over. Also, Nacho Libre is under current distress with new management, and we learn that this is all part of Dr. Draken's world domination plan. He gives out these little toys in the kids' menus, and these toys are actually robots that are sent to, take over cities. So the two have to work together to stop the villain. Never once did I feel like Kim and Ron couldn't save the day at the very end of the movie. I was pretty confident that they were going to win, and obviously, for all of these DCOMs, that's the case. I know everyone's going to get a happy ending, but especially throughout this whole movie, I never once felt like, oh no, how are they going to get out of this one? And I think that that's a good thing at the end of the day. Again, I'm not that familiar with Kim Possible. I've only seen a few episodes. It wasn't really a show I grew up with. But I think that complete dominance and confidence is what makes the show so memorable and likable for a lot of people. Plus, I never actually thought of the fact that Ron and Kim could actually be a couple. So seeing them kiss at the end and actually officially become a couple was actually really nice. I'm really rooting for them. Apparently this was supposed to be the series finale, but then they made another season, and I think this would work great as a series finale. But it does leave enough open for it to, lead into another season, so I think they played both sides pretty well. Overall, I really enjoyed Kim Possible movie So the Drama. I love how 2000s it is, and its dialogue and its understanding of life, while not being offensive in any way. When people say something is of its time, it's usually in a negative sense, but in this sense, it's really good. So, shout out to the Kim Possible movie. I recommend you watch it, even if you've never seen the show like I have, because it just works as a standalone piece of media. But if you're really invested in the characters in the TV show, I bet it works really, really well as an upping the stakes, but still relinquishing to the status quo kind of movie. It was really good. Check it out if you haven't yet.
Come on, he's a grave robber.
I only collect spare parts, not like they're using them.
And you're using them why?
For hockey.
That sport is a lot weirder than I thought.
Go Figure is a movie I watched with my dad while we were cooking dinner, and we both got so distracted by this thing that I almost burnt our food. Luckily, it came out well. It was just nice and charred, so that must mean that Go Figure was an interesting movie? It kinda was, but like not really. Go Figure follows Caitlin Kingsford, who dreams of being a figure skating champion. But she's really dismayed by all of the hate and vitriol that all of her fellow competition girls give off to each other. She wants to train with one of the most talented figure skater coaches in the country, but she only teaches at a prestigious private school that her parents can't afford, so she needs to get a scholarship. However, this school doesn't provide any figure skating scholarships, they only provide hockey scholarships. So through some under-the-table maneuvering, she's able to get a hockey scholarship even though she's never played that sport before. So she has to deal with the clash of culture between figure skating and ice hockey, and has to deal with trying to learn a brand new sport while being good at the current sport that she works on, and passing her classes, and rising above all of the hate she's getting from her family. Her parents are the least supportive people I've probably ever seen in a DCOM before. They were like rooting for her downfall the entire time. It was crazy. She makes friends with her ice hockey team, and eventually she grows a real sisterhood with them. And she realizes that that's what she's been missing this whole time, because in her figure skating competitions, everyone hated each other and there was no sense of camaraderie. Everybody was so pitted against each other. But in ice hockey, they're all working together as a team, and that's what makes them succeed. So she's able to find something in hockey that she didn't have in figure skating. Of course, there's always a big game at the end. Gotta have the big game. And at this sense, it's the final game for ice hockey and a competition to see who will qualify for the Olympics in ice skating. At first, I thought they were gonna subvert the trope of like, well, she's gonna do both by having her pick ice hockey, realizing that her companionship with her teammates meant more to her than competing at the Olympics, which I thought it was a refreshing and interesting twist. But no, they do end up, through maneuvering, end up pausing the figure skating competition, and she's able to make it there and she's able to perform. And of course she wins, so she qualifies for the Olympics. It's a happy ending all around. Caitlin is like the most girly of girly girls to ever exist, and so that's conflicted with a lot of her more brutish ice hockey teammates. And she starts out as quite vain and individualistic, and then grows to become more grounded and aware of her surroundings. So this is the DCOM formula working in strides, doing its job. You know, the machine is just pumping away, and I can't be too mad at it because of that. I quite enjoyed Go Figure. I actually got really into hockey this year. I've been watching the Stanley Cup in 2024. I'm an Oilers fan, which is probably not a good thing so far, but you know, we'll see how things go. Go Figure is a very cute movie. If you're into figure skating or ice hockey, it might be a fun watch, especially if you have like a little one near you or something.
The Industrial Revolution, to me, is just like a story I know called The Puppy Who Lost His Way. The world was changing, and the puppy was getting bigger.
Fun fact, this movie, along with Now You See It, are the only two DCOMs to not have a Wikipedia page. So, anyways, I will say the dog in Life is Rough is really cute. That's about the only reason to watch this movie, which in that case, maybe just find a gift set on Tumblr of the dog and then do much more better things with your day. Or maybe adopt a dog. That's what the main character Calvin Wheeler, played by Kyle Massey, does when he's strapped for some extra cash. Life is Rough follows Calvin as he wants to buy a rare comic book along with his best friend, but he doesn't have the money to do so. And he learns that dog competitions pay really well, so he immediately adopts a dog and tries to train it to be in the competition. He's one of the most popular kids in school. He helps the high school basketball team win, so he has them on speed dial and they'll do whatever he wants for him. It's pretty interesting. And he adopts a dog named Tycho, who is well known for biting and chewing on things, so he isn't that favorable at the animal shelter. One of his classmates, Emily, works at the adoption agency and sets him up with Tycho in the first place because she just hates to see the dogs, not get adopted. But she hates dog competitions, so he has to keep it on the down low from her. We watch Calvin as he absolutely struggles to hide the dog from his parents and try to train it, and that all just go to shit and fail. This movie is very different from Hounded because all of this pain and suffering that Calvin goes through throughout the movie is all self-inflicted. He just wants money that he doesn't need. It's not like he's trying to pay his parents' bills or anything. He just wants an extra special thing that he could just slowly over time save up money for. But he wants the money right here, right now, so he adopts the dog and has to go through all this pain because of it. His parents think he's extremely irresponsible and, well, stupid, but once he adopts the dog and has to hide up for all of the dog's mistakes and messes that he makes, they see him as more responsible because he's actually taking accountability for his actions and cleaning up his messes that he makes, when they're actually the dog's messes. Eventually, he does tell his parents, and he's able to get the dog ready and groomed up for the competitions. They try and do the angle of Tycho being like this mangy mutt they found on the side of the road, but he really just looks like a normal dog. Like, I think he's a purebred. Everyone keeps jumping and getting scared of the dog when he just looks completely normal. And Tycho never actually gets good at the obstacle course that you're supposed to do for the dog competitions. They just kind of destroy the entire set, but look cool while doing it, so they end up winning the prize money. At this point, Calvin's had a turn of heart and he realizes that he loves dogs and he's not just trying to use them for free labor. So he ends up getting his comic book that he wanted and then donating the rest of the money to the animal shelter because it was strapped for cash as well. Overall, Life is Rough is another example of some decom cheese that if you remember this movie from when you were young, I'd recommend you check it out again because it's probably going to hold up pretty well. But it's nothing that I have nostalgia for or really interest in, so I'm not going to go back to it, but it's probably going to go in the middle of the list. Not too bad of a movie. I'm recording this on camera, so if I have any asides, I can actually use my face instead of just putting up the thing.png. Shout out to my friend Anakin for creating that for me, by the way. They just did it for no reason, just because they wanted to one day, and I asked if I could use it in the video, and I realized I'm literally using it all the time just because I think it's so funny. Make sure to follow them on their art channel because they post a lot of really good art. Anyways, this is a review video, so review time. On July 29th, 2005, the movie Sky High debuted in theaters. Even though this movie is made by Disney, it was not made by Disney Channel. So because of that, I won't be reviewing it in this video.
What up, chicky, check it out. You got T Vega, that's Tori Vegadocious, initials TV on your TV.
Not that much fun.
I was being urban.
Yeah, not really.
I remember really liking the Proud Family movie growing up. And even though I completely remembered the plot, I somehow completely forgot about the quality of it, which is not that high. The Proud Family movie follows Penny Proud as she's about to turn 16 and is auditioning to be in a music video for a rapper called 15 Cent. He ends up growing fond with her at the auditions, and they end up kissing at the end, but her extremely strict father Oscar gets really mad at the fact that she was kissing a boy at age 16 and decides to cancel her birthday party. This kind of rift in their relationship is really what the movie is going to explore. However, this is only a side plot to the actual plot of the movie, which is that there are peanut mutants out there. Oscar creates a serum or a sauce that's supposed to make his snacks taste better. Was he a snack guy? Did he create snacks? I literally remember nothing, and I mean nothing, about the Proud Family TV show. I watched it all the time as a kid, and I don't have any recollection of what happened in that show. It turns out that the sauce doesn't make the food tastier, it makes it mutate and grow, and it has no expiration date. So a guy named Dr. Carver overhears this and invites them to his private island so he can steal the sauce to, I don't know, cause a peanut uprising. Plot is so fucking weird, man. I think this is one of the biggest reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of this movie. We learned that the Dr. Carver that we've been following throughout the movie is actually a peanut clone of the original Dr. Carver, who is a long-line descendant of George Washington Carver, the guy who invented peanut butter along with a bunch of other things. He makes clones of all of the Proud Family members and sends them off to pretend to live their normal life, although they accidentally swap Pennies, so clone Penny is still on the island, the real family, and real Penny is with the clones in the real world. She learns what it's like to have a carefree family and realizes that she actually appreciates her family's strict and structured life that they give her, even though she was bucking against it in the beginning of the movie. However, something they don't really acknowledge is the fact that, like, Oscar being very strict and overreactive towards her experiencing normal things, while yes, is rooted in the fact that he's afraid of watching her grow up, is still kind of inappropriate. This is just my personal opinion, and I understand that people will disagree with me on this, and that's completely fine. It's just something that as an adult I've kind of noticed and have grown to dislike in general. But I did want to mention it because it did affect how I watched the movie and my enjoyment of it overall, so that's all. Anyways, Penny saves the day and she turns all of the mutant clones into peanut butter. Overall, I really don't mind the Proud Family movie, and I really do think if you are going to go rewatch the original show, this should be included, whether it's retconned or not. But if not, I don't really see any need to watch it.
You know exactly who I am and what I'm capable of. Just like I know exactly what you are. Witch. I can smell the stink of it on you.
Oh hell yeah, it's Twitches time. Twitches is another DCOM classic. Highly recommend you watch this thing right out the gate. Twitches follows the twin witch daughters of Apollo and Artemis. The darkness is spreading in their dimension of the Coventry, so they are sent to Earth to be protected. They are separated at birth and sent to different adoption agencies to avoid being found. They have powers because their extremely powerful warlock father, Aaron Dubar, transfers his powers to the two of them to keep the magic safe when he is killed by the darkness. On Earth, they grow up with extremely polar opposite lives. Alexandra Alex Nicole Fielding is considered a night owl and can never wake up early in the morning. Her relatively poor adopted mother ends up dying a few months before her 21st birthday, so she is essentially homeless and is couch surfing, staying with friends here and there while she tries to find a job. Meanwhile, Apollo is Cameron Elizabeth Barnes, who was adopted by a wealthy family and lives a high society socialite lifestyle. On their 21st birthday, they both end up meeting for the first time at a store, and I think it kind of mirrors their meeting in Sister Sister. At first I was like, wow, how lazy are they that they wrote the exact same meetup for them in both medias, but in retrospect it's like, oh, it was a reference to Sister Sister, most likely. They learned that they are sisters, and they learned that they have magical powers, and they have to navigate this all while some weirdness is going on in the background. As soon as the twins meet, the Coventry is alerted that they are alive, and the darkness goes after them. Their mother, Miranda, who married their uncle, Thantos, ends up having to try and find them. We then learn that some true Hamlet bullshit has been going on in the background, because Thantos is actually evil and killed his brother to gain the throne, and then Miranda married him to stay queen. So now the twins and her mother must defeat Thantos, who is the person who started the darkness in the first place, all while trying to make sure they make it to their 21st birthday party. But the two eventually end up on the same page, and they end up defeating Thantos. They then celebrate their birthday on Earth with all of their adopted parents, and also the two quirky side characters who were kind of watching over them throughout their whole life. I forgot to mention them. Their names are David and Emily. They're kind of like the main source of comic relief in this movie because it's actually kind of a serious film when you think about it. I like that we actually get to follow somewhat adult characters for the first time, since every character we follow in these movies are in middle school or high school age at best. I get it because they're kids' movies for kids, but it was refreshing to see other people not having to attend public school for once. I know this was because the Maori sisters were already older when they got the DCOM movie deal and didn't think it would be realistic for them to play teenagers, so I'm glad they were able to reach that agreement instead of trying to force their narrative onto them. I think the movie has a very unique and distinct flair because of that. So overall, I love Twitches, and I highly recommend you watch it around Halloween time. Or just in general, it's just a really fun little made-for-TV kind of supernatural film. There's a lot of quirks and a lot of charm to this. Next, for dinner, we have the fundraiser scene from Gotta Kick It Up. I forgot to mention this in the review, I think. But yeah, they have to fundraise money for their final competition, and so they do car washing, they sell drinks, and they sell food, along with piñatas, I think, too. Jury's still out on whether I'm going to actually buy a piñata for this section of the video or not. I thought this block party food looked so damn good, and I was very interested and excited about it until I went back to get footage for it, and I realized that, like, they barely show any food in this scene. I feel like I really romanticized the idea of them selling, like, all of this street food to raise money for their dance competition, when it really all we see is, like, a little bit of, like, grilled chicken be placed on a plate. I mean, that chicken still looks damn good, so I'm gonna recreate it, but, you know. As for the chicken and Gotta Kick It Up, it seems like it's a very, like, dark marinated chicken that's been grilled, so I'm gonna go for, like, a street food Mexican grilled chicken kind of thing. Usually this type of chicken has, like, cinnamon and cloves in it, along with chili and all that stuff, and I think that's gonna be really good. I've always wanted to try this sort of street food. Since there's only this one food that I'm technically gonna be recreating in this scene, I decided to add a bonus segment, and I'm going to be attempting to make the purple barbecue sauce from Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off. I feel like this is such an iconic food moment in DCOM history. I mean, Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off is such a famous, like, food movie, so obviously I had to include something from then. And I probably could have tried to recreate one of the dishes from Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, but I really just want the purple sauce. And the purple sauce doesn't show up in an actual dish, so we're making the purple sauce. And then as for the purple sauce, this one is a little bit more complicated. I really had to try and figure out how I was going to fashion a purple sauce that tasted like barbecue sauce. I did some research online and I saw that somebody did create a recipe for the purple sauce, and it looks like a pretty good recipe, although I'm just gonna do a little bit of tweaks and take some information from different recipes to make my own recipe. Apparently, huckleberry barbecue sauce and blueberry barbecue sauce do exist. When I looked up purple barbecue sauce, I didn't even look up Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, I just looked up purple barbecue sauce and these things came up. So I am going to attempt to include blueberries in a barbecue sauce recipe, just because, well, if that's a type of barbecue sauce that already exists out there that's going to have a purplish hue, I might as well try it. I'm also going to attempt to try and buy some ube extract online, because I've seen that that is like a very potent purple color without having to use like a natural food dyes and all that stuff. And then I'm probably going to make some other sides to make it a full meal, but like they're not going to technically be included in the actual review or whatever. Oh, and also one more other thing, now that I'm sitting here recording this, I was thinking I would love to share these recipes with you guys to enjoy and appreciate. And then I was thinking, hey, don't all these people on the internet, aren't they all making like Substack accounts these days? Should I create a Substack to put all my DCOM food recipes on? And then I went, no, I already have a Tumblr. I'll just create a Tumblr side blog. Aren't those the same thing? So yes, I made a Tumblr DCOM foods blog. I hope you all go and check it out if you want these recipes. And if people really are excited about this, maybe I'll do more DCOM recipes. I've been trying to utilize the whole YouTube Shorts thing, because apparently that's what we're all doing these days, is making YouTube Shorts. So maybe that'll be a good little area where I can make DCOM foods and then, you know, put the recipes online for y'all to check out. And who knows, maybe I'll do more with it in the future. So yeah, check out the DCOM Foods Tumblr page. Hello. Hi. Today we're going to be breaking down this whole chicken. This is the dullest knife I've ever used in my whole life. It didn't even cut through the skin. Okay, that's much better. That was horrible. Really wish I would have worn gloves, because I had to wash my hands like 5 times. There we go. There's our chicken. I'm gonna use the Rick Bayless roadside chicken with knob onions recipe. We're not gonna be using knob onions though, because I didn't want to bother buying some. So this is for a whole chicken, but I just broke down the whole chicken because we're gonna grill it in parts. It says 1.5 tablespoons of ancho chili powder. I'm gonna be using chili powder from Hatch, the best chili of all time in the whole world. Okay, what's next? Teaspoon of dried Mexican oregano. 2 garlic cloves. It says 2 garlic cloves. We're using garlic. Hope no one minds. 4 teaspoons of cinnamon. I don't have Mexican cinnamon, sadly, but hopefully this will do. There we go. It's probably going to add a nice warmth to it. big pinch of cloves. I got a shaker here of cloves. I'm just gonna do a little shake. Cloves are very strong, so yeah, be light on that. 3 tablespoons of vinegar. 1, 2, 3. 1/4 cup of orange juice. 1, 2, 3, 4. And some salt from our Tupperware pepper shaker. There we go. We're gonna put this in the fridge for probably like 3 hours. Hopefully 4. I don't know. We'll see. If you see here, we want to get to maybe like 350, which is it's reaching pretty fast. So let's go get the meat.
And the ceiling fan in the living room. The one by the kitchen, you know, that ceiling fan by the kitchen. It broke. One of the blades broke and flew off and hit the damn. It broke one, crashed, and the other 2 broke and fell.
I was in there, yes.
She was right under it.
These are boneless, so they're gonna go in half. Okay, here's what I've been doing. Let's see if I can do this one-handed, because my father's distracted. So I basted them. Now I'm gonna flip, and we're gonna put them on the actual heat now, or at least closer to it, okay? Because now it's time to get some color. Okay, we've flipped. We're closer, getting closer to the actual heat. We're less indirect now. We're more direct, I guess you could say. Now I'm getting the juice from the bag, and I'm basting the meat with it, just to keep it nice and juicy. So I already did this on the other side, which is why I flipped it. And then we're gonna close this. Just give it a few minutes, because we want some char, but we don't want like extreme burn, you know?
No one sings at college.
What?
No. And from what I can tell, this is America's only singing high school.
Honestly, what can I even say about High School Musical that hasn't been said already? This is one of the most popular, most famous movies, I would say, of the 21st century so far. And it happens to be a TV movie. This is something that I think really needs to be highlighted and exacerbated on while I am working on this video. At this point in time, the biggest cultural things that were happening in society were either on radio or on TV or in the movies. And the fact that just 10 years later, that is like definitely not going to be the case is very fascinating, and I want us to take note of it right now. Do I even need to explain the plot of High School Musical to you? You guys know the plot of High School Musical. Okay, so I just got really embarrassed because I had my window open, which I'm like facing right now, and it was letting in a nice breeze. And I heard somebody park their car right under my window and get out, go inside the building that we live in together, right as I was like, do I even need to explain High School Musical to you? Like, in my Chandler Bing voice. So I immediately got very embarrassed and closed the window. So yeah, if I seem a little bit more low energy right now, it's because I was shamed. I felt shame. High School Musical follows the 2 characters of Troy Bolton and Gabriella Montez. They live nowhere near each other but end up meeting on New Year's Eve at a ski resort. They bond over a really nice karaoke session and then think they're never going to see each other again. That is until we find out that Gabriella has moved and is now going to East High, the same high school that Troy goes to. He's a really popular basketball guy, and even though he has some interest in singing, he's never shared this with his friends and didn't even know he had this interest until he sang with Gabriella. Gabriella is a nerdy kid who really puts her head into her books because she's constantly being moved around because of her mother's work. So when the 2 of them hear that there is a school musical happening, Gabrielle, I think it might be interesting to audition. However, mean girl Sharpay Evans and her brother Ryan are completely against the idea of them being overshown for the musical. They are classic theater kids. They know their way around a jazz square too, okay? So we have another case of Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off, where we have a main character who is into one sport, but actually has interest in a creative endeavor. In this case, instead of baseball and cooking, it is basketball and singing. This is the second ever musical that Disney Channel did, Cheetah Girls being the first, of course. And it is a capital M musical. Cheetah Girls just had live performances or montages where music played in the background. This is my nostalgia talking, but the music is so good. I watched all of the High School Musical movies we're going to be reviewing today with my father to try and get some outside perspective on the matter, and he is not into musicals at all, and he still didn't like the musical aspect, but he really appreciated the story that it was being told throughout these movies and how kind of interesting all of the different components and elements came together. There's a lot of thought and effort put into this movie, and I think that contributed to it being such a cultural phenomenon. Overall, it's High School Musical. Like, obviously it's gonna be in the top 10. What movies will go over it is gonna be a big question, and we'll see where things go from now on. So, I remember liking Cowbells the first time I saw it growing up, although I never thought about it for years afterwards. This is another movie starring Alison Milchaka, although it also happens to include her sister, Amanda. Of course, this is the classic sister duo Ali and AJ, who have just some stellar, top-tier music out there for people to listen to. So, Cowbells follows Taylor and Courtney Callum, who are extremely spoiled young girls, even though they do have a heart of gold. They are a bit ditzy and are constantly making expensive mistakes and really charging up their dad's credit card, who became wealthy because he runs a dairy factory. Their father is going to take a well-earned vacation, one that he hasn't taken in years, and right before he's about to leave, they end up setting his entire kitchen on fire. So as punishment, he sets them to work at the dairy factory. They, of course, do the same thing they were always doing, which is causing a lot of expensive mistakes and being ambivalent towards it. Although the older one really starts to realize the errors of their ways. She ends up falling in love with a good old farm boy who is teaching her how to drive stick because she was gifted a beautiful car for her 16th birthday that was a stick shift. We learn that the father's best friend actually scammed the company out of a lot of money, so because of that, all of the workers at the dairy factory are not getting paid. They all decide to quit and go on strike, which would mean that all of the dairy would go bad, which means that they would probably go out of business. So Taylor and Courtney have to all of a sudden make some very tough decisions as young girls while their father is out of town. Taylor, who is the more level-headed one, decides that it would be best to spend the money that was going to be used for Courtney's cotillion party to be used as the money to pay the people working at the factory, to give them paychecks. And Courtney's extremely against this because she's a bit too selfish and, not thinking rationally about anything, and doesn't really care about these poor people who won't be able to afford rent and will probably get kicked out of their homes because she wants a fun little party, and is afraid of what her friends will think about her and call her poor and stuff. It takes until one of her friends finally admits that, she's middle class and not wealthy like the rest of them, and how she completely takes her privilege and money for granted, that she realizes that, yeah, maybe we should, care about the working class people who make our rich lifestyle possible. They all band together in the middle of the night and try really, really hard to fix all of the factory errors and get a shipment out so that they can stay afloat. All while the father finally comes back into town to help fix everything. So even though they're not going to be financially as stable as they were before, they did save their company from falling into complete ruin. Overall, I really like Cowbells. It's a bit of an average movie, but it's not too bad. I really enjoyed it.
I'm the one who's going to defeat you.
Okay. Hit me.
So I don't know if you guys remember what Netflix was like during the early 2010s, but famously, they actually had a few Disney Channel projects on there. They had some lower level TV shows like Ant Farm on there, and more importantly, Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior, which I watched so much as a kid. Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior follows Wendy Wu, who is a popular teenage girl who cares about all of the frivolous American things in life. She is then visited by a Buddhist monk named Shen. He says that she is the reincarnation of a famous warrior who is supposed to stop these evil spirits from destroying the world, and that he is destined to die while helping her in the battle. He gives her this ugly amulet that she's supposed to wear to protect her from the evil spirits that she immediately throws away, and then is immediately attacked by a spirit. She cares too much about winning Homecoming Queen to stop the evil demons, okay? There is a lot of really cool special effects and fighting in this movie, and I think that really puts it a cut above the rest. They really got some good stunt artists to do the work here, because man is it fun to watch. Her grandmother is the only one who knows the truth behind Shen's visit, and they pretend that he's her cousin to explain why he's just appeared all of a sudden, and why he's not American at all, because he's visiting from China. Eventually, Wendy Wu starts to understand the seriousness of the situation and starts to train, with Shen having the 5 animals of Chinese martial arts teaching her different skills. The tiger, the snake, the crane, and the leopard. She prepares for the battle, but then when she learns that it's on homecoming night, she decides to opt out, prioritizing her real life to this theoretical martial arts evil spirit's life. Her homecoming rival is possessed by Yan Lo, who is the true villain. And with the help of Shen, who doesn't end up dying, she ends up saving his life during his sacrifice, they are able to defeat the evil spirits. Apologies for the dip in audio quality for a brief second. I'm currently editing this video at the library and recording on my phone. I've done some more research into the history of wuxia storytelling and wuxia films, hope I'm pronouncing that right, which this movie is clearly inspired by along with other martial arts films, and is attempting to be a Disney Channel version of. I've only ever really seen Western takes on this genre like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Kung Fu Panda, along with martial arts inspired movies like Kill Bill and such, so I don't know much about this very old history of this storytelling convention and the subgenre that this film is trying to replicate. Just wanted to clarify that since I had a feeling I'd missed something when reviewing this movie originally and went back to do a little bit more research. Anyways, back to the review. But overall, I still love this movie. I would love to hear other people's thoughts on it, and it's gonna go pretty high in the ranking. Man, this movie slaps, purely for the martial arts, moments alone.
Well, if that makes me a villain, then so fucking be it. I can play the fucking villain.
Yeah, do it!
Read It and Weep is definitely an interesting film. Jameson Jamie Bartlett is a very creative young girl who is constantly writing about the woes of her life in her journal. She has this really cool iPad journal, which was not common at all in 2006, so props to them predicting the future. She writes in her journal like it's a story, changing the names of all of the people in her life to characters and making herself this cool and calm, collected person, known as Isabella, or Iz. She makes herself insert Iz, a really popular girl with amazing powers who is always able to defeat the villains, aka her bullies, and save the day. She has to write a paper for an English class, but her printer dies, so she sends her English paper over to one of her friends to print it out for her, but instead she accidentally sends her journal. Her friend accidentally turns in her personal private journal into her teacher, who immediately enters it in a writing contest, and it wins and is published as a book. This is like some nightmare territory here. If I was ever a journaler, which I'm not, but if I was a journaler and my journal got published, I don't know how I would feel about that. I don't want to, I was gonna make a joke like, oh, I would kill myself, but that's inappropriate and I'm gonna get demonetized for saying that, so. She immediately gets a bunch of press and attention for this, which honestly kind of makes sense. She is a freshman in high school and has written a best-selling novel on accident, so I could see why she'd be getting on talk shows and stuff. She grows a massive ego, and she actually sees Iz in her life. Famously, this movie stars both Kay Pennebaker and Danielle Pennebaker, the latter you might recognize from Stuck in the Suburbs. I had no idea they were siblings at first, and I was like, dang, I never realized how much Danielle Pennebaker looks like this actress. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's because they're related. She eventually has a third act break because all of her friends disavow her after she's extremely selfish and ignores all of their previously planned things now that she's famous. So at the dance, she apologizes to everybody and makes a grand gesture for her friends. One of her friends is an artist and the other one is an activist, so they work together to create a Save the Whale thing at their school dance, which is ocean themed. And so as an act of love to her friends, she dumps a bunch of seaweed on everybody. It's a really fun, kind of girly and very sweet film, so in that sense, I would recommend it if you have a young kid around you. It's a really cute children's film, but as a grown-up, I don't really find a lot of satisfying, like, story beats to it. Like, this is not something that I struggle with personally. If some of y'all have an ego, though. But yeah, overall, great movie. I think it fits really well within the context of this, this whole realm. It was quite fun to watch.
I don't think Jesus would approve of that. Well, you can tell Jesus that the bitch is back.
We've made it to Cheetah Girls 2, y'all. I feel like this movie was always more iconic than the first one for some reason, although I don't prefer it to the first one. The Cheetah Girls 2, apparently also known as The Cheetah Girls When in Spain, follows the Cheetah Girls as they audition to be in a Barcelona music festival. This is because Chanel's mother, who is dating a guy who lives in Paris but is actually Spanish — this is totally not a retcon, guys, I promise — she is going away over summer to Spain to spend time with her mother's boyfriend's family. And the Barcelona Music Festival is just an excuse to get the rest of her friends to come with her. They run into a local star who has been constantly auditioning to enter into this music festival but hasn't won yet, and her mother is a bit of a momager and really wants to get the Cheetah Girls out of the competition. Luke, who is Chanel's mother's boyfriend, has a godson named Joaquin, who is a famous dancer, and immediately has a connection with Dorinda. I think he's supposed to be like a prince or a duke or something, and he runs a dance studio, so Dorinda goes to visit him. The only reason why I'm mentioning this scene is because they have the song Dance With Me by Drew Seeley in it, and it is like one of the best songs out of the whole Cheetah Girls discography, even though it's not by them. Everyone gets like extremely distracted in Barcelona with all of their other events, so Galleria feels like that they don't really care about the Cheetah Girls anymore and that it might be done. So she decides to leave to go to Paris to go see her father. Her father's Peruvian, by the way. I don't know if I ever mentioned that. It's not really that important, but that's why it's okay for her to just get on a train to Paris. All the other girls realize that they've been kind of selfish in ignoring the Cheetah Girls, which is the whole reason why they're here in the first place, and they all bring her back, and they audition to be in the music festival, and they win. So they perform a really fun and amazing performance at the end, and they didn't really like write a conclusion for the movie. It just kind of ends with the big performance. Again, another example of me seeing a lot of cracks in the walls that is the Cheetah Girls, and if they'll actually be able to sustain themselves as a popular girl group. In all of these movies, Galleria is always kind of separated from the other three girls, and I don't know, maybe that's possible foreshadowing? It kind of makes me feel like they already had run out of ideas when immediately they just send them off to another country and go, that's gonna be the point of this movie, is that they go to Barcelona. I would only recommend this if you're like really into watching all the Cheetah Girls movies. If you're only interested in like learning what the whole hype is, then just watch the first one. The other two like aren't that important, and we're gonna talk about the third one a little bit later on in this video.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Tonight, you're going to die!
Okay, here's where we get a bit controversial. Now, probably not as controversial as me hating the first Xenon movie, but still pretty controversial. As a kid, I loved Halloween Town 4: Return to Halloween Town. I thought it was a genuine good movie, and even though I had some really big issues with the film, whenever it came on, I was excited to watch it. Now, this generally bucks against modern perceptions of the fourth Halloween Town movie, which people say like did not need to happen and is extremely unnecessary. Coming from a more modern perspective on things as a grown-up, I can't help but agree. This was one of the more disappointing rewatches of this whole series so far. One of the biggest problems with Return to Halloween Town, of course, is the fact that they recast Marnie. So I've been reading Disney High. The book's over there. I don't want to go get it. I'm tired. And I've been reading this book, and this is the first time I've ever heard of an explanation as to why Kimberly J. Brown did not come back for the fourth film. She had stated multiple times that she was completely gang-ho, willing to be in the fourth movie, but for whatever reason, they decided not to pick her and recast her with Sarah Paxton. But we finally know the real reason, which is money. Kimberly J. Brown wanted a higher salary for the fourth movie, which she probably did deserve for being the main character in a 4-movie series. And they refused to budge, so they fired her. That just goes to show you how expendable these networks see these actors as. That they were like fully willing to just cast somebody else in the movie, which is like kind of screwed up. So I feel really bad that Sarah Paxton gets so much hate even to this day for this point. She was like literally just doing her job. Part of me really feels that like once they couldn't get Kimberly J. Brown back, it might have been better if they would have just pretended that this was a completely different witch Halloween movie and just not bother to try and make it a continuation of Halloween Town High. I have a lot of thoughts on the Halloween Town series, and part of me thinks that maybe I might just need to make my own video about it, because I have a lot of thoughts on what they did to the fourth movie that I probably can't fit in this review, unless I want this section of the video to be like 15 minutes long. Halloween Town 2 follows Marnie as she goes off to college, and she's been accepted to which university? It is a bit disappointing that the fourth movie in this series is kind of really bad, when the third movie did a really good job of wrapping up the entire story. I understand now why everyone was so upset with this movie. I think that this could be reworked into a really good standalone witch film that had nothing to do with the Halloween Town trilogy. So if you're gonna watch the Halloween Town movies, just skip the fourth one, unless you're ready to be disappointed. I don't even know where I'm gonna put this in the ranking. Kind of low, but then I have such a fondness because I loved it so much as a kid, so it's probably not gonna be like in the bottom 10, which is like realistically where it should be. Y'all, let's jump in. Are you as excited as I am for this? I loved Jump In as a kid, and I specifically was very fascinated with Corbin Blue's musical discography, which one of his songs is featured in this movie. Corbin Blue plays Isidore Izzy Daniels, who is a star boxer in Brooklyn, who wants the approval of his father, who was also a boxing champion in his day. Keke Palmer plays Mary. She's on a competitive double dutch team called the Joy Jumpers. Izzy loves to make fun of her for this because it's such a girly thing. I never really thought of double dutch as like a girls only thing. Maybe like this movie really broke down the barriers between double dutching. Izzy's younger sister, Karen, is really into double dutch, and so she forces him to take her to a double dutch competition where he's actually quite impressed with all of the cool athletic capabilities of it. The Joy Jumpers, which consists of Mary, Shauna, Keisha, and Yolanda, get 4th place and just barely qualify for the state championships. Yolanda thinks that their routine is like totally whack, so she leaves and joins a competition. Because they really want to qualify for the finals, they ask Izzy to join, and he is extremely apprehensive against this, but eventually he agrees to fill in until they can find another member. He grows to really like double dutch and the athleticism that comes with it, and slowly starts to slack off on his boxing because he's focusing on double dutch. There's also this mean bully kid named Rodney who has a struggling home life, so that's why he takes all his rage out on everyone else, and he is one of the competing boxers. They both want to go to the Golden Gloves competition or whatever, so they have an exemplary match to see who will qualify, and Izzy wins. But Rodney just can't deal with this, so he asks for a rematch constantly, and he continues to antagonize Izzy. Eventually, Rodney finds out that Izzy is a double dutcher, and he tells the whole school, which makes Izzy really shameful. So Izzy quits the team because he's embarrassed. Not helped when even his own father is like, what the fuck, man, you double dutch? You don't care about boxing? And we have that classic TV movie trope of, it's not my dream, Dad, it's yours. Eventually, though, Izzy is able to come around. He ends up standing up to Rodney and not fighting him, but using his words to tell him that, he doesn't need to fight him anymore, that they have no reason to be angry at each other. And this changes Rodney's life. So Izzy joins the Joy Jumpers again. They've changed their name to the Hot Chili Steppers, which is like, it's okay. And they end up winning the state competition, getting 1st place. This whole movie has been on and off narrated, which usually I'm not a big fan of, but we then learned that this whole story that is being narrated is being told by Rodney to a bunch of little kids as an inspirational story. Overall, Jump In is like classic DCOM cheese. If you want to know what like a real DCOM is like the real vibe you can get from this kind of series, then watch Jump In. Welcome to Disney Channel's biggest, and some may say best, era in all of Disney Channel history. We are fully starting to enter my nostalgia window. This era and the next were the ones I remember being the biggest for me in the sense of watching TV, which, yes, does age me, but I think it ages y'all as well. I literally watched so much TV as a kid. It was my main pastime, and I think that's why I'm so obsessed with it now, because pretty much all of these movies have stuck around in my brain like some kind of Mouseketeer virus. Oddly, except for the year 2009, which for some reason is like a black hole of memory. I must have been really busy doing other things as a 6 or 7-year-old. You know how kids these days will spend 8 hours on TikTok rotting their brains? Well, I was doing the exact same thing, but with TV and reruns of Full House instead. Things never really change. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What was the ribbon era? Well, it gets its name from the way a colorful ribbon would whip across the screen to the cue of the Disney Channel theme song, and would eventually form the Disney Channel logo with the mouse ears. This is also known as the loop era because of that exact reason. Personally, I like the term ribbon era more, so that's the why I've been using it throughout this video. Little icons would appear and a stock image of the characters would pop out inside of it, all while an annoyingly plucky guy would make puns about whatever show was up next. Along with letting you know what the vibe of the show was, so people would know if it was something they wanted to watch or not. This is also when we get the new DCOM introduction sequence, which there were many of. Instead of the upbeat, goofy pop song that said, "Let's watch a Disney Channel movie," there was a more cinematic flourish of music that would play as the camera whooshed through different settings and different vignettes of many DCOMs that people remembered. This more cinematic approach where they highlighted their back catalog did a great job of elevating the text onto that of elitehood, making the DCOM feel as serious and as legit as any other movie, whether it had a theatrical release or not. As I said earlier, I watched all of High School Musical with my dad, and at the end of the second one, he was shocked to find out that these were all made-for-TV movies, since he wasn't really aware of just how popular they were back in the day, just for being made for television. And that anecdote really highlights how important the DCOM was at the end of the day, whether or not you thought they were better when you were younger or when you were older or whatever. Even if you think they were better in the Zoog era or later on in the Family era, DCOMs were never more culturally relevant than they were at this exact moment. They never were and probably never will be again. But that's because the DCOM is dead, but I already said I would talk about that later. Even though the Bounce era did have a significant dip in DCOM output, this era has another, with only 11 movies coming out within the 3-year span, which is less than the entire year of 2000 alone, which is so crazy to think about. They've been poof-pointing their own DCOM output so far by cutting it in half, by cutting the amount of movies within a given brand refresh in half every time. We went from 40 to 27 to now 11. This is most likely because their TV show output became the most popular moneymaker, with shows like Hannah Montana, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, and the launching of Disney XD all came along with this era. I told you this era was big and legendary, so they probably went all in on the TV game and let their movies be more advertisements for those projects, if that makes sense. Without further ado, let's get into the movies, since I've been really hyping up this era as the important landmark that it truly is.
You know, boy, I don't think I've ever felt as close to you as I do right.
Does anyone know that Johnny Kampala Back on Board is a real movie? Because I've seen it already and I still don't feel like it was a real movie. Johnny, who is now significantly older at age 17, gets to return to Oahu, Hawaii to visit his grandfather, who is now getting married. He's getting married to a kind of younger woman who happens to have a 12-year-old son. So his new uncle Chris is actually 5 years younger than him. Sam is in this movie again, and he's been recasted, which is a real shame. And Johnny is constantly being tasked with babysitting his uncle while they prepare for the wedding. Grandfather Johnny Tsunami is actually opening a surf shop, which his son and Johnny's father finds absolutely flabbergasting because, you know, Johnny's whole thing wasn't having a job, but now that he's getting married, a lot of things seem to be changing in his life. There's actually a really beautiful scene with him where he describes like why he's opening this surf shop and explaining how like he needs to find new purpose in his life because he's getting older, so he can't really surf that often. That part I really liked. Everything to do with the grandfather is just like A-tier stuff. I love it. Chris does not want to learn how to surf. He is an extremely bratty kid who hates surfing, probably because I think him and his mom are from like Philadelphia or something, and he's actually really into the sport of dirtboarding. The skating crew that Chris likes to hang out with are constantly getting in trouble with the cops because they're riding their dirtboards on private property and tearing up all of the grass. Apparently Chris has already been arrested multiple times for trespassing, and his mother really wants him to get his act together. Chris is played by Jake T. Austin, if you weren't aware, and he turns in a spectacularly bratty performance in this movie. I was sick of this little shit. Especially because Johnny is like just such a cool, awesome guy, and it kind of sucks to see this like little kid just like hating on him for no reason. Obviously it's not for no reason, of course. I mean, they moved to a random place on the other side of the country, and his mother is getting married to this much older man. Literally his grandson is older than him, so I can see why he has a lot of angst. Johnny's also apparently really good at skateboarding because he's just like the most athletic, amazing person of all time. Eventually, Chris realizes that he doesn't want his mother to sacrifice her happiness for his comfort, so he quickly decides to get over all of his hangups. Carla is the name of Chris's mother, by the way, and she finally gets to marry Johnny, the grandfather, and they all end very happily. This is another thing I learned from Disney High. Apparently a Johnny Tsunami movie was supposed to happen pretty soon after the first one did, but because of the tsunami that happened in the 2000s, they quickly halted production. And that's why this movie is not called like Johnny Tsunami 2 Electric Boogaloo or anything like that. So yes, this movie does kind of stick out like a sore thumb, and it's definitely an oddity in this list because we've definitely moved past the Johnny Tsunami era of DCOMs. Overall, I think this is a really good movie, and I'm surprised it got so like buried. They used to air Johnny Tsunami all the time on the network, and yet the sequel, I feel like, never came up. But it's not too bad, and I do think it is a good watch, just out of pure curiosity if you've seen the first one and you want to see what they would do with another film. It's just alright. I didn't mind it at all.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Word of advice. Look at who you're talking to. Once you leave this school, no one projects or cheats out.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna need you to wisen up. I'm gonna need you to start really paying attention. Put down the Subway Surfers or your crocheting project because this is some really serious shit we're gonna be talking about right now. This next movie we're gonna talk about is the most watched DCOM of all time, and actually the most watched thing on cable television of all time. You can't count antenna television, of course, because you have the moon landing and the most recent Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl performance. But for cable television, as in stuff that is on cable exclusively, this is the most watched thing on cable ever. This thing got 17 million views concurrently, as in at one point in time, 17 million people were watching the same thing at the same time in this country. And on top of that, it might be the best DCOM ever. High School Musical 2 is such a famous and good movie that I feel like I don't have to explain to you what it is. Again, if you're this far into this video, you know what High School Musical 2 is. High School Musical 2 follows the gang we were following in the previous movie now that it's summer vacation. Sharpay just really wants to date Troy, so she essentially decides to offer him everything he could ever want financially, just for attention from him. She gets him hired at the country club that her family owns, and because, Troy is just such a good guy, he asks if all of his buddies can also work at the country club, and they say yes. So Sharpay thinks that she's going to spend the entire summer alone with Troy, but now all of her classmates in the Wildcats are working there as well. Sharpay does function more as a villain in this film than in the first one, and she was already a pretty big antagonistic force in the first one. But in the first movie, it is more of like the status quo is the main antagonist, but in this one, it's Sharpay. She is actively trying to make everything worse, just so she can get with Troy. She isolates him from all of his friends by giving up a promotion, and essentially offering him a college scholarship by letting him hang out with college basketball players, which, boy, makes you realize that, Troy Bolton is not set up to be a basketball player in the NBA. Or even just in the college circuit, he's as tall as me. I'm the same height as Troy Bolton. You think I can play basketball? Gabriella, pretty early on, catches on to Sharpay shenanigans and decides to leave because she really just cannot put up with the fact that Troy is being so easily manipulated by Sharpay. She sings one of the best breakup songs of all time, and then runs off, which causes Troy to reflect and sing one of the best redemption songs of all time. He then apologizes to all of his friends, and they get their act together, and they have a big, wonderful performance at the end. The songs are better than ever, the choreography is better than ever. I think Chad and Ryan are gay for each other, which is its own thing. Yeah, just overall one of the best movies ever made. Are you kidding me? This thing is amazing. This is number one right now. I can't even front with y'all. This is number one. There will never be any experience that was better than watching High School Musical 2 for the first time, and then watching the premiere pilot episode of famous animated TV show, Phineas and Ferb. Truly a legendary moment in history. Anyways, on to the next movie.
Out with the trash. Give Papa my regards.
So I remember watching my DVR copy of Twitches 2 all the time growing up, sometimes even more than the original, which is kind of weird. Also, the premiere episode of Wizards of Waverly Place aired after this movie, so that's how you know it's important. Twitches 2, spelt T-O-O, follows Alex and Cameron again as they try and work and develop their magical powers, as well as them struggling to get along because, you know, they are so different and all. Their mother, Queen Miranda, calls them back to the land of the Coventry for a special mission. Oh, and they're like magical sidekick buddies, Karsha and Aina? Fuck, I forgot her name. They're getting married, whatever. Miranda wants them to vanquish the land of the Shadowlands, because that is where Thanos was banished to once he was defeated. Although there are some whispers that possibly, maybe, their father is alive in the Shadowlands as well. They have to perform a spell during a solar eclipse, which will vanquish the Shadowlands for forever, and Alex becomes apprehensive because she thinks there's a way to save and bring their father back to life. She's also starting college, which is pretty cool, and they both get love interests. Alex kind of has a thing going with Marcus, who is Cameron's ex-boyfriend, and Cameron falls for a guy named Dimitri in the Coventry, but he pretends he's a king when he's actually just like a servant boy. Anyways, Alex and Cameron try their best to work on getting the spell right, and they keep messing up, all while Alex is finding hints of her father maybe trying to speak to her. During the solar eclipse when they're doing the spell, Alex is able to confirm that her father Aaron is hidden in the Shadow Realm, so she gives him all of her magic to bring him back to life. Unfortunately, it was actually Thanos in disguise. But Aaron was also actually alive, so they bring him back to life as well, and then they defeat Thanos for the second time. This time for good, I'm pretty sure. And then at the end, they're able to go to a beautiful wedding, and also, I think, reveal magic to their best friends because they caught them. And overall, great end of the series. I think all of the magical endeavors are really cute and fun. I don't mind them at all, even though they can be a bit campy and sometimes awkwardly executed. I still think it adds to the charm of the film, and overall, I really enjoyed watching this. So, if you're interested in watching the Twitches movies for your Halloween viewing pleasure, you know, throw them both on and have a good time.
They just whirlpooled into the 80s. The leg warmers are all wet. My favorite part is coming up.
I ended up really enjoying Minutemen. I watched this while making a very delicious tortellini soup that I cobbled together with random ingredients that my father had at his house while I was visiting him one weekend. I also made him some amazing coffee cake muffins the same weekend while I watched Cowbells, so that shows how many DComs I watched in just one weekend. I want to be released from this hell. Minutemen follows Jason Dolley again, the king of DComs. I don't think I mentioned it previously, but he was in Read It and Weep, as Virgil Fox, which is a very interesting reference to the Roman poet, as he and his best friends Stephanie and Derek start their first day of freshman year in high school. Stephanie and Derek try out for cheerleading and football respectively. Meanwhile, Virgil is bullied for protecting this young Sheldon-looking ass kid named Charlie Tuttle. And because of that, his old friends have completely distanced themselves from him, and he's stuck hanging out with Charlie and his nerd crew. Then Charlie invents time traveling. The two agree to build the time machine and get emo outsider mechanic whiz Zeke to help them with the hardware. He's played by Nicholas Braun, and I just know if I would have seen this movie as a kid, I would have had a big old crush on this guy, because I am a big fan of him and all of his Disney movie endeavors. They get the time machine to work and attempt and fail to do some lottery ticket shenanigans, but eventually the two go and help kids who are getting bullied on campus by going back in time to prevent the embarrassing things from happening to them. Of course, things go overboard when the time traveling is revealed to Virgil's old friends, and they ask him to aid in helping the football team score on a losing game. And just so he can have the chance to be popular, he decides to do it and ends up distancing himself from his one true friend Charlie, who was there for him even after he became a laughingstock. Jason Dolley is somehow able to make this character somewhat likable, even though the actual character is kind of a horrible person who is rude to the two guys who are actually being nice to him and wanting to hang out with him while they do the time travel stuff. And he is constantly trying to ditch them to become more popular, even though the popular kids really don't care about him. Also, they end up time traveling too much and NASA gets on their ass to shut down their time traveling. Then they open a black hole, and then they go back to the fateful day where Virgil was embarrassed. But he chooses to keep his life the way it's been this whole time, and their time travel escapades have been completely erased from the space-time continuum. Overall, I really enjoyed Minutemen. I liked the plot, and the character development was fun and enticing to watch. I would recommend you watch it if you haven't yet.
So, when he said shorty, I remember thinking, I'm about to beat this bitch up.
By the way, I will be using she, her pronouns to refer to the character Demi Lovato plays in this movie. Just wanted to let you know. Camp Rock was my shit growing up. Literally so obsessed with this movie when it came out, even though on a repeat watch, I don't think it really holds up completely. Honestly, my nostalgia is going to carry this movie a lot higher in the ranking than it deserves. With some good music and a really fun setting, it can be a somewhat competent movie at the end of the day. Camp Rock follows Demi Lovato as Mitchie, someone who really wants to go to the prestigious and expensive summer camp called Camp Rock, but can't afford it. That is until her mom gets a job catering for the year, so Mitchie can't attend. Once they get there, the glitz and glamour of the rich kids and famous celebrities who attend cause her to lie about her background to seem cool and fit in with the quote-unquote in crowd. This is another liar reveal plot kind of situation, and it's one of the main reasons that this movie is kind of spoiled for me over time, since to me it doesn't really hold up that much on a rewatch. Meanwhile, famous brother boy band Connect 3, played by the Jonas Brothers, sends their stuck-up lead member Shane Gray to Camp Rock to ditch the rock star image and connect back with his roots. While he's there, he hears Mitchie singing and becomes obsessed with learning who the mystery voice is. I mean, I would too. Demi Lovato is like one of the best singers of a generation. And he starts connecting with Mitchie while not knowing that she is the one who originally sang that song. Demi Lovato was probably my favorite of the Disney Channel A-list, along with Selena Gomez, and I've grown a recent affection for the Jonas Brothers for some random reason. And I'm finally going to attempt to watch the show Jonas, which I have never done before and somehow completely avoided. So I can fully say that I've been living the Joe Bro lifestyle for the past few months, and I've been loving it. I think my combination of love for Demi Lovato and recent hyperfixation on Jonas Brothers has caused me to overlook some things in this movie that probably aren't that good. The villains are kind of crap, and the music for some of the characters are really bad. But then again, it has some of the best Disney Channel music you could look for, specifically the song This Is Me. It's so amazing, truly something special, and it cannot be competed with. So overall, even though I know in my heart of hearts that Camp Rock isn't all that special, I'm going to be extremely unbiased and unfair and rank it higher than some of the other ones, because it was such an important movie to me as a kid and I can't help but love it now. Sorry y'all, this one really got to me. I'm gonna have to hand in my impartial movie reviewer card for this one.
He gave me this.
What?
Congratulations, Daddy.
Why was the Cheetah Girls' One World even made? All of the compounding problems that I have subtly noticed have taken inventory over the past two movies have built up into something horrible and intense with this picture. One World follows the Cheetah Girls without Galleria as they are splintering as a group, with college and the real world getting in the way of them fulfilling their dreams as a girl group. Their luck starts to look up once there's a casting call for a movie deal in which they audition and they all get the part. The only problem is that it's for a Bollywood movie, not a Hollywood movie, and the director was only supposed to cast one girl, not three. So they all head over to India and awkwardly have to navigate both being cast in the movie and also not being cast simultaneously, since the producer of the film, which is one of the director's extended family members, wants to change a bunch of things about the movie to make it more commercially successful. They all get love interests, which end up muttering the waters of their friendships and the success of the band, and in the end, they don't even end up starring in the movie. It ends up being the choreographer who had a subtle background romance with the main lead of the movie that ends up getting the lead role. The music was just okay, and the choreo has generally not been super enjoyable throughout these films, but this one was noticeably not as good as the previous, especially compared to the Bollywood-style stuff we see the background characters doing. It's just so much better than the material they're giving to the Cheetah Girls. The character building and relationships in general is just messy and confusing. The way these people feel about each other from one scene to another varies wildly, and it's kind of frustrating yet boring to watch altogether. I understand that in the real world, the Cheetah Girls never had Raven in the band, since she decided to only sign on to do the movies and not join any real projects that the group got signed onto, like recording albums and doing guest appearances. So I understand that Raven couldn't make it for the third movie because of her busy schedule, and I see no sport in being upset about that specifically. But what I am upset about is the fact that they even bothered to create this movie in the first place after knowing Raven couldn't be in it. It's almost like Disney Channel cares more about seeing the project through rather than actually making films that make sense or are enjoyable to watch. I wouldn't recommend the Cheetah Girls One World unless you were dedicated to finishing the entire series and needed to be a completionist like me. I'm really sad this series couldn't fulfill its high setting and expectations pretty well. So on October 24th,
2008,
High School Musical 3 debuted in theaters. Because it was a theatrically released film, it is not a DCOM and I won't be covering it. I know that's probably very shocking for a lot of you to hear, but that is the case.
Stop fighting, asshole!
The Independent Spirit Award goes to... Let's go!
Bye-bye.
Honestly, it's kind of surprising that I ended up missing Dad Napped, because this seems like a real event-style movie and I've literally never seen it or even heard anything about it. Dad Napped follows a star-studded cast of Hannah Montana, Wizards Waverly Place, and The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody fame, as well as some other familiar faces from previous DCOMs we've talked about before. Main character Melissa Morris, played by Emily Osmond, just wants to have a nice summer vacation with her estranged father Neil, who is entirely preoccupied with his extremely successful book series, Trip Zoom. What was supposed to be a fun camping trip has quickly turned into an extended stay at a dinky hotel in the middle of nowhere, where a fan convention is being held and it takes up all of her father's time. And he keeps leading her on as to when exactly they will be leaving. That is, until he's kidnapped. Or Dad Napped, I should say. There are multiple twists and turns throughout the plot in this movie, and I will say that I did keep it fun and engaging. At first, I think it's this group of rotten kids who are hyper fans of Trip Zoom who kidnap the dad, and they do technically kidnap him, but it was actually just so they could show off all of the replicas of all of the traps and sets that Trip Zoom makes in the story. And overall, they end up having a good time, and they send him on his way. He's let free. But then he's kidnapped again by two grown men, and this one is a real kidnap. These two guys, one of which is a hardened criminal, and the other of which is just kind of a goofy dude, kidnap him because the goofy one decided to write a book, but it's shit, so they want to get Neil to rewrite it to be better so they can publish it without acknowledging his presence. And sadly, Melissa is wrapped into all of this, so he's just trying to, finish the book so he can get him and his daughter back to safety. Eventually, the rotten kid group end up figuring out that they've been, actually kidnapped, and they end up helping release them. Also, the owner of the dinky hotel ends up being like the true villain at the end of the day. He's just using the two guys as pawns so he can get a bunch of money from this best-selling book that Neil is gonna anonymously write. But the whole fan convention gathers together to help release Neil and Melissa, and they bond over this whole traumatic experience. Dad Napped is Trauma Bonding, the movie. And they end the movie going on their well-deserved family summer camping trip. I had a fun time watching Dad Napped. I don't really think I'm going to go back to it, but add this onto the list of other DCOMs where it'd be really fun to have a little kid watch it if you're babysitting or whatever. If you need another movie to add to your nanny list, add this one maybe. It was just alright. So on April 10th, 2009, Hannah Montana the movie aired in theaters. Another example of a movie that was aired in theaters, so technically is not a DCOM, so I'm not going to be reviewing it. You guys can see what I'm saying when I say that this era was really, really big for Disney Channel because so many of their movies that would have been DCOMs were actually becoming theatrically released films.
Sir, Golden Gopher hockey.
Okay, why did no one tell me that Hatching Pete is one of the best DCOMs of all time? This thing is amazing. Hatching Pete follows Jason Dolly, again, I swear he's the king of the DCOMs, and his asshole best friend Mitchell Musso. They play Pete Ivy and Cletus Poole respectively. Cletus is the school mascot, but he is extremely allergic to the material that the costume is made out of, so he asks Pete to fill in for one of the basketball games. Brewster High School is famously one of the worst basketball teams in the whole school district, but Pete is able to put on a pretty enticing and exciting performance as the Chicken, specifically because of his gymnastics background that he was heavily bullied for as a kid. After Cletus becomes extremely popular after being so cool at the basketball game as the mascot, even though it was actually his friend Pete, they decide that Pete is going to be the Chicken full-time. All while Cletus takes all of the credit, because Peter does not like being the center of attention and would rather Cletus take all of the credit. Pete then gets a crush on a girl named Angela, and he can't help but show his affections for her when he's in the chicken suit. This of course leads Angela to believe that Cletus actually has a crush on her, and in a very, very cringy scene that was very well executed, they almost kiss. It's cringy because Angela has a long-distance boyfriend, and Cletus is dating another girl on the cheerleading team. So it's just bad vibes all around. At a parade, it's then revealed that Cletus is not the Chicken, and Pete goes into hiding because he doesn't want people to figure out that he's actually the mascot. His self-esteem is pretty low, and he feels like everyone would be disappointed once they found out that he's the mascot. During the final game, because of course there's always a final game, everyone's about to leave because they're sick of not being able to see the Chicken anymore, but then he shows up and reluctantly reveals who he is. Because of some subtle dialogue choices, Angela realizes that Pete is the chicken before he reveals himself, and she shares that she really likes him. This is after she breaks up with her longtime boyfriend, by the way. And then the basketball team actually wins the final game, which was a huge upset. I feel like this movie is a subtle commentary on just the amount of basketball movies we've been getting in this series. Like, okay, here's another basketball movie, but this time it's about the mascot and not the actual team. And I really appreciated that. Again, Jason Dolley is just so charismatic and enjoyable to watch on screen. He's able to be the perfect decom protagonist. And you know what? Mitchell Musso was able to give off a pretty annoying and despicable performance as well. So I feel like they were able to keep Cletus consistently kind of an asshole, while still showing that he does care about Pete a certain way. Overall, I loved Hatching Pete. I cannot believe I've never seen this movie before. If it wasn't for this movie coming out in 2009, the dark period where I saw no decoms, then I already know I would have had a deep, deep love and nostalgia for it. I know this is going to shock everybody, but I've already said that 2009 was the dark period in time, so I don't feel that bad in explaining that I've literally never seen Princess Protection Program until right now. Which is shocking because Selena Gomez and Demi Lovato were some of my favorite actresses at the time, but yes, the year 2009 is just a black hole in my memory, so there you go. Princess Protection Program follows Princess Rosalinda. She is about to be crowned queen of her very, very small, I think, island nation of Costa Luna, when she is attacked at her coronation rehearsal by General Magnus Kane, a dictator from the neighboring country Costa Estrella who wants to take over Costa Luna. So Rosalinda is sent into hiding by Major Joe Mason, an agent of the Princess Protection Program, which is a secret organization that keeps princesses from around the world safe. Joe Mason is the father of Carter Mason. They live in Lake Monroe, Louisiana, where they work at a tackle and bait shop together. Rosalinda is now Rosie and is sent to live with them in Louisiana to keep a low profile, and they explain that she's Carter's cousin from Iowa. Carter is very icy towards Rosie because she believes that she's a stuck-up snob princess, and she kind of is because she's grown up with, maids and servants to do everything for her while she tries to lead a sovereign country. A lot of this movie is trying to provide commentary on breaking stereotypes of what a quote-unquote princess is, which is really weird because while yes, it is a monarchy, as far as I'm aware, Costa Luna is not the royal family where they just do nothing but look glamorous all day. It really seems like the stereotypes that they're trying to provide commentary on is the Disney princess branding that propped up around a decade before this movie came out. I actually have a whole video where I talk about the Cinderella story movies, one of which does star Selena Gomez, that'll hopefully be coming out immediately after this video comes out. So if y'all are interested, feel free to subscribe. But anyways, Rosie has to learn a whole bunch of different things about being American, like eating burgers and stuff, while some popular mean girls are trying to bring her down a peg because they're afraid that she's going to win homecoming queen. Meanwhile, General Kane is trying to find out where Rosie is so he can capture her. Eventually, at the homecoming dance, he is able to locate her, but it's actually Carter in disguise. But the good thing is that her father was already trailing all of this, and they end up catching General Kane, and Rosie is able to be crowned queen. Seeing the bonding between these two characters was really sweet and fun to watch. Plus, we got my boy Nicholas Braun in here again. Between the role he played of a nerdy filmmaker in this movie and the one he played in Minutemen, I cannot believe that I had not thirsted after this boy as a young child. Plus his Eminem looking outfit in Sky High, it's all starting to make sense now. Anyways, I really liked Princess Protection Program. I thought it was really fun, so I'm probably not going to watch it again, but I did enjoy what I saw.
Doug's our hero, and I don't want to use any of my arcane power to rip his soul from his mortal form.
Yeah, good thing you're bad at magic.
Wow, Selena Gomez and Demi Lovato were on fire during this decade. They were in so many DComs around this time. Wizards of Waverly Place the movie is definitely one of the best DComs to come out. The storytelling and rich world building they're able to accomplish in this thing is so fun and engaging to watch. Wizards of Waverly Place the movie follows the Russos as they decide to go on a family vacation. Except this family vacation is going to be no magic. Originally, Alex was told that she didn't have to go on the vacation, but after destroying the subway cart in their restaurant, she's forced to go. Even though it's supposed to be no magic, Alex has stashed the family wizard book, and Justin has stashed the family wizard wand. They go on vacation to the Caribbean, and Alex accidentally wishes that her parents never met. So in this new world where the parents never met, Alex, Justin, and Max now are going to vanish from existence. And their father Jerry, who lost his powers because he married a mortal, now has magical powers and is an extremely reckless person. So it is an action-adventure for them to find this special rock called the Stone of Dreams, which will grant anybody one wish. So Alex and Justin go on this like soul-crushing bonding experience where they try and find the rock, while Max keeps his parents occupied to try and make sure that they don't do anything stupid while they're gone. The character dynamics that they're able to build with Alex and Justin are so good, and it's a good example of how well the TV show was able to do that overall. Alex being the more brash and adventurous one, with Justin being the more rational and thoughtful one. They really like butt heads a lot, and it's really nice to see them have to work under this extremely stressful situation. The dialogue writing is just so good, it's immaculate really. At the very end, when the Stone of Dreams is stolen from them by the guy who introduced it to them, because he wants to turn his parrot girlfriend into a human again, they realize that the only way to reverse the spell is for one of them to be a full wizard, so they then have to compete in their family wizard competition. Sadly, Max isn't able to compete though because he's sucked into a vortex and, deleted from existence. I would have liked to see Max in the final battle. I mean, I have a whole 50-minute video where I talk about how Max has been shafted throughout the entire series, so check that out if you're interested. But anyways, of course Alex ends up winning. I mean, it probably was a pretty close battle because of how smart and into magic Justin is. But then she ends up getting the Stone of Dreams because Teresa was able to get it from him. After his parrot girlfriend was turned human, she became a real asshole, so he gave the rock back to Teresa. And Alex is able to reverse everything. This movie was so fun, it was so engaging and interesting, and even if you've never seen the show before, I think it would still be a really interesting watch. So yeah, I really highly recommend you watch Wiz's Waverly Place the movie if you haven't yet. It's probably going to be in the top 10, although who knows, we still have 50 more movies to watch.
Can you please go out into the hall so I can get dressed?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm not looking.
Would y'all believe me if I said I've never seen Starstruck before this watch through? I somehow missed this as a kid, and since starting working on this video, I've avoided like the plague because I did not want to get spoiled to give my most honest reaction in this review. So what did I think of Starstruck after all this time avoiding it? I really enjoyed it, even though it was a bit hollow around the edges. Starstruck follows Sterling Knight as Christopher Wilde, a huge pop star who seemingly has it all, and an average everyday girl that she runs into him by accident and is forced to follow around while he avoids paparazzi. Jessica Olsen and her family are visiting her grandmother in Hollywood from Kalamazoo, Michigan, and her sister, who is obsessed with Christopher Wilde, is trying to follow him around Hollywood, which is how Jessica ends up running into him. He slams a door in her face, and he has to take her to the hospital to make sure she doesn't have a concussion, but she ends up being fine. Afterwards, he keeps trying to avoid the paparazzi because he's supposed to be keeping a low profile, and they keep running into each other. I like how the dynamic of the two is just extremely fan-fiction-y from the beginning. Plus, Sterling Knight is just such a good actor, and I love him in pretty much everything he does. I was expecting him to have a more snarky and mean Chad Dylan Cooper-esque dynamic, but Jessica's the main one being rude who creates their enemies to lovers dynamic. Christopher was generally just a really sweet guy who wanted to take control over his life and not just do what his manager parents and PR girlfriend tell him to do. I wish they would have leaned more into the rom-com screwball antics of it all, but I did enjoy the sweet moments that they did get together as a couple. Overall, it was a really fun movie, but there were many cracks in the foundation that I could see being fixed if the movie maybe had a few more pass-throughs in the editing booth before being approved. It just feels like there's a lot of flaws that crash with the reality of the situation both of them are dealing with. I won't get into all of them here, but one of the biggest ones is the fact that they literally live in different states in the USA, and Christopher is about to go on a worldwide tour. So I don't know how their relationship is gonna, handle all of that. Plus, their third act break happens when Jessica is upset that he refuses to be seen publicly with her, but his whole reasoning for not wanting to go public with their relationship is because he wants to protect her from being a public person in the limelight. And she just doesn't seem to get this, or it just doesn't even come up in her arguments. She's just like, you're embarrassed to be seen with me. And I feel like the conversation they had could have been done a little bit better. I've seen enough celebrity biopics to know that this setup usually does not end happily. But man, I love a good enemies to lovers romance story, and this one, it somewhat hits the spot for me, even though there are some issues. On March 10th, Harriet the Spy Blog Wars was released. It is a Canadian made-for-TV movie as far as I'm aware. So while it aired on Disney Channel and the Disney Channel blog at the time called it a DCOM, it is not actually a DCOM, so I won't be reviewing it here. Which is sad because that means that Vanessa Morgan has only tangentially ever been a Disney Channel star. The rounded square era can best be described as one big compromise. With the times changing and us officially being in the 2010s, the world and culture of Disney's main market and cable television as a whole was about to drastically change more than it ever had before. But we're not quite there yet. While we may have passed Disney Channel's peak, we are still sky high in the ratings. See what I did there? And the company is really starting to reap the benefits of their golden age of Hollywood-style marketing with their stars. Outside of the Disney Channel, you will rarely see a star from their network appearing elsewhere, which really proves how elite their marketing, and most likely their contracts, were at the time. So what has changed from the ribbon era to the rounded square era? Not much, well, except for the rounded square, that is. Can I talk about the rounded square? I've been dying to talk about the rounded square. This is one of my biggest fascinations when it comes to television history, specifically with the age of HD and digital conversion. When the CRT slowly and painfully became irrelevant and flat screens took their sweet time to become the dominant television in culture. Because of this, the original Disney Channel logo was not going to work, since it hugs the left side of the screen and it would look awkward placed near the middle center on an HD flat screen. So they put the logo in a box, specifically a rounded square. Are we starting to understand the name convention now? So now the logo would look good no matter what corner of the screen it was placed in, which I think helps a lot. The wand IDs are the clearest example of how the logo just does not transition well into 16:9 at all. Since even if it is in the corner of the screen like it's supposed to be, it's still just way too far away from the rest of the action in the visuals to look properly proportional. And for the people who still had box TVs in their homes, like myself did at the time, then most of the action would be cut off. So they opted to keep it right where it was normally and then add just white screen crusts surrounding it. This left the logo looking wonky and awkwardly center in 16:9, but normal in 4:3. Then all previously made wand IDs that were already in 4:3 had to air like normal, making it look like Disney Channel just accidentally cut the crusts off of your wand ID when you're watching on flat screen. You can see how this problem will become bigger and change later on in the timeline. Some of the big changes we see with Disney Channel when it comes to their advertising is more summer and winter promotional bumpers, and this is a purely anecdotal fact, by the way. I'm not sure if winter and summer marketing was as prominent in the previous eras as it is in this one, but it definitely feels that way. Like, I would argue that one of the movies we're about to talk about in the future literally only has a song in it because they wanted to use it for Disney Channel summer adverts. We'll talk about that song when we get there. They also beefed up already existing seasonal material like Monstober into bigger cultural powerhouses. My theories as to why Disney Channel Summer and the Fa La La Days, which is a horrible title to say out loud, my theories as to why these existed is that they were trying everything at this point to either counteract, kill on arrival, or delay the inevitable of the internet taking over the minds and attention spans of children nationwide. Let me know in the comments below what your favorite internet videos were at the time, because statistically, it's more likely that you haven't seen the next final 40-ish movies we have left to talk about. Which is a shame, because a lot of these movies are actually quite good, and I'm afraid the rounded square era might be overrepresented in my top 10 DCOMs at the end here. Please just try and grant me some grace and patience moving forward, okay? Either way, get prepared for an interesting and awkward ride as we blow through years at record speed never seen before. Okay, so I'm just about to start recording my audio. Yo, can you see the TV right now? That was insane. I can't believe I caught my reaction on camera. Oh my god. I was just about to talk about it too. Yo, that was Yeah, so I was just about to say, isn't it funny that the last time I talked about a hockey movie, it was the Stanley Cup, and now it's been so long that it's another Stanley Cup the next time I'm talking about a hockey movie. And it looks like it's going to be a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup with the Oilers and the Panthers, because the Oilers just scored right when I hit record. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Anyways, if it wasn't obvious, I'm an Oilers fan. That's the team I've been rooting for these past few years. So yeah, let's talk about a hockey movie, okay?
Come on, someone's gonna get hurt.
Den Brother isn't really that interesting of a film, but overall, it's a fun time if you're looking for some classic DCOM cheese and whimsy. Den Brother follows Hutch Dano as Alex Pearson and G. Hannelius as his brother Emily Pearson. Alex is a star hockey player who would rather make himself look good on the ice than actually have his team win a game. His sister is a bumblebee, which is a play on the Girl Scouts, whose troop is sadly being dissolved because their den mother is moving away. And Alex is incidentally roped into taking care of the girls one day when he goes to pick up his sister. Even though Alex is kind of a douchebag who schemed his way through life, specifically with trying to force this girl named Matisse to go out with him, and also trying to get himself a spot on the Hockey All-Stars team, he still has a fond, soft spot for his sister and wants to help his younger sister with her Bumblebee team because he knows their dead mother would have been the one to do it if she were still here. Their dad is a professor who is constantly out of the house, and Alex resents the fact that he never attends any of his games. This is a DCOM after all, you gotta have at least one classic cliche. After Alex pulls the blunder of the century, he gets suspended from the hockey team, and his father realizes he hasn't been paying enough attention to his kids, and gives his son a long list of chores to do in hopes that it'll teach him some responsibility. Instead, he has his new Bumblebee crew do all of the work for him, framing it as them earning some new achievements and badges that he's just making up on the fly. The main thing about his character is that he's kind of a horrible person who has to learn humility, but I actually think Hutch Dano has too much charisma and is way too likable as an actor to successfully pull off this sort of bumbling, selfish loser type. I feel like if they would have made him a swaggering, popular kid who everyone loves, it would have worked way better. But instead, everyone kind of clocks his insanely selfish behavior instantly and calls him out on it all the time. And he is constantly failing and embarrassing himself or getting in trouble with authority figures because of his actions immediately. Dano, as an immensely charming actor, would fit better in a character who got everything he wanted out of life, which all came crashing down because he took one action way too far, like him getting suspended. Or he should have changed his performance to better match the material he was giving and what it represents and reflects. Eventually, Alex realizes that he's been a horrible person and tries his best to right the wrongs he's committed towards his sister and their troop. There's also this evil den mother who is just hell-bent on upholding the rules and is suspicious of Alex, since he's technically just a junior helper and they don't have a real den mother for their troop, which means they should be dissolved. He works to become their actual den mother, aka Den Brother. Alex is also put back on the hockey team, and because of that, they win the championship. Yay. Overall, this was a fun, kind of cheesy movie. I think, if you need some sort of lighthearted, hockey-themed kind of boy DCOM, this might be a good one to put on. I'm at the library again, so apologies for the low-quality audio. On June 25th, 2010, the movie 16 Wishes aired on Disney Channel. Here's the thing. I have absolutely no idea if this movie is actually considered a DCOM or not. And like the other Debbie Ryan movie we're going to talk about later, Radio Rebel, it was not made by Disney Channel in-house. So technically, if this movie's not a DCOM, then Radio Rebel also should not be a DCOM. But see, it comes back down to the marketing again. I watched the original advertisements for both Radio Rebel and 16 Wishes, and it seems like 16 Wishes was never advertised as a Disney Channel original movie, yet Radio Rebel was. So I think I'm going to have to rule this as a case of 16 Wishes not being a DCOM, so I'm not going to be reviewing it in this video.
It was only like 2 weeks before I was introduced to heroin and crack cocaine.
I ended up having a lot more thoughts about Camp Rock 2, The Final Jam, than I originally thought I would have. So I'm going to try and trim down all of my thoughts to be a bit more concise, because I probably could talk about all of the elements of this series for a long, long time. Camp Rock 2 follows Mitchie as she goes back to Camp Rock once again for summer vacation. preparing to see Shane again after not seeing him for a whole year, since Connect 3 has been on tour. Their tour bus tips over for literally no reason, and eventually the rest of the cast all meet up. But there's a new camp in town called Camp Star, which is much more modern looking and chromed out, and has caused Camp Rock to have less attendees this year. Camp Star then steals even more campers and most of the counselors from Camp Rock, to the point that our main cast of characters have to become counselors themselves to keep the camp running throughout the summer. One of the most notable things about Camp Rock 2 is the fact that it's a full, proper musical with reality-breaking moments where everyone breaks into song. The first one was a diegetic musical where all of the musical moments were performances that were happening in-universe at the moment of the performance. And even though I do love a good non-diegetic musical, I think the original version works better for the setting of the story, which is supposed to be very naturalistic and friendly in setting and cinematic language. To me, it seems like they really standardized the DCOM style by this point, since the warmth and cozy atmosphere that was in the first movie is just gone has been replaced with a lot of flat, static shots and very bright colors. Maybe I'm just noticing the shift from film to digital, and I don't want to hate on digital as a whole, I just think that the shift brought an overall overhaul of the style of these movies, which might be for the worst overall. Anyways, Camp Star and Camp Rock have a show off with each other and decide to have one big performance competition where a live audience votes on who was better. Also an at-home live audience who can text in which camp they thought had the better performance. And whichever camp wins gets to stay open. While Camp Star's performance is super slick and professional looking, Camp Rock's performance is very hippie and heavy on the fun factor. It looks like the odds are stacked against Camp Rock at the end, and surprisingly, they actually do end up losing. But in the end, all of the campers from Camp Star feel convinced to leave and go to Camp Rock next summer because of how fun they made the camp look during their performance. How many times can I say camp in this review? So it's a situation where they may have lost the battle, but they won the overall war. Camp Star did a good job of being flashy and well choreographed, but when it came to a place that kids can actually have fun at over spring break, Camp Rock looks 100% like the place you'd rather send your kids to over the summer. Overall, I was not that big of a fan of Camp Rock 2: The Final Jam. The songs were the same level of mediocre as the first one, but they didn't have the showstoppers like This Is Me to elevate the soundtrack overall. So I guess I would recommend this movie if you were watching the first one as well, but I'm not even sure I'd recommend this whole series as a whole. Sorry. Welcome back. It's been a few hours, but for me, I've always been here, baby. So for the snack today, I thought it would be criminal to not do and recreate some foods from Kim Possible. I would argue that Kim Possible is one of the most popular and famous animated TV shows from the Bounce era. And since Kim Possible does have a DCOM, it will count to include it in this video. When I first thought of this idea, I went around asking some people that I knew about, like, what were your first thing that comes to mind when I say the word DCOM foods? Like, what are some of the first foods you remember from Disney Channel original movies? And the first response I got was Bueno Nacho. So yeah, we have to create something from Bueno Nacho. So I'm specifically going to do the final order that Ron makes in the movie. Specifically, the nachos I'm a bit concerned about because in that scene, they just seem to be like paper trays filled with tortilla chips. So famously, the nacho is a taco with all the taco accoutrements as well as nachos inside of it in a big ol' thing. This is obviously going to be kind of hard to replicate, especially like visually how they show it in the show, but in the movie it's not shown the same way, so I don't really know where to go with from here. I might just make some nachos and make some tacos and then just kind of, you know? So, I don't know. We'll see how things go with this one. We'll see what I decide to do once I actually create the food. Oh no, I started recording. Okay, so it is currently... Oh, god damn it. It's currently 2:36 in the morning, and I am starving. I've been editing, and I'm gonna continue editing after I finish filming this. Well, first we're gonna make some jamaica agua fresca, because I was supposed to make that like earlier and I forgot, so. But we are also, more importantly, making the nacho The Nako, if you're unaware, is from Kim Possible. And since Kim Possible technically has 2 movies as far as I'm aware, but I think only one of them is considered a decom. I don't know. Ask later me to do research. So I need 10 cups of water and 1 cup of sugar. You know what? That's all I want to do. That seems like that's full enough. Oh shit. Can't even fucking see it. That's 8 cups of water. I'm gonna do 3/4 cup of water since I'm removing 2 cups. We're gonna do a 1/2 pound of ground beef. This shit is the cheapest kind they sell, so we're gonna have to drain some fat. I got my seasonings just off screen here. Look at that. Okay, this ground beef, it's looking like it's cooked. I'm scared. I've never done this before. Oh god, this feels like a bad idea. We're gonna add a little bit of water to make it nice and juicy, like we see in the movie. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. Y'all think this is enough for 8 cups of water? I'm using a paper plate, you would too, whatever. Okay, we're just gonna nuke this for like 30 seconds. The tea is done, by the way. Oh, and so are my nachos. So I just took it off the heat and I'm just gonna let it sit here and cool. Okay, we have our heated up tortilla. Let's just do half of this maybe. This is crazy. Okay, there. I don't think this is in the show, but this is what I want right now, so. There we go. Come on. Okay, there's too many nachos. We gotta take some out. Okay, there. The Nako. Let me give this a bite. I mean, it's pretty damn good. My stomach just made a weird noise. To make it feel more like a taco, put the rest of the meat in here. Some guac might be good, but I don't have any. Yeah, more ground beef helped. You know what? This isn't that bad. But that might be because it's 3 in the morning. If I had made this for lunch, like I originally planned, I probably would have not liked it as much. Logistically, it'd make more sense if I just made myself a beef burrito with chips in it. Also, was this before Taco Bell invented the Crunch Wrap? Because this is giving major Crunch Wrap vibes. Anyways, okay, bye. Hi everyone, we just talked about the 80th DCOM Camp Rock 2, and as I'm working on this part, I just saw a comment on my channel saying that it was confusing having different random pop culture references being the introductions to each movie, because it's easy to confuse them with clips from the movie I'm talking about. I have literally never played audio of the clips from the movies I'm talking about, but just to avoid any further confusion and to make things easier for y'all, every single clip I will be using to introduce the movies will be a clip from My Babysitter's a Vampire. I don't want to hear any further questions or complaints. Oh my gosh, you can see the hole in my ceiling from when my ceiling fan fell while I was sitting right here. Luckily I didn't get bonked in the head, but I could have.
Well, I couldn't decide between Merlin and the Mexican wrestler, so I picked both. Say hola to El Merlo Loco.
I feel like Avalon High should have been the non-musical project to get multiple sequels after the Halloween Town series end. Because this movie was such a fun watch. I'd never seen this movie when it came out because, like I've said before, even when I was in my peak TV watching days, it was always a gamble on whether or not I actually watched the movies that were on TV or not. Also, I have no idea why this movie is called Avalon High because it kind of has nothing to do with the high school they go to, but I guess they just couldn't think of a good title or something. This film follows Allie Pennington as she moves to a new town and starts at a new high school. Her parents are medieval literature professors, and she keeps having dreams that she's a brave knight fighting against a ferocious foe. She runs into a popular guy named Will, played by Greg Sulkin, putting on a very flimsy American accent, who's the lead quarterback of the football team and is just too damn perfect. We learn that every 1,000 years, King Arthur is reincarnated on the day that there's a full moon and a meteor shower at the same time, which happens to be on the same day as the big football game that Will is in. Allie discovers all of this with another person she befriends, a nerdy asshole named Miles, who gets visions of the future, and they all think that Will is said reincarnation of King Arthur. But he actually isn't. Allie is! Their history teacher is the twist villain who is trying to defeat Arthur before they are reincarnated and crowned king, even though they thought that the villain was going to be Will's edgy stepbrother at first. Allie is actually a really fun and enticing main character to follow. She's smart, kind, and generally just a lovable person overall, making us want to root for her success and being happy to find out that she actually is King Arthur. This whole "you're King Arthur" trope in a lot of movies and stuff is honestly so funny to me. It's camp. I love it so much. Allie is just nice to people like Miles, who are originally very rude to her, and she's a good friend to Will even after finding out that he has a girlfriend, when she clearly has a huge crush on him. It's okay though, because Will's girlfriend is cheating on him with his best friend Lance, so their chemistry can come to fruition and they get together at the end. These are all like references to the Knights of the Round Table and Arthurian legends as a whole, by the way. She's just overall really well adjusted and great, and not in an annoyingly perfect way, because that's totally how Will comes across, and how it kind of has to come across that way for the plot to work and for the twist to happen. And the twists themselves actually didn't make my eyes roll, so I appreciate that. This movie, it has the sauce. It has that teen movie sauce that so many movies that I love have, with an interesting and fun cast of main characters that intrigue me to keep watching their dynamics play out. If there was any fear of not having more stories to tell with this series, you literally don't have to worry about that because you can just adapt other Arthurian legends into new movies and have them set in the modern day. Like, adapt The Green Knight or something, I don't know. I was not expecting to like this movie as much as I did. I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't yet and you're a big fan of teen movies.
Hello, Benny and Rory.
Whoa. That is a tornado of weird.
Okay, kids speaking in unison. That's never good.
This movie sucks. It is so bad, y'all. And it breaks my heart to say so, since y'all already know how much I love The Sweet Life on Deck. The Sweet Life movie feels like such a half-baked mess, and it's gonna take a lot within me to not just deconstruct every single little thing wrong with this absolute monstrosity. The Sweet Life movie follows Zach and Cody during spring break of their senior year. Cody is going to do an internship at a marine biology research center during the break so he can get into Yale. And for some reason he hasn't told his girlfriend Bailey yet, so when he finally goes to tell her, Zach ruins it because he's hyper-fixated on getting a sports car that Cody will be gifted by his parents for going off to college after graduation. Zach also ruins his brother's internship as well because of his pestering to get the car. He does feel bad for getting Cody kicked out of his internship, and a pretty girl who works for the Gemini Project has been stalking him so they can recruit the two brothers for their research. So Zach and Cody go to the Gemini Project headquarters, which will act as a replacement internship for Cody so he can have a better chance at getting into Yale. The Gemini Project actually has the goal of combining the brains of twins into one and turning them into mind-controlled robots who will take over the world or something. There's some stupid twin twists, it's all kinda lame. The two learn to bond and understand one another through these experiments and defeat the evil foe at the end. Oh, and Cody gives Zach the car, which he immediately crushes at the end of the movie, and it very anticlimactically ends there. My issues with this film actually have nothing to do with the identical twins' evil plotline, because something this over-the-top and dramatic actually fits in the world pretty well. Like, they've done worse and weirder in the actual show before. The main problem with this movie is the absolutely wretched way the twins' dynamic is portrayed in the initial setup. Zack, while still having his witty comebacks and irreverent attitude, is a buffoonish shell of his former self. He wants Cody's car so he can travel the world and figure out what he's meant to do in life, but his actions are so laughably disconnected from his apparent goal that it seems like they last minute decided to give him a reason for wanting the car because they didn't want to bother trying to think of how his character would actually conduct himself in this movie. And Cody is basically just a cardboard cutout of a nerdy archetype at this point in the story. Plus, it doesn't fit anywhere in the plot of the show at all. There's like 20 contradictions happening at every given point. And the rest of the cast basically have nothing to do in this movie. The tone of this thing is completely off as well. They're trying to go for this whimsical decom energy with the music, cinematography, and the editing, but the characters and writing style are constantly clashing with this direction. If I knew nothing about the Sweet Life series before watching this movie, I'd think Zack and Cody were horribly developed characters with a complete lack of anything interesting present within them or their dynamic. Which is the complete exact opposite of how I see them as some of the most important characters in all of Disney Channel history. This makes me so upset. Even though there are redeeming elements of this movie that could give it somewhat of a boost, I'm gonna send it to the bottom among the ranks of Xenon and Tiger Cruise, because it is such a shame to see some of my favorite Disney stars get such a bad movie made for them.
I can either ask you to leave, or I can give you the last slot in the show, and then I can leave. So congratulations.
Musatronics!
This is definitely one of, if not the best, DCOM of all time. Lemonade Mouth has been pretty unanimously praised and honored as an amazing movie that deserves to be up there in the ranks as some of the best that Disney Channel ever has had to offer. It's definitely one of the most iconic along with their other musical movies like High School Musical and Descendants. So what makes Lemonade Mouth so special? This movie follows 5 misfits with very different lives as they all meet in detention on one fateful day. It's very Breakfast Club coded, which is a movie I've seen like 20 times and I absolutely love. Stella is a rebel new girl who struggles to fit in with the high expectations of her genius parents and siblings. Mohini, aka Mo, is a wannabe popular girl whose Indian immigrant parents expect her to be a model citizen and get good grades and not worry about boys, so of course she has a secret popular guy boyfriend. Charlie does not want to play soccer like his sporty older brother and feels like he's standing in his brother's shadow, plus he has a huge unrequited crush on Mo. Olivia is an extremely shy and bookish girl whose mother's died and whose father is in prison. And Wendell, aka Wen, has a father who's dating a very young woman who attends college and that he's very uncomfortable with. They all break into song during detention and then decide to form a band and then go on to inspire their community to be heard, be strong, and be proud. This is another famous book adaptation in the DCOM catalog, and the more mature and unique elements of the plot come directly from the source material. I'm in a special place when it comes to talking about this movie since not only have I read the book, multiple times might I add, but I first read it when I was the exact age of the main cast. It was my final semester of 8th grade when I read it, and I was about to start high school. So obviously this story is going to be a huge standout for me, but even putting that personal connection to the story aside, there's just so much refreshing and interesting things within the movie itself that makes it stand out as a much higher quality film than the other movies we have on this list. The cinematography is just so good and naturalistic, the colors are vibrant and inviting, but not sinisterly fake looking like they are in Camp Rock 2. And there's honestly a lot of really well-framed shots and camera pans that can evoke effective emotions out of the audience. I don't want to spoil things about the ranking, but this is gonna go high. Like, really, really high in the ranking. Also, I'll probably have more to say on this movie later on in my channel, maybe.
What just happened? The depths of my pain require more bass.
I really don't want to talk about this movie. Sharpay's fabulous adventure has made my life difficult in more ways than one, that's for sure. First of all, since this is a made-for-DVD movie, it looks shitty in a completely different way than all the other shitty DCOMs look shitty. And second, the plot is just so generic and basic that I kind of don't even feel the need to explain it to you. It's so far removed from anything that would be relevant to your life. But I mean, what are we even doing here? Like, what are we even here for? The Wikipedia page calls this movie a rom-com, which is, I think, kind of inaccurate, but strap in for that, I guess. This movie picks up with Sharpay as she's been coasting since graduating from East High, and during a performance that her and her dog gives at her parents' country club, she's spotted by a casting director who wants her to audition for a new musical on Broadway. For some reason, before even going to the audition, she feels the need to move to New York City and is given the condition that if she doesn't book the part in a month, she'll have to work for her parents back at the resort, and essentially give up her dreams of becoming a big star. She makes it to the big city and very quickly realizes that she's a big fish in a massive ocean with even bigger fish surrounding her. And then she's kicked out of her penthouse on the first day because she won't get rid of her precious dog. And I mean that legitly, like this is the best dog in all of history. She meets an annoyingly scrappy and upbeat filmmaker named Peyton, played by Austin Butler, who is a family friend who gets her a tiny studio apartment to live in when it's time for the audition. They obviously fall in love. Ugh, whatever. I just miss Zeke. Once it's time for the audition, she realizes that they want to audition her dog and not her, since the lead role in this dog-themed musical has already gone to a snooty legacy star named Amber Lee Adams. Sharpay works as Amber's assistant and later maid, hoping that this will get her dog picked over the other competitor's dog, Roger Ellison, who is played by Bradley Stephen Perry. Amber hates dogs, actually, and does not want to be co-stars with one, and very foolishly exposes herself as a hater to an audience of her adoring fans during the previews, all because Sharpay turned on her microphone backstage. Amber quits and it seems like the show is going to be cancelled until Peyton, who's been filming a quasi-documentary about Sharpay this whole time, shows some footage of her singing and performing, which convinces the director to hire Sharpay as the lead instead. The whole point of the story is to ground Sharpay and portray her as more human and normal compared to the actually vicious and vain Broadway star she has to work for, by having her run across town fetching coffee for a temperamental diva and scrub toilets. The movie essentially has her atone for her past sins and fully redeem her in the eyes of any viewers who are still seeing Sharpay as a scheming villain. I mean, as long as Troy's out of her life, then I think she's a pretty normal rich girl with aspirations to make it in theater. The movie is fine, it hits all the beats a movie is supposed to and does nothing outside of what it should do as a straight-to-DVD movie. If you're watching all the High School Musical movies, then definitely feel free to watch it. It does somewhat enough for the character of Sharpay to warrant a viewing if you want to know about her story, but that's about the only praise I can give it. So on June 10th, 2010, My Babysitter's a Vampire aired on Disney Channel. I'm actually kind of glad that Mabab is not considered a DCOM, it's actually a Teletoon original, because it would have been number one without a doubt. Like, nothing could have competed with this movie. This is literally my favorite movie of all time, and I would just feel bad having to try and compare it with all the other movies. So yes, I won't be reviewing it here, but watch like my 5 hours total worth of content I've made about this series if you want to know more about it. Phineas and Ferb was always kind of a sleeper hit in my household. My brother really liked it, and I also really enjoyed it, but I didn't really think about it outside of, like, when I was watching it. That, of course, doesn't apply to Phineas and Ferb, the movie, Across the Second Dimension. This thing would never leave my mind after I watched it for the first time. Across the Second Dimension follows an average day in summer for Phineas and Ferb, but things kind of go wrong, and we fall off the beaten path, and Phineas and Ferb end up working with Dr. Doofenshmirtz. They're able to get his dimension portalinator thingy to work, and they end up going to an alternate dimension where Dr. Doofenshmirtz actually did take over the tri-state area. Also, Perry the Platypus, his secret identity has been revealed to Phineas and Ferb. It's honestly so fun and interesting and unique to watch these two characters interact with their pet in this brand new way, because we've always known, obviously, but I don't know, there's just so much drama. It's so fun and engaging. Also, I like the little quirk to know that, like, alternate dimension Dr. Doofenshmirtz was actually had like no background childhood trauma, which is why he's better at being evil, I think. I don't know, there's something really funny there. The songs are really fun. I mean, Phineas and Ferb's music is always pretty good, but I think the songs fit just well and like really work within the movie. And even Candace has a little bit of growth when she realizes that she doesn't need to grow up too fast. After seeing alternate dimension, Candace is like a full-on military grown-up. They get the dimension portal working in the alternate dimension to try and get back. The more evil Dr. Doofenshmirtz wants to take over the other alternate dimension tri-state area as well. So he gets the portal opened, and he then sends out a bunch of his evil robots into our universe tri-state area. So Perry the Platypus, along with the rest of the cast, all work together to defeat this alternate dimension foe. I swear, I almost teared up when I saw all of their old inventions from the past series all coming back to be used again to help defeat the robots. So yeah, this thing is absolutely amazing. I highly recommend you check it out if you haven't yet, even if you've never seen the show before. I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of the flow of things and how the series works and how it subverts these things within the movie. It's just so good, and it makes me really want to rewatch Phineas and Ferb. I might do that soon because, man, this show, it was a treat to revisit.
She's like a substitute
babe.
Dude,
Sweet.
no, not sweet. Jeez, could you be less of a geek for once?
Okay, so I've already made a video about Geek Charming, and it's over an hour long, so do I really need to talk about this movie more on this channel? The answer is both yes and no. I'm gonna try and keep this review shorter than my average ones, but also there are new things I want to add to the conversation. I mainly reviewed the Geek Charming book and compared it to the movie, because I think there was a very amount of interesting adaptational changes, but I wouldn't have done that if I didn't like the movie already, because I do. Geek Charming is another amazing standout for me in this era. Geek Charming is an actual rom-com where a nerdy filmmaker guy wants to make a documentary about a popular girl. It's your classic enemies to lovers arc, and I actually think it is very satisfying and a very fun and engaging watch. Some things I should have mentioned in my previous video were that, first of all, the soundtrack slaps. I don't know what genius who works at Disney Channel decided to put Doves as the soundtrack in one of their DComs, but that was a genius move. I applaud it. Same thing to the guy who was putting Fastball in all of the old Zoog DComs. Shout out to you as well. So yeah, overall, I just really enjoy Geek Charming. There are some more cliche and kind of silly elements, but overall, I felt a real energy that, like, Disney Channel wanted to take their DComs seriously. I feel like there are many different lessons learned by the DCOM people with the success of High School Musical. One lesson was we should be taking more of a naturalistic yet also cinematic approach to our movies. Picking one specific element of a relationship to focus on and really just digging deep into that, while still feeling true to life and not overdramatic or melodramatic. One of the worst lessons, which is we're gonna see be like the main DCOM mode going forward, spectacle. Stuff that'll work really, really well as YouTube clips, and as a full movie, you know, we'll stitch things together in post. That's really what I'm thinking about nowadays, now that I'm watching this movie within the context of all of the DComs as a whole.
It's ectoplasm, the physical manifestation of paranormal energy.
Oh, cool.
Okay, Good Luck Charlie, It's Christmas is a certified Christmas movie classic in my household. I watched it like 3 times last year, which I did not mean to do. The first time was because I was watching all of Good Luck Charlie, and this was in between seasons 2 and 3. That was in like June or something. The second time was for this watch through, which is in around like December, Thanksgiving time, and I feel like that was a fun time to watch Christmas movies in. I don't care what y'all say, I love watching Christmas movies during Thanksgiving time. And then the final time was actually during Christmas time. I think on Christmas Eve specifically, I had my aunt over and later my dad got off of work and we were just watching a bunch of Christmas movies together, and that one just fit right in with the rest of them. And yeah, I think it really faithfully sticks to the Good Luck Charlie energy and aura while also being higher in scale. And I also think making it a Christmas movie was a really smart decision, because to a certain degree, it like justifies its existence. Good Luck Charlie as a TV show is essentially plotless, and it also doesn't have a unique pitch or setting. I mean, famously, the fact that it's just a normal basic family sitcom was the unique pitch for the time. I have a whole discussion of this in my Good Luck Charlie video, which I'm like side scripting while I'm working on this one. The plot is that the Duncan family are going to Palm Springs to visit the mother, Amy's family, who live there now. But of course, Teddy being Teddy, she really wants to go to a spring break Florida trip with Ivy, but her parents won't let her go unless she gets her own plane ticket. And when the plane offers a free ticket to anywhere for anyone who's willing to get off the plane right at that moment while they're leaving for vacation, she does, and Amy ends up following her. And since it's only like 3 days until Christmas, they cannot get another plane to Palm Springs in time. So they have to take various different treacherous modes of transportation to try and get to their family by Christmas time. They bicker and fight and learn to understand each other more as mother and daughter. And eventually we learn that Amy is pregnant again, which is another reason for justifying this movie's existence. Which I think seems to be a large problem for a lot of these TV shows that get a DCOM. So yeah, eventually the family all meet up in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in either Nevada or California, I can't quite remember. And they all spend a wonderful yet kooky Christmas together. This core value of like family first, no matter the awkward, non-picturesque circumstance, is kind of like a main theme of Good Luck Charlie, and it's nice to see that the creators really wanted to reflect this in a fun way with the movie. So yeah, overall a really great movie. I feel like we're in an awesome streak of films right now. I hope that doesn't change.
He looks like a prison hairdresser.
Yeah, serious mullet fail.
Is it just me, or is Frenemies just 3 different decom plots that they couldn't feasibly stretch into an entire movie, so they just squished them all into one really bad, directionless film? Because that's how I perceive it. I almost don't even have the energy to try and recap all of this mush of 3 interchanging plots, with the vague and loose connection being that each story follows a duo going from quote-unquote friends to enemies. The sort of main characters, who are the narrators, are played by Bella Thorne and Zendaya, and they're basically playing their characters from Shake It Up. This is not an issue we normally run into the decoms, and you would know this because we're in like the 80s right now. Just the exact same actors playing the exact same characters, just with slightly different names and in slightly different settings. Like, Stephanie Scott from Ant Farm is in this movie, but she's literally just playing her character from Ant Farm. Like, down to a T almost. I guess we'll start with the plotline that she's in first. The first, like, third of the movie follows the characters of Jake and Murray. The character of Jake is the science whiz who is played by Nick Robinson, who is the guy from Love, Simon, by the way. And this popular girl named Julianne, who is played by Stephanie Scott, tries to basically become the girlfriend of Jake, just so she can get a good science project out of them being partners together. And Jake has this extremely loyal and well-trained dog named Murray, who is basically his best friend. The next story we follow is with Avalon and Hallie, who are played by Bella Thorne and Zendaya respectively. They run a webazine called Geekly Chic. Back in my day, we just called this a blog. And they learned that one of their favorite magazines, Burns Publications, want to buy their blog and turn it into their brand new hip teen magazine. But the magazine only wants to hire one of the two, so they both have to write an article pitch, and whichever one is better will get picked to work at the magazine, and the other will just have to leave Geekly Chic forever. So they end up both writing the article together and say that if they don't want them as a team, then they're gonna walk. So they end up walking. Finally, we have the characters of Savannah and Emma. It is literally just the Princess and the Pauper. You know what the plot of The Princess and the Pauper is. 2 random identical women meet. One is rich, one is poor. They live different lives, they swap for a week, they bicker. I guess somewhat interestingly is that Savannah is the skateboarder girl in Jake's story, so like her love interest is Jake, so he's like kind of tied into the rest of the story. And Emma's boyfriend is like this preppy douchebag, and he ends up getting kicked to the curb and thrown into a chocolate fountain. Remember when chocolate fountains were all the rage? I miss those things. This movie is so bad, it literally ends with a dance sequence instead of a real conclusion. That's like the most famously generic and lazy way to end a kid's movie. It's so embarrassing. This is actually the first decom I'm outright going to call lazy. While other decoms have been bad or boring, I can truthfully say that they all seem to have some time or care put into them as films. But this one just has none of that care or effort at all. I don't even know where I'm gonna put this thing because it's bad, but it's not like that infuriatingly bad. So it's probably just gonna end up in like the middle bottom tier, like truly just nothing special here at all.
Yeah, buddy, Whitechapel High, this ain't no lie. Monster Bat Morning Meltdown, don't even ask why. Ch-chia!
Intramural volleyball begins at 4 o'clock today.
What more can I even say about Radio Rebel on this channel? I made a really long video on Radio Rebel on my channel already, so feel free to check that out if you're interested. But for an extremely brief recap of everything there, it's a great movie and y'all are just mean. The movie follows Tara Adams, an extremely shy individual who is secretly the biggest radio show host in all of her small town. Radio Rebel goes from being in her bedroom to being at a local radio station, and she must navigate her life as she grows more confident in herself, and how her and her radio personality intersect with each other. The entire soundtrack slaps so goddamn hard. And yes, it is extremely cheesy and the ending is really bad, but once you understand why the ending ended up being the way it is, it's actually a very fascinating story. Again, I go into much more detail in my 80-minute video on Radio Rebel, but essentially this is supposed to be an adaptation of the book Shrinking Violet, but it is actually secretly an adaptation of the movie Pump Up the Volume. Both endings of both of those pieces of media are not safe for Disney Channel. The ending for Shrinking Violet maybe could make sense, but there's basically nothing of that plot in this movie. They basically only took the names, and that's it. So they had to come up with an ending from scratch, and clearly it was not that well thought out. Again, even though this may be seen as a really bad movie and you think it's really cheesy and lame, like, it still has more effort and time put into it than some of the other DCOMs we've talked about on this list, literally the previous one we just talked about. So I think movies like this deserve some credit, even if they're not masterpieces or anything. I still think Radio Rebel is a masterpiece though, don't get that wrong. For some reason, this became one of my comfort movies. I literally would watch it multiple times within the span of a month, just because it provides me with such warmth. I don't know. There's some parasocial relationship I have with this film that many other people don't, and that causes me to be a lot more nicer to it. I understand my bias there. Also, Debbie Ryan is just like one of my favorite Disney Channel stars. I think she's great. So yeah, I really love Radio Rebel, and I recommend you check it out. How does me possibly putting Radio Rebel in my top 10 make you feel?
Come on, grab your backpack. You and I are going to church. What?
So, Let It Shine is such an interesting film that I feel like would be difficult for me personally to talk about. It's a really great movie, let me just say that right away. I think it is one of the best DCOMs of this era specifically. Let It Shine follows Cyrus and his Baptist pastor father, Jacob. Cyrus is the choir director for his church, and his father is against that evil devil music that is rap and hip-hop. What he doesn't know is that at night, his son sneaks out to a local hip-hop club to bust tables. And he writes said evil devil rap music under the rap name Truth. No offense to this movie, but the rap name Truth is so lame. Sorry. It makes sense because this movie is essentially a conscious rap propaganda movie made by Disney Channel. Cyrus and his friend Chris, who is a better dancer than he is a rapper, they both submit to a song contest that is being hosted by one of their childhood friends named Roxy. She's become the next big thing and is constantly on magazine covers and taking interviews on the television. So she hosts this song contest, and Truth submits his song and he ends up winning. The problem is that he accidentally submitted a photo of him and his buddy Chris, so now they think that the contest winner was actually Chris and not Cyrus. To be fair, Chris is like the main focus of the photo and Cyrus is just like in the background, so obviously they would do this mix up. But Cyrus is not super confident in his looks and his appearance and who he is as a person, so he feels the need to keep on with the lie and let them believe that Chris is actually Truth. And Cyrus's pastor father eventually has to realize that hip-hop is not the devil's work. After listening to his son's rap lyrics, he realizes that he talks about faith and honesty and good wholesome fun in his lyrics, because of course this is a DCOM. Chris and Cyrus get in a fight, and then once they make up, they finally decide to reveal the truth to Roxy. Very dramatically, might I add. It's during their first performance of a duet song that they wrote. Also, one of my favorite Disney Channel actors, Brandon Michael Smith, is in this, and he plays like an evil, shallow rapper named Bling. There's definitely some stuff to unpack when it comes to the idea of like excellence and how hip-hop that, is seen as shallow or materialistic is inherently bad. And also, famously, I'm not a big fan of religious elements in my DCOMs, but I feel like the movie is good despite all of those really complicated and complex topics that I don't have the time to talk about in this one singular review. But overall, I really enjoy it, and it's a fun movie. You can tell the difference between the good DCOMs and the bad DCOMs at this point. They're really starting to, divide like the Red Sea. Yeah, I highly recommend you watch this thing if you haven't yet. It's a really good watch. Check it out.
Let's do this. Yeah, time to kick some intergalactic butt.
Don't you mean vampire butt?
Okay, I think Girl vs. Monster won me over at the end of the day. I'll be honest, I came into this movie a bit biased. Back when it first came out, I think it was pretty quickly added to Netflix, and I tried to watch it with somebody, and I gave up after the first 15 minutes. I thought this thing was just abhorred. And I literally hadn't seen it since. I never watched it when it first aired, and that was my only experience with it, so I was genuinely afraid that this thing was going to be slop. But actually, I was surprised to see that it wasn't that bad. Girl vs. Monster follows Olivia Holt as Skylar, who is a 5th-generation monster hunter. She doesn't know this, however, because she's only 15, and this all gets revealed to her when she's 16, and the ghost containment unit that her parents keep under wraps accidentally broke and exploded, and so now all of these monsters are being let loose on Halloween night. Apparently every person in this universe has a fear monster that feeds on the fear of the individual, and Skylar's fear monster is an old immortal one that transfers from person to person. But her parents were able to capture this being and trap it in the ghost containment unit, which means that Skylar had literally no fear, because the thing that would cause her fear was trapped away in a box for her whole life. But now that it's set free, she gets 15 years worth of fear all loaded onto her at once. Her and her two scaredy cat besties have to work together to try and capture all of these monsters. Meanwhile, she has a Halloween party to attend to and a Disney ingenue boy band that she has to sing for. I don't know if y'all remember Luke Benward from Minutemen, but he's in this movie again, and I swear he's like 2 times the size he was originally. Also, I did not know he was a singer. He's actually doing a really good singing job here. And I already knew Olivia Holt was an amazing singer. The music in this thing, it is so good. I was not expecting to love literally every single song that was in this movie, but they're all so amazing. Eventually, they're able to defeat this ancient spirit that Skylar has been attached to, and she understands the importance of fear and to not be afraid of fear, which is a cute sentiment. This is a classic cheesy DCOM that I think, does exactly what it's supposed to do. Famously, I love Halloween DCOMs, and this one is up there as one of the good ones. I feel like it was wrong of me to assume that this movie was worse than the films like Halloween Town, just because it came out when I was an edgy teenager. Like, it's a good watch, and I'd recommend it during Halloween time if you're interested.
Less talking, more dancing. Come on, guys, we promise. Party at the disco beach.
Y'all, this is a big deal. We're finally going to talk about Teen Beach Movie. This movie is famously the only DCOM to come out in 2013, which is absolutely wild. It's also the final DCOM I ever watched air live on TV. I have never seen any of the films after this up to this point. So we really are going to be entering uncharted waters going forward. I feel like the premise of this movie is just so genius and it is executed so amazingly. Teen Beach Movie follows Ross Lynch and Maya Mitchell as Brady and Mac, respectively. They love surfing with each other in Hawaii, but Mac learns that she has to move away to go to a prep school that she does not want to go to. So on her final day at the beach, she tries to do one more gnarly surf, but there ends up being bad weather, and Brady goes into the water to save her. They both go under, and when we fade back up, everything's different. Brady and Mac's grandfather are both really into this movie called Wet Side Story. It's like 10 different layers of references, this title, because Wet Side Story is a play on the title West Side Story, which is itself an adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. So it's a 1960s beach movie version of an adaptation of an adaptation. So this whole movie is essentially going to be them lovingly poking fun at the 1960s era beach movie genre. And that's because Mac and Brady end up inside Wet Side Story. So Mac and Brady have to try and go through the plot of the movie to eventually escape and go back to their real world, but they accidentally end up messing up the plot and derailing everything because of their presence. The soundtrack to this thing? Absolutely stellar. I was not expecting literally every movie soundtrack from this era to be so good. They really do hit the mark on the things that they're homaging, and the choreography especially, so good. Ross Lynch is an amazing performer in general, like you can tell he's a very talented dancer. And so is Maya Mitchell. This was such a fun watch. I literally was like leaping and screaming with joy watching this again for the first time in over a decade. Also, I had no idea that there was a sequel until like very recently, so I love this franchise and I can't wait to see what they do next with it.
And then I got the puck and totally ollied for a goal.
Dude, you haven't even touched the ice yet. And I'm pretty sure ollie's a skateboarding term.
Is it bad to say that I hadn't even heard of Cloud9 until I started working on this video? Even if I hadn't seen the next 10 or so movies before, I at least recognized the titles from when I would occasionally check Disney Channel out to see if I was missing anything. It also seems like we haven't gotten a sports movie in a long time. I know that Den Brother was like 15 movies ago or something, but this is a full-on sports movie, not one where like sports is an element of the plot. Also, what the heck, Luke Benward is in this again? I did not know he was like such a Disney ingenue boy at the time. Cloud9 follows Dove Cameron as Kyla Morgan, who lives in Summit Valley, Colorado, specifically at a lodge that her father owns. Kayla is an average snowboarder, but she's ended up on the best snowboard team in the whole town. This is because her dad bought her way in, and she's completely unaware of the fact that she's actually not that good. This is until her boyfriend's father, who is the coach, decides to kick her off the team, but in a very subtle way that, wouldn't keep the cash flow from coming in from her parents. So her boyfriend, who is the coach's son, frames her as destroying property, which means that they have a reason to kick her off the team. Oh, and also her boyfriend breaks up with her. Some of the property she destroys is owned by Will Cloud, who was the best snowboarder in the whole town before he suffered an injury. He failed to perform a move he created called the Cloud 9. So now he works at his family's dog kennel, and everyone just laughs at him and sees him as a sad loser now. Kayla has to work at the dog kennel to pay back the property that she destroyed, and the two of them grow close. They kind of have an enemies to lovers thing going. He's the only one willing to be honest with her about her sucky snowboarding performance, and she agrees that she'll fix up the dog kennel to get more business because their business isn't really working all that well, in exchange for him teaching her to be a better snowboarder. Will has all of this trauma surrounding his injury, and so he hasn't snowboarded in over a year, but he regains his confidence to get back out on the snow, and eventually they form their own team with two of Will's friends. They all gear up to compete at the Fire and Ice snowboarding competition. Kayla wants Will to teach her the coveted Cloud 9 snowboard move, but he refuses to because he doesn't want to see her get hurt. She eventually is able to do it at the Fire and Ice snowboarding competition, and their team wins. I'm trying to be nice here because I didn't mind this movie all that much. I think snowboarding is an interesting sport, but if there's one thing I could say to describe this movie, it would be a checklist film. It's hitting all of the beats that it should. It's going through the checklist of things that are supposed to happen in a film. The plot just kind of feels a bit clunky, and the characters just kind of do things because they have to for that moment in the movie to happen. It really just doesn't feel like it's a naturally flowing story. So overall, I think Cloud 9 is a fine movie. If you're really into snowboarding, I bet it's going to be a fun watch. I think Dove Cameron does a good job of being this, preppy, rich girl. I mean, she's basically doing her whole Liv and Maddie shtick in this, but, it's an okay film. So we have officially gone back around to talking about points in time that I do not remember whatsoever. So this is going to play out in the same way that the Zoog era did, where I described to you things that I didn't experience but attempted to do a lot of research on. The problem going forwards is that people aren't really documenting this stuff all that well, since Disney Channel really did start to drop in viewership around this time, with smartphones and social media drastically growing in popularity with their main audience. A lot of these movies are going to be them playing catch-up with culture instead of creating it from the get-go. This had already been the case for a few years now up to this point, but these next films are really going to highlight that further. There's still some really popular and well-known movies in this era for sure, but the viewership on average takes a nosedive going forwards. So why call this the Glass era, also known as the Family era? That's because there were two different types of bumpers that would play. One was where the brand new Disney Channel logo, which no longer had the mouse ears, would float through different well-known landscapes and just kind of exist in the natural world. And I guess the Disney Channel logo kind of looks like a big block of glass. I don't know. The other different types of ads were essentially just stock footage of families doing random adventures, either sitting in front of a couch or out at the beach. It's actually very hard to find video footage of this because it is so bland and generic that most people didn't really, screen record it. It's all just very bland and not that interesting visually. There isn't really that much of a distinct visual identity with the Glass era, in my opinion, other than the fact that there is nature, and the brand new Disney Channel logo is at least interesting thing to note. I'm not quite sure why the famous unique mouse ears were eventually done away with. They've now been replaced with the classic Disney logo, which is the name Disney written in Walt Disney's handwriting style, with an awkward chalkboard style font at the bottom using the word channel. It really looks like that they took the normal Disney logo and then just drew in crayon the word channel under it. Something that we need to acknowledge with the fact that we're in the year 2014 currently is that the only people really watching television, network television at this point, are the very young and the very old. This is something that's more anecdotal. I don't have direct charts or research on this, but in my own personal experience, it seemed like the only people who were watching channels like the Disney Channel were kids that weren't old enough to have smartphones yet, or full access to the family computer or iPad. So essentially, these networks were stuck with the task of babysitting, which to a certain degree they always had been, but I would argue that they're no longer creating culture because the culture has left them behind. Also, barely any DCOMs are coming out during these eras anymore. While more movies came out during the Rounded Square era than they did in the Ribbon era, with 16 coming out in the previous era, there are only 7 movies that came out during the Glass era, which is a little bit over half of what the previous one is. And hate to spoil it for you, but that's gonna be cut in half again. Also, I would argue the most notable thing about the Glass era is the fact that they changed the wand ID. My theories as to why the mouse ears went away is this reason, because the wand IDs just did not look good in 16:9, and by 2014, basically nobody had a CRT TV anymore. I mean, I did, and I still do, but that's besides the point. That's because I'm a freak weirdo. Now, instead of the wand IDs being with a white background, they were placed in a generic nature setting. Again, there's that theme of nature coming back again. And all of the stars were holding this thin wooden wizard wand instead of the glow stick. Also, they're drawing the little mouse ears that have been put on the eye of the Disney logo. So they're not doing the full motion that they were in the past. They're basically just drawing an M. I don't think that these look all that good. I feel like they look kind of awkward and weirdly centered still, even though they're in 16:9 now. I would argue that they just don't have the same kind of visual iconography as the white background and the glow stick and the old Disney Channel logo. But I understand there wasn't really much they could do. Again, times had changed and they were being left behind, so they had to adapt. And being forced to adapt is how I would describe the plots of pretty much all of the next movies we're going to be talking about. So let's get into that.
What is that? You? Oh! Puffles?
Yeah, that's him. Kinda.
Okay, Zapped might be one of the lesser DCOMs. So I never even heard that Cloud9 had happened, so Zapped was the first movie after Teen Beach Movie that I had heard about existing as a DCOM. And I just remember seeing the trailer on Disney Channel and thinking, wow, that looks like a bad movie, and then I proceeded to never watch anything on the Disney Channel ever again. Which is a shame because I really like Zendaya, and it would have been nice for her to get a good proper DCOM. Zapped follows Zendaya's character, Zoe Stevens, as her mother has just remarried to a very loud basketball coach man who has 3 sons. She becomes very overwhelmed with this new transition in her life and starting a new high school, and she just finds that all of the boys surrounding her are just not behaving the way that she would like them to behave. She's also, addicted to her smartphone and apps. This was back when that was, a novel thing. Basically, she downloads apps, every other day, and she's constantly looking at her phone. She downloads this app that's supposed to help her control the family dog because he tore up all of her precious items. But through some shenanigans, it ends up going into, the dog food bowl and getting struck with lightning and all this stuff, and now the app can control boys. I mean, by this point, y'all probably already know my stance on this. I've already got comments from people calling me woke, which is hilarious, and this is clearly supposed to be DCOM's take on the battle of the sexes, but clearly in the universe of Zapped, gender is not a spectrum like how it is in our real world. So Zoe just goes around commanding all of the men in her life to do things that she wants to do, but she's not really that specific about it, so everyone ends up acting kind of wackadoodle because of it. Also, there's this mean girl Taylor who's on the dance team, and Zoe's a really good dancer because she's played by Zendaya, and Taylor's ex-boyfriend Jackson ends up taking a shine to Zoe. And they try to go on a date, but things are very awkward, and she almost debates even possibly using the app on him. She eventually does and tells him to kiss her, and oh, it's so awkward. I will say Spencer Boulderman did a good job in this movie. He wears sunglasses indoors and reads To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, this movie's kind of bad. I understand it's supposed to tell the story of a girl who feels like her life is going out of control. So once she's given power to control one thing in her life, she goes a bit power crazy with it. It's kind of bad, but in a very generic way. I don't even want to put it at the bottom of the list because it's not interesting enough to go at the bottom of the list, which I think is the worst thing a DCOM can be.
You wanna play?
Fine, let's play.
I swear, I know for a fact that I did talk about the next 2 movies already, but for some reason I just cannot find the audio anywhere. So I'm here re-recording it in the middle of the night. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit low energy. How to Build a Better Boy stars China Ann McClain as Gabby and Kelly Berglund as May. They're 2 super geniuses who are supposed to be sophomores but are actually seniors. May is a bit of a romantic who moves to the world thinking that even though she's very different than all the other kids at school, that maybe Noah Centineo has a crush on her. The character's name is Jaden, and he's a football player who gets tutoring from her, whereas Gabby is more of a realist who sees everyone as below and beneath her because of her smarts and how she's going to achieve so much more than anyone else. May embarrasses herself in front of popular girl Nevaeh, played by Ashley Argata, claiming that she has a boyfriend to seem cool and one-up her in a fight, but she actually doesn't, so they have to invent a boy. One could even say, build a better one. It's funny because this movie is actually like a subtle True Jackson VP reunion because Matt Shively is Bart, who is May's older brother, and he has a huge crush on Gabby. It's just a tad bit strange because China Ann McClain looks way younger than Matt Shively, but maybe they're close in age. I don't know, I haven't looked it up yet. So Gabby, with her extreme capability, decides to hack into May's father's equipment. They think that he just builds video games and that they can hack into his video game avatar creator and create her a boyfriend just for fun. But he actually works for the US government and is designing a robot soldier, and they accidentally create one from the comfort of their own bedroom. May falls in love immediately, before this hunk of plastic even gets its rubber face on. So once the X-17, also known as Albert Banks, makes it into the real world, and starts romantically fawning over her at every given moment, that's when this whole plot ends up getting revealed to our main characters. May is still in love with this robot even after she finds out that he's actually a robot, and she has to learn to accept the fact that, like, she should really be dating a human instead of him. Also, Noah Centineo liked her the whole time, but Gabby kind of talked her down by saying, oh, he doesn't actually like you, he's just using you, because to a certain degree, she was jealous of the fact that she might lose her best friend. Good to know that Noah Centineo got his start as a block of cheese ingenue boy on the Disney Channel, right where I definitely expected him to be. Also, maybe it's just me, but the actors seem to be playing into the archetypes they've been set up in their respective TV shows, Ant Farm and Lab Rats, respectively, which is kind of annoying and something I wish they did not keep doing. Overall, How to Build a Better Boy is very basic and boring. I don't recommend you watch it. It kind of aged weirdly, it's really funky, and you don't really need it in your life.
This won't help our reputations.
Nice look, guys.
Okay, so when I was in middle school, Bad Hair Day seemed like absolute drivel and proof that the Disney Channel had really fallen from grace. I mean, a whole movie plot all about some girl who had a bad hair day? That is so lame. There's actually a lot more to the story, and I actually didn't mind it that much, but it is pretty generic at the end of the day. Bad Hair Day is a bit of a crime, comedy, drama movie, and it follows Monica Reeves, who is a senior and really wants to be prom queen. She basically leaves every decision in her life up to polls that she puts on her own personal website that she coded herself, including her shoes, her prom dress, and her hairstyle. However, when she's taking all of the photos of all of the things that she wants to be polled, she ends up destroying all of them. The only thing she didn't pull was this necklace she found at an antique shop. Everyone around her seems to think it's ugly, but she likes it, so she just decided to go with it. An ex-cop pretending to be an FBI agent named Liz, played by the mom from Good Luck Charlie, is investigating the necklace because it actually has like $1 bajillion worth of diamonds on it, and it's the reason why she's an ex-cop. She couldn't recover it in her last mission, and it got her fired from the force. So now she's gone rogue and is just trying to bring the necklace in so she can get her job back and prove it to the chief of police, which happens to be her mom. So Monica forces Liz to take her around town to get her dress fixed, get her hair fixed, and get her whole prom night back on track, and then she'll give her the necklace. So Liz is forced to chauffeur her around, and the two bond over time. Monica's mother died a few years ago, so she's lacking a motherly force in her life, and Liz is able to be that for her. And Liz has been raised very strictly and matter-of-factly, so she learns to let loose a little bit and be more feminine. I feel like this movie is a perfect example of how older people fundamentally both understand and are completely clueless to how modern day social media works. While yes, I do think there are plenty of people who use social media as a place to validate themselves and boost their extremely low self-esteems, it's a lot more subtle than someone literally polling every decision they make online so they can never be seen as wrong. And if something like that were to already happen, it would have already been established on a social media platform, not a website they coded themselves. It's not 2007 anymore, guys, it's 2015. So with the help of the police force, she's able to make it to prom. She gets to use the evidence locker as her own personal closet, but nothing's gonna fix that hair, so she chops it all off. Which is a decision I did appreciate, although the wig could have been better. And Monica wins prom queen, and she learned something, I don't know. Laura Marano is a great main character, I like her, but overall, I wouldn't recommend you watch it.
Okay, now we're trapped here together. Not much of an upgrade.
You know what? I kept waiting for the moment when Teen Beach 2 was going to get bad, and that never happened. Trust me, I completely understand why people absolutely hate this movie, and the entire time I was bracing myself for like some sort of tragedy and a bad movie to happen, but no, I actually really love Teen Beach 2. It's definitely not as good as the first one, and to a certain degree, yes, it does ruin the first one. But you know what? It's complicated, and it's messy, and I like complicated, messy things. Teen Beach 2 follows Mac and Brady at the end of summer vacation, starting high school again, and not knowing if their relationship is going to last past the summer bliss of it all. The answer is that things are more difficult than they originally thought they were going to be. And what do you know it, Layla and Tanner have accidentally made it into the real world. See, I like that these movies' plots reflect the worlds that they're taking place in. Since Teen Beach Movie takes place in Wet Side Story, things are very cut, clean, and dry and simple. Dry literally and metaphorically because their hair doesn't get wet. But since Teen Beach 2 is supposed to take place in our real world, things are not really that cohesive, and certain plot lines just don't follow certain threads. In reality, I realize that's because this is kind of a plotless, sort of directionless film at the end of the day. But I'm going to pretend that the writers were actually geniuses all along and planned the story like this because that's what real life is like. Anyways, the big controversial ending is the fact that basically the entire first movie gets erased from the universe. I thought this was going to be done in a really lame and cliche way, like they hit a big reset button because this is a spoiler that I did know about. But no, I actually think the scene played out decently well. I didn't really mind it all that much. I like that we get explorations of how the patriarchy is not only limiting for women, but also for men. I mean, it's much more obvious for women because I think the Disney Channel has to be, and also they're not radical enough to like really analyze it from the men's perspective. But seeing Tanner have to deal with the fact that he loves just an ambitious, smart woman, and Brady having to deal with the same, it's kind of cool. I do wish that Layla and Tanner had like a different relationship struggle that was not the exact same one as Mac and Brady, but hey, what are you gonna do? Mac encourages Layla to change the plot of the movie to make herself the main character, which I have problems with, but I can't get into that right now. So because Layla changed the movie, and Mac and Brady met when watching Wet Side Story together, that means that they never ended up meeting, and they re-meet each other and have a brand new meet cute at the very end of this movie. That is kind of gross and annoying, and I love it. I love this sort of bittersweet kind of ending. Yeah, this movie does not go down easy, but I think it's for the better. I did not think the Disney Channel was ever gonna do something this weird and complex. So yeah, I'm gonna say that Teen Beach 2 is a really good movie. And also I have no idea where it's gonna go in the ranking because of just how bizarre this thing ended up being.
No, stop! Stop this madness!
I've been tracking a vampire princess? Huh. I would have thought vampire royalty'd be better dressed.
I heard that, you jerk!
I'm sorry everybody, but I can't help but be cynical about the Descendants franchise. Its charm is slowly starting to wear me down into becoming a fan, but I just don't think I'm quite there yet. And I know about all of the drama that happened with Mattel and Ever After High, so I'm really trying not to let that whole drama factor into my idea of this movie literally only existing because corporate mandated that they one-up Mattel. But I can't, okay? People love these movies, and I really don't want to bum people out by being an asshole about it. So Descendants follows a world where all of the characters from Disney movies all live in one world. All of the good guys live on the island of Eridon, and all of the villains have been cast away to a small, decrepit island where they have a barrier and they cannot leave. That is until Prince Ben, the son of Belle and the Beast. Now that he is being crowned king of Eridon, he opens a foreign exchange program where kids from the evil island can come to Auradon Prep. The 4 kids that have been picked to come to Auradon Prep are Mal, the daughter of Maleficent, who is played by the absolutely iconic Kristen Chenoweth, Evie, the daughter of the evil queen, Jay, the son of Jafar, and Carlos, the son of Cruella de Vil. They have been told by their parents to take over the United States of Eridon and steal Fairy Godmother's wand so they can give it to Maleficent to use for evil powers. But over time, they learned that they want to be good, and also Mal falls for Ben, when originally it was part of their scheme to steal the wand. Listen, I love it when a bunch of misfits end up having to go to a preppy, fancy charter school on scholarship. It's one of my favorite teen movie tropes. And each of the 4, they get something to do, which I can appreciate. I just don't really like this movie all that much, but I can understand why people love it so much, and I can appreciate the effort that's been put into it. I'm not a big fan of the music either. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't get into the music that much. I like Mal and Ben as a couple, which is good because I heard that they're going to be like the main focus of the rest of the series. And overall, I'm warming up to the idea of Descendants, but like I said, I'm still feeling a little bit cynical about it, and I'm not going to start like a Descendants fan blog anytime soon. But I completely understand the hype, and I'm actually excited to see where the series goes from here.
I bet that disappearing spell went wrong. Or everyone turned invisible. Or made everyone silent and tiny.
Okay, Invisible Sister was an incredibly adorable kids movie to watch. Movies like this are what make me so glad that I'm doing this project in the first place, because it proves a hypothesis I had from the very beginning, which is that the DCOM as a genre of film has been the same the entire time, and they're not bad now when I became too old to like them. I feel like so many people my age who grew up watching the 2000s DCOMs probably look down on a lot of the late 2010s stuff, but a movie like Invisible Sister genuinely could have come out in any decade of the DCOM. Like, this could have been made in the Zoog era and it would have fit in just fine. This movie follows Cleo and Molly. Molly is an extremely popular and well-liked girl, and Cleo is an emo menace. Cleo happens to be a genius who accidentally invents a potion for turning something invisible. And because of a bunch of complicated circumstances, she ends up accidentally turning her sister Molly invisible. Molly can't miss her lacrosse game, so Cleo has to pretend to be here at school so she can keep up appearances. So while Cleo has to pretend to be Molly, she also has to try and find the antidote. The 2 sisters, who were kind of distant and didn't really know how to relate to each other, learn to bond and understand each other in their own circumstances. Because this is a DCOM and they're not going to tackle anything seriously, it is all left very in the shadows as subtext. But to me, it really seems like Cleo has depression and she struggles to really connect and bond with others because of this. So she finds herself being jealous of her sister, who is just so easily able to brighten people's mood and easily navigate school and everyday life. But Molly has always been jealous of Cleo's intelligence, and when she learns what it's like to not garner attention, which Cleo very much does not a lot of the time, she really starts to understand why Cleo behaves the way she does, with sarcastic comments and being dismissive of people. I love the sibling duo. I think they really navigated the whole thing pretty well. Yeah, overall, Invisible Sister was really adorable, and I actually think it has a lot of really good messages and kind of elements that I think children could really appreciate. I'm not sure if I'll go back to it that often. Maybe once in a while around Halloween time I'll think to throw it on. But overall, if you have a young child and you need to put a movie in front of them, I would highly recommend this movie. Check it out if you haven't yet.
Anybody ever tell you you are a really bad babysitter?
I'm new at this.
Okay, we finally made it. The 100th Disney Channel original movie. Disney Channel appropriately hyped up the release of this movie by airing every single Disney Channel original movie we've already talked about in 2016 leading up to this movie coming out. And it's not really anything special, it's your pretty standard average DCOM fare, but I still had a good time with it. Adventures in Babysitting is what I would call a really fun TV movie. There are some elements that are skipped on and not developed as much, but overall, it's an enjoyable experience that, doesn't upset me in any way. This movie follows Sabrina Carpenter and Sophia Carson as Jenny and Lola, respectively. One thing I found interesting about Lola is that she's supposed to be a little bit older. She's supposed to be already graduated high school, and Jenny is supposed to be a lot younger. She's still in high school, and she skipped a grade. Jenny is a type A, very clean and organized and rule follower, and Lola is a spontaneous and wild child who is consistently getting parking tickets. They both apply for a photography internship, and Jenny only does it so it can look good on her resume, whereas Lola is actually passionate about photography. And this is kind of her only chance to possibly getting into art school because she flunked out of all of her classes. At the meeting for the internship, the two accidentally swap phones, and Lola, being a chaotic evil, decides to take up a babysitting job that Jenny was supposed to do. Jenny was already booked with another babysitting job. Lola is babysitting the Andersons' kids, and she almost sets the house on fire within minutes of being their babysitter. AJ Anderson loves roller derby, Trey Anderson is an edgy 14-year-old who snuck out to go to a concert, and Bobby Anderson is a wannabe Gordon Ramsay Iron Chef. When Jenny realizes that they switched phones and hears of all of the mishaps that are happening at the Andersons, she takes the kids that she's babysitting, Katie Cooper, a girl who won't get out of her mother's expensive jewelry collection, and Emily Cooper, an edgy girl who just dyed her hair green when her parents told her she was not supposed to do anything to her hair. They go on a rendezvous to try and get Trey back after he snuck out, and eventually 10,000 different mishaps end up happening. The two girls learn to bond, I feel like I'm saying that quite often in these reviews now, and they both help each other realize that elements of their personality are too rigid or too flowing. Like, Jenny learns to have fun every once in a while and go after the boy she likes, and Lola learns that she needs to own some responsibility and think about her actions and, dates a cop. Overall, Adventures in Babysitting was cute, and it was exactly what I was expecting it to be. I think the ensemble cast was really fun, each kid had a fun little personality and got a good amount of screen time. Even though this wasn't some big spectacle for the 100th DCOM, I don't think I want the DCOMs to have huge spectacles, so if anything, I appreciate this movie for what it's trying to do. Okay, we're in the home stretch, y'all. Hope you've been enjoying the video so far. For dessert, we, of course, have to make the love potion cookies from Descendants. I specifically have my own personal chocolate chip cookie recipe, so I will be sharing that. Although famously, these cookies have walnuts in them, along with chocolate chips. So it seems like in the scene where we see the cookies being made, that the island kids didn't know what chocolate chips were, which makes sense. Chocolate seems like a expensive export that would have to be sent to the island that the Aradon Kingdom probably wouldn't be doing. But we do see a bowl of walnuts on the table as they're creating the cookies. So we at least know for sure that they were going to put walnuts in the cookies. So originally they were just going to be walnut cookies, I think. But then Mulan's daughter, I forget the character's name, I'm so sorry y'all. Mulan's daughter comes in and supplies the chocolate chips as well as the Tear of Human Sadness, which I'm going to see if I can try and include in the baked recipe. Maybe if I feel up to it, I'll do the other baked good that we see at the very end. That's the love potion reversal cure. But yes, these cookies play a central part, integral part, one might even say, in the actual movie. So that's why I wanted to make them. So there we go. Okay, yeah. Here's me making them. Thanks for y'all being interested in the intermissions. Unless you weren't and you skipped them, then whatever. Math is not mathing, y'all. It's not happening in my brain for whatever reason today. So 2 sticks is a cup, and I need 1.5 cup. So this whole stick cold goes in this pan. Okay. My God, my brain, it refuses. Okay, this is cooled. I hope it doesn't crack the glass. The glass isn't too cold, so. So I didn't talk as much during this recording session because I was watching Game Grumps compilations, as you can see in the top left corner. Pretty common occurrence when I'm baking, to be honest. I thought I had recorded footage of me browning 2 sticks of butter over the stove, but I can't find the footage anywhere, so that's what I did, and now I'm adding 1 stick of cold butter to the browned butter mixture. This is a method that I got from Bon Appetit's recipe on chocolate chip cookies. I mean, it's such a basic that, like, you basically just cobble together things you like from various cookie recipes to make your own. It's not super original or anything. I need 12 ounces of stuff in total, and I don't want half of it to be nuts. I want like 3/4 of it to be nuts. Let's just round it up to 16 ounces. I love a good amount of chunks in my cookies, so that's 2 cups. I should do a 1/4 cup of nuts. Question mark? Actually, I should do a 1/2 cup. A 1/2 cup. Yeah. Just do a little more, because why not, you know? These chocolate bags are poorly sealed, and as soon as I grabbed them out of the cabinet, like half of them spilt onto the floor. And like a sleeper agent, my dog was activated and was like, time for me to go eat those. And I was like, no, stop. So that's a 1/2 cup. So now we need 1.5 cup to make 2 cups. So let's do the rest of these dark chocolate. Okay, that's right around a 1/2 cup of dark chocolate. Now, 2 more. So I ended up doing 2 cups of brown sugar and 1/2 cup of granulated sugar. It looks absolutely insane on camera. That is so much damn sugar, but it makes a lot of cookies, so don't worry. You can always do more white sugar if you want. The brown sugar just really complements the nutty flavor of the walnuts and the browned butter a lot, so that's why I used that much. And then I ended up doing 4 eggs. Normally you would do like egg yolks to kind of bring more proteins or whatever. I don't know. I usually stop paying attention when they get into the sciencey part of baking. 4 eggs is plenty. And also you can always half this recipe. Things are pretty easily halved for this thing. Oh, and I had to finish off this ancient bottle of vanilla extract, so I just dumped the whole thing in. And then I did a total of 3 cups of flour, and I added a little bit more at the end just because it still was a bit too wet. I live in a very dry climate, so that kind of changes the way baking things do. You know what I just realized right now? I have a KitchenAid. Oh, I know I have the KitchenAid, but I didn't even think about using it until just now, and I was like, oh boy, time to mix the flour in. Oh my god. Oh, my hand hurts so much. I'm gonna use a little bit more flour. See, when I touch it, it doesn't stick, but it's still wet. That's the texture I like. And then I baked dinner, and I baked the cookies while I was making dinner, so I didn't film myself making the cookies at all, but I used 2 tablespoons worth of dough. I baked them for around 12 minutes, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, thank you for watching. Okay, on to the rest of the video.
I wanted to date a girl in high school, not be one.
Okay, so the swap made me an emotional wreck. I did not go in with an open mind for this movie. Considering that I know the Disney Channel and I know how they do things, I was expecting this movie to be very cliche and kind of dated. I know it's only 9 years old, but still. But no, I was actually pleasantly surprised. I really enjoyed the swap, which I was not expecting at all. I really thought this was going to be like a negative takedown review. The swap follows Jack and Ellie as they temporarily swap bodies. I will say that the opening of the movie before they swap is a bit underbaked. I would have liked to see the 2 characters interact and get to know each other in their own bodies at the beginning, but once they swap, it's a pretty fun romp. And I'm usually not for this whole battle of the sexes thing, but I really do think that the Disney Channel tried to make a movie where they break down gender roles and really just try to explain how arbitrary a lot of these quote-unquote rules are. And this is 2016, so we have to keep in mind how things were when it comes to discussing this sort of topic. At the very end of the movie, we get to see Jack, who of course Ellie is in the body of, say that boys are allowed to cry. And it's like, Obviously, to you and me, that's like a known fact. But I bet for children, and especially in 2016, this was like kind of a revolutionary topic, you know? Especially on such a massive mainstream kind of platform. This is kind of what I was hoping to see with Teen Beach 2 and how they were breaking down like women's gender roles, but they really weren't on their way yet to doing the same for men, and that's what they do in this movie. Also, we got another dead parent, but of course this dead parent actually is important to the plot. It's not just like a throwaway line. That's kind of why I made that running joke of like dead parents, because they usually don't mean anything, but in this movie, it's a very, very important thing. And Ellie also has a parent that she's missing, but he actually just left, and I think they tackle that topic really well. I feel like these movies are usually trying to uphold the idea of the nuclear family to the point where it can feel a bit absurd, but this movie really embraces the fact that, like, yeah, sometimes your parents are deadbeats and you should kick them to the curb. And also, it's important to mourn the loss of a parent. I think people who are a lot more highbrow might look down on this movie and say it's not doing anything revolutionary or interesting, but considering the type of movies and the type of headspace I've been in going through this project, this is honestly so refreshing, and even though I personally think the whole body swap genre should be retired, or at least in this context of a battle of the sexes, I think this is a great film to send that whole genre off with. I don't know if I'd recommend this movie. I'm very fascinated with it, and I'm probably going to give it a much higher rating than it probably deserves, but oh well. Okay, so for the past 2 eras now, we've been kind of coasting in the 7 range when it comes to the amount of DCOMs. That's about to change for this next one. The social media era only had 4 DCOMs come out. And it's not like this era happens to be shorter than the others, it's around the same length as the previous 2 eras that we've talked about. But like I've said, Disney Channel has been absolutely slashing the amount of DCOMs they're making. My theory to this is the fact that they now have such an extensive back catalog, I mean over 100 movies, that the corporation probably just thought that they've done them all already and that they don't really need to make that many more. Like, if you want to fill some airtime with a random basketball movie, you got like 10 to pick from the 2000s. And these stories are timeless enough and aren't so dated to where, yeah, you really can just air them into infinitum. That is one thing I will praise the DCOM for. They've all been relatively evergreen. But another reason why I think we're getting so little DCOMs in these later eras is because of diminishing returns. The last movie I reviewed, The Swap, you know, I kind of said I liked it and I thought it was actually pretty good. Well, you want to know how many viewers that got? Only around 2.6 million on its initial airing. Now, in the modern day, a movie premiere getting 2 million views on cable is amazing and it's astronomical. And even in 2016, that was a decent number. But a year ago, the movie Invisible Sister got 4 million viewers on its initial premiere. Literally double the amount. And I don't think it's down to quality alone. I would say that both of these movies are of equal quality. Or that they had cast DCOM actors with not enough brand recognition. If anything, I would say Peyton List has more than Rowan Blanchard, because Peyton List had been in 2 different Disney Channel shows at the time, versus Rowan Blanchard, who was just in Girl Meets World, which was just starting around the time that that movie came out. It's just the fact that no one's watching cable anymore. We're officially in the year 2017, and things are definitely changing in culture. And the social media era reflects this. I mean, look at the title. The Disney Channel logo is relatively the same, although any of the texture and shadows and shading have been completely flattened. The bumpers now have all of these emoticons exploding out of the middle of the screen, to reference the fact that, yes, kids do be on their phones, and they do be using emojis. And also, the Disney Channel wand IDs seem to have changed very slightly. Now, instead of a generic background location, they're in a colorful void. Generally, this era really emphasized bright neon colors. I was trying to figure out why neon colors have been such a thing for this era, and I can't really think of any, but I have one kind of crackpot theory I can go for. I think 2017 was around the time people really started getting into the whole sad gray beige vibe. And maybe the Disney Channel was attempting to be a place of respite by including all of these colorful images in their marketing, associating whimsy and color with the Disney Channel so you can not associate it with the boring, white, sterile, bland colorlessness of social media. but still being hip with the kids by including the emoticons and having things kind of be displayed in a similar way to a social media. But again, anybody who would connect to that association is not watching Disney Channel anymore. So anyways, there's really not much to say about this era. These eras don't really even say anything about the movies that are coming out at this point. These different eras in the marketing usually reflect what the Disney Channel is trying to do with their content. But nowadays, all of the marketing and the imagery associated with the things they're making are just completely disjointed and jumbled. And I hate to break it to you, but it's not going to get better in the future. Disney Channel is definitely off their bumper and advertising game. So yeah, I'll see you here again when I'm done reviewing these 4 movies and we talk about the next era. Hi everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the video so far. And one thing I want to preface is that for the next 3 movies, I'm going to have to use trailer footage, and I just wanted to apologize for that. I've already been getting a lot of issues with copyright and getting frivolous copyright strikes, which is the whole reason why this video is coming out later than I originally intended, once again. And so trailer footage is the best way to make sure that doesn't happen, and it's very likely to happen with some of the most popular movies that we're talking about in this video, like Descendants and Zombies. So I just wanted to preface with that. Because I really want this video to come out as soon as possible, and because I'm going to be getting some copyright strikes, it's very likely that I won't be making any money off of the first few weeks that this video is public. So if you could please like and subscribe to support me and help out the channel, I would really greatly appreciate it. I already appreciate and I'm extremely grateful for as much people have already been doing. Even when I'm not uploading, I'm still getting plenty of views and likes and comments, and my videos are just doing really well. So I deeply appreciate that. Anyways, I'm going to do a quick little intermission. I hope you guys have been enjoying the intermissions. When I make this all one big long video, these intermissions will be more separated. They won't all be clustered at the end here. But I hope you've been enjoying them. I've been enjoying making them. And at the end of the day, I think that's all that matters, really. But I mean, obviously, if they make the video horrible, then I'll cut them out. Sorry, did I wake you, buddy? So we're gonna do another intermission, and then we'll talk about the next 4 movies, and then we'll just keep going. So, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe if you want to like and subscribe.
Where did you get that? Janitor's closet. Always upgrade before a boss level.
So I knew that I had to have measured expectations when going into watching Tangled Before Ever After, but I can honestly say that I'm still surprised. Tangled Before Ever After is a special case because this is actually the pilot for the Tangled TV show. Networks like Nickelodeon have a lot of hour-long specials from their TV shows included in their original movie catalogs, but this is the only example that we have for Disney Channel. I mean, if My Babysitter's a Vampire were to be considered a DCOM, then that would count technically. But this movie being the pilot to a further story and TV show really shows. But that's not inherently a bad thing. I will say this movie did spark my interest, and I might end up watching the show because I'm very fascinated to see what they'll do. Tangled Before Ever After follows our cast of Rapunzel and Eugene on the eve of Rapunzel's princess coronation. Eugene decides to propose, but Rapunzel feels that she's being constricted by the new lifestyle she has to live as ruler of a land, and she wants to go out and explore. And luckily her lady-in-waiting happens to be a badass who is willing to take her beyond the corona walls, where her hair accidentally gets turned back into its long yellow golden form. Yeah, I had a feeling that they were going to have to revert her hair back to how it was in the movie for branding purposes, but at least they tied in this brand new mystery and whole story arc they can explore in the TV show into it. Also, she technically says no to the proposal from Eugene, which is wild. I thought they would at least be engaged. It's framed as the reason why she says no is because she thinks that Eugene wants to stay in the castle with her and be content with their royal lifestyle. And to a certain degree, yeah, that is what Eugene wants because he grew up horribly poor and had to become a thief just to get by. But he says at the very top of the movie that as long as he's with her, he doesn't matter where they are. And I feel like if that was properly communicated in this movie, I would have felt a lot more satisfied. There's a lot of things in this movie that get unresolved, and of course that's because you have a whole TV show to watch afterwards. But this is also, I'm pretty sure, the shortest Disney Channel original movie. It's barely an hour long, and I think as a standalone pilot movie, there should be a few more conclusions put in place. I think this would have been a lot more fully realized if there was at least maybe 15, 20 more minutes, and they didn't fully wrap up these storylines, but at least provided a satisfying conclusion for this standalone project. But overall, I really appreciate how seriously all of these characters are taken, and that they're actually given like emotional weight and arcs that clearly stem and expand upon what they were in the original movie. It kind of reminds me a lot of Cinderella 3. I had that movie on VHS tape and I loved it so much. I'd only recommend you watch this if you're going to watch the TV show, because it left me a bit unsatisfied in the middle of this watch through. But it still was really good, and I probably will watch the show now, so I guess it did its job as a pilot.
Whatever the songbird is, just call me when you want me to kick her butt, okay?
She doesn't have a butt. Mermaids don't have butts.
So, Descendants 2 was very interesting. I think the series as a whole is really starting to grow on me, and I'll explain why in a little bit. Descendants 2 follows our beloved Mal, as she's starting to feel some insecurity about being in Auradon. She basically stripped all of her identity away from herself so she could be the princess of Auradon now that she's with Ben. And since she's living a lie, she feels like she doesn't really fit in anymore, and has a mental breakdown and decides to go back to the Isle. Ben and her friends Evie, Carlos, and Jay all chase her down to go bring her back to Auradon. And while they're there, they attract the attention of Uma, who has now become the queen of the streets in Mal's wake. She kidnaps Ben and in exchange wants Fairy Godmother's wand. They make a fake one, they have a brawl, it's actually a pretty cool brawl. But then she gets a hold of Mal's spellbook and puts Ben under a charm so he would think that he's in love with her. But Mal's able to break the spell with true love's kiss, and she realizes that she can't just throw away her past identity and who she really truly is. And all of them learn that their roots are very important to them, even though they now live in Auradon. And they want to use their influence now in Auradon to bring more kids over from the Isle. I think what's getting me to start understanding the appeal of this movie is that it reminds me a lot of those like quirky, different world comic books. Like how in DC Comics they introduce the fact that there's a bunch of different worlds. Like there's one world where Batman is a pirate, or another one where the Batman and the Joker are swapped and all that stuff. So it's fun to see these characters that we know and love placed in different situations and all shipped with each other. Like Maleficent's daughter and Belle and the Beast's son are together and they're gonna rule the kingdom. Like that's a really fun, kind of interesting pair-up. A world where Ursula's daughter and Captain Hook's son are like buddies and in a pirate crew together. It's truly inspired. I didn't mind Descendants 2, I don't think I'm ever really gonna go back to it anytime soon, but I appreciate the fact that it takes the characters seriously and their emotions seriously. Even though Mal feels like she doesn't belong in Auradon, the rest of them don't want to go back to the Isle because it's a very traumatic place for them, so I appreciate that that is like unpacked and explored. I fully understand why this series has a fandom, and to all the haters out there, y'all don't know what you're talking about. It's just not for me, though. I'm probably not going to really be into this series that much.
You're not like other girls, are you?
You could say that.
Okay, we're at another really big movie. We are finally going to talk about zombies. The Descendants franchise and the Zombies franchise are the two biggest things the Disney Channel has going right now. I mean, they are literally still actively making sequels to these movies. So that must mean that these movies are good, or that people really happen to like them. And this is another Descendants case where I really don't think I can get on board with these movies, but I will give them the praise that I do think they deserve. So the Zombies movies follows the town of Seabrook, the idyllic pastel community who happens to have a bunch of zombies living on the outskirts of town. At the start of the movie, Seabrook High School has decided to integrate, bringing in zombie high school students, although the janitor is their teacher and they're stuck in the basement. We follow two characters, Addison, whose mother is the mayor and is the perfect prim and proper blonde girl. Don't mind the fact that her hair is actually icy white and she wears a wig to cover it. And Zed, an overly optimistic zombie who thinks that he can make the football team and that integration will happen. We just have to behave. But it looks like the average high schooler at Seabrook is not going to conform so quickly. Addison's cousin Bucky is the head of the cheerleading team, and he makes or breaks if she's going to make it onto the cheer team, which she has been dreaming of ever since she was a little girl. She happens to have some encounters with Zed, and they fall in love. It's very High School Musical meets Hairspray. The zombies don't desire to eat brains anymore, partially because of the technology Z-bands that they wear, but when Zed accidentally glitches his, he gets extreme amounts of strength, and he's allowed to perform on the football team, and he thinks that being on the football team will bring about more integration for the rest of his zombie peers. Eliza is one of Zed's friends, and she's another zombie who is a bit too radical for this movie and thinks that an uprising should be what they should do to truly gain equality. But Addison and her blonde ambition says differently and agrees that they should all do peaceful protests. And apparently that is what ends up working in this movie. They've clearly already tried peaceful protest and slow integration, and neither seems to work against the extremely prejudiced Seabrook people. I will say though, I absolutely love Bucky as a villain. The actor that got to play him, Trevor Torgman, is absolutely phenomenal. Dare I say it, he's giving me Sharpay vibes. I'm sorry, is that blasphemous to say? Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, while I do not like the point and execution of the storyline in this movie, the choreography is doing so much heavy lifting for me finding this movie enjoyable. And the songs, they did the best they could. But if the songs are just a little bit less generic and a little bit less cringe, like all of the rapping it's something, then I probably would be telling people, hey, stop hating on zombies so much. Overall, I'm really not on board for the zombies movies and the allegories I already know they're gonna go with in the future, but when it comes to it being a silly DCOM, putting the plot completely aside, it does a pretty good job of being a silly DCOM musical, and if they maybe just leaned more into that instead of trying to do more quasi-political discussion, I think it would be a lot better for that.
Lemon swirl.
No, please. No more cupcakes.
Ooh, I'll take a lemon swirl.
So here's a little fun fact about me. When I was in high school, I took the stagecraft elective. It was the easiest elective you can take. All you had to do was show up and you could basically sit on your phone and play Bejeweled all day, which is exactly what I did, stay in school kids. And we actually watched this next movie, Freaky Friday, in class one day. Now, I can't remember if I showed up late to class or I left early, but either way, I was only there for half of what we watched of this movie, and the other half of the time that I was in the class, I just sat on my phone and played Bejeweled all day. So I say all of this to say that no, I have never seen this 2018 Freaky Friday remake. Because yes, this is a musical remake of the original Freaky Friday movie from the 2000s, which no, is not a DCOM, it was released theatrically, but you already know that by now. And by adaptation, I mean this movie that we're reviewing right now is an adaptation of the stage production, which is a musical adaptation of the original movie. So we have an adaptation of an adaptation on our hands. Here's another little fact about me. I quite love the Freaky Friday stage production. It is so good. And how does it work as both an adaptation and also just an overall DCOM? It's pretty good. I didn't mind it. The actress who originally played the mom in the musical, Heidi Blickenstaff, does reprise her role, and she is so phenomenal. She does amazing in this movie. And Cozy Zuzeldorf from Mighty Men plays the daughter, and you already know the plot of Freaky Friday. The mother and the daughter, they swap places for the day. They learn how hard it is to live in each other's shoes. They learn to appreciate each other, and then they switch back. The actual plot is completely different from the original movie. They got rid of the Chinese fortune cookie and replaced it with an hourglass. And you can definitely tell that the music is from a musical and not in-house made by Disney Channel, purely just by the lyrics alone. Disney Channel musical lyrics are usually very generic and bland, basically just a bunch of pop songs that you could listen to divorced from the story entirely, which a lot of Broadway musicals have this aspect as well, but Freaky Friday is not an example of that. The lyrics are very idiosyncratic in that very Broadway stage musical kind of way, but overall it does have more of a theater quality to it, which was very refreshing, especially after watching Zombies, and its very dated sound. It's dated for the time, might I say. I love the mother-daughter chemistry. The story translates really well to the movie. Yeah, I mean, if you want a movie adaptation of this musical, this is a good adaptation. I don't mind it at all. Check it out if you're interested, which you should be interested because it's pretty fun. Welcome to the item age. It's kind of wild how full circle this video ended up being, because in terms of Disney Channel bumpers and advertising, we're exactly back where we started. The first era we talked about, the Zoog era, lasted for about 5 years. I know that sounds shocking to some of you who have watched since the very beginning, because 40 movies came out in that 5 years, versus the measly 6 movies we have next to talk about during the item age. Or 14 movies depending on how you count it, but I'll explain that in a little bit. And the reason that I would describe as to why both of these eras, the Zoog and the Item, lasted so long is because it was a definitive transition point for the network where they had no idea where they were going in the future because of changing times. So their branding and imagery kind of lingered a little bit longer than when they actually got their act together later on. Except we don't have an explanation for that for the Item age. Spoiler alert, the Disney Channel still doesn't kind of have their act together, but I can definitively say that we're like in the modern age, right? We're officially in the year 2019, and who was watching cable television in 2019 anymore? Seriously. Just for reference, I've been using the Disney Channel fandom wiki as reference points for all of these different eras, and for all of the previous eras we've talked about, the Ribbon era, the Bounce era, etc., there has just been paragraphs upon paragraphs of information on what happened during these eras. But once you get to like the Glass era, the social media era, the Item age, there's pretty much nothing. And I would doubt that this is because the people who run the fan wiki just happened to got too old and didn't care anymore, although that is probably the case for a handful of people. That's just because not much happened during this era. The reason why we're calling it the Item age instead of the Item era is because I really thought that this was just going to go on for forever until the Disney Channel either deleted itself or just slowly limped away once all of cable finally disappeared. Which, I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but still. Because it lasted for so long, and so little had changed, and so little people are watching, that I just figured the Disney Channel was going to give up. But no, I'm actually re-recording this at the very, very end of me making this video. This specific section I have to re-talk about because the Item age did end, and there is more to talk about a little bit later. This era, or age, has slightly different variations from the social media era, but only very little. Instead of little social media icons, there's these little items on the screen. It has more of a relation to like Disney iconography rather than just like full-on social media. Now, we're not quite there yet, but something I do have to mention right here, right now, is the fact that Disney Plus is really going to change things a lot. With the introduction of their streaming service, Disney Plus, that is eventually pretty much where all of their child audience is going to migrate to. Although, let's be honest, most of the Disney Channel audience is going to social media now. The audience for these movies have drastically dwindled. People would rather watch The Hype House than they would these Disney Channel original movies, and that's just a fact of life. Meanwhile, I would argue that the main audience for Disney Channel now are weirdos like me, grown adults who still have some fascination with their childhood and are going back to see what's going on nowadays. The way they changed the wand IDs back to being with the white backdrop and the blue glow stick makes me think this, because this is clearly just pandering to a older audience at this point. And with the success of the Descendants and Zombies franchise with older people, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more pandering to that audience rather than trying to create new and original things for younger people. That is, for the Disney Channel. Disney Plus is its own separate thing, and like I said, there's going to be a lot to discuss there when we get there. So I'm sorry if this section is so short, but there really isn't much to say, and also I don't have many visuals to pair with this either. So let's just move on and see what we have next in store.
Surveillance music. Spying on you.
Benny.
Yes, even the DComs are not free from Disney making live-action remakes of every single animated project they've ever made. I remember the 2019 Kim Possible live-action remake drummed up a lot of really bad publicity, probably getting the Disney Channel the most attention from normies that it's ever gotten in a really long time. So what did I think of it after only hearing negative things about it? It's just okay. Kim Possible 2019 follows Kim and Ron as they're about to start high school, significantly aging the characters down, while also trying to play this movie off as both a continuation of the original story, with Kim making jokes about her cartoon-accurate uniform, and also an origin since we see things like Ron adopting Rufus. Very awkward requel situation we have on our hands. There's also this new character named Athena, who the two befriend because she seems to be down on her luck. She starts to quickly outshine Kim in every way possible and goes on missions with the two to find out what Shigo and Dr. Draken are planning now that he's been busted out of prison. Kim gets major emotional damage from not being seen as the best anymore, and we get to see her confidence reach an all-time low. I honestly don't think it's a good way to endear the audience to this new version of Kim, in my opinion, but I guess it works for the story. If they ever had any intention of making a TV show or another movie, I'm not sure how good it would have turned out, but that never ended up happening, so I guess we don't have to worry about it. And good news is that we don't have to see Kim's extremely 2010s looking outfit. I mean, the original outfit is also very 2000s, so it's just sign of the times, but still. Anyways, Athena, surprise, surprise, ends up being a villain and working with Dr. Draken, specifically being a robot that he designed to break Kim's spirit and make her no longer possible. But Athena at the last minute turns good with the power of friendship and sacrifices herself to stop the evil plans. They rebuild her from parts found in the rubble, and the movie is over. I like Sean Jambrone in this movie, and in general, honestly. I think it was Jenny Nicholson who said he gives off such Mickey Rooney energy, and I think that's hilarious. Shout out to him. I know he's been in some Disney stuff, but this seems to be his only Disney Channel specific role, and I think that's a shame because I would have loved to see him in more stuff. Very fun fact, when I first tried watching this movie, it was when I was with my 5-year-old and 2-year-old cousins during a family event. I figured they were children, and since it was part of my job to watch a children's movie, it would be great to see their reaction to it. They are a little bit younger than Disney Channel's core demo, but I didn't think that would end up mattering that much. Around 15 minutes into the movie, they got bored and wanted to watch Roblox videos on YouTube instead. I feel like that's a very accurate description of where the Disney Channel is at now, being a babysitter for toddlers and not being able to hold that audience's attention anymore these days. Again, I'm trying to be nice, but just skip it. You don't need to watch this.
Permark Abnar Benny Notrath, Ki Vento Mortuos, Abnar Benny Notrath.
Okay, I think the Descendants franchise eventually won me over in the end. The more I think about this movie, the more I both like it and also dislike it, and I don't know how to explain that feeling in me. Descendants 3 picks up with the VKs, or the villain kids, being brought over from the Isle, although there is still conflict in the air. Uma is still on the loose from the previous movie, and Hades tries to make a break for it, but is eventually detained. And Ben and Mal are getting married! Yay! We see Audrey again, who I didn't even realize was not in the second movie. Is that bad? Who is extremely jealous of the fact that Ben did not marry her, and is very upset with the whole villain kid thing in general, since, according to her, they stole her life away. So she turns evil, which is something that I really like. I really enjoy the themes that were brought up, and how it was kind of subtle. As subtle as these movies can get. Even though Audrey's song was absolutely horrible, it's probably the worst song in the whole franchise, I'm sorry. The rest of the music did better than the previous movies did. I appreciated it. And then Uma returns and they have to go back to the Isle to get Hades' stone or whatever, and then we learn that Hades is actually Mal's secret father. At first I thought all of these conflicting plot lines were gonna be too much and that it was gonna distract from the one villain that I did like, which is Audrey, but actually I really appreciated just how kind of chaotic this story felt. It, again, reminded me a lot of those comic book pair-up stories like the Injustice series. And I'm a big old nerd for those, so I actually ended up appreciating just how mix-matched everything was. They're doing better stuff with the Isle, I do appreciate that. It's not said that the Isle is just some deep, evil place that no one wants to be in. There's a real community of people there who want to stay there, they just want their life to be improved, so I appreciate that at the end they decide to remove the barrier entirely, instead of just bringing everyone who they think is good from the Isle to Auradon. I appreciate that the Isle is like understood as an actual place that people would want to live in. I think they really got their act together for the third movie, and I really appreciate that. I will say something really sad about this movie is that it came out only a few months after Cameron Boyce's tragic death had happened, so RIP to him. He was such an amazing presence in this series, and I would have loved to see what he did with his career further. They handled the tragic situation very well, and something that kind of makes me upset is that they thought to make more movies after this. I understand they're spin-offs and they take place in different time periods or whatever, but it just kind of offends me that they bothered to make more movies after this very tragic passing. relaxing. I loved Descendants 3. I'm on board. I'm not making my fan page anytime soon, like I said, but I understand why people like this series, and I'm all for it. Good movie.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, beyond our control, we have no choice but to cancel all classes, extracurricular activities, and, zombies, run!
Okay, Zombies 2. Talk about a series that hasn't actually improved as I kept watching it. I think I've grown to dislike this series the more that I watch it. Zombies 2 picks up with us learning more and more information about the world of Seabrook. We learned that when the settlers from Europe came to Seabrook, there were actually werewolves here, but the new immigrants pushed all of the werewolves back and fought against them and put them into the Forbidden Forest. The allegories continue, and not for the better. Apparently they found this extremely powerful energy source that was belonging to the werewolves that they stole and put to make a power plant, and that power plant made the zombies. We learn more and more each day. In the modern day, the werewolves are looking for that power source because it's what keeps them alive, and them being separated from it for so long are causing all of them to get sick and die. They all have silver streaks in their hair, and because Addison's hair is pure white, they think that she is their alpha leader and is going to lead them to the energy source, and I mean, she kinda does, but she's not a werewolf. And because the werewolves have dared to enter their town and leave the Forbidden Forest, all of the monster rules are put back into place, and the zombies are now in a precarious spot, which causes Zed to sing probably one of the worst assimilation songs I've ever heard in my whole life. I mean, it's a catchy beat and all, and the dance moves are fine, but still, I can't stand the lyrics. Zed is kind of an antagonizing force in this story because he wants to keep the rights that he has been given, and he's willing to discriminate against the werewolves to keep that power if they don't fall in line with what he believes in, which is be human more than anything else. Obviously, he learns to love his zombie self and appreciate everybody's differences or whatever, but still, I can't stand it. I do appreciate the fact that actual non-peaceful protest is what gets them to get the power source back, because every time they've tried peaceful protesting, it hasn't worked, so I'm glad they did an actual revolt, and it ended up working in the end. I'm uncomfortable with this entire franchise and their allegories. They actually dare to use the word savages in this movie, and of course I think they're using it in the more like modern context, but it's obviously a double entendre. I can't get into all the implications here. Someone needs to write a fucking book about how horrible this series is. Although, again, I can understand where people find endearment in this series, and I don't blame people who like it. It's just not for me. I can't do this, y'all.
Bye, ghost guy. Nothing personal about the whole Gal Gadot Salvador thing, right?
Finally, an original movie plot. The past 4 movies have all been either remakes or sequels, and even though I liked a few of them, it's refreshing to watch some new characters at first. I mean, sure, Upside Down Magic is a book adaptation, and it is pretty derivative of other stories like Harry Potter, but I still really appreciated it and found it to be a very charming kids movie. Show this movie to your kids instead of Harry Potter, really. Upside Down Magic follows the characters of Nori and Reina as they enter the new school of Sage Academy. They both are magic users, and they are sent off to this academy to develop their magical skills. Both of their powers are portrayed in different ways. Nori can transform into animals, but is always a cross between multiple animals and never just one. Where Reina can seemingly perfectly harness the power of fire, but is extremely insecure and thinking she's not doing her best at every given moment. Reina gets put into the flare classes because she can create fire with her hands, and Nori thinks she's gonna be a fluxer, but she ends up being put in the UDM program, or the Upside Down Magic program. This program is for kids who immediately don't display perfection in their magical powers, where they're supposed to sit and rot and let their powers die over time. And this is because they're afraid that shadow magic will prey on their insecurities of not being perfect at magic, and this shadow magic will kill everybody. The people of the academy think that only Upside Down Magic users can be infected by the shadow magic, but actually it's just anybody with insecurities, and we see that because Reina ends up getting pulled to the dark side. So all of the UDM kids with their peculiar powers must learn how to harness their skills and defeat the evil. Now this is an allegory that I can appreciate, because in my opinion, just in my opinion, the whole UDM thing seems to be an allegory for maybe autism or general learning disabilities, just because they're not displaying their powers in a very specific way that the Academy deems as correct. That automatically means they're broken and cannot be taught. But instead of letting them rot away in a dingy basement, one of the teachers who was also a UDM, who was told to let his powers die, did not let his powers die and is able to specifically help each kid learn to harness their powers in their specific way. Also, Nori and Reina have such a sweet friendship. I think that they could be a really great couple. If anyone's read the books, let me know if any of this is translated over to the movie. I think it's a perfectly fine kids film. It's very kiddie, the characters are very young, and I'm not like super interested in wanting to see it again, but it's a good movie to show your children. I'd recommend it.
Don't worry. DJ Benny B's spinning mad spells all night long. What are you talking about?
Spin is such an adorable movie, and I really, really, really like it if it wasn't for just one or two flaws. Spin follows Riya Kumar, who is working at her father's Spirit of India restaurant. Her whole life is basically the restaurant until she meets cool British DJ Max, who goes to her school. He compliments her ability to make really awesome playlists for the restaurant, and they become quick friends. He teaches her the skills of being a DJ, and she seems to pick it up really fast. But because she's spending all this time with him, she's slacking on her restaurant duties. Her father is actually very understanding and is like, hey, if you don't want to work at the restaurant and you want to go do kid things, go do that. But she's convinced herself that this is what she needs to do to help her family, especially because we got another dead parent on our hands. Her mom passed away. And her grandmother is the creative influence in her life who is telling her to follow her dreams. She has this great close-knit group of friends who are all working on this fundraiser, which is inspired by the Festival of Holi, and they get Max to be the DJ. He wants to create a new song for this festival, and Riya helps him create it, basically giving him all of the best ideas. And when she sneaks away from her restaurant to go to the festival, he plays the song and doesn't thank her, which she finds very offensive. So then she sets out on her own to make her own songs and do her own DJ thing. And of course there's a big contest at the end that they have to compete against each other in to win. I thought that they were going to redeem Max in the end and prove that he was just jealous of the fact that she was very quickly better than him. Like, there's some insecurity surrounding him and his mother. The fact that his mother complimented Ria's spinning ability before she ever complimented his. And I thought they were going to resolve that by him saying sorry and them at least going back to being friends. But no, she just burns the bridge with him and moves on. The movie was just so idyllically warm and encouraging in the beginning. It really hit me and caused me to really, really love this movie and invest in it. But once that happened, it kind of soured on me as a whole. I mean, I'm glad that Riya learned that work can't be her whole life, especially as she's only like 15 years old, and that she needs to have fun with a creative outlet. I don't know, I feel like I would just like the message better if it was learn to communicate and understand one another and forgive each other, rather than just burn bridges and use that spite to fuel you. But maybe that's just me. Overall, I really liked Spin, and I would even argue it was on brink levels of quality up until that moment at the very end. It's still a wonderful movie, and I would highly recommend you check it out because it actually has some good DJing in there. Actually, I don't know much about DJing, but from what little I know, it sounded pretty good. So yeah, check it out if you're interested. Remember how I said earlier about things being full circle? Well, we're finally here. We're at the 2021 remake of the first ever DCOM, Under Wraps. First of all, let me just say, everything from Zombies 2 onward has such a specific, different vibe and look to it. You can definitely feel Disney Plus's influence on these movies because they're looking a lot less made for TV and a lot more made for streaming, if that makes sense. There's just a certain way they do cinematography that separates these two mediums apart from each other. So yeah, these are all still made for TV movies, but I mean, come on now. So what did I think of the remake of Under Wraps? I thought it was very underwhelming and boring. I mean, the story is exactly the same, but somehow also worse. It's kind of hard to explain, but it feels like the script was just written as it went with no real planning or thought, with a vague checklist of things that happened in the original movie to get through without any real reason. I mean, I'm not really offended or anything. It's not like the original Under Wraps was God's gift to humanity, but I can't help but feel that this is also pointless now. This movie isn't even bad, but like, what are we even doing here anymore? I realized that I didn't even really describe the character dynamics in my first ever original review. That's just because I thought the movie was pretty underwhelming, but man, if this is what we have in comparison, I would take the original any day. We follow Gilbert, Marshall, and Amy as they stumble upon a revived mummy in their local town weirdo's basement. He stole the mummy and was going to sell it to an eccentric person, but the mummy misses his long-lost wife, and they have to get him back into his tomb before midnight on Halloween night, or else he'll turn to dust, and they grow to love and bond with the mummy. It feels like a very safe remake. All of the harsh edges of that film, which there weren't that many to begin with, but all of those harsh edges have been extremely sanded down. I like Amy's she/her pronoun patch. I want my own now. That was pretty cool. Also, China Anne McClain and her sisters, they have a band called 3, I think that's how it's pronounced. They did a remake of their song Calling All the Monsters, which sounds completely different and in my opinion not as good as the original, but that's something of note at least. The movie has good Halloween fall energy, but with the shit pacing and lack of focused storytelling that is literally just a worse retelling of the original, I think you'd be better off just watching that and skipping this. I'm not looking forward to watching the sequel now. I have no idea where they take the story from here, and honestly, I don't really care to find out either. This movie just made me apathetic in a way I really wasn't expecting. So we've officially made it to the final Disney Channel original movie. Now, you see the runtime, and you see that there's like another hour or so left. And you're probably wondering what gives. Well, this is because in 2019, Disney Plus was established and eventually took over what the DCOM is understood to be. So because of that, we now have a serious thing to contend with what is a Disney Plus movie and what is a Disney Channel original movie. I am going to talk about this a little bit later from now, purely just because there is something so intensely different about these movies, and that's going to be obvious as we go on to review them. Now, a lot of reviewers would choose to stop at this point, and they're stupid, and I hate them. I don't know why I'm coming in so hot.
You're marking your territory.
I'm marking my territory. I'm the one who talks about DCOMs. I'm the one who wins.
I'm the video game boy. I'm the one who wins.
Because like I've said from the very beginning, a Disney Channel original movie is what Disney Channel says is one. So even if, in the most technical of technical standpoints, these movies that we're going to be talking about later on are not made by the Disney Channel Corporation, they were made by Disney Plus. If Disney Channel says they are a DCOM, then we're going to review them as a DCOM. I am adding so much work onto myself for pretty much no reason other than the fact that, like, I feel superior to everybody else. So even if a lot of people will agree that these are not Disney Channel original movies, and a lot of them are fine with that, there was actually a poll done on Tumblr by one of my favorite blogs called East High, and on this poll they asked people if they think any movies after
Zombies 3,
which we've already talked about previously, is a Disney Channel original movie or not.
Zombies 3
It was the first ever DCOM to be like simulcast aired onto Disney Plus. It was the first one to come out after Disney Plus got established, essentially. Just so both y'all know. So most people are saying that, like, well, now that Disney Plus exists, like, the idea of a Disney Channel original movie shouldn't exist anymore, because to most people, the idea of Disney Channel doesn't exist in their minds anymore. Literally, when I talked to a colleague of mine about Disney Channel original movies, and I said that I had decided to watch a month of Disney Channel when I was helping my grandma uninstall her cable, they were like, that still exists? I thought that got shut down, which is almost true. So going forward, we're going to work with the understanding that all of the movies that we're going to be talking about in the future came out on Disney Plus first, before they came out on Disney Channel. So even though Disney Channel says it's a DCOM, we are going to consider it a brand new era that I'm going to be calling the Disney Plus era. So now we are about to talk about the final DCOM, Christmas Again. Or how is it pronounced? Christmas Again? Christmas Again? Anyways, I really wish that Under Wraps was the actual final decom, because in all honesty, that would have been very, satisfying, conclusive. We started with Under Wraps, we end with Under Wraps, but sometimes reality doesn't tie itself up in a nice little bow like we all want it to. So we are going to be talking about the final official Disney Channel original movie, which came out in November of 2021.
Wait, isn't it a Christmas movie?
Yeah, why would it come out in like December if it was a Christmas movie?
Did I ask you guys for your commentary?
Well, you're invading our space.
Well,
so.
You're in our walls.
You're in our walls right now, so I think you can have our opinion.
Okay.
You come to my house.
Okay, fair enough. But like, you think I would know. If all people who exist in this world, I would know when the final decom came out. Like, seriously.
Are you sure about that? Like,
why don't you believe me? Plenty of Christmas movies come out around Thanksgiving time. Like, duh.
But like after Thanksgiving, at the very end of November.
Yeah.
December, right?
December, pretty much.
You guys are so wrong, and you're gonna be so depressed when
Steph is over party.
Oh no, I'm kidding. You're gonna cancel me for getting the date wrong. It dropped the same day. That means it doesn't count. Oh my god.
Wake up. Ethan! Ethan!
Christmas Again gave me pure existential dread, and not the good kind I could expect from any self-respecting Groundhog's Day style movie plot. Yeah, this is essentially a full-length version of that Disney Christmas animated movie short with Huey, Louie, Dewey, and Donald Duck, except much worse. Christmas Again follows Rowena and her family, and she's a girl who has had a pretty bad Christmas, who then makes a wish to incognito Santa Claus to do Christmas over again, and she gets her wish. Over and over again. I don't know, this movie is just overstuffed with a bunch of junk that makes the entire thing feel pointless and overblown. Rose's parents are split, and part of what makes this Christmas so stinky for her is the fact that her new younger stepbrother is a really big nuisance to her, in one of those realistic ways where you seem like an asshole for being annoyed with him in the first place. Like, they send him to wake Ro up, and he scares her awake, which causes her to spill juice over her older sister's laptop and break her favorite nutcracker decoration. But if she were to get mad at him, everyone would just look at her as if she's an asshole. Which they do. Rose's dad accidentally switches the name tags on the gift, so her stepbrother ends up getting her gift, and they all think it's too awkward to take it away from him, so he just gets to keep it, which is pretty messed up. I guess the lesson was that Rowena just needed to be nicer to her new stepbro, and then he wouldn't be disturbing her as much. But of course at the end, when she finally embraces everyone and decides to, have a good attitude about things, everything goes to normal. But that's only because she knows what's going to happen, because she's lived it like 100 times over. So she knows how to prevent those things, and that's the only way she really gets to have a happy Christmas at the end of the day. So I don't really see any lesson applying. They try to shoehorn this very generic and random Christmas Carol reference, like she was this really bad person who needed to go through this life-altering situation to become a better person. But it's like, I think she's 13 or something in this movie. She's just being a normal bratty teen, and honestly, people are being really mean to her, so I don't blame her. In the very beginning of the movie, we learn that she wants to do the same Christmas activities that their family did years ago, and her mom tells her she needs to move on and create new memories. But then that's dropped for the stepbro stuff along with a bunch of other junk, and then randomly halfway through the movie, it's now time for her to try and get her divorced parents back together. I really feel like this movie is just so jumbled and confused on what it wants to be. And it has that high gloss of streaming service movie that I'm not really vibing with personally right now in time. And it's not campy enough for me to enjoy it as a silly Christmas movie. Y'all already know that my standards lower drastically when it comes to holiday films, and this is still not up to par. So I wouldn't recommend you watch it.
All right. Can we go now? I mean, after I wash my hands, of course.
Okay, I think Zombies 3 is my favorite of the Zombies trilogy. Or I guess Zombies Quartet now. Even though I'm really not vibing with the whole analogy that they've been trying to go for all of these movies, they've toned it down enough to where I can handle it somewhat, and also the story and plot is just a lot more cohesive. Zombies 3 follows our normal cast of characters as they are applying for colleges during their senior year and getting ready for the brand new football season. That is until an alien spaceship that was hinted in the previous movie now lands on Earth. The spaceship is voiced by RuPaul because she's Mother. At first, everyone's concerned and scared of these new extraterrestrials, but they say that they're only here to find a map that should lead to their new home planet because their previous home planet was destroyed by like global warming or something, I don't know. To try and find the map, they join the high school and pretend that they're interested in a cheer competition that's happening. And after they join the classes, they start rising in the ranks and outperforming all of the other students in the school. This is clearly supposed to be commentary on the model minority stereotype, and this is very problematic because it implies that these people are just more inherently smarter than everyone else, which makes no sense. We all know that the model minority stereotype exists because minorities and immigrants specifically work extra hard to overprove themselves so they'll be seen as the right minorities. Anyways, race relations 101 aside, I actually didn't mind the plot because it flowed very easily. Zed gets something to actually do in this movie. I feel like in the second movie he was doing nothing but like trying to stop everything from happening, which I found quite boring. But in this movie, he is actively trying to get into college because if he gets into college, that means it's very likely that all of the other zombies and werewolves and etc. can also get into college. So he's feeling that pressure to excel. He even has a whole song called Exceptional Zed, which is a really cute song, and it's nice to see the whole school and Olive Seabook rally around him. But again, this idea that he needs to be exceptional to be seen as worthy is very annoying. I appreciate them giving something interesting for Addison to do as well. We finally learn what her origin is as a person and why she has her stark white hair. It's because she's 1/4 alien. Her grandmother was an alien, and she put the coordinates in Addison or something like that. But there actually are no coordinates, they're just supposed to learn from Addison that Earth is actually their real true home. So it was really nice to see her have a full character arc because she is a very nice character, and I do think she is the best part of these movies. As a whole, I think the structure of this film is what really sold me on it the most, but at the end of the day, it's still a movie in the Zombies franchise. I really wanted to like these movies. I can 100% see the appeal, but yeah, it's not something I'm ever gonna really apply to my own life, and it's not really something I derive a lot of joy from, except for Bucky still. He's still the best character in the whole franchise.
He actually chose death over a life without love. That's so romantic.
Probably got less romantic when they bottled up his organs.
Okay, Under Wraps 2 sucked eggs, y'all. I honestly can't tell if I think it's worse than the first one. When it comes to general vibes, I think both of these movies are on the same equal playing field of bad, but I think I actively hate Under Wraps 2 more because of how pointless it really does feel. Under Wraps 2 follows our main trio of characters 1 year later, and a brand new evil mummy has come to life. There was apparently some sort of crazy love triangle happening in ancient Egypt, and this evil mummy wanted to date the female mummy that we see at the end of the first movie, who ended up being with our main character, Mummy Henry. Is that his name? Henry? So they now have to defeat this new evil mummy, and they resurrect the other mummies so that they can, escape from him. And this is all happening in the next town over because Amy's father is getting remarried. So this is all taking place on Halloween night at a Halloween-themed wedding. I think the vibes were really, really great for the setting. I thought that was a very nice touch. Everything being so Halloween-themed and very cutesy, I really quite liked that. But yeah, none of the jokes landed. All of the storytelling was so painfully generic. Everything is told to you like you're a stupid little baby. I think that's the thing I dislike about these movies the most. Everything is so straightforward. Nothing is left up to interpretation. There's no unique character dynamics to learn from the outside, from watching characters interact with each other. The dialogue is the most bare bones and plain that it ever could be. And it honestly feels like these movies were written for people to watch while they scrolled on TikTok. I like all of the main characters. I think their acting is just fine, but the material they're being given is just absolutely horrendous. Also, I don't find the mummy antics to be that fun, although they do tend to reduce them to a less nauseating degree. I feel like in a lot of those 90s movies, they were so much slower paced that like a lot of the mummy antics just went on for way too long. Gilbert and Amy are now besties because they work on the school newspaper together, and Marshall feels a little bit left out, and they resolve that in a very boring way, but you know, that's something, I guess. I don't know, I wouldn't recommend this movie. As pointless as I thought the first movie was for a remake, this one is even more pointless as a sequel. Because they really don't have anything to say, they have no reason to be making this movie other than, we can. There was a cameo of one of the characters from the original Under Wraps movie, but he's not like playing the same character that he did in the original movie, so whatever.
You guys hooked up for the fly off to the moon dance yet? Know any honeys with a hot sister or smoking second cousin?
This guy's going stag. Gotta keep my options open, you know?
Loser.
Ah, we're finally getting some controversy and some spice back into the DCOM discourse. Because everything has just been generically boring so far, in my opinion. The Prom Pact is the first and probably only TV-14 DCOM. That's because this was originally made to be a Disney Plus film until pretty much last minute they decided to redirect the marketing towards being a DCOM. I wonder if this movie got caught up in the lawsuit. I think we're going to mention that later on in the video, however. I say that they got the DCOM rebrand, but also at the same time, they seem to have changed the name for the DCOM for these next 2 years and have called them Disney Original Movies. It's quite complicated. I don't really know how to explain it that well. But just know that for the next few movies or so, the lines have been blurred so much that it doesn't even seem like there's a line anymore between Disney Plus movie and DCOM. And I think this movie is a good example of that because it basically carries nothing of the original DCOM energy with it. Now, is that a good thing? I guess we'll find out. Prom Pact follows the characters of Mandy and Ben, who are high school senior best friends. Mandy is an excellent student who is dedicated to going to Harvard, and she needs a letter of recommendation that is so excellent to get off the wait list. Ben is a silly little guy who is dejected by the whole prom thing, so the two of them make a prom pact to go to the prom with each other as friends. But things get complicated when other characters come into the mix. Mandy decides to pursue the attention of Graham Lansing, whose father is like governor or something. He's a dumb jock, and she thinks that if she tutors him, then that she can get closer to his father, and his father will write her a really great letter of recommendation. They kind of fall for each other, whatever. I'm not getting cringy fanfiction Wattpad vibes from these two of like good girl and bad boy, so I'm not that invested. Meanwhile, Ben ends up hanging out with this girl named LaToya, who is a popular cheerleader. And of course, Mandy and Ben have a third act falling out point because Mandy is starting to prioritize her relationship with Graham, and she doesn't know if it's because she's trying to get that recommendation letter or if it's because she's actually falling for him. And LaToya is suspicious of Ben because he is really close to Mandy, even though they just have strictly friend vibes. So LaToya is mad when Ben seems to be picking Mandy over her. Everyone ends up winning in the end. It's a pretty generic rom-com style high school movie. Now y'all know that I'm a high school movie expert, so when I heard about this movie and how it was possibly a Love Square movie, I was quite intrigued, but it's not really selling it for me. I'm not getting the special sauce that this movie is supposed to be giving to me. I think if they maybe would have leaned way more into the whole Love Square thing, then I would have been having a lot more fun, but it really just seems to be one-sided, this whole dynamic. Like, the whole joy of these movies is that they're extremely messy, and I didn't feel like they were messy enough. Although, you know, we got a little bit at least. I will give the movie some credit for that. I'm pretty underwhelmed by this film, which is a shame because I really did want to like it. I like Peyton Lee a lot, but I do not like Milo Manheim. He's not selling me as like the modern day Zac Efron or whatever. I guess I'd recommend you watch this movie because I feel like this would work for a lot of people, but yeah, it's just not working for me.
Dude, your nails are red. Yours are pink. I feel so violated.
The Slumber Party is another controversial DCOM, and I think that's because it is basically a parody of The Hangover. Now, as y'all know, this isn't the first time that Disney Channel has done something like this. Radio Rebel is a good example to a certain degree, where they pick a rated R movie that is not at all safe for kids, and they basically decide to remake it as a kids-friendly thing, like do a Kids Bop version of that movie, and to cover their tracks, they pick a random book and say that it's actually an adaptation of that book. So we have another example of that here with The Slumber Party, or as I keep accidentally calling it in all my videos, The Sleepover, because that sounds a lot like The Hangover. So yeah, it's just the plot of The Hangover. A group of teen girls get together the night before one of the girls' parents' wedding, and they lose the girl. So they go on a crazy romp of adventures to try and find her, when the whole time she was in the house. Yeah, I think the Zeke and Luther episode was a better version of this, but that's because I'm intensely biased towards Zeke and Luther. I do think this is kind of a cute kids movie. If you're somebody who has Disney Plus open and you need something to just fill the void for a child because you're babysitting or whatever, this might be a good movie to throw on. All the kid actors are very cute and the vibes are fine. They're not super rancid like some of these other Disney Plus, aka DCOM movies have been. But I don't know, there really just isn't anything that's selling me on these movies all that much, and that makes me feel bad because I think that there's probably something here that could be enjoyable. I feel like you have to naturally come across whimsy, not manufacture it in a factory or something. So through really, really leaning into the absurdity, I think they could have done it, but they kind of only went halfway there with it. I feel really bad about being upset about these string of movies because, like, I've never been this negative in a whole chunk before, and I really did not want to believe that the Disney Channel had actually fallen off as much as, everyone says it has been. But really, how else am I supposed to feel when these kinds of movies are just not really living up to par to the other ones, even the ones that I didn't even like that much? So I'm sorry to The Slumber Party, but I didn't enjoy it that much. And I really wanted to, man. I really wanted to enjoy these last two movies.
Hey, relax. I know a way to get it back. When Santa comes...
Rory, shut up! You know the rules about plans involving Santa.
So I have a special relationship with the Naughty Nine. This was the first movie in a literal decade, I'm pretty sure, that I actually got to watch live premiere on Disney Channel. This movie came out Thanksgiving week, and I was at my aunt's house, and she's one of the only people who I know still who has cable television. So I asked if we could watch the premiere of this movie, and she said yes. And it ended up being an okay choice because I had a lot of my baby cousins running around. I mean, basically none of them seemed to watch the movie, and they aired the movie Ratatouille before this one, and everyone seemed to be more engaged with that film than this one, but I don't want to judge the movie purely based off of the reaction of everyone in the room because we weren't there to watch the movie, we were there to talk and play and stuff, so they were more focused on other tasks. Me and my dad, however, we were locked in. The Naughty Nine follows a group of 9 kids who have all been put on the naughty list, and so they go to the North Pole and rig a heist to try and take themselves off the naughty list. That is a very cute and irreverent plot idea, and I'm surprised it hasn't been done before. Well, I mean, it definitely has been, but with this many characters, I guess. Through their hijinks and adventures, they learn about the real meaning of Christmas and all that junk. This is a perfectly fine generic Christmas movie. If you're really adamant to watching all of the Disney Channel Christmas movies one Christmas season, this one's not gonna bother you in a way that Christmas Again might. I think it was smart at a certain point to kind of split up the kids so we got to experience each character more, because if they were all clumped together as a group of 9, it would be very easy for some of the characters to just fall to the wayside. But as far as I remember, they all had a pretty decent amount of screen time, so there's something. I don't know what else I have to say about the Naughty Nine. The thing about these streaming service movies specifically is that they're generic in a new way that is less interesting to talk about. I would argue some of the other generic movies that I just kind of thought were slop that you added onto the pile were at least somewhat interesting to talk about because they had things going on. A lot of the time they had too many things going on. But now everything just feels very sterile and not really creative. I can at least say that some of the other movies that I wasn't vibing with as much had an ounce of creativity that just kind of didn't get to be fully realized. but I'm not seeing any of that behind these movies. They feel kind of soulless in a way. I guess I'd recommend it. I don't know, there are so many other Christmas movies I'd recommend over this one, even in this DCOM list. So I guess that says something about this movie. I don't know. Okay, ignore my disheveled appearance, but I'm currently at a family member's house, and they have DirecTV. They have cable. So I'm here checking out what's on the Disney Channel right now, as of, what day is it today? Oops. March 7th, 2025. Okay, there it is on Disney Channel right now, and it just turned 3 o'clock, so that's perfect. So we got Big City Greens, more Big City Greens, more Big City Greens, and then Monsters, Inc. And then we got Studio Go, which is actually I've never heard of this show before. What is this? Or Stugo, sorry. Okay, so we got Stugo at 7:30 and 8. It's a Friday night, by the way, so might not be like the most glamorous stuff. Then we got Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. That's a good show. Okay, these look like reruns. And then more Big City Greens. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Just more Big City Greens. And then Primos, which people don't watch, I guess. I've only heard controversy about this. Maybe that's why it's airing at 11 o'clock at night. More Big City Greens. Kif. I saw a few episodes of Kif. It was kind of cute. That's at 2 in the morning. And then we got the children's programming with Bluey. Yes, Spidey and His Amazing Friends. Super Kitties. More Bluey. And then back to Big City Greens. And Stugo. And then more Moon Girl. And Frozen 2. Not a lot of live action sitcoms here, are there? And I understand this is Saturday morning, so you know, this is Saturday, so that's more likely to play cartoons, but yeah, just like look at all these Big City Greens. These are all like old episodes of Big City Greens. So we've done a full 24 hours now. So when I say that Big City Greens is like Disney Channel's SpongeBob, I mean that in more ways than one. Also, if you were wondering what was playing while I was looking through all those channels, it was one of those propaganda movies or TV shows called The Rookie. I can finally watch what I've been wanting to watch all day today.
When I first got my powers, I totally couldn't deal. I got so mad once I wanted to fight the moon. But I didn't. The moon's safe. For now.
We're finally at a movie that I've been kind of anticipating throughout this entire watch through, and that is Big City Greens, the movie Spacecation. Big City Greens seems to be the most recent big success story for Disney Channel. It seems to be the only thing that has actually made them money or has been relevant enough for them to beat into the ground. I had never seen it or literally heard anything about it, and that's probably just because it's a show for babies, which is weird because I would argue that Big City Greens should be on the same level as like Phineas and Ferb, and I used to hear people talking about that show all the time even though I didn't watch it. So what I kind of picked up from the show by watching this movie is that it's basically just like the Beverly Hillbillies by way of SpongeBob SquarePants. I don't know if that's a valid thing to say, but that's kind of what I was picking up on. Big City Greens follows the Greens family as they go on a road trip that is seemingly going to be very boring, but it ends up being a lot more spectacular because they end up going to space. There's hijinks, an asteroid that's going to destroy the world, you know, your basic average everyday stuff. This was a very cute movie. If you've watched the show, this is probably a great little thing to just add on to the entire lore. The energy was a little bit different. It feels a lot more Nickelodeon to a certain degree. I don't really know why. I guess a lot of the animated shows from Disney Channel are just not paced this way. So it at least is something new and fresh for Disney Channel, but it's not exactly original, I guess. If you're ever interested in watching Big City Greens and doing some sort of deep dive or retrospective, you might as well throw this in. I mean, there's no reason to avoid it. But outside of doing this watch through, would I really recommend it? No. Although I'm not gonna trash on it like I think people think I should. I'm genuinely going into all of these movies just really wanting to like them, and this one did the job it was supposed to do. I wasn't expecting anything more from it. They don't need to all be bangers, alright? That's one thing I've learned throughout this 120 movie excursion.
What day is it?
What day is it?
Okay, Descendants 4 Rise of Red was bad, y'all. An unreal level of bad. You guys know that I eventually came around on the Descendants franchise. I think the series is good. I like it. I'm not a stan or anything, but I like it a lot more than I like Zombies when it comes to like the new modern musical series that they're doing. But somehow Rise of Red was in a massive, massive downgrade in a way that I wasn't expecting, but also I probably should have had some feeling towards. Because the third movie was such a great conclusion, I had no idea where they were going to go forward. And also, with the tragic death of Cameron Boyce, I then learned that the rest of the cast did not want to make more movies because they thought it would be disrespectful. And the fact that the network went along with it anyways is very upsetting to learn about. So this is basically supposed to be a spin-off, a backdoor pilot, if you will, to a whole new universe of Descendants media. And it just feels so divorced from the Descendants franchise, both from a location and character standpoint. Rise of Red kind of follows Auradon Prep, I don't know, as Uma has become the new headmaster of the school and has decided to allow in the Alice in Wonderland characters come in. Anytime Disney has tried to do spin-off material with Alice in Wonderland characters, it hasn't really gone over that well. But either way, we get Red, who is the daughter of the Queen of Hearts, and the Queen of Hearts is played by Rita Ora. She's fine. And then we get Cinderella's daughter, which is weird because isn't Chad also Cinderella's kid? They clearly only picked Cinderella's daughter because they were able to get the two people from the Whitney Houston Cinderella movie back. And y'all know I love Brandy, so it was nice to see her on my screen. During orientation, the Queen of Hearts ends up, causing a big brouhaha and tries to take over the whole place and tries to kill Brandy, oh my god. The Queen of Hearts is doing this because Cinderella pulled a prank on her at this very, very important ball that happens. So Red decides to use this time machine that she has to go back in time to stop this prank from happening, and Chloe ends up getting tossed in with her. Also, it feels like we got half of a movie. It feels like everything was building up to like this big third act break, and then the movie just ends. So the fan blog discourse has been that they're basically gonna finish this movie in the next one that's already been announced. But I think that's a very bad excuse because all of the other movies had proper endings, so why doesn't this one get one? Also, with Red and Chloe, they're clearly trying to cramp some of Wicked's style because they've gone for the whole red and blue thing, and they even have a song about their unadulterated loathing of each other. Obviously, I ship them. Like, if they don't become a canon relationship in the next movie, I'm boycotting it. Y'all, I'm sitting here editing this, and I had a full-on crash out about this movie, and I didn't even record an official, final conclusion. So, to conclude, this movie is very bad. It blows chunks, and it's really sad that this is how low the Descendants franchise had to stoop, just to get measly amount of viewers. It's also a very bad sign for what Disney Channel is going to be valuing in the future. So anyways, on to the final decom.
Cheerleaders are not normal. They're more evil than us, and we're vampires.
I think Zombies 4 Dawn of the Vampires has both sold me even more on the franchise as a whole, and also convinced me that the Disney Channel is more desperate than it ever was. This movie really feels like a standalone project that has 15 minutes of actual zombies characters and story, which is definitely on purpose, and I don't like that. Oh, and we're officially back to the Disney Channel original movie titling, by the way. Hope that wasn't too confusing for everybody. So Zombies 4 follows Zed, Addison, Eliza, and Willa as they take a road trip. I thought they were all gonna go to some sort of whimsical summer camp, but apparently they're all going to their separate respective things, and their whole mini arc is that they're supposed to learn to spend more time with each other, which feels a bit hollow because the entire cast has been gutted in half. This is all following their first year of college, and their road trip is quickly crashed by a mysterious energy that is affecting almost all of them. They then walk into a completely different movie with two new supernatural creatures, the vampires and the daywalkers. The lore really makes no sense, honestly, since the vampires don't drink blood, they eat this thing called the blood fruit, and so do the daywalkers, even though they're not supposed to be vampires, but they have flame powers, so they shoot fire out of their hands. Both tribes are separated and hate each other, and they want the final supply of blood fruits. But two star-crossed lovers named Nova, who is a daywalker, and Victor, who is a vampire, help the two groups unite because the two tribes used to get along in a previous lifetime. My biggest issues with this movie is that it's just not a zombies movie. Most of the cast, like I already said, has been gutted and replaced with these new characters, which just gives off overly intense backdoor pilot energy, which is exactly what this movie is at the end of the day. Part of me really wishes that this was just a vampire movie completely divorced from the zombies franchise as a whole. And the Daywalkers were just vampire hunters or something. And the Daywalkers were just vampire hunters or something who had learned firebending powers as a way to fight off the vampires. And that the vampires actually drank blood, because if that was the case, then I think I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more, and I could have been more immersed in the story, instead of having to halt the whole plot just so it can momentarily become a zombies movie again. It concerns me that Disney Channel felt the need to make this a part of the Zombies franchise, instead of making it a standalone movie that could have become the new modern version of this series. Because that must mean that they have no confidence in original stories that are not already tied to existing IP. I guess this is just the state of things we're in right now. With Descendants 5 already being announced and being filmed as I write this part of the script, welcome to modern Disney, I guess. Did I do that right? Oh well, we're just gonna have to deal with Crooked. Just a little bit before recording, before I had put my makeup on, but I was, wearing this outfit, not the hat, sadly. But a little bit before recording, I'm expecting one of my grandmother's friends. My grandmother has passed already, but I've been expecting one of my grandmother's friends to come by to drop something off. And so, I've just been waiting for the doorbell to ring, and where I'm sitting at my desk, which is right over here, I can see a window to my front door, so I can see when someone walks to the front door when I'm sitting here, and I saw what looked like an elderly woman walking up to the front door, and then I heard the doorbell ring, so I was like, shit, she's here. And luckily my dog was already outside barking at them, so I didn't have to chain him up. But I rushed over to the door, and they were already starting to walk away. And so I opened the door and I was like, hey, wait, in a very, very jovial, happy tone. And they were like, oh, hello, we left something for you at the door, bye. And they walked away, and I was like, shit, I ruined this interaction, because she was supposed to come in and have tea with me or something. And she was she saw one look at me and was like, bye. And so I was confused. And the gate, because I have a door and a gate, I unlocked the door, but I didn't unlock the gate. So I had to go get my keys to unlock the gate. And when I unlocked the gate, a piece of paper flew out of it, and it was Jehovah's Witness. So I was like, awesome. Usually if somebody who is trying to recruit me into a religion comes to my door, I ignore them. And I'm a bit standoffish because I'm not interested in being recruited to their religion. So I just unknowingly was overly nice to Jehovah's Witness. And part of me thinks that maybe my big scary dog, you guys have seen my dog before, he is a big scary dude. He is of course a cute little love bug, and he loves everybody. But when people see him, because he's a German Shepherd Pit Bull mix, when they immediately see him, their first thought is fear, and then he barks really loudly. So he's a good protector, but he's not gonna harm these poor old ladies. At the end, I was thinking, as soon as they saw my shirt, they were like, yeah, no, we're not recruiting this person. Good thing they didn't see the back. Can I get some commotion for the back of the shirt? Anyways, on to the point. There was a point to why I'm here and wearing this hat that's slowly giving me a headache. Today, we are going to be attempting to consolidate a Disney Channel timeline of sorts. Because if I edit all of this correctly, this will be happening immediately after the final DCOM we've reviewed in this video. And for those who don't know, a new Disney Channel era has officially commenced. I thought we were going to be stuck in the item age for eternity, because no one cares about the Disney Channel anymore, and I just thought no one would care to refresh and update all of the bumpers and idents and stuff anymore. Because I would argue that very, very, very little amount of people who actually watch Disney Channel products are not actually watching it on Disney Channel. I mean, you look at the current numbers. Sorry, I keep playing with my ears. Because you look at the current numbers, and it's 300,000 people, which is insane. For a YouTuber, that's a really good number. If anything, for some YouTubers, kind of low. But if you're a multimedia conglomerate, one of the biggest corporations in the entire nation, 300,000 views is probably extremely depressing. The brand new Disney Channel logo, which I'll put on the screen right here, was first introduced on the poster for Wizards Beyond Waverly Place. So it's clear that they were like really banking on this show being successful and kind of maybe rejuvenating the Disney Channel like image a bit, which I think it did. I mean, apparently the show is a huge success. On Disney Channel, that's a big question, but on Disney Plus, most likely 100% for sure. So the brand new Disney Channel theming, which we are calling the Reflection Era because of the way like the logo is reflected on the screen, was really like hinted at during Monstober, again because they introduced the new Disney Channel logo with Wizards Beyond Waverly Place, which aired during Monstober. But it wasn't until officially in February of this year, 2025, that we got a brand new era. Which means, yes, a new era happened in the middle of me making these videos. Isn't that awesome? I didn't want to mention it in part 2, even though I did know about it, because like it would be weird to just kind of like throw that in. Like I had to wait until we got to the current timeline. So while yes, a majority of this video has been done for a while now, all of this new shit that I keep having to add because things are actually updating is causing this sort of like new stuff. So that's why the video might be coming out later than people probably thought, because I keep having to add more shit because new shit keeps happening. And so this kind of complicates the whole Disney Plus era or Disney Plus age thing that I was doing, because it's not really a new era. Like it's kind of like the Reflection era is kind of like an era within the Disney Plus era. So like I'm just gonna try and consolidate it on this board right here. Where's my sticky notes? Oh God, this is not the right sticky note. I'm like a lost child out in the rain if I don't have my sticky notes. Okay, we're gonna be winging it a lot more than I originally thought. Where should I put my new sticky note? Right here? It looks so tiny. Okay, there, I did it. How does it look? Be honest. So I've created my Disney Timeline channel. I forgot to write channel, so I put it at the bottom. How I've divided up the years is in thirds. For some weird reason. It's the only way I feel like it would fit, and also it goes to 2033. I'm future-proofing this thing by at least 10 years. Okay, so according to my notes, if this is correctly, the beginning of the Disney Channel is in 1983, so we have 1983 here. So from 1983 to 1997, we have all of the movies that were made for Disney Channel while they were still a premium-only network. So you had to pay, I think, $45 extra on your normal cable package to get Disney Channel. So these are called the Disney premiere films. I already talked about it at the very, very beginning of the first part. We're not reviewing them here. Maybe one day? I don't know. A lot of these are very obscure and very hard to find, and I feel like no one would actually care to watch a video like that. And there's like also 10 million of them, so I really don't feel the need to watch them. One of the only really interesting things about those movies is that like I think originally the Parent Trap movies are from there, and then there's like 3 of them. So from 1983, oh my marker's drying out already, to 97. So I'm gonna use my ruler. This is what we're gonna call the premiere films age. Because the different eras, which I'll probably add later, those are like eras. And I don't know how history works, but as far as I'm aware, an era is like a moment in time, and then an age is like a larger spanning amount of time. Which is why we call it the item age, because like shit lasted way too long. It was no longer an era, it was an age of items, okay? There, the premiere age. And then next we have the original movies age, which is the DCOMs, which are all the movies I've reviewed for you today. And that is from 97 to 2022. This line is also definitely going to be crooked. There we go. Is that looking concise now? So that means from 2022 onward, it is the Disney Plus age, because all of these movies are technically Disney Plus films, but they're pretending that they're Disney Channel original movies. There's a lot of bureaucracy that I tried to do some research into, but like I don't really understand law and like the real meat and potatoes of like the film and TV industry. So like I don't really think I've properly deciphered everything that's going on. But it seems like Disney's doing a little bit of maybe money laundering? I don't know what the word would be, but some sort of laundering somewhere when it comes to these movies. For example, the 110th DCOM Spin, it was originally conceived as a Disney Plus film, but then somewhere in production they decided to shift it to a Disney Channel original movie, which means that it goes from one sector of, it's supposed to go from one sector of the company to another, which means you use different types of money, different forms of money from one sector to the other. If the movie Spin was actually made with Disney Plus money or Disney Channel original movie money is up to question, because while yes, all of these exist within the company of Disney, they are like subsection companies, so they should have their own pool of money that they create things with, and they should not be like taking money from each other. I think that is where the whole laundering thing comes from. And I do know that Disney Channel was being sued for this exact sort of thing. Specifically, the Disney Channel TV shows, there were 2 of them that were supposed to be Disney Plus shows, but then were secretly scooched over to be Disney Channel shows, which would mean that all of the money that these shows lost because they were not successful and flops, these shows being flops and losing money would only reflect on Disney Channel and not Disney Plus. And this is important because Disney Plus, especially at that time in 2023, when the lawsuit was happening, which was during the writers and actors strike, Disney Plus was desperately trying to prove that it wasn't a failed experiment, because especially around this time, they were apparently just bleeding money. Like, Disney Plus launched in 2019, so in 2020 when the pandemic happened, they had a huge spike in viewership and subscriptions. And they thought the spike was just going to keep going up, but it stagnated, it flatlined. So Disney Plus was really, really trying to prove to its investors and everybody that it wasn't failing, that like it was doing good. And if they had a bunch of television shows that were failing and losing them money, it would only look worse on them. But Disney's been failing for years. We have to blame the fact that streaming services have, removed the entire viewership of cable television. So it makes more sense if a show is a failure for Disney Channel than it does if it's for Disney Plus. So I think they were being sued for that. I don't know if that lawsuit went anywhere. I don't know what happened with that.
Hi everyone, this is me editing in the middle of the night, and there are actually still no updates on this lawsuit that was happening. Basically, every and all articles written on this topic were done in 2023 when this news became public, and pretty much no articles that I could find have been written since. I could only find one article written in February of 2025, and that was from thatparkplace.com, and it does re-bring this topic to light again, but it doesn't say anything new as far as I'm aware. All of the stuff that I've said about Disney Channel has been speculation on my part. Nothing throughout the entire discussions that these articles have been having about this lawsuit have really brought up Disney Channel in like an important way. It's only really discussing the fact that Disney Plus is a failing venture, it seems like, for Disney. Again, nobody cares about Disney Channel. I'm the only one who does. So that's the only reason why I find this whole lawsuit and situation interesting. Also, this is specifically a lawsuit against Bob Chapek, who is no longer the CEO of Disney and wasn't when the lawsuit came out. He was fired, left in 2022. And previous CEO became CEO once again, Bob Iger, and as far as I'm aware, he is still the Disney CEO right now. So I don't know if that complicates things or not, but either way, I think it's a very fascinating thing because this directly applies to like most of the movies I've talked about in this final section and part of the video. And if any of y'all happen to know more information about this lawsuit, or if I've been tricked in any way and I need to make a on-air retraction, let me know. Anyways. It's literally 3 a.m, and my dog is sick of me yapping. He's trying to sleep.
And I don't know, I'm just gonna draw the line to 2025, just to be safe. I can always extend the line in the next 10 years when that becomes applicable. As you can see, Disney Plus is a very, very current, recent iteration of this whole shebang. There's the Disney Plus age. So there we go. I hope this better visualizes all of the movies that we're, have been talking about and the kind of like history of Disney as a cable network channel. So this is the era when they were just a premium only channel like HBO. This is the entire era that we reviewed and was arguably their most successful era. And this is the era that we're currently in. This is gonna stay on my wall, I guess, for forever. Just right here behind my door, I have my, is it upside down? Oh no, it's right side up. There we go. I have my Babysitter's a Vampire timeline. I really should have, we've recorded us making this, but the footage, like half of it got destroyed, and I don't know what happened to the other half of it, so I don't know if I'll ever post this, but the podcast, we made this timeline. Okay, yeah, that's all.
Here is the whole little mini eras outlined on here. It looks really bad because I just did it real quickly right now in the dark. I'm in the middle of editing and I just thought I would pause and just scribble this on real quick. I'm sorry if it looks horrible. Like I said, I've somewhat future-proofed this, so we'll, you know, go further that way. And if there are any different like eras for these movies, I have no idea. Oh, and actually, you know what, in retrospect, I should put like a little like timeline marker like, hey, Disney Plus started now. Okay, maybe I'll do that now. I added that Disney Plus launched in 2019. And then I also put here in 97, no longer a premium cable channel. I figured those were two important things to mention. Both of these happening are literally the only reason why like this even exists. But anyways, there we go. Hello everybody. I'm feeling a bit low energy right now, and I don't know why. I'm thinking it's because I haven't had any coffee today, and there's a real nagging part of my brain that's like, hey, have a coffee today. And I'm like, no, it's like 8 o'clock at night. So I was gonna make a bigger deal out of this whole segment, but then I realized, you know what? I'm a bit tired. You're tired. We're all tired. So I just thought I'd sit on the couch and we would just do a little casual discussion of the entire ranking. So I figured I would just list out every movie in order, and we shouldn't be taking this official ranking all that seriously. Even looking at the list right now, I'm already kind of like, maybe I should move some things around, but it's gonna take me forever. I'm never gonna film this segment and just get it done if I don't just go with what I've already spent hours and hours and hours doing. Anyways, yes, I'm going to list out my official ranking of every Disney Channel original movie. I'm only going to talk in depth about the bottom 15 and the top 15 because that's all we really care about in the first place. But everything after and before that, I'll just list it in order. Okay, so let's start at the very bottom. My least favorite DCOM has got to be, without a question, Tiger Cruise. Here's the thing about Tiger Cruise, okay? I did come down on it pretty hard for being military propaganda, because that's what it is. And if it was just that, maybe it wouldn't be my least favorite DCOM. I mean, Cadet Kelly is right there. But it's also just the fact that the movie itself is so bad, and it isn't even just trying to recruit kids into wanting to join the military. I would argue it is also somewhat shaming kids for being upset with the fact that because their parents are in the military, their lives are difficult. I would prefer a movie that was more sympathetic to that kind of situation, and not saying, hey, your parents are doing something important. Like, I think a kid can understand that their parents are doing something important by being in the military already. It's pretty ingrained to most American children at a very young age. I just feel like there should be more compassion and less like, now you gotta join the military too, guys. It's literally because a war was starting. A literal war was starting and happening the same year that this movie came out. And I just think it's pretty disgusting to be like, enlist kids so you can fight in our war. Anyways, that's why I don't like Tiger Cruise.
119.
We have Frenemies. Now, this is just a bad movie. There's really nothing wrong with the stories that are being told. They're just told very, very, very poorly and barely stitched together to make what one might assume could possibly be considered a movie on some sort of alien planet, maybe. I honestly did not think that this was going to be this low, but I mean, I don't really have anything nice to say about it. Each story somehow feels like it drags on for way too long, but is also extremely belated because there's 2 other stories to tell. And then the movie doesn't even end. There's not even an official ending or conclusion. They just have a dance party to a boring, low-quality pop song, and then it just ends. And this movie hasn't even garnered like a fandom or like anybody who really cares about it. I don't hear anybody talking about it. I just think it's a bad time. No need to watch it. Movie 118 is Hounded. This is just not a fun movie. It has that very generic branding of like boring 2000s made-for-TV movie, while also just being an extremely, extremely painful viewing experience. I was extremely shocked at just how low this movie was willing to go
just to not even give that satisfying of a conclusion at the end. Genuinely, if you ever go and watch this movie ever, just count how long that this poor character just gets harassed. Like, not a single good thing happens in his life. And he has to actively work extremely hard just to get back to normal. Not even, like, he doesn't even achieve anything special. He just gets the privilege of things going back to normal. Which wasn't even that good to begin with, might I add. I guess you can say the only good thing that really happened was that the horrible headmaster is no longer headmaster and has been demoted. So there's at least something positive there. But overall, I don't think the Van Busens, I don't think they get enough of a punishment, and I don't think the main characters get enough good stuff to justify the fact that this kid's entire childhood home was brutally ripped to shreds by some rabid dog. It's not fun to watch. It's like a horror movie. It's not a funny, quirky, uh-oh, the dog's going crazy sequence. It's just painful.
So movie 117 is The Genie Project. Again, I don't understand why in the early 2000s the Disney Channel thought people would enjoy watching brutal animals just destroy a family's life. And it's not even entertaining. That's one thing. It would be one thing if this was like some crazy wildlife documentary type of situation. But no, this is a bland and boring ass film that for some reason just happens to have the most insane plot. That seems to be the case for a lot of the early DComs. It's just like the most wild, cuckoo bananas plot you could think of, executed in the most possible boring way. And I don't have a lot of tolerance for that kind of movie. So at 116, we have the movie Zapped. I absolutely hate the fact that both of the movies that Zendaya have been in that are DComs were absolute dog shit. Because I like Zendaya as an actress. I think I liked her in Shake It Up. I don't know, I haven't seen that show since it aired, and I only saw like the first 5 episodes of the first season. And I've never seen Casey Undercover. So I don't know if her work on the Disney Channel really holds up over time or not, but what I do know is that I like a lot of the stuff she's done recently. I'm a Zendaya stan, I'm a big fan of hers, which is why it's so disappointing that they only gave her horrible DComs. Zapped has just such a bizarre concept, and it is executed in the worst possible way. I think it'd be funny if maybe everybody was controlled by her like dog app that got electrocuted or whatever. But the fact that it's specifically to boys, I don't know, it just kind of makes me feel very icky. This is a very icky movie. I don't know how else to describe it. And yeah, I'm just not having fun. I'm not having fun. And if I'm not having fun, then what are we even doing here? Speaking of not having fun, movie 115 is The Poof Point. I feel so bad for Taj Mahal. Am I pronouncing his name right? I hope I am. Another example of both of the DComs they gave him are just horrible. They're just not a good time. It's so sad because his twin sisters happened to get one of the best DCom series, and he got 2 of the worst DComs. The Poof Point is one of those things. Oh, hey, more light. The Poof Point is one of those things where you already feel bad for the kids because they feel like they're being neglected by their parents. And then it gets even worse because their parents almost reached the Poof Point and they just have the worst, most stressful day of their lives. It's not as bad as Hounded because we at least empathize with the parents a little bit, and then they do end up changing in the end. Like, we do see some positive outcome at the very end. But again, it's not that fun of a movie, and I can see some people actually enjoying this, however. Like, everything pretty much after this, I'm like, okay, I kind of see what they were trying to do. I could see some people having a lot of nostalgia for this movie, but again, this movie will only really be like something I could see someone having a positive reflection of if they never go back to rewatch it. Because like, if you like this movie, you remember liking it, watching it growing up, if you go to rewatch it, it's very likely that you're either not gonna like it or you're just gonna be indifferent. It's not gonna like spark any new joy for people in the modern day. And with the fact that there are so many of these DComs, it's kind of sad that a lot of these movies, that's the case. Movie 114 is The Luck of the Irish. What a weird concept. And what a weird execution for an already weird concept. I think it's supposed to be a movie of self-discovery or something, but it ends up just being a mess. Just a mush of a movie. The villain's like kind of interesting, maybe. I like the main character, he's a pretty cool guy. I forget the actor's name, I'll put it on screen. But I think he did a really good job of playing like a good Disney ingenue boy. I would argue he's one of my favorite DCOM actors, and he's only really ever been in one actual good DCOM in my opinion, which is Smart House, for those who are forgetting. But I can't justify putting this movie any higher. Like, even though I don't like this movie, I don't feel like outright hate for it like I do maybe the first 4 films on this list. I'm pretty indifferent towards it, but like all of the movies after it are better, so it just ends up being in the bottom 10. Overall, yeah, not a big fan of The Luck of the Irish. At number 113, we have, sadly, The Sweet Life movie. God, what can I even say about this movie that I haven't said already? I've talked about it in my 2-hour Sweet Life on Deck retrospective, and I pretty much said all I had to say about it in my review, in previous parts. It just doesn't take any of the characters seriously. The story is absurd in a different way than other on deck stories have been absurd. And it's just disrespectful. It feels like a slap in the face to anyone who actually cares about this series. One thing that I didn't mention in my review was how it just ruins the whole plot of the series. It just doesn't fit in the continuity of the TV show, which is more proof that like it was done just so last minute, which is weird because this show has been on for literal years. You'd think they would have thought of an idea for a movie a little bit earlier, but it feels like it was rushed, and it feels like it was written by completely different people who had never even seen the show before. So because of that, I hate it, and that's so sad to me. Like, you would think that the Sprouse twins, some of the most successful Disney Channel stars, would have a good DCOM, but no. Genuinely a pointless movie. It added nothing to the story. It contributed nothing to the DCOM list. Just a waste of everyone's time. Truly. At number 112, we have True Confessions. This movie just makes me feel bad. This is a bad time kind of film. This is a film that will put you in a bad mood. And that's for multiple reasons. The main one just being that, like, I don't like the point of its existence. It's not that the story is one that I don't think should be told. It just represents Disney Channel's whole MO during the 2000s when it came to disabled children, which is that they're not as important as the feelings of able-bodied people who have to deal with them. Multiple movies on this list have that be like a central theme, and that just makes me upset. And also, I just don't think the depiction of whatever learning disability that the character might have is in any way something that is a positive contribution to a conversation that we should be having. It's just best left in the past, and it feels weird that I even had to watch it and talk about it in the modern day, because why does it even exist, honestly? I can understand what they were trying to do, really, truly, but I just don't like it. I'm sorry. At number 111, we have You Lucky Dog. Do you guys remember You Lucky Dog? Because I do. I wish I could forget this movie.
You have no idea how bad it gets. I wish I knew how to quit you.
Because it is just so bizarre. What a weird thing we have on our hands here. It makes me wonder if a lot of the Disney premiere films also have a similar aura to this, which is goofy and chintzy. Like, this movie feels like the equivalent of like a very lazy, thrown together, like dog and human Vegas show act. It's just so chintzy and goofy in a way that like is not charming. Although I did think it was very funny. That's probably the only reason why it's not like the worst DCOM, is because it is a good laugh. It's good to have a nice laugh if you had a couple of drinks or you're high or whatever. But since I do neither of those things, this movie does not have any substance for me in my life. At number 110, I'm so sorry, guys. I kind of feel bad because, especially because I got a lot of hate for this opinion. But at number 110, I have to say Xenon, Girl of the 21st Century, it deserves to be here. No offense to Xenon, I think the idea and the concept is very fun,
But this first movie, I just don't like the character of Xenon in a special different way than some of the other unlikable DCOM characters who have to learn a lesson. I really don't feel like she really learns anything in this movie, and it has been a while since I've seen it, so, I'm willing to be corrected in the comments below, so feel free to do that. I understand that her going to Earth is supposed to ground her, but I really don't see her improve as a person and become less selfish, and she seems to get rewarded for all of her bad behavior. Honestly though, now that I'm talking about it, I think I do like this movie more than some of the next ones we have to talk about, so maybe you can imagine that it's a little bit higher up. I would probably actually move this movie a little bit higher. It's just kind of sat on this bottom tier for such a long time, but after some of the next movies we have to talk about, maybe it's not that bad. So take this part of the ranking with a grain of salt, okay? Movie 109 is Under Wraps 2. I cannot really describe, because of just how apathetic I was during my reviews, I can't describe how much of a painful experience it was to watch these movies. I guess that's why I could put Xenon below these, because that was also a pretty painful viewing experience. I just kept wanting to turn off the movie, which these movies are supposed to go down real easy. They're not supposed to be difficult watches. They're not really even supposed to evoke intense emotions out of you at all. So the fact that these movies evoked an intense reaction of hate says something very bad. I might as well lump in Under Wraps 2021 with this because it's at 108. These are kind of right next to each other in the ranking. I do think Under Wraps 2 is a little bit more worse because it is just a little bit more pointless than the first one. And the first one's already pretty fucking pointless. I think my absolute least favorite things about these things, other than them just being full-on checklist films, where things just kind of happen for no reason, and in a very awkward and clunky way that does not feel natural or smooth. There are plenty of other films on this list where that's the case, but I don't really feel that it's as jarring as it is for this. But I think what makes that clunkiness feel even worse is that this movie, to me, feels like it thinks I'm stupid. I feel the movie talking down to me like I'm literally a newborn or something. I don't understand words. Or even just basic story conventions, basic story function. I've never heard of it before in my whole life. Literally every human being on the face of the earth understands story structure, so the fact that this thing is talking down to me is annoying, and it makes me so mad, and it makes this watching process just so frustrating. There's nothing natural about these movies. There was no innate passion for this project. It was literally just let's just do a remake of a previous DCOM. I don't know, the first one, Under Wraps. And there's no important underlying message they're trying to tell the audience. We're not supposed to endear ourselves to any of the characters, because if we were supposed to, then we would actually see them being cool characters that we would endear ourselves to, rather than the characters just telling us their life and everything that happens. I've talked about it for too much. I don't like these movies. They do have a cozy, fall, comforting energy, and just because they were made in the 2020s does not mean that they're bad. That's not the reason why they're bad. It's all the other stuff. At number 107, we have Rip Girls. Now, here's the thing about Rip Girls. I was so energetic and hype at this point during the watch through. I think this was, movie 20-something, 30-something, kind of in the early 40. I was very energized about this project and very, excited to, really just, watch all of the movies and plow through them. I was watching, 3 movies a day, every day, for around a month, I think, or something like that. And I was still bored to tears by this movie. So I think that proves that, it's so plain and boring. Also, I've never been to Hawaii, so I don't really know much about Hawaiian culture or the whole state itself. But I don't know if this movie is a great representation of it or anything, but maybe that's just me. Especially for this girl who feels very disconnected from her culture. I would like to see, more culture. Maybe. I feel like we just got 1 or 2 scenes when I should really feel this character really engrossing themselves with this life that they've been so disconnected from because of their father taking them away, because of the trauma of losing their parent. Anyways, it's boring. It's so boring. Oh my gosh. And finally, for the in-depth reviews,
we have movie 106, which is Ready to Run. See what I said about Rip Girls? It's just so boring. Oh my gosh. I guess I can try and explain why these movies are boring, and I think it's just that they don't have a lot of substance to them, and then also they're very quiet. They don't have a lot of exciting elements to them, so there's no interesting character dynamics to really dig ourselves into, no interesting conversations or complex topics to really chew on during the quiet moments of the movie. It's just quiet and simple, which is what I think makes it boring. Because there's nothing wrong with a quiet, simple movie. The story of a girl who wants to be a horse jockey but can't because her mother is traumatized because her father died in a horse jockey related accident. That's a perfectly fine plot if there's actual interesting stuff happening in it. The topic is only interesting if you make it interesting. And then somehow she can talk to horses, and it still is the blandest movie I've ever seen. I don't think they do anything interesting or unique with that. I understand that since she can literally talk to the horse and she can understand what the horse is saying, so she understands its needs, that's why she's able to be a better horse jockey. That really doesn't make the story one worth telling, if that makes sense. You're not gonna get me inherently on horse talking in a funny accent. There has to be a reason as to why this is, some sort of, more substantial theme or something. And it has to actually be funny and not just annoying. Anyways, I don't like this movie, and no one talks about it, so there you go. Now I'm just going to list off each movie and the number of the ranking that it's at until we get to the top 15, and then I will go back to talking about in length the top 15. 105, Christmas Again. 104, Kim Possible. 103, The Cheetah Girls, One World. 102, You Wish. 101, Life is Rough. 100, Full Court Miracle. 99, Double Teamed. 98, Right on Track. 97, Miracle in Lane 2. 96, Quint. 95, A Ring of Endless Light. 94, Going to the Mat. 93, Johnny Capahala, Back on Board. 92, Cadet Kelly. 91, How to Build a Better Boy. 90, Stepsister from Planet Weird. 89, Genius. 88, Horse Sense. 87, Buffalo Dreams. 86, The Naughty Nine. 85, Up, Up, and Away. 84, Return to Halloween Town. 83, Xenon the Sequel. 82, The Proud Family Movie. 81, Cheetah Girls 2. 80, Descendants, The Rise of Red. 79, The Other Me. 78, Can of Worms. 77, Bad Hair Day. 76, Jet Jackson the Movie. 75, The Even Stevens Movie. 74, Zombies 2. 73, Zombies. 72, Zombies 4, Dawn of the Vampires. 71, Zombies 3. 70, Xenon Z3. 69, The Slumber Party. 68, Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure. 67, Now You See It. 66, Den Brother. 65, Big City Greens the Movie Spacecation. 64, The Ultimate Christmas Present. 63, Camp Rock 2 Final Jam. 62, Go Figure. 61, The Color of Friendship. 60, The Cheetah Girls. 59, Dad Napped. 58, Princess Protection Program.
57, Prom Pact.
56, Read It and Weep. 55, Cloud 9. 54, Tangled Before Ever After. 53, Phantom of the Megaplex. 52, Alley Cat Strike. 51, Descendants. 50, Descendants 2. 49, The Scream Team. 48, Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire. 47, Minutemen. 46, Upside Down Magic. 45, Spin. 44, Stuck in the Suburbs. 43, Under Wraps, 1997. 42, Don't Look Under the Bed. 41, Starstruck. 40, Kim Possible Movie, So the Drama. 39, Descendants 3. 38, Adventures in Babysitting. 37, Girl vs. Monster. 36, Camp Rock. 35, Hatching Pete. 34, The Swap. 33, Jumping Ship. 32, Twitches 2. 31, Freaky Friday. 30, Cowbells. 29, Jump In. 28, Motocrossed. 27, Eddie's $1 Million Cook-Off.
26, Teen Beach 2.
25, Pixel Perfect, 24, Smart House, 23, Invisible Sister, 22, Let It Shine, 21, Phineas and Ferb the movie Across the Second Dimension, 20, The 13th Year, 19, Twitches, 18, Johnny Tsunami, 17, Halloween Town High, and 16, Avalon High. No cuts. All in one take. I'm just kidding. I'm definitely gonna have to cut. Okay, on to my top 15. Yay! One thing I do want to preface about basically my bottom 15 and my top 15 is that at the end of the day, don't take this too seriously. Most of the movies in my top 15 and my top 10 aren't in my top 10 favorite movies of all time. I'm just meeting these movies where they're at, which is something that's important to do with, I think, any sort of work. You kind of have to take it for what it is and you have to accept it for what it is. I found that a lot of movies that I don't like are movies that do things that I don't want them to do. I'd rather them do one thing and they're doing another. And so it's like, it's not the movie's problem. It's my problem. So as much as I like a lot of these movies, it is not like my entire personality. I think people need to watch all kinds of movies of all different types. I fear that a lot of the people who might be in my audience only really watch stuff from when they were little or from when they were kids or stuff made for kids just because it's stuff that's made for grown-ups or stuff that is more quote-unquote highbrow is a lot more complicated to dissect, and a lot of these movies are very simple, and so they just want to stick with things that are very simple and easy to understand and digest. And me personally, I do not want to consume art that way, and I think it can be kind of damaging to only consume art that is easily digestible for us. Sometimes you have to try new things and get out of your comfort zone and be uncomfortable with the media that you watch. So when I talk about how much I love the rest of these movies, just know that they're good for what they are, okay? I mean, some of these are even better. Like, they really do strive into like some of the best films. But there is more media out there, and to a certain degree, I don't think it's fair to compare these movies to some of my actual favorite movies because those are just in a completely different sphere when it comes to technical execution, themes, acting, etc. So anyways, with all of that out of the way, at number 15, we have Get a Clue. This was just such a fun watch. Like, this is a movie I would recommend somebody watch if they're just interested in a 2000s DCOM, like a random one that's not well remembered. It is somewhat well remembered because it does have Lindsay Lohan in it, and the little mystery plot is just very cute. I love the fashion of this movie. I love the kind of like character. There's a lot of character in this film, and the characters are very charming even though they are a bit self-centered at the beginning. Like, both Lindsay Lohan and Brenda Song's character learn to look outside themselves for a little bit and basically understand more about the real world. And especially for Lindsay Lohan's character, that means something because she wants to be a journalist and she finds that whole world interesting, and she has to understand people outside of her small little sheltered bubble if she wants to do that as a job profession. And yeah, I love just like the little kitty crew they get together and the investigating they do. We have a cute little enemies to lovers arc with the two main characters, and I appreciate that they learn to understand each other better and that it's not outright a romantic story. It could be seen as a romantic pairing, but they pretty much stay friends by the end of the movie. They're both kind of judging each other on the surface level, but then they learn to appreciate more about their inner complexities, and I think that's very cool. At number 14, we have 'Twas the Night. Man, this is just such a goofy little film. There's a certain kind of cheese that I'm looking for when I'm watching a Christmas movie, and 'Twas the Night has the cheesiness. It has the cheese factor. Bryan Cranston has such great physical comedy, and he's able to play this sort of like sly, kind of witty character with some hidden complexity. Like, you can tell he seems like a very damaged character that really comes across even in like small, minute moments. Even though he's doing bad things and the story, you know, reprimands him for the bad things that he's doing, you still are kind of rooting for him because, like, to a certain degree, maybe I should let my baby girl steal. It's cool to see the main boy character, I forget his name, I'm sorry. I've seen 120 of these things. It's probably some name like Michael or Brandon or something like that. I like his arc where he's basically like falling in line with his uncle's kind of huckster roots, but then realizing that like, oh, it's actually not cute when you're like a loser who steals money from people and lives in a attic. Oh, that's actually really embarrassing and sad, and I don't want to replicate that. That's a cool arc because I think a lot of kids like have to face that reality at some point. I think it's pretty common that like you look up to somebody because you just think they are so cool and awesome, and then you realize that like the things that you have been idealizing as cool are actually the lamest things in the whole world. That's like the kind of dynamic I get between these two, and I think it's funny. Plus, I barely even touched on the B plot kind of storyline, which is the younger siblings hanging out with Santa, and also just the fact that Santa is real. I think this is a good way to do Santa when they make bits. You know, he's not just like this godlike character. I love the fact that Santa like throws it down with a couple of like street gang members in an alleyway. He full on gets in a fist fight with a couple of random dudes in front of a trash fire. What a weird movie. I highly recommend it around Christmas time. At number 13, we have another Christmas movie. We have Good Luck Charlie, It's Christmas. This is really where my own personal bias comes into place because other than the Sweet Life movie, pretty much all of the other DCOMs that are based off TV shows are shows I haven't seen, but yet these two I have seen and they're in the top 15. So like, bias. Don't take this seriously at all, okay? This is just for fun. I'm just sharing my personal opinions with you guys. Anybody will have a completely different list than mine because the thing about the DCOMs is that they're just so subjective because they really do just reach a very, very peculiar spot in the back of your mind. It's this weird thing that Disney, when its magic is at play, what it can do is it reaches such a specific part of your brain that like almost feels like it's part of your DNA. Even if they're not good, there's still something so important and sentimental about a lot of these movies to you. So that's why they stick with you, and then they end up being seen as such high pieces of media, even if they aren't actually that good. We might have to touch back to this rant a little bit later on from now. But no, I do think Good Luck Charlie, It's Christmas does things better than some of the other DCOMs in general, and also DCOMs based off of TV shows on this list. Specifically the fact that like the stakes are exactly where they need to be. This is still a wacky sitcom plot, you know, wacky sitcom hijinks still occur, and like an average family is not going to be in this situation, but it still feels pretty grounded and speaks true to the sitcom genre that the TV show is. Like, we have funny little jokes about the airport and TSA, and more quote-unquote thrilling situations that are still very, you know, quaint, like the fact that they bought a crappy Yugo from some guy for like $40, and the brakes just completely rip out, and they're tumbling down the Rocky Mountains with no brakes. That's as high as the stakes need to be for a Good Luck Charlie movie. Of course, there are fundamental problems with Good Luck Charlie as a series, ones that I plan on discussing in length in a little bit from now on my channel, working on that Good Luck Charlie retrospective video. Knowing my luck, Kean Carlisle's gonna finish his video before I do, and then I'm gonna look like I'm following in his coattails once again. That's okay, I don't mind being in that position. So I don't really want to get into the problems that may arise in the characterization of the characters in this movie, because then I'll just end up going on a big old rant about the TV show and we'll be here for forever. So just know that I think this is a very fun Christmas movie. Even if you've never seen the show, this will still be perfect for your Christmas movie watching. I just like Christmas movies more than the average person, I think. That's kind of a fact about me. I just think, like, I'm willing to lower my standards for a movie to rock bottom if it has a Christmas song in it and some jingle bells and a mistletoe or two. So the fact that there are Christmas movies out there, like this one and like the previous one on the list, that are like actually good and actually fun and explore unique topics, means that I really enjoy them and I'm going to sing their praise. Anyways, on to the next thing. Wow, I'm so tired. I feel like I'm gonna keel over any minute now. At number 12, we have Halloween Town 2, Calabar's Revenge. I bet so many people are like, what? Why is this so high? And that's a fair enough question to ask. I feel like the Halloween Town series has a very weird legacy where like everyone loves the first one, including myself, and everyone loves the third one, including myself. It just barely, scraped out of the top 15. So I still really do love that movie. But the second movie and especially the fourth movie seem to have such like bad reputations, and I don't understand why, because Halloween Town 2 is a great Halloween movie. The same thing goes for Halloween movies that they do for Christmas movies. Basically, any holiday-themed movie, I'm willing to lower my standards for quality movie just for good holiday vibes. And the Halloween Town movies are good movies while also providing good Halloween vibes, so it's good all around. I'm famously somebody who does not like scary movies all that much. I'll partake in a scary movie or two if it's just that good, but I'm not a general fan of the genre. But when it comes to silly kids' spooky movies for Halloween, I'm on board. I love them all the way. I think the villain and Marnie, their sort of chemistry together, as well as Marnie's like character growth throughout this movie, is what signals it as such a great film. And I know that the two actors are like engaged or have been together for like 10 million years. I know about that, trust me. And their sort of like chemistry, even if it's not romantic, because Marnie never shows any sort of romantic interest in Cal, but even just like their like tension that they have on screen, it's so good. I kind of wish they were like with each other more throughout the film, because after the opening scene at the Halloween party, they're like not really in the same room together until the very end when they're fighting. And of course, that leads me to saying the CGI, it's okay. It's very chintzy. I would argue for a young person, they'd be like, what am I looking at? And they probably wouldn't find charm in it, but I do. Personal bias. Sometimes, don't tell people this, okay? Because I don't want to get canceled. But sometimes I put on this movie for Halloween time, and I don't watch the first Halloween Town. This was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I swear, I would tell people that I liked Halloween Town 2 more than the first one. And that's not the case anymore. But still, this is such a great film. Oh, it's so weird, the plot. That, like, all of the Halloween Town members are becoming, like, boring humans. Oh, it's so funky, and I love that. So I highly recommend you watch the whole Halloween Town series, honestly. At number 11, and it makes me feel so sad that this isn't actually in the top 10 as a whole, we have Teen Beach Movie. So there is one crucial thing that is keeping Teen Beach Movie out of the top 10, which is very upsetting. And that crucial thing is that there are 2 movies from one franchise in my top 10. So if I were to do some sort of rule that like only one movie from each franchise is allowed in the top 10, then maybe Teen Beach Movie would be at number 10. But right now it has to be at number 11. Purely speaking, from a choreography and music standpoint, this thing is on fire. This thing is so good. Because the thing about a musical is that, like, it needs to be 1/3 a good movie. It also needs to be 1/3 a good soundtrack and 1/3 a good dance sequence. And this has all of it, baby. Something that I really appreciated about the movie is that we have these long, like, no-cut scenes where there is just dance happening. And it really, really does elevate the story. There are plenty of movies, like the zombies movies, for example, where there is a lot of really good dancing. But when it comes time for the main characters to, like, actually do some, cool, crazy stunts and stuff, especially because their characters in universe are supposed to be doing cool, crazy stunts and stuff, they're not doing it. They, like, have to cut away, and they feel just slightly underwhelming. Just slightly, though. I do stand by the opinion that the zombie series does have good choreography and does have general good concepts for a musical. It's just that the plot is dog shit, and that's why they ended up so low on the ranking. If the actual story that those movies were trying to tell were good, then maybe they would be among the ranks of Teen Beach Movie, because I would say that Teen Beach Movie is that. Give it up for my guy Ross Lynch. I like him. In my rewatch of this movie and subsequent rewatches, because I rewatch this movie a lot, in those subsequent rewatches, I've kind of poked fun at Ross Lynch's acting in this film a little bit, just a little bit, because to a certain degree, it is a bit dry at times. This led me to like spiral when I thought of like, what is Disney Channel acting? Is it seen as a valid form of acting just because it's a little bit more surface level, less quote unquote complex, because it's more like theatrical in nature? Anyways, I literally can't get into that now. But I think he does a great job in this movie. And so does Maya Mitchell. She's kind of like the main character, Mac, because we have to see her arc. I like seeing her subtly change when she interacts with the Wet Side Story characters. And also just all of the Wet Side Story stuff is so fun and cute. I bought the soundtrack on CD. I don't have it with me right now, and I'm not getting up to go show you guys that I have it, but I'll insert a photo and post or something maybe. I don't know. It has the sauce that any good musical movie needs to have, and I really appreciate it for that. At number 10, we have Gotta Kick It Up. So Gotta Kick It Up really surprised me on my first ever watch because I'd basically never heard of it before, yet it's a masterpiece. Like, it's so good. Now, this is an example of a good ensemble cast where each character gets just the right amount of characterization. We understand the desires and struggles of all of these characters, and we are endeared to them through watching them try and succeed. And the main character, I really like her sort of arc. It's kind of a more unique arc because she's sort of like a bad girl troublemaker who is just ready to drop out and just enter the real world. And that's because the education system as a whole has failed her and her boyfriend, who has already dropped out and has just started working. And it isn't until an adult shows her that, like, she ain't grown. She still needs to be doing little kid things like, you know, cheerleading and stuff. Sorry, it's actually like a drill dance team, I think. So it's building community through children-friendly activities that really helps ground these people and, you know, focus them on like improving their lives, which I think is really cool. It shows that these sort of school activities and systems need to be put in place for more children, no matter their economic standpoint. And I just really appreciate that. Plus her and her struggles with her boyfriend, I feel like it's a very realistic struggle for a lot of kids. And to a certain degree, I like that they get back together. I would have liked to seen a little bit more of an apology from the boyfriend because he's basically like, you're stupid for wanting to dance. Why don't you just drop out already? Why do you care about your education? But I mean, they're children. And so like 2 seconds later, he's like, that was stupid of me to say. Why did I say that? Basically, he couldn't handle being with an ambitious queen. And then he learns that, you know, it's actually not that difficult, bro. And I don't know, I just like the story of a bunch of kids who have already basically given up on life because they've just been told that they're not going to be able to succeed in anything special, relearning that sort of magic that, like, whatever they want to do, whatever their dreams are, they are achievable. Isn't that wonderful? And then also, it's just a deeply relatable movie for me. Like, this is what my high school looked like. This is what I looked like in high school. Like, very, very relatable in terms of just like the surface level, like aesthetics of it and the cast. And that's enough for me for this movie because it also has that very well done story with it. See, you can't just Ready to Run be like, hey, here's a bunch of Hispanic people. Do you like our movie now? No, it actually has to be a good story. And this movie has it.
We're in a very interesting spot right now because I would argue that like literally any of these movies between number 10 and number 5 could honestly just be shuffled around because they're all so good, but all kind of like in a similar way. So at number 9 we have Wendy Wu, Homecoming Warrior, and if I'm being completely honest, the only reason why this is at number 9 or not number 10 is because I thought the action scenes were cool. It's very likely that tomorrow I'm gonna be like, why did I put Wendy Wu at number 9? It should be number 10. Oh, those action sequences are so cool. I mean, like, genuinely, I was gobsmacked watching this movie. There's just something so entertaining about just a good kung fu action sequence. And according to the comments, I don't know if this is true, I didn't do any research on it, but apparently the people who were choreographing this movie, the fight scenes specifically, the martial arts scenes, are also the choreographers for a lot of Power Rangers stuff, so that's cool. I do want to take back one thing that I did say in my review. No one has mentioned it, but I just want to, clarify. I'm not sure if this is actually a wuxia film, or if I'm pronouncing the term wuxia correctly.
Because I now understand that, like, a wuxia film is more than just a kung fu master basically going on the hero's journey arc. So I'm not sure if this is actually one, but either way, it's still a really good story. Again, I like Wendy Wu as a little bit more of like an unlikable main character. Here's one thing about me, okay? And again, this proves my personal bias. When it comes to unlikable characters where the whole kind of bit is the fact that like they're just an annoying teenage girl, I'm always way more likely to actually like them, because what is so wrong about just being an annoying teenage girl? Like, that's a majority of teenage girls and just teenagers in general are going to be slightly annoying, okay? And I can forgive them for that, because it's not a crime or anything, geez. So yeah, she cares about homecoming, which is a frivolous thing. I appreciate that she learns the importance of her role in the world and learns to actually like it and appreciate it. It's kind of scary as a kid to be told that like, hey, you're gonna do this one thing. So of course she's like, no, I'm just going to ignore it and pretend it's not happening. And another thing I appreciate is that the only way for her to actually defeat the evil would be for her to, you know, like actually want to do it. Like if she doesn't want to do the whole quest or whatever and actually become a kung fu master, then it's not going to work if they just force her to do it. They have to let things naturally go with the flow. So I appreciate that she learns to find real world application to her new talents. She enjoys having her talents and feels fulfilled in learning the art of kung fu. Yeah, it's kind of like a simple, kind of like a boring good movie in a sense, where it's like, yeah, I mean, like it does all the things it's supposed to do and it does it well. Like I don't really have much else to say, I guess. At number 8 we have Geek Charming. I hate the way I say the word geek. I have a hard time saying it. Geek. Like my mouth just doesn't want to say it. Geek Charming. Listen, it's a rom-com. It's a good, well done rom-com. What else do I have to say? I will say that this movie probably wouldn't have been in the top 10 if I hadn't done my video on it, where I, you know, broke down the plot of the book and compared adaptations. I have a sneaky feeling that this maybe would have still been high, but it wouldn't have been in the top 10, purely just because I had a newfound appreciation for the movie after seeing how bad the book is. Disney Channel, and I think also like other TV movies that are based off of books, they like to do this thing where they basically do the opposite of what the plot of the book is. And I don't know why. Maybe I'll, you know, think about it and come up with a reason someday. But like a lot of the DCOMs that are based off books basically have done the opposite of what the plot of the book is. And that's the exact case here for Geek Charming. But then they justify it. They make the story and everything fit their new idea more. And I think that's what I appreciate at the end of the day. Like, I would argue that the plot of Geek Charming just is more awkward, if that makes sense. It's just a very awkward, kind of clunky story. And this one's very smooth. It goes down easy. Everything flows. Everything makes sense. People do decisions that make sense one after the other. Like, we naturally see these two grow to be friends and then grow a more romantic interest in one another. It works. It flows. Like, it isn't just, oh, well, we're at the 45-minute mark, so that means they have to like each other now, so they're just gonna like each other. Like, there's a natural flow of it. Like, for example, they're two very passionate people about their own personal goals, and they're unwilling to budge and are just clashing heads, which leads to them blowing up and ruining the opportunity. But then, after both recoup and reanalyze their own, you know, personal shortcomings, and then they go to reconcile, that is when they start to understand each other better and connect on a better level. Both realize that they took for granted the fact that, like, they really needed each other to cooperate, and then they didn't, and now things are, like, really gonna go bad, and all their plans are gonna be ruined if they don't work together, and they realize that working together is not, like, a problem. That, you know, that they can actually just learn to like each other, and they will like each other if they're just nice and not immediately going into this relationship with their own personal biases and need. Wow, it's almost like that's how human interaction should be, and we have something to learn from this stupid DCOM. Also, the chemistry is electrifying to see on screen. These two worked together really, really well in the movie. And I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but if you haven't seen my video on this movie, Yeah, they were together in real life, and apparently the guy was extremely abusive. And he's a horrible person. But at the time of the movie, they were happily in love, and that really comes across in the film. He almost ruins it, by the way, with his acting, let me just say. Sarah Hyland is a national treasure, and I wish she was in more movies, because she does a pretty good job in this one. Sarah Hyland is okay, by the way. She left that guy, she got a restraining order, she's now married to a good guy, like, she's fine now. But still, it's sad that she had to go through that. At number 7, we have Brink. Man, I'm so glad that this ended up in the top 10, because this was literally like first day. Like the day that I decided I wanted to watch every DCOM, I just started watching them. And this was one of the first ones I ever watched. And I'm glad that I still have like so much love for it to this day. Hey, so my camera died. So I'm using my other camera now. And also my dog is here. And he's licking himself. Well, that's just gonna continue. So I shouldn't try fighting it. Hopefully you can't hear his licking on camera. So there's something just so charming about Brink, and it made me really excited to think that like basically all of the early stage DCOMs were going to be like this. And the answer to that was no, that wasn't the case, but I still enjoyed Brink. Andy Brinker as a character is just, he's like one of the most iconic like Disney Channel like characters to me, because he's just such a good, pure-hearted soul. I like the villain character. Because this is a sports movie, it does follow a similar arc that a lot of the later DCOMs are going to follow, but Brink, I would argue, is like, you know, the predecessor to them all, so it's okay. But most sports movies follow this sort of arc where you have like a rival who is like the literal antithesis of everything that you believe in as a main character. And I like that he's not redeemed in the end. Something I kind of don't like about a lot of sports movies is where they redeem the villain, but then like that's it, like the villain is still like in a bad place. And it's not like I want them to redeem them at all, but it's kind of like either you're gonna do a villain redemption story, or like you're gonna have a story where like the antagonist is not really like a true villain, and like there is, you know, villain is like the system or whatever, or you just have the character just straight up be a bad dude, and that's the case in this movie. Like you think they're gonna try and redeem him at the end, but no, he's just a bad dude. And also I like that they have to work together. That's one thing I love. I love it when like the hero and the antagonist have to like work together. And again, all of the friend characters are like really well fleshed out, but like only to the amount that they need to be. Maybe there were some hiccups here and there with them that I have forgotten, because again, it's been literal years since I first watched this movie. But yeah, it's so fun. What can I say? I love Brink. There's so many good themes to chew on here about kids overextending themselves, trying to live up to an adult expectation, all that jazz. Yeah, highly recommend it. At number 6, we have Halloween Town. Now, come on, the vibes are just so good on this movie. This is one of those things where I would argue this is so high on vibes and vibes alone. I mean, obviously, it's still a good movie. There's a lot of really good, you know, stuff happening. Again, Marnie is a main character. S-tier Disney Channel character. Maybe I should do a Disney Channel original movie character ranking, where I pick a lot of like significant main characters in these movies and I rank them. That might be fun, because Marnie's definitely up there. She's cool and she's confident and she knows what she's about, and it's mainly just trying to get everybody else on her level, while also understanding that, like, you know, they need to process things in their own way too. The little fetch quests that they have to go on, and like the wonder and childlike like joy that comes with exploring a new world that's super whimsical and fantastical, like Halloween Town. It's great. Also, it has that sort of like Harry Potter plot line of like, you think you live in a normal world and you think you're just a normal, boring person, but actually like you're secretly this really cool thing, and like magic exists and is real. I'm sold on the magic of this movie is what I'm trying to say. There are so many little bits and bobs of this movie that I think are like really well done. They all like contribute to the main story, and the main story is very simple. Like, this is a very simple movie, mind you. And that's okay, because it does what it needs to do for a simple movie. And so I really appreciate that. This is a huge nostalgia pick as well, because like, is Halloween Town actually that good? To me, yes. But maybe to some other people, it doesn't deserve to be this high of a caliber ranking. Also, the 1-2 punch of Halloween Town and Brink, elite combo. That was such a fun, exhilarating part of the watch through for me. And I think the fact that like I went into these movies knowing that I'm going to watch every single one really did flavor how I was interpreting them and appreciating them. I would argue that kind of more negatively affected the bottom half of this tier, like the very ending of the chronological order, just because like it just feels so tired and worn out, this whole project. The Disney Channel original movie as a whole, it feels so directionless to a certain degree. And I don't want to hate on it that much, but also like, there's nothing super inspiring about these movies. There's maybe one or two that I think have a little bit of juice left in them, like The Prom Pact or Zombies 3. But as a whole, it just feels like this series is running on fumes. And there's just something so wonderful to look back when the Disney Channel original movie still had so much energy and life and spark still left in it. So yeah, that's why it's this high. It's like one of those things where it's like, why would I ever not recommend this movie to people? I think it's one of the most agreeable movies to like ever exist. Unless you know some people out there who are like against magic and say that like it's against their religion or something, that I understand. It doesn't need to be subversive to be good. It just needs to be good. I don't know if my dog agrees though. Anyways, on to number 5, Radio Rebel. Who gasped? Who's shocked? Here's the thing about Radio Rebel, okay? I talked about how much I liked it for 80 minutes. Yeah, it doesn't deserve to be in the top 5. I'm fully aware of that. The reason why I say it doesn't deserve to be in the top 5 is because I do not like the ending. I don't think the ending is good. I think there are fundamental issues with the ending that are pretty much impossible to reconcile. I mean, maybe if they were given more time to work on it, or if the way that this movie came about did not happen, then maybe the ending would be better. But everything else, it's pure, unadulterated, unfiltered, decom cheese. Like, this is the most decom to ever decom. And it technically isn't really even made by Disney Channel. The only reason why I count it as a decom is because it aired on Disney Channel first, before it aired on YTV. But this movie technically was made for YTV as far as I'm aware. It may fall under the Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure clause for some people, it may not. It depends. I forget sometimes that like, most people don't care. There is something so pure about this movie as just a weird, girly movie about a kid who wants to be a radio show host and is extremely shy. Of like, here's this shy, very reserved person who can barely even speak in front of the class, who is a radio show host and speaks to thousands of people in their town under the guise of like a secret identity. It's very cute and fun. The soundtrack slaps. I don't care what anyone says. Go listen to the soundtrack. I made a playlist of it on Spotify of all of the songs, because not all of it is included on the official soundtrack that's on Spotify. The character acting fits the movie. Whatever Debbie Bryan is doing in this movie, it fits the vibe of the story, okay? You can't say that it feels like out of place. It feels like it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, okay?
It was a brisk fall day, Colorado, 1991.
Here we go.
When are people going to realize that so much of TV is like basically just a solitary reenactment of like watching a stage production? That so much of television and then like television movies in that sense are basically just going to the theater with your besties. Like, there's a certain level of suspension of disbelief you have to apply to these things. Sorry, I get very heated when people in bad faith talk shit about a lot of decoms, especially Radio Rebel. But that's my own personal bias. I think in the years 2018 to 2021, I watched Radio Rebel at least once a month. So what is that, 4 years? So yeah, for 4 years straight, basically all I did was watch Radio Rebel. So that's the only reason why it's in the top 5. It doesn't deserve to be in the top 5, based off of my other metrics. But no, it's in the top 5. And it's my list, so y'all can't say shit, okay? I don't know why Radio Rebel gets me so angry. I think it's because I've, like, tattooed it onto my heart. Like, I think it's become a part of my DNA. So if someone insults Radio Rebel, it feels like they're insulting me. Yeah, when I said I had a parasocial relationship with this movie, I wasn't lying. I have to talk about this with a therapist. Why do I like Radio Rebel so much? I don't know. It's good. Watch my 80-minute video on it. It's one of my favorite videos that I've made because I just committed to the bit, and I like doing that from time and time again. Number 4. Okay, we're getting serious here, guys. This is like the serious part of the ranking. Like, this is legit shit here, okay? At number 4, we have Wizards of Waverly Place, the movie. The show Wizards of Waverly Place is already a good show. It's one of the better Disney Channel shows, purely because of the character work that is done between Alex and Justin. I mean, Max is given dog shit, but, you know, again, made a 55-minute video about that already. Another example of me committing to the bit, another one of my favorite videos I've made so far, even though it's a bit lo-fi and crunchy. The tone and the writing is absolutely phenomenal. And considering that this very much could have been a Sweet Life movie situation where like randos handled the story and it was really bad, and the fact that that didn't happen is very happy to me, because I could see a world where this movie was on the same level of quality as the Sweet Life movie, and that makes me really sad. So I'm glad that this story is so good. Like, the story and the arc, it fits the characters. It kind of messes up the lore a little bit. The lore is a bit funky, but I mean, that's kind of like a character trait of the series. You can dislike the show because the magic system's broken, but if you like the show despite of the magic system being broken, then like, why would you have a problem with it in the movie then, right? Maybe one day I'll make a video where I try and explain the magic system with my own personal headcanons and like do another bit, you know, because I feel like that'd be funny. Yeah, the dialogue specifically, it's very naturalistic. That's probably gonna be like a recurring theme for these next 3 or 4 movies, is that I'm gonna probably try and not use the word naturalistic, but I am gonna use it.
I was at the junior championships when there was a tragic accident. It was a steamy August day in Darien, Connecticut.
To a certain degree, while I say that like these movies aren't real and you gotta take them with a grain of salt and you gotta appreciate them for what they are and treat them like you're watching like a stage production or something, you know, everything's going to be heightened and exaggerated. It's not gonna be realistic, because that's a big problem with a lot of movies these days, and people's expectations for movies is that they're expecting it to basically just be real life. Like, when people watch movies nowadays, because of a bunch of history that I shouldn't get into right now, people expect movies to be real life. Like, it's the closest we get to art imitating life in a certain degree, especially with the high quality cameras and all that junk. So people get mad when realism is not a part of a film, which is why I think so many people react negatively to movies like Radio Rebel, which are very heightened and exaggerated and, dare I say, camp. And I think that that's bad. I think that people should appreciate the theatricality and the artifice of these things, because they're not made to be real. But also, like, relatability is also an aspect of this thing. Obviously, the story of Wizards of Waverly Place is not real because magic isn't real. At least I don't think it's real. So the situation where like Justin and Alex are going on this crazy magical quest through the jungle is like not a realistic thing, but you can relate to the feelings that these characters have. And also, their feelings and their writing and their motivation is all done expertly. Justin is analyzed the most he probably ever has been throughout the series in this movie, because he's given the chance to like not be the one who does the right thing in the end. They don't give a critical eye to a lot of Justin's actions because he is seen as like the good one and is doing the good things, versus Alex, which is seen as more devious. So her actions are more challenged throughout the stories. I challenge them as an audience viewer, but like the narrative and the story themselves are not challenging them. But they are for Justin, and that is, it's so good. I like the serious tone that this movie takes. It takes the stakes seriously, while still being a very fun and energetic movie. So, okay, let's just get this out of the way. Number 3 is High School Musical. I'm gonna keel over. I'm so exhausted. Here's the thing about High School Musical. it's a masterpiece. There was so much thought and like effort put into this movie. When I watch this movie, all I see is just like effort, because there are so many little details that all build to like one big great film. Also, I don't know if I trust somebody who doesn't have High School Musical, at least one of the two films that count as DCOMs. I don't trust anyone who doesn't have those in their top 10. I mean, maybe if there's like some Gen Alpha kid or whatever who was born like 5 years after it came out. But even then, it's like, you must read the ancient texts. We forget that exactly 1/3 of these DCOMs all came out before 2002. Like, that's fucking insane. I guess I don't want to spoil a lot of opinions I have on the characters for High School Musical, because that's kind of the idea I have for my video I'm going to make about them. I am going to make a High School Musical video one day. I guess I can say what the topic is going to be. Basically, I want to analyze Troy Bolton as a character and kind of like break down every single little aspect of him specifically, because I think it's a very fascinating arc that the character has through 3 movies. And other than the fact that he's played by Zac Efron, who they cast to be some sort of heartthrob in this movie, you really like Troy. Like, he's a good guy. You know, he really is. Because Gabriella gets like some characterization. She gets enough. And she's also a great character. I appreciate all of the aspects of her as somebody who is very focused on her future and how that's a flaw, actually. And then the music really speaks to all of this. All of the songs that they sing and all of the actions that they take in the songs are like, they work. You already know how good High School Musical is if you're this far into this video. You already know this. So like, do I really need to go on about how much this series is good? I guess I'll say one thing. Did you ever notice the color schemes of Troy and Gabriella as characters? Did you ever notice how blue is their color? Blue is associated with them seeing eye to eye and them connecting and them being their truest selves. So yes, that horribly disgusting Canadian tuxedo that Troy Bolton wears, that's his truest self. And isn't that amazing? Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it wonderful that that is the kind of effort they put into the story on that minute of a level? How many other DCOMs can I say that has that much effort put into them? Not many. I can't think of any other DCOMs where they do something that specific and cool. I mean, there are a few, but like, the story isn't also as good as High School Musical's story is. We kind of take for granted how good the story is, because it's just like a given that like, yeah, you know, it's a good story. Anyways, number 2. We're gonna keep talking about High School Musical, baby. It's High School Musical 2! Obviously. Obviously, High School Musical 2 is number 2. Did y'all notice that I hadn't mentioned it yet? Because there's no way. There's no way it wouldn't be in the top 5. I'm going a bit insane. I'm sorry, guys. I'm starting to get loopy, I can tell. Like, I'm reaching that kind of like dizzy state that one gets when they haven't slept and they need sleep. I think it's a very fascinating phenomenon when there is a trilogy of sorts, and how in some cases the sequel can be the worst movie, but in other cases the sequel can be the best movie of the series. I think that's very fascinating. High School Musical 3 is good. I don't know where I'd put it in the ranking. Probably pretty high as well. Would it be in my top 10? Probably. You know what? I might put High School Musical 3 above High School Musical. So like High School Musical 3 would be in between maybe. Because like, even though probably High School Musical 3 on certain technical aspects can be seen as like better from an objective standpoint, I still think High School Musical 2 is the best one from a biased point of view. The story arc that Troy Bolton goes on in this movie is unbeatable. There's very, very little else that can compete with this story arc of a character. And the movie endears us more to all of the Wildcats. I Don't Dance is a gay pride anthem, and the setting is just so nostalgic and warm. Again, this is what the DCOM is supposed to do. It's supposed to provide just such an idyllic and warm version of childhood, where of course there are problems, of course there are issues, but like, things are okay. Everything's gonna be okay. You can have all of these things and it still be okay. And I think that's the feeling I get when I watch High School Musical 2. Everything's gonna be okay. I appreciate Sharpay as more of an active antagonist in this story because I think it actually imbues her character with more of a sense of purpose. The first movie is just like, who's gonna ruin my musical, which is a decent like mode for her to be in, but I would argue the main problem with the movie, like the main conflict of the first movie, is the fact that like other people are against the status quo. Like Sharpay isn't the one who breaks them up. It's actually their friends. So I appreciate that we have more of just like a concrete like mastermind villain in this story, but it's also deeply empathetic and relatable. But like it only relates to the worst part of you. Sharpay is just used to getting what she wants, and this is something that she wants, and so she's going to get it without realizing the context of her actions and the consequences. And then she has to face those consequences, and I appreciate that. Anyways, there's probably more I can say about High School Musical 2, but my brain feels like a cup of ramen noodles, so I'm just gonna have to stop here. You already know it's one of the best movies of all time. Should have won the Oscar. Anyways, number one. I wish I was more cognitively aware right now because I would love to talk about this movie all the time. Number 1 is Lemonade Mouth. I tried to kind of bury the lead on this one because I didn't want to reveal that Lemonade Mouth was my favorite DCOM, just for like a few reasons. I would argue it's a very stereotypical pick for number 1. I think a lot of people who will do this will put Lemonade Mouth at number 1. It's either Lemonade Mouth or Descendants, and that makes sense. Descendants was kind of like the movie that probably reinvigorated a lot of people into becoming Disney Channel fans as grown-ups. Like a lot of the people that I hang around in circles with, who are people who are my age or older than me, who are Disney Channel fans, and they work on archival things, they make gift sets. Like, they're grown-ups who are into Disney Channel. The only reason why they are grown-ups into Disney Channel, like myself, is because of Descendants. And I would argue that, for me, my version of that is Lemonade Mouth. Because as a kid, and I'm going to start using language that I have not used throughout this whole video because I don't think it is the proper language to use with these movies, and you guys already know this. But when I was younger, I saw Lemonade Mouth as a real movie. Like, it rose above the conventional slop genre that is, like, boring, basic kids movie into real movie status for me. Obviously, that's not what I think about DCOMs anymore. As a jaded teenager, that is how I felt. But there's no such thing as a real movie. Like, all movies are real movies. Lemonade Mouth has a certain level of craft and artistry that I did not think was possible for the Disney Channel when I rewatched it as a grown-up, and even when I did watch it as a kid growing up. When I was in middle school, which was already like a few years after I had stopped watching Disney Channel, this was probably 2016, 2017, I would listen to the Lemonade Mouth soundtrack. I would add the songs to my playlists along with all of my other real songs, because again, this was still how my brain was working as an adolescent. And I read the book multiple times. I've read it twice, exactly, recently. And I plan on reading it a third time because I want to make a video in the same style as my Geek Charming video for this, where I compare adaptations between the book and the movie. Originally, I decided not to do that because I figured, well, other people have done that in the past, but as an English major about to get their BA in English literature, I like to think that I have special qualifications to review books. Somebody who, right now, my whole full-time thing is reading and analyzing books on a college level. Anyways, I have a hard time explaining how much I like Lemonade Mouth because it's just like, it's so inherent to my being that this is a good movie and a movie that is worth your time and effort. The cinematography is on a different level from all of the other movies. There is a cinematic quality to this film while also still being very simple. Like, they don't do anything that out of the box with the cinematography, yet there is a direct quality there, just like a master of craft behind the camera. The acting is completely different from any of the other DCOMs. The acting fits a lot more what I look for in acting, which is small facial expressions. That's something that I appreciate the most in a movie, is when you see character in their face and in little physical minute details along with clothing and like setting. Seeing those details fit with how the character is acting and the words they're speaking is what I look for in a quality performance. And we have that 5 for 5 across the entire board. Everything fits. Like everything works. Everything's working and on an expert level. In a way that, like, for a lot of these movies, that isn't the case. Like, that isn't really the case for Radio Rebel, I'll be honest here, even though I love that movie. I do have more to say about Lemonade Mouth, but I fear I might just lose my mind, even more than I already have, if I try and talk about it more. So, yes, Lemonade Mouth is my favorite DCOM. What's your favorite DCOM? Give me your top 10. Have you watched every Disney Channel original movie? I sure hope you haven't. Let me know your thoughts. There are very little people in the world who have done this, I think. There has to be some people who just, like, haven't found my video yet who have done this, and I want to hear what they have to say. I want to talk to anybody who's done this, because I want to feel less crazy. I feel like an insane person. Like, I have all this knowledge that I just, like, I don't know how to rationalize or provide a context for, so I need to speak with other people who have done this, because I know they're out there. Anyways, on to the outro? So there, we did it. We finished. We finally talked about every single Disney Channel original movie. Do you feel satisfied? I don't know if I do. Do you feel a pit of emptiness in your stomach because you realize you wasted your whole day watching this and not, like, getting a job, kissing a girl, doing something?
Losers, you're wasting your lives! Get a job, kiss a girl, do something! No offense.
So clearly the Disney Channel original movie is still alive and well, technically. I mean, the most recent movie we talked about just came out a few months ago. None of these movies are considered by the general public to actually be DCOMs, and to many people, the DCOM, and by bigger part, Disney Channel itself, is dead. So why is that? The downfall of television has been a really huge thing and factor I've been talking about for many, many months now. It's kind of been the thesis of a lot of my videos. So what does it mean? The death of Disney Channel is the death of TV. The death of the DCOM is the death of TV. Now, what brought about the death of TV? It's a multitude of things. Overall, low ratings. That is what really has killed cable television, and it's slowly bleeding on the floor and refuses to die, even though it clearly doesn't have much left in it. Why is cable suffering such low ratings? Well, average viewers all fled to the internet at the turn of the mid-2010s. Specifically when it comes to Disney Channel's case, children themselves started getting iPads and smartphones and stuff, and they stopped being interested in cable television. Kids these days look up to vloggers and TikTokers. They don't look up to Disney Channel stars anymore. Yeah, kids want to be YouTubers instead of wanting to be on the Disney Channel anymore. When Jake Paul was on a Disney Channel show, it was seen as them desperately trying to get new viewers by getting a hot new celebrity from the internet onto one of their projects. Literally, Olivia Rodrigo was the lead star of that show, and she meant less than Jake Paul at the time.
Exists.
Yeah, same here. But it's that one song, he did a Christmas song
where it was basically just an advertisement for his merch, and he's like, buy that merch, buy that merch, and he's like dressed as Santa Claus. Anyways, Jenna Ortega was a YouTuber. She made sketches for Awesomeness TV. Like, so many people are starting out now. I know, Kane, isn't that crazy? When she was like 5 or whatever, she was making sketches for Awesomeness TV, and then those got put on Nickelodeon. So I first saw Jenna Ortega on Nickelodeon, even though she was an internet person originally. Children, the main audience for Disney Channel, were fleeing en masse. That's why Descendants was a very big deal for the network, because it was their last really big project and why they refused to stop making Descendants movies. And now with the invention of Disney Plus, it's pretty clear to see the writing on the wall. I mean, Disney Channel actually doesn't really exist for most people, outside of the USA specifically. I've been telling this anecdote off and on throughout the past few months as I've been working on this video. My grandmother decided to cancel her cable this past summer. And so she had a month left before she had to send all the equipment back and stuff. And I decided that I would visit her very frequently and check out the Disney Channel and see what was going on, because I was working on this project. And I realized that they have very, very little material to air on there anymore. First of all, I got into a Gravity Falls spiral where I watched like 3 episodes in a row, and that's what inspired me to start up the podcast with my friends where we talk about Gravity Falls. Go watch it, link in the description. And the only other original programming they seem to have left on there was shows that have all essentially been canceled now. So clearly the Disney Channel is going through a kind of restoration, kind of rethinking, retooling era, because literally every sitcom has been canceled. The only one that seems to be still alive and confirmed for another season is Big City Greens, which is an animated show. The CW did something very similar recently too. Yeah. So that's like an example of these cable networks being like, something's got to change.
Frantically trying to.
Yeah, I think the CW specifically was in talks of getting bought out by somebody. Anyways.
Probably.
And I would say that the launching of Wizards Beyond Waverly Place is another example of this, the fact that they are maybe trying to relaunch a new sort of movement for the Disney Channel. A big thing now about Disney Channel is that they consistently are leaning more towards animated projects than they are live action, when the live action stuff and the Disney Channel original movies were their bread and butter for the longest time. And while that made sense in the past few years because animation was an easier show to create remotely, it is much harder to make a movie. And a lot of movies when they're fully animated, because that takes a lot of time and effort compared to the original model of the DCOM, which was do it as fastly and as cheaply as possible and make a bajillion of them. So then you can just air them into infinity. If you noticed, a lot of the clips I was using have the little Disney Channel bugs on the corner of them, and a lot of them are from the modern day. So clearly a lot of the movie rips I'm using have come from the 100 movies special they did in 2016, but specifically because when you look up online like a rip of a movie, they usually have the HD version, and so the HD versions are like the most prominent ones, and a lot of those were recorded probably in 2016 when they did the 100-year special thing. 100th movie special thing. Whatever.
100 years.
100 years, DCOMs, 100 years. It's more like 35 or whatever. So all of these slow stylistic changes, along with Disney Plus having its own allocated budget, means that the DCOM doesn't really need to exist anymore, and Disney Channel itself doesn't need to exist either, but yet it refuses to die along with a lot of these other dinosaur cable networks. They don't want to cancel these networks because it's embarrassing to prove that they've actually lost to Netflix and Hulu and all the streaming services, so they just keep limping around with barely any viewers, barely surviving, and probably getting most of their money from when they cross-promote their projects onto streaming services. Because if you want proof that no one watches cable television anymore, I mean, literally look at the numbers. I think the most concurrent viewers that Disney Channel ever had back in 2007, if I'm remembering correctly, was 7 million. 7 million concurrent viewers. No matter at what time on the Disney Channel, 7 million people were watching. Compare that to today, and you have 100,000. That is a 98% decrease. Actually, I lied. It's 98.5, so I really should round it up to 99% decrease in viewership.
Flopped.
She flopped. Thank you. So the question is, why do this? Why are we here talking about every Disney Channel original movie? For some people, it's just because, I don't know, probably get a lot of clicks. But for me, it means a lot more. Like I said earlier, the history of the downfall of television, and Disney Channel specifically, is very, very apparent because it shows a cultural shift among entire generations. I'm not that old. Right? I'm not old. I'm not that old. Yet for some reason, I had a completely different
you know, pop culture upbringing than the kids are nowadays. And I think that's something that's going to be talked about and reflected on in the future. But since television still like kind of exists and like we still kind of watch it, but we really don't, like, is kind of why we're probably not having as much discourse about it. So I think in the next few years or so, at least I hope in the next few years or so, we're really going to talk about television and how it truly died and what happened to it.
It's gonna be crazy when we start talking about that.
I know, because like there's going to be a lot to unpack, especially when it comes to like commercials and stuff, because so much of that stuff is just like not archived, and people don't remember it because you intentionally block out that kind of stuff, right? So there's this sort of like sickening, you know, decaying of nostalgia going on now, especially. A lot of these YouTubers who talk about Disney Channel just want to say, remember Thing? Now give me 100,000 views, please. But one of the smaller problems of that is that we don't critically analyze and understand what these shows actually meant for the time and what they mean talking about them now in the modern day. What it means is that a lot of this stuff was bad and unremarkable. And I think that speaks a lot more to TV and how it was kind of like a failed project. It wasn't as good as it should have been, and streaming is not a good replacement for it either. But there was a lot of flaws that needed to be fixed about television. And I think the Disney Channel original movie in its 118 movie glory is a very good example of that. And something that I also hope is really obvious is the fact that while I do agree there are a lot of flaws that should have been fixed, overall, I love television and I love everything that the Disney Channel was able to do for television at the time. It is a very complicated matter to handle, and I think having a nuanced discussion about these things is a lot more important. And also, I want to take these pieces of media seriously, because to take them seriously and to review them as actual movies is to validate them in their existence. And I think making a cheap video just for a quick buck is a way of diminishing the quality and the value that the artists who worked on these films put into their work at the end of the day. And if I'm being honest with you guys, I'd rather take the problems that came with cable television than the problems we have nowadays with streaming. I feel like we're in a very awkward, tempestuous time for media, specifically television media, and I'm very curious to see where we're going to go from here. So there's the point, right? I made a point, didn't I? Okay, I'm ready to be done now. I want to stop now. Like, I want to stop talking about Disney Channel original movies. Don't make me talk about them again, okay? Okay, that's a lie. I have actually a few plans for other scripts for Disney Channel original movies. Tell me your favorite Disney Channel original movie in the comments below, although I have a feeling you already have, because usually when people get to the certain point in the video where they see one that they like, they comment and then they leave for the day, which is fine. Like, you're valid for doing that. If you're playing Subway Surfers right now, you're also valid for that. Subscribe because I have to say that. Like the video because I have to say that. I don't want to, guys. They're forcing me to. They're gonna kill me. I didn't know you guys were gonna do that when I said it. I got a bunch of finger guns pointed at me. So thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. This is probably the biggest and longest video I'm ever going to make, unless, I don't know, I finally decide to put all my bad videos together into like a 15-hour compilation. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Look at my finger. Sorry.
Were you still recording? That's the end of the video. Just like after the outro, just like
look at my finger. Me delaying the inevitable. I want to do literally anything else but talk about the end of this video.